In this new life, endowed with the ability to read minds, Jiang Yuyan has come to realize the profound complexity of human nature. The thought of humanity does not guarantee authenticity, and appearances can be deceiving. This time around, she resolutely vows to avoid the tragic path of her previous existence. She intends to reclaim her beauty and intellect, embarking on a journey of vengeance and extraordinary achievements. Chapter 1. The woman born in the year of the dog. The pain is excruciating. Not only does her head throb mercilessly, but her body is also plagued with an indescribable agony. Tears stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. Jiang Yuyan, is this not what you desired? Are you satisfied now? The low, gravelly voice of a man, accompanied by heavy panting, fills her ears. Where am I? This dream feels hauntingly familiar. As Jiang Yuyan raises her hand to massage her aching head, her wrist is suddenly seized with great force, pressing it down. Ah, she gasps, the pain jolting her into clarity. With great effort, she opens her eyes. Floods of memories surge forth. Jiang Yuyan gazes incredulously at the perspiring man before her. That face, one she has loathed for the latter part of her life, a visage she has longed to tear apart in her dreams. With a determined kick, she expels the man away. She rolls over, clutching the blanket tightly around herself. Fu Siyuan smirks at Jiang Yuyan, relieved that he reacted swiftly enough to avoid a grievous injury. But how dare this woman? The anger that had been simmering within him flares up again as he leans closer. He approaches. She retreats, until there is nowhere left to go. Cowering in the corner of the bed, Jiang Yuyan shouts, Fu Siyuan, don't come any closer. His expression is as frigid as ice, a mocking smile playing on his lips. What are you pretending for? Did you not administer the drug yourself? His words strike her like thunder, and Jiang Yuyan's eyes widen in shock. She has been reborn on the very night of her wedding with Fu Siyuan. In her previous life, having adored Fu Siyuan since childhood, she reveled in the thought of marrying him, blissfully unaware of the impending misery. The happiness she envisioned never materialized. Fu Siyuan despised her, deliberately neglected her, leading to the Jiang family's decline. Her father was demoted, her brother exiled, and she ultimately met a tragic end. In her final moments, her hatred for him consumed her. All of this stemmed from her foolishness in a misguided attempt to win Fu Siyuan's heart. She had drugged him on their wedding night. Her tragic fate began from that very moment. Huddled under the blanket, Jiang Yuyan gritted her teeth, glaring at the shameful sheets. Damn fate. Why couldn't she have been reborn sooner, to avoid that foolish act? He looms over her, observing Jiang Yuyan as she cowers in despair, and instead of compassion, a perverse sense of satisfaction rises within him. He swiftly dons his robe, fastening it neatly, and forcefully grips Jiang Yuyan's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Do you understand? Anyone who drugged me must die. You will not be an exception. He intends to kill her. Jiang Yuyan stares at the resolute man before her, his sharp features set in stone. What astonishes her even more is that, although his lips did not move, she distinctly heard his thoughts. If it were not for the potential harm to her grandmother, I would have dispatched this woman without hesitation. Jiang Yuyan glares at him fiercely. Indeed, he had not spoken, so could it be that she had just heard his inner voice? Whether this revelation brings her joy or sorrow remains uncertain. Although the timing of her rebirth is flawed, being able to hear the thoughts of others could be considered a blessing, could it not? Even if it is a blessing, what purpose does it serve? The words about him wanting to send her on her way echo in her mind, while the pain in her body reminds her of the violation she has just endured. Shame and fury intertwine within her. Lowering her gaze, she suddenly bites down on his hand. Ouch! You wretched woman! Fu Siyuan exclaims, instinctively reaching for her hair with his other hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuyan sinks her teeth into his hand. His well-groomed flesh quickly draws blood. Feeling the metallic taste in her mouth, Jiang Yuyan seizes the opportunity to release him, spitting in disgust. Clear bite marks, blood seeping from the wounds, darken Fu Siyuan's expression. Though he does not strike women, this woman has bitten him with such ferocity that it incites a desire to retaliate. Is she who drugged me? I am the victim. Should I not be the one who is angry? Rumors depict the eldest daughter of the Jiang family as gentle and virtuous, a complete fool. It seems I was merely a fod. This is her true nature. A fool? Jiang Yuyan hears Fu Siyuan's thoughts and bursts into laughter. Indeed, in her previous life, she was indeed a fool. But in this new existence, she will not be a fool again. What tricks does this madwoman intend to play now? Fu Siyuan narrows his eyes, a sharp glint of scrutiny shining within. I warn you once more, do not attempt to play games before me otherwise. Otherwise, will the prince kill me? Jiang Yuyan retorts, a cold sneer on her lips. In her former self, she would have trembled in fear. Moreover, he just revealed in his thoughts that he fears hurting the Empress Dowager's feelings. Thus, until they enter the palace tomorrow, her life is secure. Do not think for a moment that I am afraid. Once I meet with the Empress Dowager, I will ensure you suffer. In her previous life, she had endured his indifference, finding no respite. He left her in the desolate courtyard, ignoring her plight as she humiliated herself at royal banquets. He never bestowed upon her a single ounce of affection, not even a pretense of kindness. Before her death, Jiang Yuyan desperately wished to ask him if his heart was made of stone, for it was so unyielding. Alas, the heavens took notice. Within 2 months of her passing, the duke perished from illness. Perhaps this was her only consolation. Recalling the tribulations of her past life, Jiang Yuyan's eyes well with tears. She gazes at Fu Siyuan with newfound clarity, a resolve forming within her heart. In her previous life, she had exhausted her mind to capture his gaze. How foolish that was. In this new existence, it seems he will not allow her to have it easy either. Then she shall live well for herself. In her previous life, she had lived in confusion, regretting having relinquished herself to this vile man. In this life, Jiang Yuyan will endure humiliation and burdens. In just a few years, I will outlast you. I, Jiang Yuyan, shall be the most radiant and affluent lady in the capital. Isn't being a winner in life delightful? There are countless flowers in this world. Why should one hang themselves on a single tree? Life is exquisite. With this newfound perspective, Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkle as she finds that this man is not as detestable as she once thought. The resentment in her heart dissipates by half. Fu Siyuan, however, feels a tremor within him as he observes the clarity in Jiang Yuyan's gaze. If it were not for tonight's incident, I might have been deceived by those eyes. But that is no longer the case. He turns his face away, refusing to look at her. Regardless, after tomorrow, I shall never set foot in Fengxiao Pavilion again. Jiang Yuyan scoffs, watching him leave with resolute determination, exhaling a breath of relief. Chapter 2. Reflecting on my past foolishness with a sense of satisfaction, Jiang Yuyan hastily dresses and reclines on her bed. Her beautiful eyes flutter slightly as she organizes her thoughts. The door creaks open once more. Jiang Yuyan turns to see who has entered. It is Guamama. With tear-filled eyes, Guamama approaches Jiang Yuyan's bedside, her voice trembling as she calls out, "Miss." Guamama is the only maid entrusted to her by her mother. Guamomo had watched her grow up since childhood, treating her like family. In her previous life, until Jiang Yuyan fell into despair and passed away, it was Guamomo who had always been by her side. Jiang Yuyan gazed at Guamomo, her heart warmed. She realized she had never allowed Guamomo a single day of peace. Even after her departure, Guamomo's subsequent days would surely be fraught with difficulty. In this new life, she was determined to ensure that Guamomo would live well, even if it meant arranging her future life first. Guamomo observed Jiang Yuyan's dazed expression, thinking she was frightened, and gently called out, "Miss." It seemed Guamomo sighed in relief. The miss had indeed taken action against the prince. Her new master had not deceived her, and the prince would not harm the miss. Jiang Yuyan was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind Guamomo's words. Could it be that she had already suspected this matter? How could Guamomo know about her intention to drug Fu Siyuan? The medicine had been procured secretly, unbeknownst to anyone. However, upon reflection, it dawned on her that as her personal maid, Guamomo would likely be privy to her every move. Yet, this line of thought soon unsettled Jiang Yuyan. Who was her new master? Her father? That seemed implausible. Her father, the dignified prime minister, would hardly concern himself with such matters in her boudoir. Moreover, throughout her life, her father had always shown little regard for her. He was a good official, but not a particularly attentive father. His political achievements always outweighed her existence. Furthermore, Drugging someone to force a union between her and Fu Siyuan seemed utterly foolish. How could the Jiang family commit such an error, making Fu Siyuan resent her? With this thought, Jiang Yuyan's gaze darkened. However, solely based on Gue Momo's dubious remark, she was still reluctant to believe that Gue Momo could be such a person. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding? Before her marriage, her mother had shown great kindness to Gue Momo, who had vowed to serve her mother devotedly for life. Alas, fate is capricious. Her mother had passed away shortly after giving birth to Jiang Yuyan. Before her mother's demise, Gue Momo had also sworn an oath. As long as she lived, she would protect Jiang Yuyan and ensure she never suffered even the slightest grievance. Jiang Yuyan hoped that perhaps she had merely imagined it. "Are you hungry, miss? I will fetch something delicious from the kitchen," Gue Momo offered. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room filled with pastries. But Jiang Yuyan shook her head, saying, "There is no need for you to busy yourself. I can manage with whatever I find in the room." Gue Momo followed Jiang Yuyan's gaze to the pastries and shook her head. "But miss, do you not dislike such things? Shall I fetch you a bowl of clear beef noodle soup instead?" Clear beef noodle soup was Jiang Yuyan's favorite. Tears welled up in her eyes. How thoughtful Gue Momo was. Unfortunately, Gue Momo was unaware that in her past life, the Jiang family had fallen into ruin, and Jiang Yuyan had endured days of hunger, long having lost any preference for food. Just as she was about to agree with a simple yes, she heard Gue Momo's impatient thoughts. Why has she not responded? If she doesn't agree, how can I add the medicine to the soup? Jiang Yuyan jolted, her words caught in her throat. What medicine? No, that won't do. I can manage. I will go prepare it right now. Please wait a moment, miss, Gue Momo declared, not waiting for Jiang Yuyan's consent, fearing that a moment's delay might lead to a change of heart. Though Jiang Yuyan had not consented, she watched Gue Momo's retreating figure, her heart filled with increasing suspicion. Medicine? To drug me? Gue Momo, with whom I share an extraordinary bond, would never harm me. Yet, why the secrecy in administering the drug? Jiang Yuyan racked her memory for clues from her previous life. In that life, it was also Gue Momo who had prepared a bowl of clear beef noodle soup for her when Fu Siyuan stormed out. At that time, she had felt a similar wave of gratitude. Suddenly, an idea struck her as she stared into the flickering candlelight, her expression turning fierce. If there were a connection, could it be? No, that seemed impossible. Jiang Yuyan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. After consuming the beef noodles in her previous life, she had suffered excruciating stomach pains throughout the night. Being naive, she had thought a normal reaction. Now, could it be linked to that bowl of clear beef noodle soup? Just as Jiang Yuyan pondered the events of her past life, Gue Momo entered, carrying a steaming bowl of fragrant clear beef noodle soup. While placing it on the table, she affectionately urged, "Miss, please rise and eat. It will be unpleasant if it cools." Jiang Yuyan gazed at the bowl of clear beef noodle soup and replied, "I suddenly feel not hungry anymore. You should eat instead, Momo." Upon hearing this, Gue Momo's face fell, and she admonished with a voice akin to that of a concerned elder, "Miss, do not be willful. Quickly finish your meal, so you can rest. I understand you're feeling down, but eating well and resting is essential for tomorrow's strength in entering the palace. Moreover, there are many days ahead to slowly get to know the prince," she coaxed. Gue Momo's reasoning was not without merit, yet Jiang Yuyan remained unmoved. She needed to ascertain what Gue Momo had added to the noodles. Seeing that Jiang Yuyan showed no inclination to rise, Gue Momo decided to bring the bowl directly to her bedside. With an air of authority, she insisted, "Miss, I must say, you truly ought to reflect on this. For your health, you must eat the noodles today. Otherwise, how am I to explain to Miss Lin?" Miss Lin? There were few families with the surname Lin in the capital. Jiang Yuyan's immediate thought was of Lin Wanru. In her previous life, Lin Wanru, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, had been a frequent source of trouble for her. Lin Wanru, a cousin of Fu Siyuan and his most ardent admirer, had harbored resentment towards Jiang Yuyan for marrying into the Rue Wangfu. Jiang Yuyan picked up the bowl of noodles and, with her chopsticks, took a few strands. The broth was clear, the meat fragrant, and the noodles firm, truly a delightful dish. However, she casually inquired, "What have you added to the noodles, Momo?" Gue Momo, eager for Jiang Yuyan to eat, was caught off guard by the question. She hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. What could I have added? Just beef and noodles, of course. Really? It seems more aromatic than the ones you made previously. Gue Momo chuckled awkwardly, a hint of pride creeping into her expression. Who would have thought that the Juezi medicine powder could enhance the flavor of the noodles? So that was it. The Juezi medicine powder. Merely hearing the name revealed it to be something insidious. How could such a vile substance be used against her? So, the stomach pains in her previous life had indeed stemmed from consuming this wretched concoction. Jiang Yuyan inhaled deeply, her expression darkening as she pushed the bowl of noodles away from her. Momo, you eat it instead. I am not feeling well and no longer wish to eat. Gue Momo, well acquainted with Jiang Yuyan's habits, was momentarily taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. Very well, there would be an explanation demanded later. Why was she not thinking about how to explain this to me? Jiang Yuyan smirked, feigning ignorance as she asked, "Is there anything else you need to attend to, Momo?" Gue Momo's smile vanished, and irritation flickered across her features. "No, nothing at all. I have no matters to attend to. Please finish your noodles so I can rest. Hurry and eat. I certainly do not wish to linger here. Serving you, staying with you will only bring me hardship in the future. I must begin to plan ahead. Truly, knowing a person's face does not guarantee knowing their heart." Just moments ago, Jiang Yuyan clung to a glimmer of hope, believing it to be merely a misunderstanding. But she was instantly doused with a chilling reality. Who could have imagined that the very woman who had stood by her side, her beloved Momo, harbored treachery? Was it her own folly in a past life? Or had Momo's fad been so flawless that she remained oblivious until her very last breath? Jiang Yuyan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Since you have shown me indifference, I shall no longer feel bound by loyalty." With a frigid expression, she seized the bowl of noodles from Momo's hands and, with a swift motion, splashed both the bowl and its contents onto Momo. Without allowing Momo a moment to comprehend the situation, she delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Momo, how dare you intentionally scald me with noodles? Someone come quickly." Chapter 3 At present, he is quite troubled. Jiang Yuyan shouted loudly toward the outside. Although she had brought only one Gue Mama and a few rough maidservants from the Jiang residence, according to the customs, the Rue Wangfu was required to assign 4 high-ranking maidservants to the new princess. In her previous life, due to her lack of favor with the Rue Wang, she had only seen those 4 high-ranking maidservants during her initial days after entering the palace. Since she was entitled to the maidservants, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Yuyan called out loudly, and soon 4 maidservants entered. With a wave of her small hand, she dismissed their formalities and pointed at one, instructing you, "Hurry and fetch a doctor for me. I have been scalded." The maidservant, upon hearing of the princess's injury, nodded vigorously and rushed out to find a physician. The remaining 3 maidservants, without needing further instruction from Jiang Yuyan, either went to open a cabinet to prepare a clean garment for her or approached to examine the princess's injury. Gue Mama, covering her face, knelt on the ground, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. When had her young lady ever struck her? Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Yuyan pointed at one of the sturdier maidservants and ordered, "Gue Mama scalded me. Make sure she is well taken care of, and if she tries to speak, give her a slap. Moreover, you all come here first. No need to busy yourselves." Jiang Yuyan surveyed the 3 maidservants before her, each of differing heights yet distinct in appearance, and asked in a procedural manner, "What are your names?" The sturdy maidservant bowed slightly, introducing herself as Xin Yue. Another chimed in, "I am Xian Yue, and the one who just went to fetch the doctor is Mei Yue." Jiang Yuyan nodded. "Who among you will go and invite the Wanya to come over?" The 3 maidservants exchanged glances. Inviting the doctor is fine, but asking the Wanya could be a bit troublesome. We just witnessed the Wanya storm out in anger. Going to ask the Wanya now would be akin to pulling the tiger's whiskers. Jiang Yuyan listened to their unspoken thoughts and let out a cold laugh. Indeed, she wished to have them pull the tiger's whiskers. If even Gue Mama could not be trusted, how reliable could those she had brought be, handpicked by Gue Mama? Yet, she certainly could not remain without anyone to command by her side. What, unwilling? The maidservants lowered their heads in silence, while Jiang Yuyan absorbed their sentiments. Xianhua thought, "I heard the new princess is knowledgeable and courteous, with a very good temperament, yet she does not appear so. Judging by the Wang Ye's reaction tonight, it seems she will have no standing in the household. Associating with someone of no standing could only bring misfortune. Xin Yue expressed her fear. I am so frightened. What if I am the one asked to summon the Wang Ye? Excellent. One was contemplating seeking a better position, while the other was timid as a mouse. Jiang Yuyan focused her gaze on Mei Yue. Oddly enough, she could hear none of her thoughts. Just as she pondered whether Mei Yue possessed some unique trait, Mei Yue stepped forward, declaring, Wang Fei, I will go. Jiang Yuyan nodded in agreement. This Mei Yue was intriguing. She could not hear her thoughts at all, just as she was contemplating this. A naive remark from Mei Yue reached her ears. I must hurry. I need to work diligently in front of the new master. Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but glance at Mei Yue's retreating figure. But what if the Wang Ye asks me what to say? Just tell him the Wang Fei cannot sleep and misses him. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yuyan nearly choked on her own breath. Who would believe she missed him? Just moments ago, she had bitten him. However, this girl was certainly worth observing. Not long after Mei Yue left, Mei Yue returned with a doctor from the Rue Wang Fu. The elderly doctor, with his white hair and stroking his beard, bore an air of competence. Jiang Yuyan nodded at the esteemed doctor he as a form of greeting. The doctor, with keen eyes, scrutinized Jiang Yuyan. I hear the princess has suffered a scald? Oh, not at all. Jiang Yuyan pointed at Gue Mama. It was her. Please, esteemed doctor he, take a look at her. The new princess actually knows my surname. Jiang Yuyan explained to herself. Having long heard of an esteemed physician in the Rue Wang Fu by the name of he, it must be him. The Rue Wang had been frail since childhood, and only a handful of renowned physicians resided in the household. One could not remain there without a certain level of skill. As doctor he set aside his surprise and placed his medical box on the ground, he proceeded to examine Gue Mama's scald. Without Jiang Yuyan's command, Gue Mama remained on her knees, too frightened to rise. A bowl of noodle soup had been entirely spilled on her, leaving her garments soaked. Doctor he sniffed the air. An alarm coursed through him. After years of practicing medicine, he was well acquainted with the scents of various herbs. Is this Juezi-san? He lowered his gaze, carefully examining the woman kneeling before him. Is this the Wang Ye's order? However, having spent many years by the Wang Ye's side, he quickly dismissed this notion. No, the Wang Ye is certainly not this kind of person. Then it must be the princess's own intention. Juezi-san is a matter of great consequence. I must promptly report this to the Wang Ye. He retrieved a bottle of burn ointment from his medical box and handed it to Gue Mama, deliberately brushing his fingers against her drenched garment, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Indeed, this is Juezi-san. Jiang Yuyan observed Dr. He's actions, feigning ignorance. Dr. He, please have a seat for a moment. How is my personal mama's injury? Have you discovered anything? Even as she spoke, she showed no inclination to have Gue Mama rise. Dr. He, ever respectful, replied, This mama's burn is not serious. With ample rest, she will recover in a few days. Recover? Having administered Juezi-san, does he expect recovery? Meanwhile, in Fu Siyuan's study, Yu Ning was reporting to Fu Siyuan, who sat behind the desk, all that had transpired after he left Fengxiao Pavilion. Fu Siyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. My lord, it is rumored that Jiang Xia, the princess, is understanding and kind-hearted. Is it not peculiar that she is now making things difficult for her mama? Fu Siyuan scoffed. If she were truly understanding and kind-hearted, she would not have administered poison. Recalling their recent entanglement, Fu Siyuan's ears turned red, and he swiftly changed the subject. So, you are saying that the mama she brought dared to administer poison to her mistress on her own accord? Yes, I did not missee. But did you catch a glimpse of who administered the medicine? Yu Ning crossed his arms and shook his head. It was too dark at the time, and I was afraid of alarming the snake, so I did not dare to approach too closely. Fu Siyuan pressed his lips together. However, this did not imply that anyone could perform covert actions under his watchful gaze. Regardless of his feelings, she remained his legitimate wife. Yu Ning observed the lord seated firmly behind the desk. The immense pressure made him feel as if he was falling into an icy abyss, and he instinctively took a step back. He dreaded the lord's anger, even though he appeared calm and composed. Suddenly, Yu Ning exchanged a glance with Fu Siyuan. Someone was approaching the study. Fu Siyuan slightly raised his chin, and Yu Ning understood, hastening to the door to open it. Mei Yue raised her hand, startled. Stuttering, she said to Yu Ning, Wang Fei requests, please ask the Wang to come over. The obedient Mei Wei stood at the door, waiting for a long time with no movement from within. She rubbed her hands together, thinking, it would not be good if I failed to complete the first task entrusted by the new master. With that thought, she raised her hand and knocked again. Yuning opened the door once more, irritated. Why are you still here? Mei Wei, unwilling to back down, shouted loudly into the room. Wang Fei requests your presence. Yuning frowned. How can this maidservant be so ignorant of etiquette? The Lord is currently quite troubled. Chapter 4 worried about dirtying the Lord's shoes. Gui Mama rubbed her aching knees. Jiang Yuyan had not allowed her to rise, and she was too afraid to do so. Dr. He sat drinking tea, pondering the intentions of the new princess. This was already his third cup of tea. He truly could not comprehend the intentions of the new princess. Each time he attempted to leave, she would insist he remain seated and have someone refill his tea. He found it difficult to refuse her. At that moment, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside. The full moon had not yet arrived, but the sound preceded it. Princess, princess, the prince has arrived. Jiang Yuyan gazed at the flushed maid who had rushed in, nodding with satisfaction. Yuan Yu was indeed a good child. What did you tell the prince? Jiang Yuyan inquired with curiosity. And nothing at all, Yuan Yu stammered, shaking her head shyly. I merely called out. The prince has forgotten his manners. Jiang Yuyan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the earlier embarrassing scene. Indeed, it truly was. She quickly composed herself and sat gracefully on the bed. Sure enough, not long after, she saw Fu Siyuan enter, hands clasped behind his back. The atmosphere grew tense as he entered. Granny Gui's eyes flickered with alarm before returning to normal. She clenched her teeth and shot a glance at Jiang Yuyan, thinking to herself, as long as I maintain my silence, they cannot do anything to me. Fu Siyuan surveyed the disordered room and chose a chair to sit down. His voice was as cold as frost as he demanded, what brings this king here? Although Jiang Yuyan had grievances against him, she chose not to confront him at that moment, considering that he had indeed come. With a bright smile, she replied, as I just entered the residence, I encountered such a situation. I was at a loss, which is why I requested the prince's presence. After speaking, she turned to Dr. He. Now that the prince is here, you need not make the journey yourself. Please explain the truth to the prince. Fu Siyuan, initially filled with anger, found his irritation dissipating as he gazed into her clear eyes and radiant smile. If I did not know her nefarious intentions, I might have been deceived by her appearance. This thought only fueled his frustration. Why did I even come here? Just because of a remark about forgetting one's manners? The air grew even colder. Dr. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. How does the princess know I was looking for the prince? He glanced up, gauging Fu Siyuan's expression. Although the prince is not fond of the new princess, this matter concerns the possibility of heirs. The prince's health is frail, having been burdened by toxins since childhood. It is unlikely the princess could bear even a son or daughter, let alone use such a malevolent poison as the absolute heir's powder. Jiang Yuyan could not help but smirk at Dr. He's musings. Indeed, he had not yet consummated the marriage. If he were incapable, then she need not worry about competition for wealth. Dr. He, being highly respected in the prince's residence, felt free to speak his mind. With Fu Siyuan's approval, Dr. He proceeded, Your Highness, while treating this esteemed matron, I discovered that her face powder was mixed with the absolute heir's powder. As expected, Fu Siyuan's expression darkened further. The previously cold air now felt as though they were plunged into the depths of a frigid abyss, shivering uncontrollably. Dr. He, drenched in cold sweat, dared not utter another word. Granny Gui, with a swift roll, crawled to Jiang Yuyan, tugging at her skirt. Miss, I swear I knew nothing. I truly know nothing. Jiang Yuyan shifted, pulling her skirt away from Granny Gui's grasp, distancing herself. With tears streaming down her face, Granny Gui lamented, Miss, I have accompanied you since childhood. How could I harm you? It must be someone else who seeks to use me to do you harm. If I had not possessed the ability to read minds, I might have believed her, given that I had trusted Granny Gui throughout my previous life. Jiang Yuyan rose, avoiding her gaze. This was all her own doing. Do not call me miss. For the sake of our shared history, you should reveal the identity of the person who provided you with the poison. Granny Gui, head bowed, stubbornly insisted. I truly do not know. Fu Siyuan frowned, as he detested such matters. I have heard that you have a son living in the outskirts, surnamed Kai. Your Highness, please spare me. It was the miss who instructed me to do this. Upon hearing Fu Siyuan mention her illegitimate child, Granny Gui could no longer maintain her composure. Jiang Yuyan found it amusing. One moment you claim ignorance, and the next you say it was I who instructed you. Granny Gui, do you think the prince will believe your words? Fu Siyuan rubbed his temple in frustration. Yuning, take her away and ensure she reveals the truth. Jiang Yuyan was taken aback, surprised by how easily this was resolved. She had anticipated a lengthy discourse. Indeed, you reap what you sow. The quality of a servant reflects the nature of their master. I fear my shoes might get dirty from this encounter. Jiang Yuyan suddenly understood. He believed her presence sullied his eyes, which was why he acted so swiftly against Granny Gui. Was he implying that this was merely a way for me to attract his attention? The very next moment, Fu Siyuan thought, such trivial tricks will not earn my regard. I shall endure you for one more day. After tomorrow, I will deal with you properly. Jiang Yuyan shifted, feeling a dull ache. Though she was the one who had been wronged, she had become the subject of his disdain. Jiang Yuyan scoffed, finding it absurd. If they could coexist peacefully, she had alleviated his burdens as well. Pretending to be a couple in public while remaining uninvolved privately was preferable to unrequited love in her past life. Suddenly, she recalled a sunlit afternoon in her previous life at the Jiang residence, seated at her writing desk, with Granny Gui gently fanning her from behind. Miss, in a few days you shall be wed. Are you nervous? Jiang Yuyan shook her head. How could she be anxious when marrying a man coveted by every young lady in the capital, her heart brimming with happiness? It is said that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his body. Jiang Yuyan looked at Granny Gui in surprise, pondering the meaning of her words. She contemplated them deeply over the next 2 days. After 2 days, she boldly dismissed everyone and sought out a reputed courtesan known to possess the finest aphrodisiac in the entire capital, spending a small fortune to acquire a package. It turned out that from that moment on, Granny Gui had been secretly bribed by Lin Wanru of the Lin family. Wait! Jiang Yuyan called out to the retreating Granny Gui. Upon hearing Jiang Yuyan's command, Granny Gui saw a glimmer of hope. Breaking free from Yuning's grasp and rushing to kneel before Jiang Yuyan, sobbing profusely. Miss, I knew you could not bear to part with me. Jiang Yuyan sighed, and the next moment, everyone present gasped in shock as she cast Granny Gui into the depths of despair. So, it was you who administered the prince's poison? The objective has been achieved. She merely wished to give a warning to Fu Siyuan. However, Fu Siyuan was evidently unimpressed. He glared at Gui Mama with a chilling gaze. Sharp as a blade, if you dare utter another lie, I assure you, you will meet a most gruesome fate. Gui Mama was already frightened to the point of losing her composure. All she desired was to preserve her own life. Indeed, Mrs. Lin Wanru, the Minister of Revenue's daughter. I was utterly bewitched, which is why I heeded her words. I have had enough. Fu Siyuan Bilud, Yuning. Do not hesitate to take her away. Upon hearing Fu Siyuan's command, Yuning swiftly approached Gui Mama and escorted her out. As the echoes of Gui Mama's cries faded into the distance, Jiang Yuyan turned to Fu Siyuan. He still did not believe her, did he? But mattered not. After all, it was her misfortune to have boarded this treacherous ship with him. This was merely a prelude, a means to allow him to see Lin Wanru's true nature beforehand, sparing her from being implicated when misfortune befell him. Fu Siyuan shot a dagger-like glare at Jiang Yuyan. This woman is truly malicious. How dare she slander Wanru? If I weren't familiar with Wanru, I might have actually believed her. Just endure a little longer. Once tomorrow passes, everything will be manageable. Jiang Yuyan shrugged internally. Alas, it was her own lack of discernment that had torn apart their childhood bond. But did this foolish heir know? In her past life, he had been thoroughly ensnared by her. Lin Wanru was nothing short of a pristine white lotus. Jiang Yuyan recalled her previous life, where Lin Wanru had viewed Fu Siyuan merely as a reliable backup, while she herself had quickly ascended to the East Palace, becoming the prince's consort. Jiang Yuyan regarded Fu Siyuan with a gaze filled with pity. Indeed, being a backup was a most tragic fate. Observing Jiang Yuyan's sympathetic expression only fueled Fu Siyuan's ire. What does this madwoman's gaze imply? He stormed toward her. Jiang Yuyan felt a sudden foreboding. Indeed, the childhood bond was not to be disrespected. Was he now seeking to vent his anger on her? His demeanor was fearsome. What to do? Had she known, she would not have offered him a warning. After tomorrow, he would walk his own path, and she would tread hers. From that point onward, their paths would not cross. Contemplating the next day, Jiang Yuyan felt a flicker of joy. Wasn't she supposed to seek favor from Jean? Jiang Yuyan suddenly felt emboldened. What was there to fear? Before she met the Empress Dowager, would he dare to harm her? With her arms crossed and her chest puffed out, she resolutely obstructed Fu Siyuan's advance. In her previous life, she had encountered countless raucous old women. As long as they stood firm against the turbulent waves, their commanding presence would overshadow any insults. She exuded an air of defiance. Fu Siyuan halted, lowering his gaze to Jiang Yuyan's unwavering stance, his expression growing darker. This woman still thinks to entice me. She ought to consider her own worth. Hearing Fu Siyuan's words, Jiang Yuyan lowered her head. Entice? She was merely provoking. Though her stature was modest and her presence slightly lacking, it was still a provocation. She lifted her head, locking eyes with him, sparks flying between them. This wretched woman. I do wonder what tricks you still have up your sleeve. The surrounding air seemed to freeze until a small sneeze broke the silence. She looked up to find Fu Siyuan still glaring at her. Jiang Yuyan, filled with indignation, blurted out, "What are you staring at, cross-eyed?" The moment her words left her mouth, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Dr. He and the maidservants were too frightened to breathe. Fu Siyuan, seething with anger, was about to retaliate when he could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and moved forward. Just as his palm approached Jiang Yuyan's face, she shut her eyes, thinking, "Beast, I was wrong to speak out of turn." Fu Siyuan halted his hand. Everyone in the room was watching. If I were to slap her, it would be tantamount to announcing to the world that I am abusing my wife on our wedding night. Fu Siyuan felt a wave of frustration. He circled his fingers around her face and gently pinched it. The texture is quite nice. Jiang Yuyan, thinking he was about to unleash his wrath upon her, fearfully closed her eyes. Yet, she felt someone gently pinching her face. Quite pleasant indeed. She cautiously opened one eye to sneak a glance at Fu Siyuan. Was this amusing? Brother, let go. Jiang Yuyan was on the verge of tears, yet she dared not speak, fearing it would truly provoke him. Fu Siyuan, seeing her near tears, found it somewhat satisfying. Her delicate, smooth face was soft to the touch, and he felt a strange reluctance to let go. The others in the room were astonished. They had served in the household for years and had never witnessed the prince pinch anyone's face. Unintentionally witnessing this display of affection, they collectively harbored their doubts. Who said the prince and princess had a poor relationship? They were the first to object. Just look at the prince, in front of everyone. He truly dotes on the princess. Suddenly, Fu Siyuan seemed to realize his lapse in decorum, yanking his hand away from Jiang Yuyan's face. The satisfaction that had briefly graced his features vanished. That insufferable woman. She is indeed trying to entice me. Damn it. Jiang Yuyan bit her lip, observing Fu Siyuan's brooding demeanor, listening to his inner grievances. Like a lamb being bullied, she dared not speak nor express her anger. Was she to imply that she had sullied his hands? Indeed, the next moment, Jiang Yuyan watched as Fu Siyuan lifted his hand, vigorously wiping it on the outer fabric of his robe. Feeling 1,000 blows to her heart, Jiang Yuyan resolved, "Do not think you're the only one who finds me distasteful. I find you just as distasteful." Dr. He and the maidservants kept their heads down, staring at their toes. I suppose I will have to play the third wheel from now on. The princess is so fortunate. The world of the young is truly beyond my comprehension. When can I take my leave? Jiang Yuyan then remembered that there were others in the room. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Upon hearing her cough, Dr. He felt relieved and quickly approached. "Your Highness, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Fu Siyuan waved his hand, signaling him to depart hastily. As Dr. He exited, the maidservants wisely followed suit. Before long, the vast room was left with only Jiang Yuyan and Fu Siyuan. "My lord, you should rest early. We must enter the palace tomorrow morning." Watching Fu Siyuan leave the room, Jiang Yuyan sighed with relief. Damn it, why must I leave? That woman should be left to sleep on the streets. Chapter 6. Jiang Yuyan, come here. The following day, the sky was dimly lit, hinting at dawn. Yuan Yu pulled back Jiang Yuyan's bed curtains. "Your Highness, it is time to rise." Jiang Yuyan was perplexed. She had slept on this bed for most of her previous life, yet somehow she found it unfamiliar last night. After much tossing and turning, she had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours. Now, upon Yuan Yu's call, Jiang Yuyan impatiently wrapped herself in her blanket, curling into a tight ball. "Your Highness." Yuan Yu, unyielding, reached out to tug at Jiang Yuyan's blanket. "Are you not tired of this?" Jiang Yuyan threw off the blanket in frustration, sitting up to face Yuan Yu's round face, which surprisingly stirred her from her stupor. "Why are you here?" Jiang Yuyan asked, somewhat bewildered. Yuan Yu nodded earnestly, acknowledging her role as a servant. What a simpleton she is. Jiang Yuyan rubbed her eyes and yawned casually, inquiring about the reason for her presence. It was evident that her entry into the palace today was at the behest of Fu Si Yuan. "Oh, it's Xian Yu." Xian Yu remarked that I managed to persuade the prince last night, so waking up the princess this morning should be a trivial matter. Indeed, it turned out to be just that. This surprised Jiang Yuyan somewhat. Observing Yuan Yu's joyful expression, she felt reluctant to shatter her blissful ignorance. Life is often best lived in a haze, and there are few good girls like Yuan Yu. After tidying herself, Jiang Yuyan exited Feng Xiaoge in the hall. Fu Si Yuan had already finished his breakfast and was prepared to depart. He had not slept well the previous night and had risen early that morning, making his complexion appear even paler. He cleared his throat lightly, and Yu Ning stepped forward to drape a cloak over him. Fu Si Yuan raised his hand to rub his brow. She had yet to rise. Naturally, he referred to Jiang Yuyan. Just as Yu Ning was about to speak, Jiang Yuyan hurried towards them, lifting her dress. I'm here. In a single breath, she reached Fu Si Yuan's side. For her first entrance into the palace as a newlywed, her attire and accessories could not be casual. She had fussed over Yuan Yu for quite some time, and by now, it was nearly time to depart. With hands on her hips and breathing heavily, she apologized for her tardiness. Fu Si Yuan glanced at the two large steamed buns on the table and coolly suggested they have breakfast first. Jiang Yuyan had no intention of consuming any breakfast. On this day in her past life, it had been merely 2 steamed buns. To please Fu Si Yuan, she had pretended to relish them, resulting in her having nothing but steamed buns for breakfast in the days that followed. Today, she would not repeat that folly. She cast a glance at the buns and declared, I do not like steamed buns. Yu Ning, please take them away and bring something else. Yu Ning was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to comply or not. Yu Ning is my guard. If she wants to eat, she can fetch it herself. This woman is truly audacious, thinking she can order Yu Ning around. Moreover, you have only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Otherwise, you will either enter the palace on an empty stomach or walk there on your own. Jiang Yuyan, in a fit of pique, plopped down onto a chair, declaring that Fu Si Yuan could enter the palace alone. She dares. Such rebellious words. A newlywed failing to pay respects to her parents the day after her marriage. One would be hard-pressed to find another in the realm of the Xia. Fu Si Yuan's gaze pierced through her like an arrow, nearly penetrating her very being. Jiang Yuyan chuckled inwardly, knowing she could indeed take that risk. It would require some courage to be the first to be scorned by the masses. You, do not go too far. Oh, I'm going too far? Jiang Yuyan scoffed, equally matched in defiance. Fu Si Yuan's face darkened, and he commanded Yu Ning to fetch a bit of everything from the kitchen for breakfast. No need. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand, loudly calling out to the distance. Yuan Yu. Hearing her voice, a round head peeked out from an archway not far away. It was undoubtedly Yuan Yu. She approached swiftly, holding a large food box, and with a whoosh, she placed it heavily on the table, grinning at Jiang Yuyan and Fu Si Yuan. Princess, everything you requested is here. Jiang Yuyan nodded appreciatively, impressed by Yuan Yu's swiftness. She turned to Fu Si Yuan, saying, Prince, we are ready to go now. This will not delay our schedule. Fu Si Yuan glanced at the food box with displeasure and rose to exit. Jiang Yuyan opened the box and retrieved 2 jade green bean cakes. She handed one to Yuan Yu and popped the other into her mouth, speaking as she chewed, Yu Ning, come here. Seeing the two of them without any decorum while eating, Yu Ning quickly waved his hands. Princess, I already had breakfast this morning. I just wanted to ask if you could help carry the food box to the carriage. Oh, Yu Ning nodded awkwardly, but then reconsidered. The prince dislikes it when people eat in the carriage. Yu Ning felt a chill run down his spine, caught between a rock and a hard place. If the prince were to blame me, I would bear the consequences. Yuning shot an odd glance at Jiang Yuyan in the carriage. As Fu Siyuan settled in, he noticed Jiang Yuyan lifting the curtain and entering. Along with her came the large food box that Yuning had handed to her. Get out! Jiang Yuyan clutched the food box and chose the seat farthest from him. The carriage is spacious, and I'm sitting so far away. It shouldn't bother you. This woman continuously tests the limits of my patience. Fu Siyuan flexed his wrist, the bones cracking crisply. Get out. If you do not leave, I will not hesitate to throw you out. Seeing that Fu Siyuan was genuinely serious, Jiang Yuyan shrank back, clutching the food box tighter. What harm is there in simply changing seats? I will move. She threw open the curtain and squeezed out to sit alongside Yuning. Princess? Why did you come out? It's cool outside. You don't mind if I sit with you, right? Not at all. Yuning shook his head. The princess truly is pitiable, yet she is quite delightful. The carriage rolled forward. Soon, Fu Siyuan began to regret his decision. The new marriage of the Rui Wang and the marriage of the Jiang family's daughter were significant events of the year. With Jiang Yuyan's lavish attire and the Rui Wang's understated yet luxurious carriage, they quickly drew the attention of the townsfolk in the capital. Look, is that the Rui Wang Fei? How beautiful! The Rui Wang is fortunate. Initially, the murmurs were soft, but soon they grew into loud blessings from passers-by, wishing you a harmonious union and early offspring. May your marriage be filled with joy and harmony. Listening to these heartfelt blessings, Jiang Yuyan's lips curled into a smile. The common folk of the capital are truly sincere. It feels wonderful to live again. She felt a surge of emotion and unconsciously engaged with the crowd. Thank you, thank you. Oh, may you enjoy good fortune. Your skin is well cared for. Here, this is the crystal soft cake freshly made at the palace this morning. I present it to you. Oh, no need to be courteous. No need. I have more. The Rui Wang Fei is so generous. Everything from the Wang Fu is of high quality. Initially, Fu Siyuan could endure it, but his expression grew darker. This woman is using the Wang Fu's offerings to win the hearts of the people. The most vexing part is that at this rate, Yuan even reached the palace by nightfall. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fu Siyuan barked, Jiang Yuyan, come back in. Hearing the deep voice of anger from within the carriage, Jiang Yuyan felt a surge of joy and quickly clutched her food box, lifting the curtain to return. The townsfolk were simply too enthusiastic. She was nearly overwhelmed. Settling back into her previous seat with the food box, Jiang Yuyan took a deep breath before daring to glance at Fu Siyuan's expression. Even without looking, she knew his face must be quite sour. Fu Siyuan's eyes were tightly shut, pretending not to hear, as if he were the only one in the carriage. Jiang Yuyan touched her flat stomach. She had been so busy greeting the townsfolk that she had yet to eat her breakfast. Since Fu Siyuan treated her like air, it wouldn't hurt to nibble on something in the carriage, would it? With this thought, Jiang Yuyan opened the food box. In her earlier excitement, she had unknowingly finished the pastries from the first 3 tiers. She opened the 4th tier. Inside, a durian pastry lay quietly. Yuan Yu is so thoughtful. During their preparations, she had casually mentioned her desire for a durian pastry for breakfast, and Yuan Yu had prepared one for her. Jiang Yuyan glanced at the Fu Siyuan, who remained immovable. He likely wouldn't mind if she enjoyed a durian pastry in the carriage. Jiang Yuyan opened her mouth and took a small bite. The outer layer was crispy while the inside was tender, bursting with flavor. The aftertaste lingered on delightfully. At that moment, as she prepared to take another bite, she suddenly heard Fu Siyuan's inner voice. Startled, she gazed at the durian pastry in her hand and swallowed hard. Forget it, considering her future inheritance of his estate. What harm could there be in sharing one durian pastry with him? Jiang Yuyan resolutely decided to please him and cheerfully offered the durian pastry towards Fu Siyuan. Your Highness, please enjoy. Fu Siyuan pressed his thin lips together, opened his eyes, and coldly regarded the pastry that had already been bitten into. Durian pastry? That damned woman. Sensing his anger, Jiang Yuyan followed his gaze downward and spotted the small bite missing from the pastry. Hastily, she explained, I didn't know you wanted some. I only took a small bite. You can eat the other side. She even proactively brought the pastry closer to his lips. Fu Siyuan was already too enraged to think clearly. He loathed durian pastries. The moment she had taken out of the box, he had caught a whiff of it. He had merely pretended to rest his eyes, not wanting to deal with her. Yet, he never anticipated she would begin eating it in the carriage. His expression darkened as he spoke. Put away. Not eating? If you're not, then I will. Jiang Yuyan, do not overstep your bounds. If I give it to you, you want to eat it anyway. It's just because you dislike that I took a small bite. Throw it away. I want tea. Fu Siyuan frowned. This woman was utterly unreasonable. You're the unreasonable one. If you want to eat it, then I will. Jiang Yuyan opened her mouth, ready to swallow it whole. Suddenly, a large hand swiftly reached out. Fu Siyuan snatched the durian pastry away from her. Seeing the pastry fly from her mouth, Jiang Yuyan was not about to let it go. She lunged forward, grasping for Fu Siyuan's hand. Give it back. Fu Siyuan raised the hand, holding the durian pastry above his head. In the cramped carriage, standing was not an option. Jiang Yuyan, half kneeling, found herself clinging to his thigh, with the pastry now over his head. Both were oblivious to the impropriety of their position, their sole focus on the pastry. You must return it. Observing her anxious demeanor, a flicker of amusement broke through Fu Siyuan's gloom. I told you to eat. Throw it away. Hearing Fu Siyuan's triumphant inner voice declaring he would throw it away, Jiang Yuyan's eyes turned red with urgency. Damn it. It was just a little too far. This wretched height difference. She steeled herself, summoning all her strength to reach for the durian pastry. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. Off balance, Jiang Yuyan swiftly grabbed onto something soft. Unexpectedly, she was thrown backward. Fu Siyuan felt a sharp pain, and in an instant, his soul seemed to leave his body. In a flash, his instincts prevented him from moving, and he leaned forward in response to her pull. The durian pastry sailed gracefully through the air. Plop! It landed perfectly. Jiang Yuyan blinked, pained, and before she could comprehend the situation, something soft pressed against her lips. Their eyes locked. The atmosphere in the carriage became extraordinarily awkward. Master, we have arrived. Yu Ning excitedly lifted the carriage curtain. Get out. Fu Siyuan raised his head, unleashing a roar from his throat. What did I just witness? The master has the princess beneath him. The master has the princess beneath him. Imagining some unspeakable scene, Yu Ning felt an exhilarating thrill. I never expected the master to be that kind of person, unable to restrain himself for even a moment. Hearing Yu Ning's fervent inner voice, Jiang Yuyan felt like crying. What made her more distressed was that the person above her remained motionless. One of her hands was trapped between them, feeling constricted and unable to move. So heavy. I'm nearly suffocating. With a choked voice, she managed to speak. Your Highness, could you please get up? Fu Siyuan felt an impulse to strangle the woman beneath him. It wasn't that he couldn't get up. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed his anger, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Let go of me. Let go? In a daze, Jiang Yuyan suddenly remembered that the hand trapped between them was still clutching something soft. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Jiang Yuyan quickly released her grip. The moment Fu Siyuan was freed, he rose from her as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Jiang Yuyan, relieved as well, scrambled to her feet, filled with boundless apologies, her eyes darting towards Fu Siyuan, hoping nothing was amiss. Fu Siyuan, irate, thought, this damned woman, still looking. If it weren't at the palace gates, I would crush you. Then, feeling somewhat relieved, he thought, after all, I've always been solitary in my past life. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. He straightened his disheveled clothes, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the carriage first. Inside the conning palace, the fragrant smoke from the gold stove curled up. The maid was reporting to the Empress Dowager about everything that transpired at the Rue Wangfu last night. The Empress Dowager, incredulous, counted the prayer beads in her hand. You mean to say that Shao Qi sold her personal maidservant overnight? Indeed, Your Majesty, replied the senior maidservant while massaging the Empress Dowager's shoulders. The Empress Dowager sighed, changing her position. I always felt that Shao Qi resented me. But what can I do about it? The maid consoled her. Why not speak frankly with the Rue Wang? This is the late Emperor's decree. The Empress Dowager shook her head. It doesn't change anything whether I say it or not. Lianzhu, are they almost here? Please go and prepare. I wish to meet the Rue Wang Fei properly. Yes. In the 8th chapter, the royal heir's difficulties meant that any addition to the family would be welcomed. At that moment, Jiang Yuyan, who was about to meet the Empress Dowager, was closely following behind Fu Siyuan. So stingy. He was definitely walking fast on purpose. Jiang Yuyan grasped her skirt and hurriedly trailed after Fu Siyuan. If it weren't for her fear of revealing too many flaws, she wouldn't feel the need to follow so closely. She had been here in her past life and could have made it to the Empress Dowager's Kongning Palace without him. Jiang Yuyan thought this and became so absorbed in her thoughts that she failed to notice the path ahead, accidentally colliding with Fu Siyuan's back. That hurts." Jiang Yuyan covered her pained nose, complaining, "Why did you stop suddenly?" Fu Siyuan turned to look at Jiang Yuyan, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. How could she blame others for her own carelessness? That seemed a bit hard. "It's turning red." "Red? It's not red." Fu Siyuan coughed lightly. His right hand clenched into a fist. Observing his hesitance, Jiang Yuyan asked, "Is something the matter?" "The Empress Dowager is getting on in years. Be alert when you meet her. Don't provoke her. Otherwise, I will be the first to not spare you." Jiang Yuyan blinked. "Understand, Your Highness, don't worry." Then, suddenly, Fu Siyuan took her hand. "Don't move. I just said to be alert." He tightened his grip on her restless little hand. Jiang Yuyan keenly noticed that Fu Siyuan's ears had turned red. "Your Highness, why are your ears so red?" "I'm hot." Holding her delicate hand, an unfamiliar warmth coursed through Fu Siyuan, leaving him surprised. "So this is how her hand feels." Jiang Yuyan looked at the tall man beside her with disdain. Had he never held a woman's hand before? Upon reflection, it seemed that in her past life, he had never held her hand either. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the Kongning Hall of the Empress Dowager. The palace maid Lian Zhu stood at the entrance of the palace. The morning sun was warm. Prince Rui held the hand of his consort, gracefully approaching. Lian Zhu bowed slightly, acknowledging the arrival of the seventh prince and his wife. As the Empress Dowager awaited them inside, observing the deep affection between the prince and his consort, the Empress Dowager surely felt delighted. After speaking, she straightened up and quietly scrutinized Jiang Yuyan. The rumors in the capital about the consort's elegance and beauty were indeed true. Jiang Yuyan was quite pleased with Lian Zhu's inner thoughts, remembering Lian Zhu's unwavering loyalty to the Empress Dowager in her past life. Jiang Yuyan's smile towards Lian Zhu became even sweeter and more enchanting. She took the initiative to greet her, saying, "Sister Lian Zhu, there's no need for formalities. Yuyan has always been fond of you since our first meeting." Though Lian Zhu served the Empress Dowager, she was also a mere tool. While everyone in the palace showed her a degree of respect, Jiang Yuyan was the first to openly express her fondness. "Let's hurry inside, so as not to keep the Empress Dowager waiting." Within the great hall, the Empress Dowager sat gracefully on the couch, holding a string of prayer beads. Fu Siyuan led Jiang Yuyan into the hall and knelt before the Empress Dowager. "Grandmother, your grandson pays his respects." "Granddaughter-in-law, I pay my respects to you." Good. Rise quickly." The Empress Dowager, in high spirits, looked at the young couple holding hands tightly. She felt reassured. "I was previously worried that this mischievous boy might resent me for arranging his marriage, but it seems my concerns were unwarranted. Lian Zhu, please show them to their seats." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuyan raised her head to discreetly observe the Empress Dowager, who appeared just as she did in her past life. However, in her previous life, she had always perceived the Empress Dowager as imposing and unapproachable, maintaining a distance due to her deteriorating relationship with Fu Siyuan. The Empress Dowager gazed at the young couple and remarked, "Seeing you both so well together puts my mind at ease. The youth of today truly are wonderful. It seems you two are not as discordant as they say, which brings me great comfort." Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. The Empress Dowager was aware of the circumstances within the Prince Rui's residence. "Yuyan," the Empress Dowager called, "if little Qi ever bullies you, just speak to me, and I will teach him a lesson." "Oh my, this Rui Wang Fei has such a lovely complexion. I find her quite endearing." Fu Siyuan quickly grasped Jiang Yuyan's hand and said, "Grandmother, you jest. How could your grandson ever bully her?" Jiang Yuyan recognized this as mere pleasantries, knowing that otherwise, her past life would not have been so tragic. The Empress Dowager beckoned Jiang Yuyan closer. "Come here, join me." Jiang Yuyan was taken aback. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had never summoned her to her side. She looked to Fu Siyuan for confirmation, and upon seeing him nod, she stood and walked gracefully to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager took Jiang Yuyan's hand and said, "My grandson has a bad temper. You must show more understanding." If he wrongs you, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will deal with him accordingly. Jiang Yuyan nodded, agreeing with the Empress Dowager's words. However, Fu Siyuan was not pleased. Grandmother, what kind of punishment? I have never heard of such a thing. Oh, there are many things you have yet to learn. I can make up a few if necessary. This boy, I just want to assure your wife that she has my support. If you err, she can also discipline you. Hearing the Empress Dowager's thoughts left Jiang Yuyan momentarily stunned. So it turned out that the Empress Dowager treated her with such kindness. In her past life, she had been foolish, keeping her distance from such a valuable ally. Looking at the youthful yet dignified Empress Dowager, Jiang Yuyan gently said, "Then grandmother must keep her word." "My word certainly holds weight." Jiang Yuyan seized the moment, saying, "If the prince bullies me in the future, I will inform grandmother, and you will help me teach him a lesson, all right?" Her playful tone melted the heart of the elderly Empress Dowager. "Oh my, this little Wang Fei, how perceptive. I quite like her." Having sat in such a high position for so long, it had been ages since anyone had expressed such affection towards her. Everyone regarded her as the Empress Dowager, the victor of past palace intrigues, treating her with reverence and caution. "Good, good, good," the Empress Dowager repeatedly praised, patting Jiang Yuyan's hand. "Seeing you two together brings me peace. I look forward to welcoming my great-grandchild next year, which would bring me even greater joy. Royal offspring are indeed scarce. Any addition is a blessing." This statement held true, as royal lineage had always been tenuous. In her past life, Jiang Yuyan had not understood, but after experiencing so much, she now comprehended. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager speak of heirs, Fu Siyuan quickly interjected, "Grandmother, we are still young. Matters of offspring are far off, not so distant. More children bring more blessings." Jiang Yuyan swiftly changed the subject. "Grandmother, I recently concocted several beauty balms. I wonder what kind of creams you typically use." Upon hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, the Empress Dowager's heart filled with joy. So this little Wang Fei's radiant complexion comes from her own concoctions. "If you do not mind, I shall bring a few jars for you next time I enter the palace." Women, after all, are most concerned about their appearance. Jiang Yuyan secretly chuckled. Not at all. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with interest. "Did you make these yourself?" "Yes. They were crafted by your granddaughter-in-law." In her previous life, Jiang Yuyan had been confined to the inner chambers, where boredom reigned, and her primary endeavor had been crafting beauty balms. Moreover, she was confident that her creation was unparalleled in the capital. Observing the Empress Dowager's delight, Fu Siyuan sighed in relief. This woman truly excels at superficial charm. However, given that she has managed to amuse the Empress Dowager, I shall no longer make things difficult for her. Jiang Yuyan felt a surge of happiness. Could this be considered an unexpected gain? Chapter 9. Clinging to the Empress Dowager for support, Jiang Yuyan was still immersed in the joy of her unexpected fortune when she noticed Fu Siyuan standing. He addressed the Empress Dowager, saying, "As long as grandmother is pleased." "Pleased? How could I not be fond of the balms made by Rue Wang Fei herself?" The Empress Dowager patted Jiang Yuyan's hand. "Little Qi, I am very fond of your wife." Fu Siyuan was momentarily taken aback. What does grandmother mean by this? Does she intend to keep Jiang Yuyan in the palace? That could be acceptable, out of sight, out of mind. I could keep her entertained daily. Jiang Yuyan, however, was displeased. That won't do. The palace is far from comfortable, and there are too many prying eyes. After all, I have only just begun to alter the trajectory of my past life. I have no intention of jumping into the fire again. Am I not eager enough to meet my demise? This was absolutely unacceptable. Jiang Yuyan promptly smiled and said, "Grandmother, if you are fond of me, I shall frequently visit the palace to keep you company." How did that sound? The Empress Dowager was delighted. That would be wonderful. You and little Qi must come to visit me often. This woman is quite cunning. I have truly underestimated her. Does this mean I will have to bring her along whenever I enter the palace? What is her ultimate goal? Fu Siyuan's heart was tumultuous, yet his face remained composed, and he readily agreed, "All right, what ill intentions could I possibly harbor?" The thought of having to enter the palace with Fu Siyuan in the future made Jiang Yuyan feel bittersweet. Yet, in pursuit of a closer connection to the Empress Dowager, she resolved to persevere. The Empress Dowager lifted her handkerchief to dab at her face and sighed. "You two are indeed thoughtful. Little Qi has been cursed since birth, suffering from a peculiar affliction, which has rendered him frail and sickly. He is a pitiful child. The emperor does not favor him. Ultimately, I am not the emperor's birth mother and cannot fathom his true thoughts. It turned out that the Empress Dowager had her own troubles. Jiang Yuyan was astonished. Fu Siyuan had been born with a strange poison, rumored to be fatal. And it was the Empress Dowager who had fought valiantly to save him and had raised him by her side. These matters Jiang Yuyan had already discerned in her previous life, which perhaps explains her extraordinary feelings towards the Empress Dowager. Observing the Empress Dowager sigh, Fu Siyuan hastily inquired, "What troubles you, grandmother?" The elderly matron, moved by emotions, retorted, "In my age, joy often brings tears." Jiang Yuyan interjected, "Grandmother, if that is the case, how can I dare to amuse you in the future? Joy should manifest in laughter. A smile can make one feel youthful for 10 years. The Empress Dowager chuckled heartily. "Ah, little Qi, look at your witty wife. She truly knows how to bring joy to this old woman. Henceforth, I shall often smile, embracing happiness." Witnessing the Empress Dowager's infectious laughter, Fu Siyuan could not help but let a faint smile grace his lips. Jiang Yuyan is not as intolerable as I once thought. The delightful conversation passed swiftly. Fu Siyuan needed to escort Jiang Yuyan to meet the emperor and empress, thus they could not linger with the Empress Dowager for long. After bidding farewell, Fu Siyuan grasped Jiang Yuyan's hand, only releasing it once they exited the Kongning Palace. Father and mother are not as forgiving as grandmother. Once we meet them, put aside your tricks, Fu Siyuan stated impassively. Jiang Yuyan retorted, "Your Highness, that statement is erroneous. What tricks are you speaking of? The Empress Dowager is benevolent. I genuinely wish to bring her joy. This sentiment is not misplaced. I do intend to curry favor with the Empress Dowager. Naturally, I must first ensure her delight." Fu Siyuan scoffed, "That is for the best. Do not harbor any ulterior motives." In the Anqing Palace, the emperor and empress were engaged in a game of chess. The empress tossed a piece aside, pouting, "Your Majesty, you do not allow me any leeway. This is the third match." The emperor smiled. "It is merely that your Majesty's skill has regressed." The empress, with her coral-tinted hands, brushed the chessboard. "I shall not continue. Why has Wang Rui not yet arrived?" At her mention, the emperor recalled that his son was to bring his newlywed wife into the palace for a visit. He called for a servant, Xiao Daji. "Where is Wang Rui at this moment?" "Ah, Wang Rui shares a deep bond with the Empress Dowager," the empress remarked. "I cannot help but feel envious." The emperor chuckled. He was raised by the Empress Dowager. Their connection is indeed special. Just then, a young eunuch hurriedly entered, "Your Majesty. Wang Rui and his wife seek an audience outside the palace." The emperor waved his hand. "Admit them." Fu Siyuan entered the inner palace with Jiang Yuyan. The emperor and empress were seated upon a couch, a white jade chessboard before them, the pieces in disarray. "Son pays respects to father and mother," he announced. "Daughter-in-law pays respects to father and mother." The emperor nodded. "Rise." Jiang Yuyan stood, her scalp prickling as she lowered her gaze, fixated on her toes. Historically, emperors have always been cautious, even of their own offspring. Should the sovereign discover, she could hear their thoughts. Jiang Yuyan feared she would not survive to see the end of her previous life. She bowed her head even lower. After all, she had seen the emperor and empress in her former life. There was nothing extraordinary about them. Moreover, her previous life had been filled with misfortune. Her family fell from grace. Her father was exiled, and her brother was sent to the borders, all thanks to the emperor and empress. Jiang Yuyan held no affection for them. The emperor inquired a few pleasantries before falling silent. Jiang Yuyan attentively listened to the emperor's thoughts but found herself unable to hear anything. Just as she pondered this, the empress, seated beside her, chuckled. "Why does Wang Rui's wife keep her head lowered?" As she scrutinized Jiang Yuyan, she continued, "Raise your head. Let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan lifted her head. "Ah, she is indeed a striking young lady. The daughter of Jiang Qingxiang possesses remarkable beauty. Your Majesty, how is it that Chun'er lacks such fortune?" Jiang Yuyan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. The crown prince, Fu Haochen, the emperor's fifth son, was known to have a ruthless disposition. The crown prince still required experience. He could not be preoccupied with romantic affairs. The empress chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. I have been foolish." The empress's thoughts raced. Will His Majesty's words not sway him towards Wang Rui? She scrutinized Jiang Yuyan, her mind racing with ideas. If I could persuade her to persuade that old fox, while also keeping an eye on Wang Rui, it would be quite advantageous. A chill ran down Jiang Yuyan's spine. This was not good. She wished to slip away, yet the emperor continued to engage Fu Siyuan in discussions regarding court matters. Ah, Your Majesty, the empress playfully chided. You're always preoccupied with state affairs, discussing them with Wang Rui. As a mere woman, I do not comprehend these matters. For Wang Rui's first visit to the palace, it is inappropriate for her to remain standing here. The emperor chuckled. You speak truthfully. I have indeed neglected her. Your Majesty, please continue your discussions with Wang Rui. I shall take Wang Rui's wife to the Xiangxing Palace for a while. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing the empress's intention to take Jiang Yuyan to her quarters, the emperor nodded in agreement, seeing no harm in it. After all, she would soon be the nominal mother of Wang Rui. Jiang Yuyan internally lamented, fully aware of the empress's motives. Chapter 10. As long as she is willing to serve me, history often exhibits striking parallels. Fu Siyuan's cold gaze fixated on Jiang Yuyan. The empress has always harbored animosity towards me. Summoning this woman surely bodes ill. I must prevent it. Little did he realize, he was in no position to safeguard himself, let alone worry about her safety. Jiang Yuyan recalled her previous life, when the empress had also invited her to the Xiangxing Palace for tea. In truth, the empress had not treated her poorly. She merely requested Jiang Yuyan to persuade her father to support the crown prince and keep an eye on Fu Siyuan at the Wang Rui residence. In her former life, she had foolishly complied, which contributed to Fu Siyuan's eventual betrayal. However, this time, Jiang Yuyan resolved in an instant. She could not drag Fu Siyuan down with her, and she must rise from where she had once fallen. With a smile, she feigned delight. Is that acceptable? Then I shall trouble myself to visit the empress. This woman. Fu Siyuan's fist clenched tightly within his wide sleeves. Jiang Yuyan disregarded his thoughts and stood up, affectionately gazing at the empress. How could it be an imposition? Upon hearing Jiang Yuyan's eagerness to go, the empress, her coral-stained hands covering her face, could not suppress her laughter. Rest assured, Wang Rui, I shall take good care of your wife. Before the emperor, Fu Siyuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall rely on you, mother. He nodded and added, I will come and find you shortly. The empress, triumphant, took Jiang Yuyan's arm and led her away from the Xiangxing Palace. Jiang Yuyan allowed herself to be guided to the Xiangxing Palace. The Xiangxing Palace remained as splendid and opulent as ever. No, this was merely the beginning of its grandeur. Jiang Yuyan unabashedly feigned the demeanor of a country girl visiting the city, gazing about in wonder. The empress, taken aback by Jiang Yuyan's naivety, found amusement in her innocence. Women in the depths of the palace are acutely aware of human nature, and Jiang Yuyan's evident lack of sophistication was a boon. This rustic girl, inexperienced in the world, yet this is advantageous. Understanding what she desires will make it easier to manage her. The empress invited Jiang Yuyan to sit, then commanded, fetch some pastries for Wang Rui's wife. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan quickly waved her hands, saying no, it is no trouble at all. Yuyan is content to simply sit and converse with Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress felt a twinge of displeasure, pondering whether Jiang Yuyan feared she might poison the pastries. Jiang Yuyan was at a loss for words. She generally held little affection for ordinary pastries. The Empress considered her a naive and foolish girl, likely to be easily distracted by trivialities, as had been the case in her past life. Jiang Yuyan bit her lip, wishing for nothing more than to request a cup of tea from the Empress. After a moment, she timidly added, I have heard that there is Mingqing Longjing tea in the palace. I wonder if Your Majesty has any in her collection. Mingqing Longjing is particularly precious, reserved exclusively for the palace, and this year's harvest had been poor, resulting in the emperor acquiring only 3 portions. One was offered to the Empress Dowager, another stored away, and the last gifted to the Empress. The Empress narrowed her beautiful eyes, her heart bleeding with envy. Yet, she could only force a smile, resolving, fortunately, I have a portion here. If you desire it, I shall consider it a gift for our meeting. Everything for Chenat? As long as she could persuade the old fox to support Chener, a mere package of Mingqing Longjing would be insignificant. Jiang Yuyan, sensing the Empress's intentions, allowed herself a silent chuckle, knowing she had successfully baited her hook. How could she refuse? Jiang Yuyan pretended to decline, insisting she could not accept a gift without merit. The Empress's eyes sparkled with interest, realizing Jiang Yuyan had inadvertently touched upon the main point. That makes it easier for me to speak. We are family now. If you like it, take it. The Empress continued, I enjoy seeing you, and I hope you will come to the palace often to chat with me. Jiang Yuyan feigned gratitude, exclaiming, Your Majesty is truly kind. This palace is resplendent, and I find it so delightful. The Empress's red lips curled slightly, pondering how the Prime Minister could have raised such a delightful child. Truly, another bumpkin. Jiang Kai, despite holding a high position, foolishly believed that being incorruptible was a virtue. Compared to the Prime Minister, the Empress had far more to worry about. The Crown Prince was mischievous, and while the Empress wished to discipline him, she felt her efforts were insufficient. If only the Prime Minister could assist her in guiding the Crown Prince, it would be ideal. Your Majesty flatters me. My father only knows how to raise me without constraints. The Crown Prince is benevolent and wise, a true reflection of your nurturing. This flattery resonated well. Jiang Yuyan shyly remarked, My father has few preferences. Please forgive me for any shortcomings. Upon my marriage, I will have very few adornments or garments to bring as dowry. Her family had little understanding of a daughter's sentiments. Thus, as a daughter, she must consider her father's hardships. Jiang Yuyan thought, having spoken so candidly, it would be unreasonable for the Empress to remain unresponsive. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in the Empress's eyes. Providing for both father and daughter is the same, as long as she is willing to serve me. To topple the Rui Wang, the Crown Prince's position must be secured. Thus, the Empress was willing to invest. This bumpkin does not appear to be discerning. I shall simply give her something trivial. Someone, the Empress called towards the door. A maid entered, bowing respectfully to the Empress. Go retrieve the jewelry box placed at the outermost part of my treasury. Your Majesty, your jewelry is precious, and Yuyan seldom wears such things. I wouldn't dare to tarnish your beautiful adornments. Upon hearing this, the maid halted and exclaimed, How dare you? A mere princess dares to pick and choose before my Empress. Jiang Yuyan finally turned her attention to the maid's face. Who is this? It turned out to be the Empress's personal maid, Lu Qiao. In her previous life, Lu Qiao had wielded her authority in the palace, often bullying others under the Empress's protection. Seeing Lu Qiao direct her anger towards her, Jiang Yuyan immediately feigned distress, shaking her head with a frightened expression. I did not mean to offend. Please do not say such things. Am I mistaken, Your Majesty? I believe I should take my leave. Upon hearing Jiang Yuyan's intention to depart, the Empress grew anxious. She shouted furiously, You insolent servant! How dare you speak here? Out at once. Lu Qiao was taken aback, lowering her head in silence as she retreated. After taking a few steps, the Empress's voice rang out again. Stop! Go to my dressing table and bring me the set of Jinji Yuyi jewelry. Lu Qiao turned, astonished by the Empress's command. That set of Jinji Yuyi jewelry has long been sought after by Princess Nianxiang, yet the Empress has been reluctant to part with it. She discreetly raised her gaze to assess Jiang Yuyan. This woman is remarkable. The Empress has always despised Rui Wang. Why is she suddenly willing to gift this set to his princess? Chapter 11. Please do not harm me, all right? Having spent ample time beside the Empress, Lu Qiao had witnessed many scenes. She quickly composed herself, bowing respectfully before departing to retrieve the jewelry set. Jiang Yuyan was somewhat taken aback. The Empress was willing to part with such a valuable gift to win her favor. How unfortunate! Jiang Yuyan, having been deceived in her previous life, felt no remorse this time. This compensation was trivial compared to what the Empress's family had extorted from the people. The Empress smiled graciously, shifting the conversation to more serious matters. However, no matter what she said, Jiang Yuyan skillfully diverted the discussion, maintaining an expression of confusion and ignorance. This bumpkin, how could she not comprehend such a straightforward hint? Such a waste of the Jinji Yuyi jewelry. The Empress bit her teeth, undeterred, stating, The Crown Prince has mentioned you several times, praising your father's vast knowledge, yet lamenting he has never had the chance to pay a visit. Although the Daxia dynasty espoused open politics, forming clandestine factions, and engaging in corruption was a grave offense. As the crown prince, Fu Haoqian had opportunities but lacked the courage. Jiang Yuyan's bright eyes twinkled. What difficulty could there be? The Empress's heart lifted. Finally, she is understanding. Simply presenting a note to the gatekeeper would suffice. Her father would naturally meet him. The Empress's smile was nearly uncontainable. As she prepared to make another gentle suggestion, the sound of a eunuch announcing from outside interrupted. Lady Li Fei has arrived. The Empress froze, glancing at Jiang Yuyan. What does that wretched woman want? Why did she come at such an hour? Is it related to this bumpkin? In her previous life, Lady Li Fei had not appeared. Jiang Yuyan recalled that Lady Li Fei and the Empress had long been at odds. One was the favored concubine of the current emperor, while the other held dominion over the palace's resources. A fierce power struggle had persisted for many years. The Empress quickly donned a facade of cordiality, sitting regally. Lady Li Fei elegantly entered and stood before the Empress. This humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The Empress regarded Lady Li Fei with disdain, noting her lack of proper decorum in greeting. This wretched woman cannot even offer proper greetings in my palace? She graciously gestured toward a nearby chair. Sister, please be seated. In truth, without her prompting, Lady Li Fei had already taken a seat beside the chair. Jiang Yuyan felt a thrill of excitement. How exhilarating it was to witness the impending clash between the two most powerful women in the palace, with herself as the sole witness. Lady Li Fei appraised Jiang Yuyan from head to toe. Is this the Rui Wang's princess? She possesses some beauty fitting for Shao Qi. Little was known about Lady Li Fei in her past life. Jiang Yuyan only remembered that she had no children, but managed to retain the emperor's affections for many years. During her time of exclusive favor, she often clashed with the empress. Yet, even beauties face the inevitability of aging. Ultimately, if Jiang Yuyan recalled correctly, Lady Li Fei had taken her own life in despair when her favored status waned. She too was a pitiable soul, sharing a tragic fate with herself in her past life. Sister, what brings you to my palace today? The Empress kindly introduced. This is the Princess Rui. Li Fei nodded, deliberately ignoring Jiang Yuyan's presence. I heard that the Princess Rui has entered the palace, she remarked, so I came to visit my sister's Xiangxing palace out of curiosity, to catch a glimpse of the princess's beauty. Jiang Yuyan respectfully bowed to Li Fei. The Empress smiled. Oh, so you came to see the Princess Rui? There is no need for you to come in person. Someone else could convey the message just as well. What a wretched person. Time and again, she has thwarted my plans. What do you mean by seeing the Princess Rui? Clearly, she is using this rustic girl as a pretext to spy on my clandestine maneuvers. How can it be the same? I simply wish to see what schemes you are concocting. What? Am I truly at risk of being caught? Just moments ago, Jiang Yuyan was excitedly watching the drama unfold. But now, upon hearing the Empress and Li Fei's inner thoughts, she felt utterly deflated. I am merely an innocent little lamb. I only wish to quietly enjoy the spectacle. Please do not harm me, if you would be so kind. The Empress, feeling even more agitated, could not express her anger. At that moment, Lu Qiao entered with a tray, serving tea one by one. When it came to Jiang Yuyan, she smiled at Lu Qiao in gratitude. Although Lu Qiao had been disrespectful moments ago, that was a separate matter. Lu Qiao paused, recalling the earlier events. The Empress and Li Fei are so attentive to this Princess Rui. It is evident that she holds great importance. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lu Qiao asked the Empress, Your Majesty, the items you instructed me to prepare for the Princess Rui are all ready. Upon hearing this, Li Fei forced a smile, noting, Sister is indeed different. Unlike me, who did not prepare a gift for the Princess Rui upon our first meeting. As expected, what Princess Rui? She is clearly in cahoots with the Empress. I wonder if Shao Qi knows about this. The Empress feigned a smile. I have not prepared much. Just a small token gift. What a fool Lu Qiao is. Doesn't this imply I am trying to win over the Princess Rui? Upon hearing that the items were ready, Jiang Yuyan perked up. Then I shall trouble your majesty. Please send the Mingqing Longjing tea and that set of gold and jade jewelry to the Rui Wangfu. The Empress maintained a forced smile, regretting her decision. 4 Mingqing Longjing tea and the jewelry set were quite valuable. Moreover, this rustic girl has not even agreed to my proposal yet. However, in front of Li Fei. The Empress's heart bled with anguish. Very well, I shall have someone deliver them shortly. With the items prepared, there was nothing left for her to linger on. It would be prudent to avoid further entanglement in this palace drama, lest she attract trouble. Jiang Yuyan stood up, bowing to the Empress and Li Fei. I shall not disturb your majesties any longer. I take my leave. With Li Fei present, the Empress could not stop her. You have yet to agree to my earlier proposal. Never mind. I shall find another opportunity to speak to this rustic girl another day. The Empress's earlier forced smile quickly faded. What more is there to say? Tell your father to inform the prince of what? She gritted her teeth. Dismissing the matter, a mere token gift was not of great significance. Li Fei noticed the Empress's expression and felt her previous frustrations evaporate. After speaking, she turned to Jiang Yuyan. Princess, please wait. We happen to be heading in the same direction. Let us go together. Jiang Yuyan's pace halted abruptly. Internally, she raged. Heading in the same direction? What a ludicrous notion. Neither the Empress nor Li Fei did she wish to engage with. Chapter 12. The flower planted in cow dung. Thus, Jiang Yuyan followed Li Fei out of Shangxing Palace. Why have you fallen silent? Jiang Yuyan observed Li Fei's retreating figure with a wry smile. We are not familiar enough for conversation. However, upon hearing her inner voice calling the prince, Shao Qi, Jiang Yuyan could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. After all, in her past life's memories, the prince and Li Fei had no connections. Summoning her courage, she asked, Is Li Fei familiar with my prince? This question was indeed a taboo. Connections between the imperial consorts and the prince inevitably led to speculation. Yet, she asked with candor. Li Fei halted and turned, scrutinizing Jiang Yuyan's beautiful large eyes. Those bright, clear eyes reflected the figure before her. I shall not hide it from you. Shao Qi's mother had a favor to me. Oh, so you do not trust me, Li Fei? Jiang Yuyan inquired. Li Fei smiled confidently. Indeed, I am concerned for two reasons. Firstly, I worry that you might be swayed by the Empress and become her pawn. Secondly, I wish to see what the daughter of the Prime Minister looks like. Are you still concerned now? After all, I have accepted the Empress's gifts. The Empress must be furious in Shangxing Palace right now. The thought of the Empress's rage delighted Li Fei. Now that I see clearly you are not, nor will you be, the Empress's person, so there is nothing to worry about. As long as you do not pose a threat to Shao Qi, all is well. She took Jiang Yuyan's hand, patting it. Indeed, the daughter of the Prime Minister is quite exceptional. Your insight and perspective are extraordinary. I find you very likable. Looking into Li Fei's candid gaze, Jiang Yuyan felt a pang of regret. Li Fei, too, seemed to appreciate gratitude. Such a wonderful person, yet her fate was so tragic. She withdrew her hand from Li Fei's grasp, placing both hands respectfully to the side. Bowing earnestly, Yuyan thanks Li Fei for her kindness. After parting from Li Fei, Jiang Yuyan found herself wandering the palace, as Fu Xiyuan had not yet emerged from Auching Hall. Bored, she meandered through the palace, guided by memories from her past life, eventually finding herself in the Imperial Garden. In the Daxia Dynasty's Imperial Garden, flowers bloomed throughout the year, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. Jiang Yuyan lost herself in the floral beauty, enchanted. Suddenly, a peal of laughter akin to silver bells echoed from behind a rockery. Jiang Yuyan froze, recognizing that voice as all too familiar. At this moment, if it were possible, she wished to avoid encountering them. However, there was no hiding here, and soon, the voice's owner approached. Why is Jiang Yuyan so special? I see no merit that surpasses my own. The Empress Dowager must have been in a peculiar mood to match her with Shao Qi. Shu, a princess must not speak recklessly, chimed a melodious voice like a yellow oriole. Jiang Yuyan felt overwhelmed. Why must she wander this imperial garden? Of all people, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Wanru and Princess Ningxiang. Princess Ningxiang was still notoriously willful, and who in the palace did not avoid her? Only the Minister of Revenue, Lin Wanru, maintained a close friendship with the princess, often invited into the palace for leisure. What's the matter? You are simply too kind-hearted. You do not dare pursue the one you like. If I were you, I would boldly approach Shao Qi and confess my feelings. Princess, Lin Wanru blushed, hurriedly pulling Princess Ningxiang aside. Please do not say such things. Now it seems that flower, Shao Qi, has been planted in cow dung. What a pity for Jiang Yuyan. Princess Ningxiang continued her tirade, is just like before. Last time, hiding behind the rockery, Jiang Yuyan overheard them and could not contain her anger, confronting them directly. Hearing it again now, she still felt incensed. What flowers, what cow dung? Such offensive remarks are hard to believe coming from a princess's lips. In her past life, it was true that she had feelings for Fu Siyuan, but it was not as they suggested, as if she desired to devour Swan. When she heard of the Empress Dowager's matchmaking, it was a mix of surprise and joy, but more so astonishment, as she wondered what merit she possessed to warrant such attention. In the previous life, one was indeed lacking in virtue and capability, which led to such a dismal fate. Meanwhile, Princess Nianxiang continued her lengthy discourse on love. You and seventh brother have been childhood sweethearts. I hold greater hopes for you both than anyone else. If not, perhaps I should suggest to seventh brother that you elope. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan nearly burst into laughter. Elope? Had she not been granted a second chance at life? She might have thought Princess Nianxiang was someone who would forsake all for the sake of love. Alas, she was not. She was merely a pitiable soul. In her past life, the headstrong Princess Nianxiang was married off to a neighboring kingdom for a political alliance and met a tragic end in less than 6 months. Far worse than Jiang Yuyan's own previous suffering. Now, her dear friend Lin Wanru had become the crown prince's consort, her sister-in-law. Neither the crown prince nor consort Lin Wanru had uttered a single word in her defense. They were indeed a pair of fragile sisters, dealing with matters as if they were made of tofu. Princess, do refrain from such remarks next time. Perhaps this is simply fate. Wanru lacks such fortune. You undervalue yourself too much, with your beauty and intelligence. How could you be compared to Jiang Yuyan? Jiang Yuyan could no longer contain herself. What does the princess mean? You have seen me? You know me well? She emerged from behind the rockery. There was a limit to her patience. She could no longer tolerate the insolence of someone who had never even seen her face. Princess Nianxiang, startled at the sight of Jiang Yuyan, exclaimed, "Who are you?" Such audacity to eavesdrop on a conversation with this princess. Lin Wanru was equally taken aback. She had not expected anyone to be hiding behind the rockery, and certainly not Jiang Yuyan, whom they had just been discussing. She tugged at the princess's sleeve and whispered, "Princess, this is Jiang Yuyan." "So, you're Jiang Yuyan," Princess Nianxiang said, circling Jiang Yuyan with her gaze. "Is that all? I had expected you to be a celestial beauty, yet you are merely average." While Jiang Yuyan's appearance might not be the most exceptional in the capital, she certainly ranked among the finest. She had never cared much for looks, but the princess's attitude was infuriating. "It appears the princess is one who values only appearances," Jiang Yuyan retorted. "And what of it?" Princess Nianxiang countered defiantly. "I do not merely judge by appearances. I simply find you displeasing." Her haughty tone was exceedingly provocative. Lin Wanru grasped the princess's sleeve, urging, "Princess, please do not say more. The Ru Wangfei may become upset." Princess Nianxiang was not concerned about Jiang Yuyan's displeasure. What is there to fear? Does this princess fear her? She merely rides on the coattails of the Empress Dowager and seventh brother, believing herself to be something special. "Princess, we should take our leave," Lin Wanru urged. "Why should we leave? We arrived first." And Jiang Yuyan, did your father not teach you manners? Eavesdropping behind a rockery is quite improper. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Princess Nianxiang's face. Chapter 13. The consort does not strike without cause. Princess Nianxiang stared incredulously at Jiang Yuyan. "You wretched girl, you dare strike me." Slap. Another blow followed. Jiang Yuyan rolled up her sleeves, asserting, "I am permitted. My father is not. Furthermore, I am the Ru Wangfei, bestowed by the Empress Dowager. When you insult me, are you questioning the Empress Dowager's judgment or suggesting that this marriage was a mistake?" The princess was left speechless. Jiang Yuyan smirked. "Moreover, I am your sister-in-law. Disrespect warrants a lesson from your sister-in-law." Lin Wanru supported Princess Nianxiang, saying, "Consort, please show mercy. The princess is young and impetuous. Do not hold it against her." This submissive demeanor would lead one to believe that Jiang Yuyan had been the one to bully them. When had Princess Nianxiang ever endured such humiliation? "Lin Wanru, how can you lack such backbone? She struck me first." Princess Nianxiang broke free from Lin Wanru's support and boldly approached Jiang Yuyan, shoving her. Jiang Yuyan recalled how, in her past life, she had been shoved into a small pond by Princess Nianxiang, leaving her in a wretched state. This time, Jiang Yuyan had learned her lesson. When the princess reached for her, she ducked behind Lin Wanru. Pull and dodge. Pull and dodge. Lin Wanru found herself helplessly caught between the two. Suddenly, Princess Nianxiang gave a hard shove. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Lin Wanru fell into the nearby lotus pond. The water was only waist deep, so it was not too serious. However, as the pond was filled with lotus flowers, the bottom was muddy. Lin Wanru was startled. Unexpectedly falling into the lotus pond, she flailed about, and the more she struggled, the more mud clung to her. In no time, her body, face, and hair were coated in dark, filthy mud. Lin Wanru was on the verge of a breakdown, because the princess found the accompanying eunuchs and maidens bothersome. She had sent them away and brought Lin Wanru to the pond to speak in secret. Now, there was no one to pull her out. She could only reach out her muddy hands towards Princess Nianxiang. Princess Nianxiang, having been coddled since childhood, had never encountered such filth. Thus, she turned a blind eye to Lin Wanru's plea for help. Lin Wanru steeled herself. I suppose I shall climb out myself. As she contemplated this, her peripheral vision caught sight of Fu Siyuan approaching from a distance. Wang Ya, she thought with excitement. Jiang Yuyan sensed Lin Wanru's elation. Turning around, she saw Fu Siyuan's tall and slender figure drawing near in the sunlight. Lin Wanru abandoned her plan to climb out. In this pitiful state, I shall elicit sympathy from the Wang Ya. Jiang Yuyan, having overheard Lin Wanru's thoughts, scoffed. Miss Lin, are you not coming up? No one will help you in that muddy state. Lin Wanru realized her appearance was indeed disheveled. What will become of my lovely image before the Wang Ya? She anxiously gazed at Fu Siyuan, who was nearing them. With a few swift movements, she clawed her way out of the lotus pond. Fu Siyuan had just emerged from Anqing Hall when a eunuch approached to inform him that the Wang Fei was in the imperial garden. He followed the report and made his way there. Noticing a trail of black footprints left by Lin Wanru's hurried escape, Fu Siyuan frowned. He was known for his cleanliness, and seeing the once pristine pathway sullied by mud displeased him, which made fell into the pond, making the imperial garden so filthy. These maids are becoming increasingly intolerable. As Fu Siyuan approached, Princess Nianxiang felt a surge of triumph. She shot Jiang Yuyan a fierce glare. You are finished. Then, with an air of arrogance, she declared, watch how my seventh brother deals with you. Princess Nianxiang lowered her hand from her face and stepped forward. Seventh brother, this woman struck me. Fu Siyuan regarded the red marks on Princess Nianxiang's cheeks, his gaze contemplative. It is rare for Nianxiang to encounter a setback in the palace. It is her own fault for being so willful. She deserves a lesson. Jiang Yuyan stifled a laugh, but remained silent. She had prepared herself for a reprimand from him, ready to resist to the end. Little did she expect that the thoughts of Princess Nianxiang's seventh brother would lean in such a direction. Would Princess Nianxiang be infuriated if she knew? It is this wretched girl. Princess Nianxiang pointed at Jiang Yuyan. This wretched girl struck me. Silence. Fu Siyuan commanded, casting a dark look at Princess Nianxiang. She is your sister-in-law. How dare you speak of her so? I do not mean it, seventh brother. Princess Nianxiang stammered, realizing her error. Princess Nianxiang held back the tears that shimmered in her eyes and exclaimed, but she struck me. The Wang Fei would never strike someone without cause. You must have said something outrageous. I did not. She even pushed Wanru into the pond. Nianxiang pointed accusingly at Jiang Yuyan. Seventh brother doesn't care for me, and that's that. But you pushed Wanru into the water. Seventh brother will surely be furious. Fu Siyuan cast a glance at the dark footprints left on the ground. No wonder I found that palace maid's silhouette familiar. Is Wanru all right? How could she be unscathed? She fell so heavily. Nianxiang added embellishments. What if something were to happen to her? Fu Siyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given how swiftly she ran just now, she doesn't seem to be in trouble. Enough. Nianxiang, Fu Siyuan admonished. You are becoming increasingly unruly, aren't you? Seventh brother. I did not. Princess Nianxiang felt aggrieved. Why don't you believe me? That wretched. Fu Siyuan shot her a piercing glance and ominously said, repeat that. Nianxiang shivered in fear and quickly closed her mouth. Seventh brother has never been this angry. Ooh, I will tell mother. I will tell my elder brother the crown prince. Seventh brother bullies me. Having watched his younger sister grow up, Fu Siyuan found it hard to reproach her further. He softened his tone. The Wang Fei is your sister-in-law. Do not speak indiscriminately. Apologize to the Wang Fei. Ningxiang felt 1,000 reluctances in her heart, but before Fu Siyuan, she bit her lip and bowed to Jiang Yuyan, her voice barely a whisper. I am sorry. Wan Sao. Jiang Yuyan smiled. What did you say, Princess Ningxiang? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, Wan Sao. Ningxiang choked out. Ningxiang is young and ignorant. I hope Wang Sao will not take offense. Ah, that is more like it. Jiang Yuyan accepted graciously. Children should be obedient and considerate. That is how they are well behaved. Ningxiang feared that she might burst into tears at any moment. Seventh brother, I have apologized. I admit my wrongdoing. Ningxiang took her leave. Watching her hurried retreat, the vast imperial garden was left with only Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan. Wang Ye, Jiang Yuyan spoke up. Do not say anything further. Fu Siyuan sighed. Come with me to a place. Chapter 14. She is the king's nominal wife. Fu Siyuan led Jiang Yuyan through the palace, taking left turns and right turns. As they ventured deeper into the remote and desolate areas, doubts began to swirl in Jiang Yuyan's mind. What exactly did he intend? Such a scene did not appear to have unfolded in her previous life. In her past, after being pushed into the lotus pond by Princess Ningxiang, she had been left in a wretched state and subsequently expelled from the palace. Observing Fu Siyuan's tall figure, Jiang Yuyan recalled Ningxiang's earlier words. If the princess truly reported the incident to the empress and the crown prince, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Fu Siyuan. This matter originally had nothing to do with him, yet she felt a twinge of guilt for her involvement. The man continued to lead the way, and Jiang Yuyan attentively listened to his thoughts, but alas, there was nothing to grasp. Did he truly have no opinion on the events that had just transpired? Unable to restrain herself, she softly called out to him, Wang Ye. Jiang Yuyan stepped forward to walk alongside him, asking, Are you not afraid that the princess will complain to the empress or the crown prince, or even escalate the matter to his majesty? Fu Siyuan's gaze, dark and inscrutable, reflected a depth of thought. If she wishes to complain, let her do so. Hasn't she complained enough? Will they make things difficult for you? Fu Siyuan lowered his head slightly, meeting Jiang Yuyan's eyes directly. Rest assured, they will not trouble me. At least not overtly, he added. Jiang Yuyan nodded, feigning reassurance. That is good. Since he was unwilling to speak further, she felt no need to press on. Even though her understanding of him from her previous life was scant, she was vaguely aware that without the Empress Dowager's protection during those years in the palace, he would not have survived to adulthood. What is this woman pondering now? Wang Ye. Jiang Yuyan looked at the overgrown path ahead. Where are we going? We have arrived. Arrived? To where? Jiang Yuyan looked around, finding only a dilapidated hall. A sorrowful speculation arose in her heart. Mother, I have come to see you. Fu Siyuan's thoughts echoed, confirming her sorrowful conjecture. The overgrown weeds, crumbling walls, and cobwebs spoke of years of neglect, revealing a place long abandoned by human presence. Fu Siyuan parted the weeds and stood before a plaque that seemed on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yuyan followed closely, peering in to read aloud. Wenlin Hall? This is my mother's quarters, he said, reaching out to push open the slightly ajar door. Wang Ye. Jiang Yuyan called out, May I enter? She did not know why she asked such a peculiar question. No, Jiang Yuyan immediately retorted. It did look rather eerie, but in her previous life, she had witnessed far worse. What was there to fear? Fu Siyuan's expression remained indifferent. What about your hand? Jiang Yuyan asked, puzzled. Fu Siyuan grasped her small hand in his. The warmth of his large hand enveloped her smaller one, sending a comforting warmth spreading throughout her body. Do not overthink. I merely noticed your fear. In truth, Jiang Yuyan wanted to assert that she was not afraid at all. However, seeing Fu Siyuan's earnest demeanor, she swallowed her words. Fu Siyuan, with heavy steps, led Jiang Yuyan toward the main hall. It has been a long time since I last visited. Today, while in the palace, I brought you here to see. Jiang Yuyan, curious, asked, Did Wang Yan not often come here when you lived in the palace? As a child, I would sneak in frequently. Once my grandmother discovered me and was furious, punishing the palace maids and eunuchs around me severely. His thoughts drifted, as if recounting an unimportant tale, his voice calm and placid. Since then, I have not returned. He paused beneath the eaves, holding Jiang Yuyan's hand. As a child, I often asked what my mother was like. My wet nurse secretly told me that my mother was not the most beautiful woman in the world, but she was the kindest and most understanding person. The wet nurse would boast to him that his mother was the sole favorite in the harem, cherished and respected by the emperor. Fu Siyuan looked at the overgrown courtyard with a hint of derision. Yet, after her death, she was forgotten. If the emperor truly loved her, how could he allow her quarters to fall into such disrepair? Due to her ability to read emotions, Jiang Yuyan was particularly sensitive to the feelings of others. Sensing Fu Siyuan's sorrow, she softly spoke, "Wang Ye, although I am not well-versed in the past, I believe that Hui Fei must have wished for your happiness and joy in every moment." With that, she knelt on the ground, earnestly bowing 3 times to the neglected courtyard. "Hui Fei, please do not hold it against Yuyan. I did not know Wang Ye would bring me to see you, so I came empty-handed. Next time, I will surely bring you your favorite treats." Observing her sincere demeanor and the earnest words spilling from her lips, Fu Siyuan felt warmth in his heart, his lips curving upward involuntarily. "In truth, I do not know why I brought her here so suddenly. Perhaps it is because I feel she is the nominal wife of this king, and thus I wish for her to pay her respects to my mother." He jested. "Do you know what mother liked to eat?" Jiang Yuyan was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Fu Siyuan's question. She had merely spoken without thinking. How could she possibly know what Hui Fei enjoyed? Moreover, she was not even born when she passed away. She looked at Fu Siyuan, who embodied the saying that daughters resemble their fathers, while sons resemble their mothers. Perhaps the palette of one's preferences mirrors that of the prince. As for what Fu Siyuan relished, in her previous life, to garner a mere glance from him and win his favor, Jiang Yuyan diligently studied his tastes. She was somewhat aware of his culinary inclinations. The prince had a penchant for clear stews and fragrant fried dishes, eschewing spicy flavors, particularly detesting ginger, scallions, and garlic. Fu Siyuan nodded in agreement. After all, clear stews and fragrant fried dishes are beloved by many, while spicy flavors and the likes of ginger, scallions, and garlic tend to be less favored by the masses. Jiang Yuyan, attuned to Fu Siyuan's innermost thoughts, dismissed the notion. Dishes such as white fish lips, braised fish bones, butterfly rolls, and 8 treasure rabbit morsels were the prince's favorites. Fu Siyuan's narrowed eyes radiated an ominous signal, his tone unfriendly. "Have you investigated me?" Jiang Yuyan hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No. Yet, she quickly realized that her denial sounded suspiciously like a cover-up. Therefore, she promptly amended her statement. "As the prince's consort, is it excessive to understand what he enjoys?" This assertion was undeniably valid. Fu Siyuan gazed into Jiang Yuyan's clear, autumn water-like eyes, and an icy aura enveloped him. His tone was chillingly indifferent, as if to keep all at bay. "Those who draw near to me seldom meet with favorable outcomes. Do not squander unnecessary time on me." Jiang Yuyan was taken aback. What did Fu Siyuan mean by that? Yet, it was evident that he had no intention of elaborating further. He shifted the conversation, noting that dusk was approaching. They had come and paid their respects, and it was time to leave the palace. Outside the palace gates, as Fu Siyuan's personal bodyguard, Yu Ning possessed a heightened sense of vigilance. However, he could not articulate what felt amiss. He rubbed his hands together, plagued by a sense of foreboding. "Damn, why do I have such a bad premonition? Why are the prince and the princess not yet out?" Lost in thought, he watched as Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan emerged from the palace, one after the other. Yu Ning hastened to greet them. "Your Highness, Princess, you have finally come out." "Yu Ning, what troubles you?" Jiang Yuyan inquired, noticing his somewhat pale complexion. "Are you unwell?" Yu Ning scratched his head, insisting he felt fine, yet an inexplicable unease lingered within him. Could it be that he had overeaten? Or was he overthinking? He shook his head, offering an awkward smile. "Princess, I am quite well. Perhaps it's just the impending darkness that has cast a shadow over my countenance." Jiang Yuyan regarded him with a curious glance. "Is that so? The darkness is affecting your complexion? If you claim to be well, I shall not dwell on it." After all, the main subject had not uttered a word. Jiang Yuyan lifted the curtain and climbed into the carriage, settling into her previous position. The carriage gradually distanced itself from the imperial palace. "What occupies your thoughts?" Fu Siyuan inquired, observing Jiang Yuyan's furrowed brow. "Nothing much. I just feel something is amiss. Perhaps it is merely fatigue from entering the palace for the first time." he surprisingly offered in a rare moment of consolation. Hearing Fu Siyuan's words, Jiang Yuyan felt reassured. Indeed, having lived a previous life, she believed that things that had not transpired before would not occur this time either. Yet, upon reflecting on the numerous differences from her past life, she hoped her anxieties were unwarranted. To quell her racing thoughts, she decided to emulate Fu Siyuan and close her eyes to rest. The carriage rolled steadily along, and her anxieties subsided significantly. Just as she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the horses suddenly quickened their pace. A jolt of alarm shot through her, awakening her just in time to meet Fu Siyuan's suddenly open eyes. His face was taut, exuding a chilling aura, his gaze dark and laced with displeasure, fixated on the swaying curtain of the carriage. "Yuning, slow down," Fu Siyuan commanded in a low, somber tone. Outside, Yuning, clutching his abdomen, tightened his grip on the reins. Now he realized what was amiss. That food delivered by the palace maid was off. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain a semblance of calmness. "Your Highness, the horses are becoming uncontrollable." In a swift motion, Fu Siyuan yanked open the carriage curtain. Having discerned Yuning's tone was not quite right. "You get inside. I shall take over," he instructed. Yuning's forehead was drenched in sweat. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly. "No, how can I allow the prince to drive? I can manage. Besides, something is indeed amiss." As a bodyguard, he had sensed the impending danger. "I am fine. Your Highness, please remain inside. Just hold on a bit longer." "Your Highness, we are almost there. Do not come out." "I am fine." Hearing Yuning's thoughts, Jiang Yuyan realized the gravity of the situation. However, she was powerless to assist and deemed that her silence was the best form of support. Fu Siyuan bent down, grasping Yuning's shoulder, and spoke with the authority of a command. "Get in." No sooner had he spoken than a cold arrow, seemingly from nowhere, shot toward the carriage. The startled horses neighed violently, rearing up, only to crash back down and bolt forward in a frenzy. Jiang Yuyan was thrown about inside the carriage, dizzy from the tumult. Yet, she summoned all her strength to cling to the carriage window, preventing herself from being ejected. Fu Siyuan and Yuning struggled outside to rein in the frenzied horses. Panic surged within Jiang Yuyan. Was this the thrill of a second chance at life? She urged herself to remain steady, determined not to cause them further trouble. Yuning's face turned pale, resolutely gripping the reins, casting a grateful glance at Fu Siyuan. "Your Highness, I must apologize." Jiang Yuyan's heart sank. Just as she was about to shout, "Fu Siyuan, be careful," a massive, unidentified object collided with them. Fortunately, Jiang Yuyan reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. The object was enormous and fast, causing her to shut her eyes in fright. Her warning transformed into a panic scream. The unidentified object crashed into the rear of the carriage, letting out a muffled groan before losing consciousness. Jiang Yuyan cracked her eyes open just enough to glimpse the colossal figure. Was that Yuning? She hurriedly composed herself and rushed to assist the unconscious Yuning. Yuning, wake up!" She shook his robust body, but he remained unresponsive. Fu Siyuan continued to grapple with the reins outside. The horses were growing increasingly wild, careening down the street. Thankfully, the darkness had settled, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians. Otherwise, the chaos would have undoubtedly caused an uproar. "Do not touch him. Fu Siyuan bellowed. This cursed horse is slipping from my grasp." He steadied himself. "This horse has gone mad. I must sever this rein." While struggling to maintain control, he drew his dagger. It seemed the horse sensed its master's despair, rearing up as it charged toward the nearest makeshift vendor on the roadside. With a thunderous crash, the horse collapsed, taking the carriage down with it. Jiang Yuyan, thrown from the carriage, closed her eyes in despair. The frenzied horse had hurled her from the window. Even if she did not perish, she would likely be left maimed. Between the choices of injury and death, Jiang Yuyan opted for death. She never imagined that after being granted a second chance at life, she would depart from this world in such a tragic manner. As she was about to make intimate contact with the ground, a broad figure enveloped her. Fu Siyuan embraced Jiang Yuyan, taking her place in the embrace of the earth, and the two of them rolled forward a few times. A cough escaped Fu Siyuan's throat, tasting of blood, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Jiang Yuyan quickly crawled out of his arms. supporting the still coughing Fu Siyuan. In her panic, she spoke with a trembling voice, "Your Highness, please don't scare me." The man, whose insides felt as if they had been rearranged, opened his eyes, and upon seeing the tear-streaked yet unharmed face of the woman, he felt an unexpected relief. He struggled to comfort her, forcing a smile as he said, "Stop crying. It's unbecoming. This prince won't die." Hearing the word die, Jiang Yuyan sobbed even harder. She choked out, "Don't say that, just don't speak. You're going to frighten me to death." In that moment, Jiang Yuyan realized that despite living a second life, she still could not face the concept of death with composure. Moreover, she found that her feelings toward this man were not as filled with hatred as she had once thought. Struggling to her feet, she attempted to help Fu Siyuan up. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, accompanied by urgent calls. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Jiang Yuyan. The voice belonged to someone who had protected her throughout her previous life. Chapter 16. "It's all right. Your brother is here." She hoarsely called out, "Brother, I'm here." Upon hearing his sister's voice, Jiang Qingfei tightened his grip on his horse and rushed towards the sound. Today marked the second day of his sister Jiang Yuyan's marriage, a day she was also to enter the palace to meet the emperor. Sensing his sister's distress since she left the day before, Jiang Qingfei had been restless. After leaving the training grounds, he could no longer contain himself and went to the eastern part of the city to buy a variety of snacks that his sister loved, intending to deliver them to Rui Wangfu personally. Thus, this impatient young master had mounted his steed and followed the path of his sister home. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the disastrous scene of the carriage overturning with the prince and his sister inside. Jiang Qingfei galloped to Jiang Yuyan's side, leaping off his horse in a flash. Kneeling before her, he looked at Jiang Yuyan with concern. "Silly girl, are you all right?" Jiang Yuyan shook her head, tears flowing as she replied, "Brother, the prince." Only then did Jiang Qingfei notice Fu Siyuan, pale and collapsed on the ground, his clothes stained with blood. Grabbing Jiang Yuyan's hand, he anxiously scanned her for injuries. "Where are you hurt?" Jiang Yuyan shook her head. "It's the prince. At least my sister is fine." Jiang Qingfei sighed in relief. He lifted the semi-conscious Fu Siyuan, assessing his injuries. "How is the prince?" Jiang Yuyan asked, her palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Jiang Qingfei surveyed the surroundings, realizing they could not linger here. "But our carriage has overturned." Jiang Yuyan pointed to the wreckage nearby. Jiang Qingfei surveyed the toppled vehicle and asked, "Did your horse run away?" "Yes, that horse went wild and flipped us over before it bolted." "You support the prince." "I'll right the carriage." "It's all right. Your brother is here." He wiped the tears from Jiang Yuyan's face. "Stop crying." After propping Fu Siyuan against Jiang Yuyan, Jiang Qingfei dashed towards the carriage. At that moment, Jiang Yuyan remembered Yu Ning was still inside the carriage. But it was too late to call out to Jiang Qingfei. In fact, Jiang Qingfei had already sensed Yu Ning's presence as he approached the carriage. Yu Ning, dazed from the upheaval, had curled up in a corner when the carriage flipped. Fortunately, the space was large enough that he had not been thrown out or injured. Jiang Qingfei pulled him out first, then forcefully righted the carriage. Fu Siyuan coughed weakly, pointing to Yu Ning lying on the ground. "Take him with you." Jiang Qingfei nodded. He recognized the guard Yu Ning and would not abandon him. He roughly hoisted Yu Ning onto the carriage. After securing his own horse to the carriage reins, Jiang Qingfei finally drove the carriage slowly towards Rui Wangfu. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yuyan held Fu Siyuan's hand tightly. If he hadn't shielded her, she would surely be the one lying there, on the brink of death. Seeing Fu Siyuan's haggard and pale appearance, Jiang Yuyan felt a pang of compassion. She feared he might succumb on the way. With teary eyes, she gazed at him. As if sensing her gaze, Fu Siyuan turned his head and managed a weak smile. "Why are you crying? It's not you who's injured." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan cried even harder. She sobbed, "I would rather it be me. You took this from me." She glanced at Fu Siyuan's bright eyes, but refrained from voicing her unspoken thoughts. She couldn't bring herself to admit that she was contemplating his inheritance. Fu Siyuan assumed she was worried for him. With a faint chuckle, he moved a little closer to her, saying, "Don't move." Before Jiang Yuyan could react, she felt a heavy head rest gently on her shoulder. "Let me lean on you. I'm tired." Jiang Yuyan sat stiffly, afraid to move. Observing Fu Siyuan's ashen face, A flicker of pain surged within her. She pressed a hand to her chest. No, she shouldn't be feeling this way. She was supposed to have moved past any love for him. All her affection should have vanished when her previous life crumbled to ashes. In this life, she was meant to harbor hatred for him, to hope she could avoid the pitfalls of her past, and wish for his early demise so she could live freely. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuyan discovered that what she truly desired was still that unfulfilled wish from her previous life, to have one person's heart never depart in old age. Fortunately, in this life, she possessed the ability to read hearts, allowing her to understand his thoughts and feelings deeply. Mother, mother, the man beside her murmured softly. Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brow, looking at Fu Siyuan, calling out gently, Your Highness? The man, eyes closed, showed no response, appearing to have fallen asleep. In a moment of impulse, Jiang Yuyan reached out to smooth Fu Siyuan's furrowed brow. His discomfort seemed to ease under her gentle touch. Fu Siyuan grasped her warm little hand, rubbing it against his face, revealing an infinite longing and reluctance. He remained asleep, murmuring, Mother, don't go, in a tone filled with grievance and a hint of childishness. This was a side of Fu Siyuan Jiang Yuyan had never witnessed before. Let it be, she thought, as a fulfillment of my past life. Jiang Qingfei had just managed to bring the carriage to the entrance of the Wangfu when Dr. He hurried forward to check on Yu Ning and Fu Siyuan's injuries. Jiang Yuyan dismounted, and the full moon immediately draped a cloak over her shoulders. Your Highness has endured much. The steward greeted Jiang Yuyan while arranging for people to assist Yu Ning and Fu Siyuan inside. Miss, Jiang Qingfei called out. You should rest first and let Dr. He examine you. Dr. He, eager to tend to Fu Siyuan, paused at his words, realizing his oversight. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand dismissively. No, the prince is the priority. Dr. He should check on him first. That won't do. Jiang Qingfei objected. You fell from the carriage too. I can't be at ease unless you're checked. He grasped Dr. He's hand and placed it over Jiang Yuyan's wrist, insisting, You must examine her first. I can't relax otherwise. Unable to argue against Jiang Qingfei, Jiang Yuyan fell silent as Dr. He quickly assessed her condition. Your Highness is fine. It's just a bit of shock. Chapter 17. As long as you are happy, brother will comply with you, dear girl. What kind of gaze is that? You wouldn't be blaming your brother, would you? Before Jiang Qingfei could finish his words, Jiang Yuyan lunged forward and embraced him. This bear hug came unexpectedly. Jiang Qingfei stood frozen, not daring to move. What is wrong with this girl? Dr. He just said she was fine. Is she injured in the head? He gently pushed Jiang Yuyan, asking her not to scare him. Jiang Yuyan quickly released him, reminding herself that she was married now. What would others think if they saw? Oh no, it must be a head injury. He guided Jiang Yuyan to sit on a stool. Stay here and don't move. Jiang Yuyan's heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed with excitement. A warm and caring brother is truly wonderful. In this life, to see her beloved brother once again is such a blessing. Brother, Jiang Yuyan said with a quivering voice, I thought I would never see you again, sobbing. No. Jiang Yuyan, what do you mean you would never see your brother again? Isn't he standing right in front of you? He patted her head and said, Stop crying, or I'll scold you. You're married now. Why act like a child? It's my fault for coming late. Look how I've scared my dear sister. Jiang Yuyan pushed Jiang Qingfei away, wiping her tears and retorting, All you do is scold me. Even if I'm married, you will always be my brother. That will never change. Furthermore, placing her hands on her hips, she declared, I wasn't scared. I was just overjoyed to see my silly brother. Jiang Qingfei couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her words. Not scared, huh? Didn't we just see each other yesterday when you got married? You act as if it's a matter of life and death. You were just startled, realizing it was indeed the second day of her marriage. Jiang Yuyan remembered that in her previous life, Jiang Qingfei had brought her treats at this time. By the way, brother, did you bring me something delicious? Jiang Yuyan asked, her tears turning to a smile. Jiang Qingfei's eyes twinkled. You little girl, you have a nose for treats, don't you? Jiang Yuyan spread her hands, asking where they were. Don't you want to know what it is? I brought 10 boxes of candied fruits. Jiang Yuyan proudly proclaimed. Did I guess it right? Enraged, he charged towards Fu Siyuan, delivering a stern lesson to the prince, which led to a perpetual rivalry between them. Seeing that his sister guessed correctly, Jiang Qingfei was not surprised. He chuckled, saying, I came to check on you, worried you might be bullied in the Rue Wangfu, and picked these up on the way. Seeing her brother's affectionate gaze, Jiang Yuyan smiled and said, Brother, I have something to tell you. Please don't be angry. Go ahead, brother is listening. And I want to get angry. I sold the Gui Mama that our mother left for us. Jiang Yuyan observed Jiang Qingfei's expression, but found him surprisingly indifferent, merely responding with a casual, Oh. Brother, I said I sold the Gui Mama that our mother left us. Jiang Yuyan repeated, I am listening. I am not deaf. No need to repeat. I've long disliked that old woman. She was always chattering in the house. Let her be sold. Brother want to be angry. However, brother, Jiang Yuyan said with wide eyes, aren't you curious why I sold her? I used to protect her. Also, you've never mentioned disliking her before. That was because of mother and for your sake. As long as you are happy, brother will comply with your wishes. Indeed, a biological brother is the best. Jiang Yuyan smiled sweetly. In her previous life, she had been foolish, causing him to be exiled. This time, she vowed not to make such mistakes again. She would protect her brother and their father. Seeing his sister so happy, Jiang Qingfei couldn't help but poke her forehead, saying, What? A box of 10 candied fruits has bought your affection? Not at all. I'm married now. Could you please stop poking my forehead? Jiang Yuyan dodged his hand. By the way, brother, how is father doing? What do you mean how? What else could he be doing? Do you miss our father? Jiang Qingfei replied pointedly. That old man didn't sleep a wink last night and asked me to come see you early today. What else could he be doing? Jiang Yuyan's eyes widened. Father couldn't bear to part with her. Huh, that old man does not miss you at all. He is eating and sleeping well and went to the government office early this morning. Oh, that stubborn old man. He clearly misses me, but insists on saying the opposite. How infuriating. So, silly sister, it's not that brother wants to deceive you. It's just that your father instructed me early on not to tell you. So you wouldn't worry about home. Tears welled up in Jiang Yuyan's eyes, realizing that the ones who truly cared for her were her closest kin. Seeing her eyes glisten with tears, Jiang Qingfei assumed she was upset about their father's indifference. He hurriedly consoled her, saying, Father has many matters to attend to. He cares for the people, so please don't cry. You can't blame father. Jiang Yuyan whimpered, I'm not crying, and I don't blame father. She truly bore no resentment towards her father. She only lamented her own past mistakes, which had caused him so much suffering. Jiang Qingfei saw that his sister was fine and felt relieved. I have already given the 10 boxes of treats to Yuan Yu. He looked into Jiang Yuyan's eyes, saying they were all for her and she must not eat too much at once. Oh, I understand. Eating too many candied fruits will make my stomach hurt. Brother, why do you keep poking my head? I heard you. Just because he's a prince doesn't mean I wouldn't dare to confront him. If he bullies my sister, I would still make him regret it. All right then. I truly must take my leave now. Watching Jiang Qingfei walk further away until he vanished around the corner, Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but let her tears flow freely. Chapter 18. You are to be the crown princess that night. In the study of the Minister of Revenue, Lin Yuanzhu sat behind the desk. The door suddenly swung open, and a 16 or 17-year-old girl entered. The girl had an oval face, a slender figure, and was dressed in a yellow ruchuan, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. She approached the desk respectfully, placing her hands together and bowing to her father. Lin Yuanzhu rubbed his brow and nodded at his daughter, indicating for her to rise. Yes. As she stood, her voice trembled, revealing her suppressed emotions. Hearing this, Lin Wanru suddenly knelt down. Her long-held tears finally spilled over. Lin Yuanzhu glanced at his daughter on the floor and reprimanded, crying. All you do is cry. What is there to cry about? Lin Wanru, stifled by her father's reprimand, could hardly utter a sound. Today, in the imperial garden with Princess Ningxiang, she encountered the Rue Wangfei, leading to a conflict. Lin Wanru bit her lip, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. The princess attempted to push her into the pond, using her as a shield, and she lost her balance and fell into the water. Father, I intended to pull that woman down with me, but my cousin arrived. Remembering how close she had come to being seen by Fu Siyuan in her hideous state, Lin Wanru felt a surge of indignation. Lin Yuanzhu scoffed. How many times must I tell you? He is a prince. Stop referring to him as cousin. Does he even acknowledge you as his cousin? Lin Wanru lifted her gaze, staring directly at her father seated behind the desk. Father, regardless of whether cousin acknowledges me or not, I am still his cousin. Is this not an established fact? You reckless child. Lin Yuan Zhu slammed the table. Are you daring to retort? Lin Wanro, witnessing Lin Yuan Zhu's fury, instead gathered her courage to argue back. Father, if the Hui Fei Nyang Yang. Lin Wanro raised her handkerchief to wipe her tears. Father, your daughter knows that it is forbidden in the palace to mention Hui Fei's name. And the Empress is well aware of the sentiments towards Hui Fei that linger in the hearts of these daughters. Lin Yuan Zhu gazed at his kneeling daughter and sighed. You may rise. Upon hearing her father's command, Lin Wanro stood up obediently and positioned herself to the side. Lin Yuan Zhu continued, since you are aware, you should understand that the Empress harbors no affection for Rui Wang, but rather a deep-seated animosity. Do you not comprehend this? Lin Wanro bit her lip and quietly replied, I understand. If you understand, then why do you incessantly speak of cousin? Lin Yuan Zhu felt a sense of frustration. Observing his docile daughter before him, he earnestly remarked, Wanro, do you not realize why I have been so stringent with you since childhood? Lin Wanro, seemingly grasping the essence, shook her head in confusion. It is because you are destined to become the crown princess, one who will govern the inner palace and embody the virtues of a mother to the world. But, father, I do not like the crown prince. How foolish. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Lin Yuan Zhu was exasperated. Riches and honor are coveted by countless women. Moreover, in my view, the crown prince will treat you far better than Rui Wang. You are my only daughter, my precious pearl. Naturally, I desire for your future to be bright, for you to live in happiness and joy. Do you understand? Lin Wanro nodded, wiping away the last of her tears. Your daughter understands and feels remorse for your teachings. Lin Yuan Zhu smiled with satisfaction. It is good that you understand. It is never too late to comprehend now. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. The steward entered in response. Master, the crown prince heard that the young lady fell into the water today and sent someone to inquire about her well-being. Oh, the crown prince is thoughtful. Please inform him that the young lady is no longer in danger and that we appreciate his concern. The steward nodded, but did not leave, master. The crown prince also sent a box of millennium ginseng, saying it is to calm the young lady's nerves. Lin Yuan Zhu looked at his daughter. Lin Wanro understood and told the steward, kindly relay to him that I will certainly express my gratitude to the crown prince when I next enter the palace. Very well. After watching the steward exit and close the door, Lin Wanro spoke to her father. Father, I have reflected on our conversation today, and I shall no longer provoke your anger. Well, it is best that you understand. Furthermore, although you and Rui Wang may not be aligned, there is still a matter you must attend to. Do you comprehend? Your daughter understands. I will handle it with discretion. Enough. You may go and rest now. You have had a tiring day. Lin Wanro bowed and exited. Inside Lin Wanro's chamber, her maid Shuang stood behind her, removing the last hairpin from her head. Shuang looked at the box of millennium ginseng before Lin Wanro and remarked, Miss, the crown prince is indeed very kind to you. This morning, he was summoned into the palace by the princess and did not have the opportunity to inquire further. It was only now that I remembered this matter. Recalling the arrogant demeanor of Jiang Yuyan today, Lin Wanro felt a surge of anger and resentment. Shuang, sensing her inquiry regarding the day's trepidations, hurriedly lifted her skirt and knelt before Lin Wanro. Miss, that old maid was sold by the prince just last night. Lin Wanro's expression darkened. Shuang, how could you have handled this? She was expelled overnight, and you only come to inform me now. She pointed at the kneeling maid. No wonder Jiang Yuyan was so arrogant in the palace today. After saying this, she seemed to recall something. Lowering her head to look at the maid on the ground, did they discover that we had bribed Gui Mama? Shuang, still kneeling, shook her head. Miss, rest assured, Gui Mama took a death oath. Even if she dies, she will not reveal us, or her son will be doomed. Lin Wanro sighed in relief. Looking at the maid on the ground, give her 100 taels and send her away. But, Miss, that sum is far from sufficient to cover her son's gambling debts. Lin Wanro glared at Shuang. Are you foolish? She has failed in her duties and dragged me into this. Do I still need to repay her foolish son? Apologizing, Shuang bowed her head and cautiously said, Miss, you are right. It was a moment of confusion on my part. Chapter 19. The thief accuses the thief. This night was destined to be tumultuous. The dialogue in the Minister of Revenue's study had just concluded. The Xiangxing Palace was also bustling with activity. The Empress sat gracefully on her couch, her slender fingers adorned with red lacquer, glancing left and right. Below, Lu Qiao knelt on the floor. "Your Highness, the maid who delivered food to Yuning and the eunuch who fed the horses have been secretly sent outside the palace." The Empress, seemingly indifferent, instructed, "Ensure that all traces of this matter are thoroughly dealt with, and the bodies must be buried properly. Leave no evidence behind. Oh, and should the maid and eunuch's families inquire, you know how to handle it." Lu Qiao, drenched in cold sweat, pressed her forehead to the floor, dutifully replying, "This servant understands. Please rest assured, Your Highness." Observing the trembling Lu Qiao, the Empress, rarely feeling benevolent, said, "Rise, after enduring 30 lashes today. It is commendable that you are still capable of serving me." Lu Qiao forced a smile. "It is a privilege for this servant to serve Your Highness." "Yes, you do not blame me for today's events, do you?" Her words caused Lu Qiao, who had just stood, to kneel down once more. "Your Highness, spare me. I would never dare to hold any resentment against you." The Empress nodded with satisfaction. "It is good that you understand. Today, I lost more than just a box of tea and a set of jewelry. It is my dignity within the palace that has been compromised." Lu Qiao felt a wave of fear wash over her, bowing her head repeatedly. The last person to have caused the Empress to lose her dignity is long gone. Their remains untraceable. "Enough, considering your years of service. I will let this slide with a minor lesson. There shall be no next time. This servant understands. Thank you, Your Highness." Lu Qiao wiped the sweat from her brow, recalling the Empress's instructions from earlier. Should anyone come to investigate, claim that the food was sent by the Empress and that they were merely puzzled. The Empress, sensing Lu Qiao's unease, was about to offer her reassurance when a voice rang out from outside the hall. "The Emperor has arrived." The Empress's crimson lips curled into a slight smile. "He has arrived rather swiftly. Come, accompany me to welcome the Emperor. He comes to seek justice today." The Emperor was in a foul mood. He had just dealt with several obstinate old officials who had been disputing with him incessantly. After much effort, he had finally managed to settle those matters. Although he was not particularly invested in this son, the imperial lineage was thin, and he feared facing the ancestors in the afterlife with shame. Furthermore, today was Rui Wang's day to bring his new wife into the palace for a visit, and with such an incident occurring, it would be detrimental to the royal family's reputation. It was clearly a man-made disaster rather than a natural calamity. The Emperor comprehended the gravity of the situation, his heart growing colder, and ordered the guard to thoroughly investigate today's incident involving Rui Wang. The guards, receiving their orders, did not dare to delay. They swiftly discovered that today, Fu Si Yuan's attendant, Yuning, had consumed the food delivered from the palace while waiting outside, and the horses had also been fed with the grain sent from the palace. Fu Si Yuan was a current prince. How could anyone dare to so boldly frame a royal? The Emperor was exceedingly furious. In a fit of rage, he made his way to Xiangxing Palace, intending to confront the Empress, who managed the palace provisions. Everyone felt a sense of dread for the Empress, yet at this moment, she remained unfazed, strolling leisurely with her maid Lu Qiao, as if nothing were amiss, to the doors of the hall. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." The Empress narrowed her large eyes, her smile radiant as spring. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The Emperor, his face a mask of fury, cast a glance at the Empress's beaming expression, feeling as though he had swallowed a bitter pill. Seething with anger, he uttered not a word and strode past her into the inner chamber. The Empress, unfazed, followed him in with a smile. The man seated at the head of the table, though not angry, exuded an intimidating presence that instilled fear. "Empress, today it is you who arranged for the meals to be sent to the guards of Rui Wang and the horses." The Empress, lost in her reverie, exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty, I oversee such a vast harem. How could I concern myself with such trivial matters?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes as she feigned sorrow, adding, "Though I have no merit, I bear the burdens of managing the harem. To be met with such wrath over a minor issue is unjust." The Emperor inquired, "You are unaware of the matter concerning Shao Qi? What matter regarding Rui Wang?" "Your Majesty knows well the nature of my relationship with Rui Wang. How could I possibly be informed of his affairs? Her words left the emperor bewildered. He remained silent. The harem is not involved in politics. And Rui Wang had never been particularly close to the empress. The emperor's urgent inquiry seemed to render him unreasonable in light of her retort. After a brief cough, he acknowledged that it was understandable for the empress to be uninformed. Today, Rui Wang's guards and horses had consumed the meals sent from the palace, leading to an illness among the guards and madness among the horses, causing Rui Wang to fall from his mount. I have already dispatched someone to investigate this matter. All the food today was arranged by the harem. Upon hearing this, the empress fell to her knees before the emperor, crying, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. Someone must have plotted to sow discord between Rui Wang and myself, committing such despicable acts. Your Majesty, consider this. Such acts of poisoning, if revealed, would only serve to cover one's own faults. I may be foolish, but I am not so foolish as to take the blame for such deeds." The emperor, observing the empress's heartfelt lament and her reasonable arguments, rubbed his throbbing forehead and murmured, "Empress, please rise. I was hasty in my judgment and wronged you. Do not let it trouble your heart." The empress lifted her handkerchief to dab at her non-existent tears. "Your Majesty, it is reassuring that you recognize my innocence. Rui Wang is unharmed, I trust?" The empress was relieved to learn that the physician from Shaoqi's residence was skilled and that he was not in serious danger. With a sigh of relief, she clasped her hands together and murmured, "Thank the heavens, all is well." Noticing the empress's demeanor, the emperor lost interest in further inquiries and said, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty." Watching the emperor depart, the empress slumped back onto the couch, exhaling deeply. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qiao, who understood and secured the palace doors before approaching the empress. "Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. With just a few words, you have won the emperor's trust. It seems he cares for you the most." The empress scoffed. "Whether he cares or not is of little consequence. Today, I have achieved 3 objectives with 1 maneuver." Lu Qiao lowered her head, eager to please, "Your Highness. I am but a foolish servant. You may not understand, but since you are in a good mood today, I shall indulge you." Chapter 20. The Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might After bidding farewell to Jiang Chengfei. Jiang Yuyan hastily filled her stomach and then collapsed onto the table, unwilling to move. When Yuan Yu entered to tidy up, she inquired, "Princess, shall I prepare water for your bath?" Jiang Yuyan casually asked, "What time is it now? Has the prince awoken?" "It is already the hour of the dog. There has been no word of his highness waking." Jiang Yuyan rose, stretching and yawning widely. The events of the day had been peculiar, and considering that Fu Siyuan had been injured on her behalf, she resolved to check on him, thinking it a good excuse for a leisurely stroll after her meal. As she walked, she easily found her way to Fu Siyuan's courtyard. The Yongchong pavilion was brightly lit, yet not a soul was in sight. Fu Siyuan favored tranquility, so unless summoned, few would dare approach. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to step inside, a shadow leaped down from the high wall beside her, startling her. The figure was tall and agile, clad in black attire. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yuyan gasped in delight. "Yuning, you are awake. Are you well?" Yuning, appearing somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. He clasped his fists in apology. "It is my fault. I have caused distress to the prince and princess." Jiang Yuyan waved her hand. Observing Yuning's pale complexion, "You did not intend for this to happen. How is it that you find yourself here?" "I felt uneasy," he replied. "Did doctor he provide you with medicine?" "Yes, after taking the medicine, I feel better." Noticing Yuning standing still, Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brow. "Is there something else?" Yuning wore an expression of unspoken concern. "The prince is still not awake. I cannot leave. A loyal and devoted guard indeed." "Princess," he began to kneel. Jiang Yuyan hurriedly supported him. "What are you doing? Rise." Yuning lowered his head, resembling a child caught misbehaving. "It was my oversight," he admitted. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized him. "I knew this matter could not be so simple. This afternoon, an unfamiliar maid and eunuch came to deliver food for me and the horses. So indeed, there was something amiss with that food. But do we know who sent it?" Yuning nodded. "It was said to be from the empress." Jiang Yuyan's heart sank. The empress? How audacious! Such blatant attempts at poisoning could only signal her intent to harm Rui Wang and Rui Wang's consort. Could the empress truly be so foolish? Yet, if it were indeed her, what could her motive be? Jiang Yuyan pondered the implications. Had she not just provoked the empress? It would seem that the latter had retaliated by orchestrating a poisoning scheme that resulted in mishaps for the horses and Yuning. Apart from the empress, who else would dare to act so recklessly? Even the headstrong Princess Ningxiang would not stoop to such levels. The empress was a master of palace intrigue, fully aware of the emperor's temperament. Surely, he would think her too cunning to engage in such obvious self-sabotage. Jiang Yuyan sighed as she gazed towards Fu Siyuan's door. In this new life, she never expected to find herself embroiled in such a significant predicament, dragging Fu Siyuan down with her. This cannot be blamed on you. Once the prince awakens, I will explain everything. Yu Ning's eyes widened. Princess, this matter is entirely my fault. Jiang Yuyan shook her head. You are too stubborn to leave. This cannot be. The prince already harbors considerable discontent towards you. If you do not heed my words, it is as though you do not recognize me as your princess. Yu Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seems the prince does not view you as our princess either. Jiang Yuyan scoffed inwardly. It mattered not whether he did or not. For nominally, she should be regarded as such. She resolved to wield her position to her advantage. Observing Jiang Yuyan's resolute demeanor, Yu Ning understood that further protest was futile. Feeling slightly unwell, he clasped his fists once more and said, Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Yuyan lingered in Fu Siyuan's courtyard for a moment, gathering her thoughts. How would she convey the gravity of the situation regarding the fall from the horse and its connection to the empress? Once her thoughts were aligned, she raised her hand and knocked on Fu Siyuan's door. It was Dr. He who answered. Jiang Yuyan gently stretched her neck and scanned the room, softly inquiring, Is the prince still not awake? Before Dr. He could respond, a voice emerged from within the room, hoarse yet calm. Come in. Jiang Yuyan exchanged a glance with Dr. He, who nodded and gestured her to enter. Jiang Yuyan stepped over the threshold, while Dr. He kindly closed the door behind them. She approached Fu Siyuan's bedside, observing the pallid figure lying there. For a fleeting moment, the situation felt surreal. How had she found herself alone with him once more? Fu Siyuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yuyan as she settled a little further from the edge of his bed. A vague discomfort stirred within him. Why is this woman sitting so far from me? Does she fear I might harm her? With that thought, Fu Siyuan motioned with his lips for her to sit closer. Jiang Yuyan was reluctant to bridge the distance. He always maintained a certain space between them, and being too near made her apprehensive, as if he might strike at any moment. Cautiously, she inched her stool a tad closer, which only served to displease Fu Siyuan further. I meant for her to sit on the bed. Jiang Yuyan paused in her movement. What? Sit on the bed? She momentarily struggled to comprehend Fu Siyuan's intentions. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with her hesitation. With a swift motion, he grasped her arm and pulled her towards him. Caught off guard, Jiang Yuyan stumbled and fell directly onto Fu Siyuan. Chapter 21. Does the princess consort have reservations about me? The man let out a muffled grunt in pain. Jiang Yuyan quickly regained her composure, attempting to rise, but Fu Siyuan was quicker, lifting his hand to draw her shoulder closer beneath the covers. Clenching his teeth, he commanded, Do not move. Having fallen from a carriage, he had injured his back, and her sudden impact caused him to feel as if his spine might shatter. Jiang Yuyan, observing Fu Siyuan's pained expression, found herself at a loss. It was a dilemma, to move or not to move. Be gentler. You are pressing on my heart, he cautioned. Realizing her right hand was resting on a spot that pulsated steadily, she gradually lifted it, supporting herself as she distanced from him. They both exhaled a sigh of relief. And Jiang Yuyan noticed a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead from their earlier encounter. They both started to speak simultaneously, then instinctively fell silent, creating an atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Eventually, Fu Siyuan broke the oppressive silence. You go first. Seeing him take the initiative, Jiang Yuyan felt no need to hesitate. Recounting the conversation she had with Yu Ning at the door and everything that had transpired in the Empress's palace. As expected, Fu Siyuan's reaction was muted. His eyes bore into her with a profound intensity. Doctor, he has already informed me of Yu Ning and Ma's situation, he stated, and Jiang Yuyan waited for him to continue. Indeed, he added, You tell me this. Are you not afraid I will be wary of you in the future? After all, Even a 3-year-old knows that the Empress of Daxia holds a rather unfavorable view of this Prince Ray. Jiang Yuyan smiled fearlessly, countering, "What does it matter? If I do not tell you, will you not be wary of me?" Fu Siyuan was momentarily taken aback. It seems I had not considered that possibility. However, he swiftly altered his tone. "I will indeed be cautious, so it would be best for you to be perceptive." Jiang Yuyan had no intention of engaging in a protracted argument over this matter. "Rest assured, Prince, I will store all the items granted by the Empress in the palace's treasury." Fu Siyuan responded with displeasure. "Do you think I lack such trivial items? The entire palace is yours now. Isn't it all yours?" Jiang Yuyan was astonished by his perspective. How absurd! Has he discovered my intention to inherit his assets? Yet, he had not voiced it, and could not confirm it. Jiang Yuyan cast a cautious glance at Fu Siyuan and considered her next move. Perhaps she could be a bit more ambitious. Thus, she ventured, "Prince, may I request a space from you?" The small abandoned courtyard behind Fengxia Pavilion. Fu Siyuan appeared perplexed by her request. Jiang Yuyan fabricated an excuse, explaining, "I promised the Empress to create a beauty balm today, and I need a larger space to work. An unused courtyard should be an easy concession for him." He nodded, stating, "Tomorrow, I will have the steward send a few people to repair it." Jiang Yuyan waved her hand dismissively. "Just inform the steward that the courtyard is for me. There is no need to send anyone over. I have other arrangements." Fu Siyuan, distracted, simply replied, "All right." Satisfied that her business was concluded, Jiang Yuyan rose to leave. But Fu Siyuan, shifting on the bed, called out to her, "Princess consort, could you assist me with a matter? My back itches. Could you help me sit up and scratch it?" Jiang Yuyan was taken aback. Wasn't this something Yuning should attend to? Reluctantly, she turned back and sat down at the bed's edge once more. It was merely scratching an itch, not a monumental task. However, she overlooked the fact that Fu Siyuan was currently immobile. As she attempted to maneuver one of his shoulders with one hand, she realized she needed both hands to apply equal pressure on either side. Consequently, Jiang Yuyan bent down, reaching to grasp the shoulder closer to her. Facing Fu Siyuan, his warm breath brushed against her delicate neck, provoking an involuntary tickle that caused a faint blush to rise from her neck to her ears. The unique fragrance of a woman enveloped Fu Siyuan's senses, evoking vivid memories of a passionate night. In an unexpected impulse, Fu Siyuan's hands found their way to Jiang Yuyan's neck. Startled by a sudden movement, she stammered, "What are you doing?" Suppressing the urge to slap him. Realizing he had encircled her neck, Fu Siyuan swallowed hard, offering a rather implausible excuse. "If I do not hold on to you, how can I sit up? In truth, I can manage on my own. However, since I have already granted you that courtyard, you ought to reciprocate in some way." Jiang Yuyan felt a surge of irritation, yet maintained her composure. How had she not seen through him in the past? He was so brazenly attempting to take advantage of her. She tightened her grip, resolutely lifting Fu Siyuan upright and propping 2 large pillows behind him. Once she had completed this task, she straightened up, glaring at Fu Siyuan in annoyance. Ignoring her disgruntled expression, Fu Siyuan straightforwardly asked, "Why are you still standing there? What? Are you unwilling?" "Of course not," Jiang Yuyan replied with an awkward smile. She felt a prickling unease, but approached him nonetheless. It was merely a matter of scratching an itch. Why was this so awkward? She reassured herself. Gradually, she extended her hand toward his back. His back was broad and firm, and through the thin fabric of his clothing, she could not discern whether her hand was heating up or if his skin was radiating warmth. Yet, she restrained herself, carefully balancing her touch as she gently scratched. The soothing sensation of her ministrations traveled from Fu Siyuan's back to his heart. Fu Siyuan pressed down the corners of his slightly upturned lips. Mischievously, he pointed to the right, then to the left. "Hey, over here. Haven't you eaten? Focus, focus." He felt a sense of satisfaction. However, Jiang Yuyan was far from satisfied. She sensed that Fu Siyuan was being intentionally vexatious. He had ignored her in the past life, and now he was humiliating her again in this one. Anger bubbled within her, and she dug her nails in harder. Fu Siyuan noticed Jiang Yuyan's petulant scratching and cleared his throat. "Does the princess have an opinion about this king? Actually, scratching like this feels even better." Jiang Yuyan shot him a glance. She had endured him for long enough. A person of dignity could be killed, but not humiliated. Summoning her courage, Jiang Yuyan took a deep breath, leaned back slightly away from him, and then pushed him forcefully at his chest with both hands. That's enough. Your Highness should get some rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Chapter 22. The begonia at the Temple of the Moon. After a long day, she desired nothing more than a good night's sleep. Alas, the next day, her wish to sleep in until the sun was high was ultimately unfulfilled. Jiang Yuyan kicked off the blanket that covered her and sat up, fuming. What is all this noise so early in the morning? She perked her ears up. The sound of Xian Yue echoed in the courtyard. Hey, you there. How are you working? You missed a spot here. Xian Yue stood with her hands on her hips, commanding a group of maidservants in the yard. A low-ranking maid named Xiaoqing, with her head bowed, continuously wiped the railing with a cloth, accidentally bumping elbows with a girl beside her. Alung, when do you think our lives will improve? The girl named Alung glanced around cautiously and whispered, Don't talk. Xian Yue is watching. Hurry up and work. Xiaoqing felt wronged. Ever since the princess entered the mansion 2 days ago and Xian Yue became her chief maid, they had been bossed around like this. She was unhappy but dared not voice any complaints, for Xian Yue had boasted of being favored before the princess. Jiang Yuyan stretched lazily, got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, casually draped on an outer garment, and walked outside. Xian Yue raised her hand to smooth her hair and then curtsied to Jiang Yuyan. Princess, you are awake. Jiang Yuyan's sharp eyes caught sight of the red begonia flower at Xian Yue's temple. The flower was lovely, and Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but admire it a bit longer. The flower is nice. You may rise. Xian Yue smiled. Princess, allow me to assist you with your grooming. Jiang Yuyan ignored her, casting her gaze over the busy individuals in the courtyard. With a slight smirk, Jiang Yuyan mused about the morning bustle. The maidservants either stole glances at the princess or gawked at her up close, halting their tasks and bowing their heads in respect. Xian Yue pointed at the crowd. Princess, the courtyard is a bit messy. I will have them tidy it up. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, What are you all dawdling for? Get to work. Seeing Jiang Yuyan's disheveled hair, Xian Yue urged, Princess, please, let us go inside. Jiang Yuyan nodded. All right, you come with me. Xian Yue hurriedly followed behind Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan settled in front of the vanity. What about Yuan Yue and the others? Oh, Yuan Yue and the others were called away by the steward. Xian Yue gazed at Jiang Yuyan in the mirror and sweetly remarked, Princess, your skin is truly flawless. Jiang Yuyan beamed, teasing, Only you know how to make me happy. Look at how sweet Xian Yue's words are. Jiang Yuyan continued, I'm fortunate to have a few capable maidservants like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do, considering I'm unfamiliar with the affairs of your mansion. As the princess says, Xian Yue replied, her heart swelling with pride. The steward said the same. Jiang Yuyan's lips curled slightly. In the future, I will rely on you girls for matters in this mansion. The steward has a lot on his plate managing such a large estate. I cannot trouble him constantly, can I? Xian Yue nodded. Princess, you will be the mistress of this mansion from now on. Everything here will be at your discretion. Not necessarily, Jiang Yuyan interjected, taking Xian Yue's hand that was arranging her hair. After all, I have just arrived, and you have been here longer. The princess' preferences and dislikes may very well be known to you better than to me. Your words flatter me, princess. Once properly groomed, Jiang Yuyan stood up. I need to visit the prince's courtyard. Please have them tidy up here. As Jiang Yuyan's figure disappeared, the maidservants who had been working bowed their heads began to gather around Xian Yue. Sister Xian Yue, the princess treats you so well. Xian Yue, full of pride, replied, Did you see? Right now, I am the one the princess trusts the most in this courtyard. The girl named Alung chimed in. That's right. We all saw just now. Sister Xian Yue is now the favored one in front of the princess. Sister Xian Yue, you and the princess have such a good relationship. We lowly maidservants don't know how to interact with our masters. No wonder Sister Xian Yue is dressed so beautifully today, remarked a young maid, eyeing the flower in Xian Yue's hair. Xian Yue felt a surge of pride. Finally, someone had hit the nail on the head. She was aware of her own beauty. If she could foster a good relationship with the newly arrived princess, perhaps one day she could catch the princess' eye and become a favored concubine, transforming from a mere chicken into a phoenix. With that thought, Xian Yue felt even more pleased with herself and raised her voice. All right, you lot, pay attention. In truth, Jiang Yuyan had not walked far. She stood just outside the courtyard, eavesdropping on Xian Yue's conversation with the maidservants, hearing their thoughts loud and clear. Jiang Yuyan scoffed silently. Was the begonia at her temple a ploy to seek an affair? Did she wish to share a man with her? Regardless of whether she liked that man or not, she would not allow anyone to share him. After all, she bore the title of princess. As long as she remained Fu Siyuan's wife, she would not permit him to take a concubine. Having eavesdropped enough, it was time to get to work. Rubbing her eyes, she swiftly dashed into the courtyard. Without a word, she burst into the room, slamming the door behind her. Xianyue waved her hand. Everyone disperse, disperse. She approached Jiang Yuyan's door and knocked. From within, Jiang Yuyan's choked voice emerged. What is it? Xianyue was taken aback. Just moments ago, the princess had been fine, but now she sounded as though she had suffered a great grievance. Lowering her voice, Xianyue asked, Princess, it's me. May I come in? You may enter. Xianyue pushed the door open and walked to Jiang Yuyan's side. Observing Jiang Yuyan weeping at the table, she cautiously inquired, Princess, what's wrong? Jiang Yuyan hesitated, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. She sighed, when Yuanyue and the others arrive, see if anyone is willing to clean up that long-neglected courtyard. I will be moving there soon. Chapter 23. Let them go. With Jiang Yuyan's words, Xianyue, being an astute individual, quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that the princess had offended the prince. Otherwise, he would not have sent her to that dilapidated courtyard. The thought of that desolate place sent chills down Xianyue's spine. Once in that courtyard, it seemed unlikely that there would be any future prospects for her. Jiang Yuyan remained in tears, feeling as though she would never see me again. Shortly after their marriage, the prince showed no mercy and sent the princess to that desolate courtyard. The princess herself declared that the prince no longer wished to see her, leaving Xianyue to ponder if she would ever have a chance to rise alongside the princess. As she contemplated, a sense of dread enveloped her. Just this morning, she had hoped that by staying close to the princess, she might become somewhat familiar to the prince, perhaps even catching his eye one day. Now, it seemed that following the princess would not only prevent the prince from noticing her, but might also jeopardize her future encounters with him. Upon hearing Xianyue's thoughts, Jiang Yuyan realized the situation was nearly settled. She lifted her head and said, The maids here listen to your words. You may go out and speak with them. Those who wish to accompany me to the rear courtyard may do so, while those who do not may register their names with the steward. I will not force anyone, as following me will lead to hardships, and I do not wish to burden you all. Xianyue agreed and stepped outside. News of the princess's impending move to the abandoned courtyard spread quickly, igniting lively discussions among the maids. Is this true? Questioned Yuanyue, her face painted with disbelief. How could not be? The princess said so herself, replied Xianyue, hands on her hips, visibly frustrated. The princess had stated that no one would be forced to follow her. Those who wished to stay could accompany her to the abandoned courtyard, while the steward would arrange for the others. Soon, the maids and servants within Fengxiao Pavilion divided into factions. One group, led by Yuanyue, insisted on remaining to serve Jiang Yuyan, while the other faction, spearheaded by Xianyue, sought to leave. I am but a humble maid. My siblings await my monthly wages. What shall happen to them if I follow the princess? Xianyue wiped away non-existent tears. I, too, feel reluctant to part from the princess, but I have no choice. It is not that I am fickle. It is simply that I am without options. Hearing Xianyue's lament, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is difficult for her. The princess will understand, Sister Xianyue. Do not be too sorrowful. Xianyue appeared distraught, yet within her heart, she reveled at their sympathy. You fools, when I soar to greatness, you will come crawling to me. She mused that those who clung to the unfortunate princess were merely squandering their youth and energy. The day the prince notices me, you will regret your choices. Only Yuanyue, unfazed by Xianyue's words, declared, I do not care. Wherever the princess goes, I shall follow. Encouraged by Yuanyue's resolve, the timid Xianyue also stepped forward, whispering, Yes, princess, do not fear. I shall be by your side. Yuanyue shot a disdainful glance at Xianyue and her followers. You are merely adding insult to injury. It would be wise for you to pack your bags and leave. With the performance nearing its conclusion, Jiang Yuyan interjected, Yuanyue, please fetch the steward. Yuanyue complied and hurried away. Moments later, the steward arrived, bowing respectfully to Jiang Yuyan. Princess, he greeted. Jiang Yuyan gestured toward the departing maids. Steward, send these maids away. The steward surveyed the group, perplexed. Princess, this is quite a number. Jiang Yuyan smiled lightly. It is not too many. This is their own choice. Xian Yue, fearing the steward would refuse their departure, hastily professed loyalty. Steward, the princess does not require so many of us. Please arrange for our relocation. Her words were echoed by others beside her. Indeed, how could the abandoned courtyard accommodate so many? The steward stood dumbfounded, unable to grasp the implications of Xian Yue's words. Isn't the princess simply seeking a nearby abandoned courtyard to prepare beauty salves? What does it matter how many are there? Jiang Yuyan, understanding their intentions, smiled gently. Steward, they mean they will no longer follow me. Not follow the princess? Then who will you follow? The steward's confusion deepened. But the princess is moving to the rear courtyard, and she does not require such a large retinue. The steward was even more bewildered. Who told you the princess was moving to the back? Xian Yue, equally confused, exclaimed. Did the princess not say so? She mentioned tidying up the rear courtyard. Suddenly realizing something, she fell to her knees, desperately grasping Jiang Yuyan's hem. I was wrong, princess. Please do not dismiss me. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly knelt as well. Jiang Yuyan pulled her skirt free. This is your own choice. I have not coerced you into anything. After all, my prospects here are dim, and it is only wise for you to seek out new opportunities. Xian Yue, trembling, questioned how Jiang Yuyan had been privy to their conversation. Fearful, she began to weep. Princess, have mercy. I shall not err again. I promise to faithfully follow you from now on. There will be no from now on. There is no future. Xian Yue bowed her head repeatedly. Princess, I have a sick mother and younger siblings. My family relies on me for support. Yuan Yue forcefully pulled Xian Yue away from Jiang Yuyan. You fickle one. The princess has treated you well, yet you seek to abandon her. Steward, Xian Yue pleaded, turning her attention back to him. Please, let me stay in the palace. I will do anything. No need to say more, Jiang Yuyan said to the steward. Settle their wages and allow them to leave. Chapter 24. Fu Siyuan felt a weight on his heart after addressing the matters of the courtyard. Jiang Yuyan stifled a yawn, remembering her conversation with Fu Siyuan yesterday. She decided to visit him again today. Regret washed over her. She had spoken too hastily yesterday. What was there to see? She was barely avoiding trouble. Yet, seeing so many people dismissed this morning, she thought it prudent to inform him, lest he accuse her of acting unilaterally. On her way, she would check on Yuning to see if she had improved. Yuan Yue entered, carrying a food box. Princess, I have prepared what you requested. Jiang Yuyan opened it, glanced inside, and nodded. All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks. As Jiang Yuyan wandered through Ruwangfu, the sensation of reliving a past life brought memories flooding back. The experience of living anew was truly delightful. In truth, through her recent interactions with Fu Siyuan, he did not seem as aloof as she had once perceived. How had their misunderstandings escalated so much in her previous life? Surely, it was due to a lack of communication. Without dialogue, there could be no understanding. As she contemplated their future coexistence, Jiang Yuyan encouraged herself with newfound resolve. Engage in a sincere conversation with him. There is nothing in this world that cannot be communicated. Holding a small food box and humming a little tune, Jiang Yuyan approached the Yongchong Pavilion with a buoyant spirit. From a distance, she spotted a figure squatting at the entrance of the pavilion. It was none other than Yuning. It seemed he had recovered quite well. Jiang Yuyan was suddenly struck with the impulse to play a prank. She stealthily crept closer, intending to startle Yuning. However, the vigilance of the guards generally surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to leap out and exclaim a loud boo, Yuning stood up and swiftly turned around. Jiang Yuyan froze in her exaggerated pose. Yuning respectfully performed a bow, greeting her, Your Highness. Jiang Yuyan, feeling somewhat deflated, dropped her pose and huffed. How boring. Are all you guards so alert? It's not entertaining at all. Yuning smiled in response. Your Highness is jesting. It is my duty to be vigilant. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized him. Do you think I am childish? Yuning remained unfazed. No, Your Highness is innocent, romantic, and delightful. Jiang Yuyan thought to herself, he is clearly being disingenuous. Even my 3-year-old nephew has outgrown such games. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he harbored different thoughts. Oh my, does Your Highness possess mind-reading abilities? How did you discern my inner thoughts? I must inform the master. This princess is extraordinary, capable of understanding others' feelings. Jiang Yuyan was taken aback. It seemed Yu Ning, as a guard, had caught on to her little mind-reading act rather quickly. This was quite alarming. She hastily shifted the topic, noticing a line of ants crawling along the ground. Are you watching the ants? Yu Ning nodded, squatting down to poke at the ground with a small stick. Indeed, ants are quite clever. Your Highness, look, I set up a barrier here, and they found the nearest route to circumvent it. Jiang Yuyan rolled her eyes at the busy ants. What a childish fellow. Watching ants move as if he were a child himself. Losing interest in indulging Yu Ning's childish antics, she inquired, is the prince inside? Only then did Yu Ning notice the food box in her hands. Yes, yes. Your Highness is truly kind to the prince, bringing him food again. Jiang Yuyan opened the box and offered a delicate 8-corner pastry to Yu Ning. He paused, pointing to himself in surprise. For me? Jiang Yuyan nodded. Yes. You've worked hard. Yu Ning's heart swelled with joy. Your Highness is so generous, bringing food for the prince and even thinking of me. He reached out to take it, but suddenly recalled, there's a saying, offering kindness without reason can imply ulterior motives. Moreover, I have fallen victim to such tricks at the palace gate before. I'm not hungry. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Yuyan rolled her eyes internally. Little rascal, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Am I comparable to those despicable schemers? Although she indeed had questions for him, she cut to the chase. Are you afraid it's poisoned? Without hesitation, she picked up a piece and popped it into her mouth. Yu Ning was startled. Your Highness speaks so directly? He hurriedly waved his hands. No. Seeing Jiang Yuyan enjoy the pastry, he too felt unreserved and accepted the dish from her hands. Then I shall thank Your Highness. Jiang Yuyan cleared her throat. But don't rush to eat just yet. Yu Ning, who had just put a piece of pastry in his mouth, choked slightly, feeling as if he had stepped into a trap. Didn't Your Highness say it was safe to eat? Jiang Yuyan glanced around and beckoned him closer with a finger. Intrigued by her mysterious demeanor, Yu Ning leaned in. I just wanted to ask you a few things about the prince. Yu Ning felt a twinge of caution. What about the prince? I'm not privy to court matters. Jiang Yuyan quickly clarified. It's south not about court affairs, just some of the prince's preferences. Yu Ning's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, I see. It's about the princess likes. Your Highness is truly considerate, even thinking of the prince's preferences. Yu Ning, familiar with the prince's likes, assured her that he would provide any information she sought. Jiang Yuyan nodded with satisfaction. This is wonderful. Having a walking encyclopedia of Fu Siyuan by my side, I shall no longer fear stepping on landmines. So, tell me, does the prince enjoy durian pastries? Just then, the door creaked open. Yu Ning. Fu Siyuan stood at the entrance. His face darkened as he observed Jiang Yuyan and Yu Ning chatting in the corner. Startled, both Yu Ning and Jiang Yuyan quickly rose. Jiang Yuyan patted her backside and said to Yu Ning, well, let us talk another time. Yu Ning shrank back slightly, sensing the chilling atmosphere surrounding Fu Siyuan. Jiang Yuyan also felt the icy aura radiating from him and began to feel anxious. At that moment, she wondered if she had arrived at an inopportune time. She glanced at Yu Ning with a questioning look. Is your master in a bad mood today? Yu Ning shook his head in uncertainty, indicating he had no clue. The prince had seemed fine in the morning. As Fu Siyuan observed the silent exchange between Jiang Yuyan and Yu Ning, a sense of frustration welled up within him. Chapter 25, I do not like durian pastries. Yesterday, Jiang Yuyan had pushed him down, and now she was here early in the morning to see him. He couldn't shake the thought. It seemed perplexing to him why he was so preoccupied with her visit. When he finally heard her arrival, a flicker of joy ignited in his heart, only to be extinguished by the sight of her chattering with Yu Ning for what felt like an eternity, dousing his brief flicker of happiness with cold water. When Jiang Yuyan pulled out the delicate 8-corner pastry for Yu Ning, Fu Siyuan inexplicably felt a surge of anger, raging anger, to be precise. That pastry was clearly meant for him. Why offer it to Yu Ning? He longed to step outside, but his position restrained him. Thus, he endured for a moment until he heard Jiang Yuyan ask Yu Ning if the prince liked durian pastries, at which point Fu Siyuan could no longer contain himself. He flung open the door with a darkened expression. Jiang Yuyan felt a pang of regret. After treating him that way yesterday, had she truly come today with a head full of stubbornness to face his ire? Observing Fu Siyuan, she instinctively sensed his anger, intense anger, which she realized was related to her. Seeing Fu Siyuan on the verge of a tantrum, Jiang Yuyan felt the need to retreat. I have no particular business. I was simply out for a stroll this morning. Fu Siyuan's displeasure deepened. Out for a stroll with nothing to do? What about the matter you promised me last night? Jiang Yuyan froze mid-turn. So this was what he cared about. This man was unpredictable, now sulking in anger. Jiang Yuyan thought it wise to avoid provoking him further. Upsetting him would not bode well for her. Moreover, she had just been striving to coexist peacefully with him. Was this not all in vain? Jiang Yuyan lifted her smile and presented the food box before him. Look at my memory, Your Highness. I came to bring you food. With that, she extended the food box toward Yuning, signaling him with her eyes to take it. The foolish Yuning stared at the food box in shock, unsure whether to accept or decline. Yuning was on the verge of tears. If it were possible, he would wish to vanish into the ground at that very moment. Alas, there was no way for him to escape. Thus, he could only feign indifference, lifting his head to gaze at the sun overhead, chuckling softly. What delightful weather we have today. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Wang Ye, I just remembered that doctor he summoned me to prepare medicine for you. I shall take my leave now. Ignoring Jiang Yuyan's expressive face, Yuning swiftly darted away. Jiang Yuyan, holding a food box, remained frozen in place, her teeth clenched as she watched Yuning's retreating figure. That traitor, what are you still standing there for? Fu Siyuan glared at Jiang Yuyan with displeasure. Were you not tasked with delivering food to this Wang? Jiang Yuyan stiffly turned, clutching the food box, and approached him step by step. The man exuded an oppressive atmosphere that inexplicably unsettled her. Yet she felt she had done nothing wrong, so why should she feel anxious? With that thought, Jiang Yuyan's courage grew slightly. What was there to fear? Fu Siyuan looked down at her, his thin lips parting slightly. Why does the Wang Fei walk so slowly? Are you afraid this Wang might devour you? He chuckled, as if it were a jest under the bright sky. What was there for Jiang Yuyan to fear? She straightened her chest, holding her head high, determined to maintain her composure. Upon reaching Fu Siyuan, she presented the food box before him, proudly declaring, Here you are, Wang Ye. However, Fu Siyuan merely stared at the food box without any intention of reaching for it. Noticing his dazed expression, Jiang Yuyan kindly reminded him, Wang Ye? The food box. In an instant, Fu Siyuan's gaze fixated on her delicate red lips, which were adorned with a light sheen of lip balm. A sudden heat surged within him, causing him to swallow hard, his throat tightening with a strange irritation. He slightly shifted to the side, creating a pathway. Jiang Yuyan, astonished, regarded Fu Siyuan, questioning whether he intended for her to enter. Yet, she found herself unable to move. Fu Siyuan was behaving oddly today. Jiang Yuyan wished she could read his thoughts. But alas, she could discern nothing. Feeling her scalp tingle, she inquired, Wang Ye, do you want me to bring inside? Fu Siyuan looked down at her, his tone discontented. What else would you suggest? Should I retrieve it myself? No. Jiang Yuyan waved her hands in understanding. It was no great matter to carry it in. She had held it long enough and was not bothered by a few more steps. She circled around Fu Siyuan, entering the room and placing the food box on the table. Done. Mission accomplished. Jiang Yuyan clapped her hands, ready to withdraw. Watching her place the food box on the table, Fu Siyuan felt a slight alleviation in his mood and followed her inside, casually shutting the door behind him. Upon witnessing Fu Siyuan's action, Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. What was he planning? Fu Siyuan regarded her calmly, stating, Wang Fei intends to leave just like that? Jiang Yuyan stared at him in confusion. What else is there to do? Fu Siyuan gestured toward the food box. Understanding his implication, Jiang Yuyan suppressed her irritation. Very well. I shall help you retrieve it. Suppressing her temper, she began to remove the pastries from the box, arranging them before Fu Siyuan. Wang Ye, please. Observing her unwilling demeanor, Fu Siyuan's appetite waned. Jiang Yuyan, determined to play the role of the good person, picked up a piece. Wang Ye, open your mouth. Fu Siyuan shot her a disdainful glance, neither accepting nor responding. Forget it. Considering this woman has sincerely acknowledged her faults, I shall extend her some grace. Finally, Jiang Yuyan felt a sense of relief. Previously, she had thought something was amiss, but now it seemed that Fu Siyuan had no particular intentions at all. Yet, she remained confused. What fault had she committed? Just as Fu Siyuan was about to bite the pastry she held, Jiang Yuyan, in a moment of impulse, quickly turned and stuffed it into her own mouth. Jiang Yuyan, she mumbled, cheeks full as she chewed rapidly. I want to eat what I took. I won't give it to you. After enduring enough that morning, she was no longer willing to be trifled with. Fu Siyuan could not possibly hold this minor incident against her, so she felt emboldened. This woman dares to challenge this Wang. He commanded, get another one. Feed me. Jiang Yuyan complied, seizing another pastry. Even if I get another, I won't give it to you. Anticipating that Jiang Yuyan would again shove it into her mouth, Fu Siyuan seized her wrist this time. Wang Ya, this isn't fair. Let go. This Wang will not release it. This is mine. I won't give it to you. Jiang Yuyan leaned closer to the pastry in her hand. Suddenly, a cool object brushed against the other end of the pastry. Jiang Yuyan's eyes widened in shock as she gazed into Fu Siyuan's handsome face, which was now dangerously close. His lips were biting down on the pastry's opposite end, their mouths almost touching. Fu Siyuan was equally astonished. He had merely intended to take the pastry from her, but had not anticipated her leaning in as well. Neither knew if it was her lips or the pastry that felt warm and sweet, evoking an irresistible urge to hold on. Seizing the moment while Jiang Yuyan was momentarily dazed, Fu Siyuan bit off the other half of the pastry she had been holding. As he observed the strands of saliva on the pastry, Jiang Yuyan finally processed what had just occurred. Had Fu Siyuan just taken a bite from her? It seemed he had also tasted her saliva. Her cheeks flushed, and she struggled to breathe as she covered her face with her hands, glaring at Fu Siyuan in indignation. Can I leave now? Jiang Yuyan abruptly stood up, blurting, I'm leaving. Her heart raced, a sensation entirely new to her. This Wang has matters to discuss with you. Shouldn't it be you who has something to say to me? This man, was he toying with her? She shook off Fu Siyuan's hand and moved toward the door. Fu Siyuan's cold voice echoed behind her. In the future, if you have any issues, come directly to this Wang. You are not permitted to consult anyone else. After a pause, he added, also, this Wang does not like durians. Chapter 26. This Wang is not joking. Jiang Yuyan, fuming, exited Yongchong Pavilion. Only then recalling that she had intended to inform him, she had dismissed all the maidservants from Fengxia Pavilion. She needed no more than Yuan Yue and Xin Yue to keep her company. Jiang Yuyan bit her lip, forcing herself to calm down. It was best to yield when under the eaves. She could not repeat the mistakes of her previous life. Enduring for a moment could lead to a vast horizon. Meanwhile, Fu Siyuan was not faring much better. He silently lamented as he watched Jiang Yuyan's departing figure. Did I perhaps anger her again? He rubbed his forehead. Had I known I shouldn't have been so harsh, but she is fiercer than I. Fu Siyuan sighed inwardly. It's disheartening. This woman is ignoring me again. Disheartening. Disheartening. After muttering disheartening 3 times, Fu Siyuan suddenly realized, why am I feeling disheartened? Why have I said it 3 times in my mind? Yet, I truly feel quite disheartened. Perhaps I should simply apologize to her. If my right hand wins, I shall apologize. If my left hand wins, I need not. Seated before the table, Fu Siyuan began to play rock, paper, scissors with himself. At that moment, she was in a state of panic. Had Dr. He mentioned Fu Siyuan had fallen and hit his head? Unfortunately, she was too far away to hear his thoughts. Fu Siyuan had been comparing himself to himself for quite some time, yet he could not determine a victor. How infuriating! His thin lips pressed together, still tinged with the sweet and fragrant remnants of the pastries he had just consumed. When had the chef at the Wang Fu begun crafting such delectable treats? He cast a scrutinizing glance at the plate of pastries still resting on the table, reached out, and picked one up, taking a small bite. Why did it taste so different from before? He set the pastry down and grabbed another piece, taking another small bite. Indeed, it was different. A flicker of irritation surged within him. Only then did he remember that Yu Ning had been sent away by Jiang Yuyan. What did the prince need the chef for? Jiang Yuyan, standing beneath the eaves, drew closer upon hearing Fu Siyuan's words. He turned around, somewhat surprised, and countered her inquiry. Did you not leave? I was simply overwhelmed with anger and did not notice there were people outside. I remembered something that I must inform the prince. What is it? I have dismissed some of the maidservants from my courtyard and instructed the steward to arrange for their departure from the residence. Who would have thought she would come here to discuss such trivial matters? Fu Siyuan felt a twinge of displeasure. He waved for Jiang Yuyan to approach. Fixating on her beautiful eyes, and earnestly stated, such trivial matters are for the Wang Fei to decide. You need not consult me. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Very well. It was indeed a minor issue, and she had perhaps overreacted. Having said her piece, she turned to leave. Where are you going, Wang Fei? The man behind her stood up coldly, locking her wrist from behind. Fu Siyuan furrowed his brow, meeting Jiang Yuyan's gaze as she turned back. Did this woman not care to inquire about his injury? All right, how is your injury? Does it still hurt? It does. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Yuyan doubted his pain. I shall call for Dr. He. Suddenly, her wrist was gripped tighter. Wang Fei, why do you constantly avoid me? I'm not. Fu Siyuan suddenly sidled closer, blocking Jiang Yuyan's path with one hand, pressing her between him and the table. Jiang Yuyan felt her cheeks flush. She stammered, Wang ya, what do you wish to do? Fu Siyuan released her wrist, yet before she could exhale, his large hand lifted her chin. She was so startled she dared not breathe. Fu Siyuan scrutinized her face and earnestly declared, as long as you are willing, the entire Wangfu can belong to you. What? Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. Today, the Rue Wang was behaving strangely. Of course, the Wangfu would be hers in the not-so-distant future, but not at present. She gazed at Fu Siyuan, her mind racing. Could this man know something? She blinked, fearing he would mock her. As long as you are willing, now and forever. I'm not jesting. Gazing into Fu Siyuan's unabashed eyes, Jiang Yuyan's heart began to race once more. Her ears flushed with heat. She had never seen Fu Siyuan like this before. Yet, was he truly someone worthy of her lifelong commitment? A shiver ran through her, her gaze flickering. She raised her hand to gently push him away from her chest. If the Wangya has no other matters, Fu Siyuan lowered his gaze at Jiang Yuyan, releasing his grip and stepping back. Forget it. There will be plenty of time ahead. Go on, he instructed Jiang Yuyan, as she assessed Fu Siyuan, fearing he would reconsider. She took a step to leave. Yet, he remained motionless. Jiang Yuyan nudged him lightly. However, Fu Siyuan nearly collapsed onto her, seeing his pale complexion and tightly closed eyes. She panicked. What is wrong? Fu Siyuan. Fu Siyuan gritted his teeth. The pain in his abdomen surged like a knife, wave after wave. He sank to one knee, veins bulging on the back of his hand, forcing out each word. Don't touch me. There's medicine in my embrace. Jiang Yuyan grasped his trembling hand. Let me help. She swiftly searched his chest, but found none of the medicine he spoke of. Where is it? Where is it? Why can't I find it? Jiang Yuyan whispered anxiously. Did you misplace it? Suddenly, Fu Siyuan seized her hand that was still searching. The pain in his abdomen had caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. If not for the torment he had endured since childhood, he would have long since lost consciousness. His gaze was sharp, clearly reaching the limits of his endurance. Call Dr. He quickly. Jiang Yuyan, encountering such a situation for the first time, forced herself to remain calm, placing her arm under his. I will help you to the bed. She exerted all her strength, but found she could not move Fu Siyuan an inch. Just as despair began to creep in, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Chapter 27. Count it as my debt to you. Yu Ning had not wandered far. Even within the Wangfu, he remained acutely aware of his duty as Fu Siyuan's guard. A guard should never stray too far from their master, regardless of time or circumstance. Thus, when Jiang Yuyan shouted, he heard her. Although the words were somewhat unclear, he rushed over immediately. However, recalling the events from the last time he entered the palace and the sights he had witnessed in the carriage, he halted. What if he stumbled upon something inappropriate for a child to see? Consequently, he lingered outside for a moment, gradually realizing that something was amiss. Thus, he kicked open the door to Yongchongge and burst inside. Upon seeing Yu Ning rush in, Jiang Yuyan felt as though a savior had arrived. Quickly, Yu Ning, help the Wangya to bed. In truth, without Jiang Yuyan's urging, Yu Ning had already reached Fu Siyuan's side, supporting his arm. Master, where is your medicine? It's lost. I'll go find Dr. He. Jiang Yuyan attempted to free herself from Fu Siyuan's grasp, but found his hold only tightened. Fu Siyuan shook his head. Jiang Yuyan, feeling helpless, assisted Yu Ning in laying Fu Siyuan down to rest. Once everything was settled, Yu Ning dashed off to find Dr. He. How are you? Jiang Yuyan wiped the sweat from Fu Siyuan's forehead, nearly in tears. Where did you put the medicine? Fu Siyuan lay weakly on the bed. I didn't place it anywhere. It was lost during yesterday's accident. It seems the intentions of the Empress and the Crown Prince lie here. Jiang Yuyan's eyes reddened. Do not cry, I am fine. Silly girl, how could they allow me to find medicine? It's lost, and cannot be found. Oh, it hurts. Fu Siyuan grimaced in pain. He released Jiang Yuyan's hand, only to discover she was the one holding onto him tightly. Let go. I fear that when I am in pain, I might unintentionally grip your hand too hard. Yet, Jiang Yuyan, upon hearing this, refused to release him. The Empress was indeed despicable. Cursed be it. The accident was merely a prelude. The true aim was the life-saving medicine on Fu Siyuan. In an instant, she felt a surge of hatred. She had thought herself reborn with the upper hand, yet she had inadvertently brought deep harm to others. Jiang Yuyan felt both anger and self-reproach. She choked. Why are you so foolish to speak of the lost medicine only now? I did not expect the illness to strike so soon. He held Jiang Yuyan's hand. Princess, listen to me. If I do not survive this time. Jiang Yuyan spat. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will storm the Jinluan Hall tomorrow and demand an explanation from the emperor. Fu Siyuan merely chuckled. Take good care of my royal residence. You should take care of yourself, Dr. He. Jiang Yuyan retorted. Just then, Yuning rushed in, dragging Dr. He along with him. Dr. He was panting heavily and did not bother to greet Jiang Yuyan. He approached Fu Siyuan's bedside, grasped his hand, and checked his pulse, gasping, Your Highness. Where's the medicine? Right? Yuning stepped forward. I will fetch it immediately. With that, he turned to leave. Dr. He, how is His Highness? Jiang Yuyan asked. Her eyes red. Dr. He finished checking the pulse and retrieved a golden needle from his medical box. I will administer acupuncture now. His Highness currently lacks the medicine to suppress the toxins within, although it is not immediately life-threatening. The pain will feel as though his abdomen is being sliced with a knife. Dr. He glanced at Fu Siyuan, who was on the brink of fainting from the pain. He sighed and continued, If this continues before the toxins reach the heart, Your Highness will. What will happen to him? Jiang Yuyan gasped. He will suffer a slow, agonizing death. Jiang Yuyan inhaled sharply, realizing that each time he fell ill, the suffering was unbearable. Unless a remedy could be found to alleviate his pain. Fu Siyuan, however, forced a smile. It is not as dire as Dr. He suggests. I have endured worse pain in the past. Dr. He, Yuning interjected, though His Highness is of noble lineage, surely there must be a remedy available? Foolish boy, while I have treated His Highness's illness, the world is vast, and remedies for such a rare poison are scarce. I know where to find one, Jiang Yuyan asserted. It is said that Xianhuang grass on Duanyin Mountain can alleviate pain. She recalled the ghostly physician she had encountered in her previous life, when Fu Siyuan was on the brink of death. Unfortunately, she had missed the opportune moment for rescue. Nevertheless, the ghostly physician had pointed her toward a potential solution. Xianhuang grass on Duanyin Mountain could lessen his suffering during his torment. Dr. He stroked his white beard. Xianhuang grass? I have indeed read about this herb in ancient texts, but it has long been extinct. How does the princess know of it? He scrutinized Jiang Yuyan. The records in ancient texts mention the herb, but given the treacherous terrain of Duanyin Mountain, finding even a single plant would be quite a challenge. Jiang Yuyan took a deep breath. Thankfully, in her previous life, she had overheard gossip from the maidservants regarding its location. With a mix of the maidservants' tidbits, her own speculation, and Fu Siyuan's good fortune, she believed she could succeed. After all, while the events were unfolding differently this time, Fu Siyuan was not one to meet a swift end. As someone aware he would not perish so quickly, Jiang Yuyan was confident that this bit of luck would ensure Fu Siyuan's survival. I shall go. Dr. He, please describe the appearance of that herb to me. After saying this, she felt her statement lacked conviction. As a delicate woman, what could she possibly do? Therefore, she hastily conjured an excuse. I used to play there with my brother when I was little. This was in fact true. Young Jiang Yuyan had always followed her brother around like a little tomboy. Jiang Qingfei was the adventurous type, always eager to explore. Upon hearing there was a remedy, Yuning immediately volunteered. I will accompany the princess. Dr. He pondered for a moment and nodded, recognizing this as a last resort. Very well, you both prepare yourselves. I shall sketch the herb's appearance. In truth, Jiang Yuyan had little to prepare. While Dr. He sketched, Yuning went to fetch horses. Jiang Yuyan settled beside Fu Siyuan's bed. His sleeping face was remarkably handsome. Even with his eyes closed, his features were sharply defined. However, He looked rather pale. Jiang Yuyan gently caressed his face with her slender hand. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, "Do not worry, I will find the Xianhuang grass for you." Her fingers clenched, her gaze fierce. "Consider it a debt I owe you. Even if I do not find it, and you suffer to death, fear not. I will seek vengeance from the Empress for you." It seemed her words only intensified his pain. In her moment of distraction, Fu Xiyuan's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 28. Has the princess been possessed? Yuning could not afford to delay, swiftly selecting 2 fine steeds. In the Daxia kingdom, both boys and girls learned to ride and shoot from a young age, with noble families placing great emphasis on such skills. Thus, although Jiang Yuyan was raised in seclusion as the daughter of a chancellor, she possessed some knowledge of horsemanship and archery. He completed the drawing of the herb and handed it to Jiang Yuyan, advising, "Princess, ancient texts indicate that Xianhuang grass often grows where springs emerge from cliffs, with a dark yellow stalk and a small red bead at the tip of each leaf. This distinctive feature should make it easy to identify." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but I worry that the herb's location may be difficult to find. The springs are not abundant." Jiang Yuyan murmured, "Though Duanyan Mountain is vast, there will not be many places where springs emerge." "Do not worry, I will search diligently with Yuning," she reassured him. He bowed deeply to Jiang Yuyan. "You have my gratitude, princess. Rest assured, I will keep watch over His Highness." Duanyan Mountain lay 5 miles north of the capital. It was not too far. Jiang Yuyan calculated the time. After exiting the city, she and Yuning galloped northward. The northern outskirts were rife with steep mountains, dense trees, and a scarcity of people, leading to an abundance of wildlife. Upon reaching the foot of Duanyan Mountain, Yuning suddenly halted his horse. "Why do I feel something is amiss?" He surveyed the surroundings, where ancient trees loomed and birds chirped. "Am I overthinking it?" Jiang Yuyan also stopped, furrowing her brow as she scanned the area. Her intuition as a woman told her that Yuning's instincts were correct. She forced herself to calm down and listen for any faint sounds, such as the whispers of the heart. To her surprise, she did hear a sound. Yet, it did not come from the ground. Rather, Jiang Yuyan looked skyward. The clear blue sky was unclouded, and a small black bird, no larger than a fist, flew overhead. Jiang Yuyan thought she was imagining things. As she gazed at the little black bird, she felt as though it was watching her in return. She even heard a faint voice coming from the bird. "Cow, cow, 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 cow. 2 foolish humans, dim-witted fools." "Yuning, do you find that bird up there peculiar?" Yuning, feeling uneasy about the uncertain road ahead and the need to find the pain-relieving Xianhuang grass, snapped, "Princess, how can you be so preoccupied with birds at a time like this?" Although he thought this, he still obliged and glanced at the sky. "What is it?" "Just a silly bird." As he looked up, the small black bird happened to fly directly above his head. Suddenly, he felt something cold and wet plop onto his cheek. "Ah, that wretched bird." Yuning Eavesdropping utterlitis magnet. As he wiped the mess off his face with his sleeve, he cursed, "You filthy bird. Just wait until I roast you." It seemed the bird understood Yuning's words, as it circled above them twice and cawed triumphantly. "Foolish, foolish." Observing the provocative demeanor of the blackbird, Yuning was infuriated and began to stomp her feet. "Caw, caw, caw." This audacious creature truly acted as if it had become sentient. Jiang Yuyan watched the exchange between the girl and the bird with a subtle furrow in her brow. She tightened her grip on the reins of her steed, halting Yuning. "Yuning, refrain from speaking for a moment. Do you not feel that the bird is communicating with us?" Yuning widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Jiang Yuyan shook her head. She had indeed heard the little black bird speak. It could perceive human thoughts, but this was her first encounter with the language of animals. Casting a glance at the small black bird still circling above, Jiang Yuyan, disregarding Yuning's incredulous gaze, beckoned to it. "Blackbird, could you descend?" Yuning gusped. "Your Highness, we must continue our journey. Why are you calling this crow?" In apparent protest to Yuning's words, the black bird emitted a series of sounds, flying atop Yuning's head. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly this time, dodging the bird's barrage of droppings. "Caw, caw, caw, caw. You are the crow." "I'm a Ling Ming Wu, not a crow." Jiang Yuyan confirmed her ability to comprehend the bird's speech. This dead crow had indeed become sentient. Was it truly the case? Yuning cursed while evading. "Caw, caw. You call me names. You shall suffer for it." Jiang Yuyan observed the chaotic scene, capturing the key phrase from the blackbird. What did it mean that there was a good death ahead? At this moment, she could no longer heed Yuning's skeptical expression and pointed towards a nearby tree. Yuning, you should stand beneath that large tree. I have matters to discuss with this bird brother. Before Yuning could voice any objections, Jiang Yuyan quickly added, it won't take long. Upon hearing her words, Yuning, now unconcerned about dodging the bird's droppings, looked at Jiang Yuyan in astonishment, utterly unable to grasp her intentions. Your Highness, you wish to converse with this crow? Jiang Yuyan ignored Yuning's toget, nodding firmly. It certainly appeared bizarre to witness a person conversing with a bird. Anyone would think her possessed. Yet the world held many inexplicable phenomena, such as her ability to read minds. First came her mind reading, then her understanding of avian language. If she could not explain it, others would certainly not comprehend it either. However, this bird had not appeared without reason. Odd occurrences often herald strange omens, and this related to their success in procuring Fu Siyuan's Xian Huang grass. Regardless, caution is the mother of safety. Watching Yuning stand at a distance beneath the large tree, Jiang Yuyan lifted her chin and softened her voice, addressing the little black bird overhead. Bird brother, you can understand my words, correct? Caw, caw, caw. Silly, silly, I do not merely understand your speech. I comprehend the words of all of you. Caw, caw. I am indeed a clever Ling Ming bird, a clever Ling Ming Wu. Jiang Yuyan blinked, automatically dismissing the two silly phrases. Now is not the time to quibble with this foolish bird. Ling Ming bird? I have never heard of such a creature. She smiled slyly, her red lips parting. You're the Ling Ming Wu, yes? A fine name. Caw, caw, caw. Of course. Silly, silly. You mentioned that there's a good death ahead. What does that mean? Cow, 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 cow. The Ling Ming Wu recognized that this woman below could understand its words, and it flapped its wings excitedly, circling in the air. Silly, silly. You can understand me. This woman appears far more agreeable than that silly fellow from before. Jiang Yuyan watched the circling Ling Ming Wu and reiterated her question. You mentioned that there's a good death ahead. What does that mean? Caw, 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 caw. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. I want to infuriate you. Jiang Yuyan glanced at Yuning standing beneath the tree and continued to tease. I am not allied with that silly fellow. I am not one of you. Caw, 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 caw. Then you're doomed as well. There are others waiting ahead to kill him. An ambush ahead? As Jiang Yuyan pondered the truth of the bird's words, she dismounted and waved to Yuning. Regardless of its validity, it was prudent to be cautious. Yuning, already impatient beneath the tree, would have rushed into the dense forest if not for Jiang Yuyan's royal status. Seeing Jiang Yuyan dismount and beckon, he followed suit, walking over. Is the princess finally departing? But why is she dismounting? And that foolish bird, why does it persist in following us? Jiang Yuyan sighed. Yuning deserved punishment, but the bird was no fool. It was evident that the black bird had trailed them all along. Had it already been bribed? The empress had truly invested heavily, using this creature to monitor the movements of the Wang Fu, which was indeed unexpected. Jiang Yuyan raised her delicate hand, palm upward, towards Yuning. Do you have the snacks you were meant to bring? Yuning crossed his arms, anger boiling. Your Highness, our immediate priority is to locate the Xian Huang grass. How can you still concern yourself with feeding a bird? If you are dissatisfied with the Wang Yi, you cannot disregard his life. Jiang Yuyan squinted her eyes. If I did not care about his life, I would not have come to this cursed place. She raised her gaze to the little black bird still soaring above. Lowering her voice, you are aware that this bird has followed us the entire way. Do you not wonder why? Is it truly mere coincidence? Yuning, startled more than angry, had no time to ponder how Jiang Yuyan knew this. However, he recognized that the bird had indeed followed them. Does the princess mean? Jiang Yuyan nodded, patiently persuading him. If you wish to keep our whereabouts hidden, be sensible and retrieve the pastries from your bag. Yuning glanced up at the black bird above and, turning around, unfastened the bundle from his horse's neck. But your Highness, will this really be effective? We shall see whether it works. Jiang Yuyan placed the bundle on the ground, unwrapping the food inside. She called out to the bird overhead, we are hungry. Let us eat something first. Would you like to come down and join us? Caw, caw, caw. This foolish woman intends to capture me. I am not that foolish. Jiang Yuyan nodded, handing a piece of cake to Yuning, signaling him to stand back. She took a piece for herself and retreated. The blackbird circled above twice, observing that the humans had moved aside. Safe distance. It cautiously descended a few times, finally unable to resist the allure of the spread pastries, and landed at the edge to hop about. Though it was merely a bird, it could not withstand the temptation of food. The Ling Ming Wu hopped, preparing to peck at the treats. This was the moment Yu Ning had been waiting for. He leapt forward, swiftly shedding his outer robe and lunging at the Ling Ming Wu, enveloping it completely. Cow, 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 cow. Let me go, let me go. Jiang Yuyan picked up a thick branch from the ground and struck the Ling Ming Wu, which was flailing beneath the cloth. Once she sensed the little creature had ceased its struggle, Yu Ning lifted the garment. Jiang Yuyan picked up the Ling Ming Wu by its two small claws, holding it aloft like a chick. Your Highness, is it dead? Not dead. I was careful when I struck it, merely knocking it unconscious. This bird was excessively noisy. Truly a waste of my pastry. Yu Ning brushed the dirt off his outer robe, donned his attire, and inquired with a hint of concern, Princess, what shall we do now? Forget about the pastries in the package. Use that parcel to bind this bird, but be cautious not to kill it. Princess, do you intend to take this crow to seek medicine? Yu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, almost leaping in disbelief. Must we bring this hideous creature along? Not only is it annoyingly loud, but should it truly be an informant for someone, and it flies away, wouldn't our whereabouts be exposed once more? However, Jiang Yuyan had her own plans. After all, I can comprehend its words. This bird is no ordinary bird. Yu Ning cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious creature in his grasp. It is merely a bird, yet it obeys the princess. We should hasten to find the prince's medicine. Jiang Yuyan was pleased with Yu Ning's realization. Meanwhile, those concealed in the depths of the forest sensed something amiss. The Ling Ming Wu above us has vanished. One cloaked figure stated to another who lay hidden in the grass. The second figure looked skyward, and indeed, the dark bird was nowhere to be seen. In a hurry, he retrieved a small flute from his pocket and began to play. The delicate notes floated gently on the breeze, sorrowful and plaintive. Yu Ning reined in his horse, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the path ahead. Did you hear any sound, Princess? Jiang Yuyan listened intently for a moment before shaking her head. Did you hear something? Just as Yu Ning was about to nod, the Ling Ming Wu, which was tied up and only had its head protruding from the parcel hanging around the horse's neck, suddenly opened its eyes and began to struggle. Caw, caw, caw. The master is coming. The master is coming. You are all doomed. Jiang Yuyan frowned at the flailing little blackbird and casually snapped off a branch nearby. With a swift motion, a sharp crack resonated in the air as the branch sliced through, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. Jiang Yuyan glared fiercely at the stunned little blackbird, waving the branch before it. If you make another sound, I shall use this to strike you. Do you understand? Chapter 30. My 40-meter dagger is ready. The once boisterous Ling Ming Wu immediately fell silent, issuing a low and timid caw as if to indicate its understanding. Jiang Yuyan was satisfied with the bird's response. She waved the branch in her hand. I could easily render you unconscious again. Caw Caw understood this ruthless woman. Yu Ning observed the exchange between the human and the bird, initially skeptical, yet now witnessing the little crow obediently quieting down. He held his tongue and quietly watched as Jiang Yuyan posed her questions. Jiang Yuyan adjusted the direction of the branch, pointing it toward the dense forest ahead. You say your master is within? The obstinate little black bird turned its head away, adopting an expression of disregard, refusing to betray its master. Jiang Yuyan nodded. It must be inside. She redirected the branch once more, this time aiming it at the bird's head, and struck down hard. The Ling Ming Wu barely had time to emit a caw before its head tilted, and it fell unconscious once more. This seamless execution of action left Yu Ning in awe. He opened his mouth slightly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate bird. This princess is far too violent. It is merely a small bird. Jiang Yuyan shot Yu Ning a disdainful glance. A bird that hinders us is no good bird. A bird that cannot serve our purpose is not worth sparing. She stroked her chin, gazing ahead. Yu Ning, the foolish bird, just mentioned that its master is ahead. As Fu Siyuan's personal guard, one must possess a certain boldness. Yu Ning, in this moment, was no exception. He proactively stated, I shall go investigate while you wait here. Princess, Jiang Yuyan shook her head. We have already squandered much time. The number of people within remains unknown. You distract them while I venture into the mountains to seek the spring. Is that acceptable? Let's try. Once you draw them away, come find me. Yuning pondered seriously for a moment. Indeed, the princess's plan appears to be the most effective at this juncture. I shall act swiftly to divert them. I should not take long to catch up with you. The cloaked figures hiding in the forest, realizing the Ling Ming Wu was missing, pondered whether to investigate. After all, this bird had been entrusted to them temporarily, and it was intelligent, regardless of whether it had thwarted the efforts of the Ru Wangfei in obtaining medicine. Losing the bird would not bode well for them. The loss of the Ling Ming Wu nearly ignited discord among the cloaked figures. One faction insisted it was unnecessary to concern themselves, while another wished to ascertain the situation. Just as the two factions were about to argue, Yuning rode in on his steed, the concealed traps and nets ready to spring. Fortunately, Yuning was prepared. His sword flashed like lightning, cleaving a large hole through the net that descended upon him. He urged his horse forward, seamlessly executing his plan. Before the cloaked figures could react, he had already burst through their encirclement. Some sharp-eyed figures even noticed a parcel hanging from the horse's neck, tied with the unfortunate little black bird. Was that not the Ling Ming Wu they had just been debating? The trap was broken, the bird seized, and the newcomer's audacity was infuriating. The cloaked figures, who had intended to catch their prey easily, were now thoroughly enraged. They brandished their weapons, emerging from their hiding spots, charging toward Yuning to pursue or strike. Yuning remained focused on his mission to divert them, engaging in no unnecessary combat as he charged forward. He was no novice. Anyone who obstructed him would find his sword descending upon them with precision, executing a well-ordered offense and defense, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. This brazen provocation incited the cloaked figure's fury. Damn it, we are professionals in assassination. Do you not respect us? Indeed, boss. He clearly looks down on us. This kid is unaware of his own limitations. He is toying with us. Yuning, perched upon his steed, exuded arrogance as he extended his middle finger toward the cloaked figures. Come catch me if you can. Boss, he claims we lack the ability. Boss, my 40-meter dagger is ready. Yes, let's all strike him down. The cloaked figures were thoroughly enraged, charging en masse toward Yuning. Outside the forest, Jiang Yuyan observed the flurry of birds take flight, only to settle back into tranquility. She understood that Yuning had successfully drawn the cloaked figures away. To be cautious, she waited a while longer outside. Once she perceived that the forest had returned to silence, she urged her horse into the woods. The area around the spring was damp and mossy, and the spring itself emerged from a cliff, suggesting it must be situated at a height. Jiang Yuyan recalled a conversation with a maid in her previous life, mentioning that the spring was located in the northeast of the cliffside forest. Choosing to ascend toward the higher ground in the northeast seemed prudent. The further she ventured, the more uneven the terrain became, with an increase in vines, making the journey for her horse increasingly arduous. Jiang Yuyan dismounted and continued on foot. After a short distance, she indeed heard the delightful sound of bubbling spring water ahead. A surge of joy filled her heart as she quickened her pace. Before her lay a steep cliff, where a mountain spring flowed abundantly from a crevice. The spring source was surrounded by bare stones, with only a half-yellow grass emerging from the rocky ground. Jiang Yuyan approached cautiously, inspecting the plant. The entire plant was a deep yellow, with the tips of its leaves adorned with a small red bead. Undoubtedly, this was the sought-after Xianhuang Chao. She drew out her dagger, cautiously uprooting the herb from its roots, and carefully tucked it into her pocket. The process went surprisingly smoothly, so much so that Jiang Yuyan felt a sense of unreality. Nevertheless, she had successfully procured the herb. Filled with joy, Jiang Yuyan walked with an uplifting lightness, for the current situation was entirely of her own making. Securing this herb, while it would only alleviate a fraction of Fu Siyuan's pain, would serve to lessen her own guilt, even if just a little. Lost in her elation, she forgot to pay attention to the large stone beneath her feet, which was slick with damp moss. In her buoyant state, she stepped onto the treacherous mossy stone. Jiang Yuyan gasped, instinctively protecting the Xianhuang herb she had just gathered, while simultaneously bracing herself for a fall. As expected, the smoothness of the moss betrayed her balance. Despairing, She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. At least she had managed to collect the Xianhuang herb. Just as she was about to accept her misfortune, a figure flashed before her, catching her around the waist and pulling her into an embrace. Jiang Yuyan nearly lost her voice, and upon recognizing the face of her savior, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Why is it you?" Chapter 31. It turns out her waist is so slim. Fu Siyuan, with his arms wrapped around Jiang Yuyan's waist, momentarily lost his composure. "You nearly frightened me to death. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, this foolish woman would have fallen head over heels." He tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. It turns out her waist is so slender. Jiang Yuyan, falling into his arms, initially felt indifferent. Yet, as her heart raced, she suddenly became acutely aware of his thoughts, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. The warmth of his hand on her waist felt like a searing brand through her clothing. She instinctively pushed back against his chest to create some distance. Once she steadied herself, she subtly extricated herself from his embrace. Fu Siyuan observed her every move, allowing her to regain her balance before withdrawing his hands behind his back. Jiang Yuyan slowly narrowed her beautiful eyes, her long lashes fluttering like delicate wings, as a fleeting concern flickered in her dark pupils before vanishing. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" she inquired, glancing at his abdomen. "Does it no longer hurt?" "It's fine. Doctor, he used a golden needle to seal the acupoint, so it doesn't trouble me for now." Jiang Yuyan stared at him in disbelief, her eyes widening as she reflected on the anxiety and guilt she had felt throughout her journey for him. Anger surged within her, and she shouted, "Fu Siyuan, are you playing with me?" Given the timing of his appearance, even a fool could deduce that he had awakened shortly after she set off. To wake and seal his acupoint, then chase after her? Was he reckless with his life? Fu Siyuan was taken aback by Jiang Yuyan's outburst. His long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings before he pondered, "I was worried you might encounter trouble." Hearing this, Jiang Yuyan's heart warmed, despite the reproach evident on her face. A layer of ice seemed to melt within her eyes. She pursed her lips and retorted coldly, "Worried about me? Should you be more concerned for yourself?" This was indeed true. Fu Siyuan pressed his fingers against his lips, clearing his throat as a sense of inexplicable irritation welled up within him. This woman is truly ungrateful. Yet why do I still feel compelled to rush to her side upon hearing she seeks medicine? It appeared he was genuinely unwell, and his condition was quite serious. Jiang Yuyan, recognizing that she had vented her frustration sufficiently, acknowledged that his timely arrival had prevented her from falling headlong. She took a deep breath, intending to let the matter slide, but then detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Her heart sank, and she grasped his arm, scanning him before realizing that the hem of his clothing was stained with blood. Without a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Are you injured?" Following her gaze, Fu Siyuan looked down and noticed the blood on his garment, which he casually brushed aside. "It's not mine. It was just splattered on. You didn't engage in combat, did you?" Jiang Yuyan asked, eyeing him skeptically. Fu Siyuan shook his head. "It belongs to those black-clad men. Rest assured, with the acupoint sealed by the golden needle. I did not fight." Jiang Yuyan sighed in relief. As long as he had not engaged in battle, her efforts to collect the herb would not be in vain. A gentle breeze stirred, seemingly dispersing the miasma of the forest. Just as Jiang Yuyan opened her mouth to speak, she spotted the figure of Yuning emerging from the thicket. The guard Yuning knelt before Fu Siyuan. "Your Highness, forgive me." Two of them managed to escape. His head hung low in shame as he continued. "Moreover, they took one of our horses with them." Fu Siyuan glanced at the sky, rubbing his temples in concern. "This complicates matters." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I recall a scout mentioning that not far southeast of this forest, there is a household. We shall take shelter there for the night." Jiang Yuyan had no objection to resting at a farmer's home, but she hesitated. "Your Highness, is that acceptable? I want to engage in battle. I can brew the medicine at the farmhouse first." Since he had stated it so, Jiang Yuyan felt there was little room for dissent. However, they only had 2 horses available. She looked at the 2 horses before her, troubled. "I'm not accustomed to riding with someone else. You need not worry, Princess." "Yuning intellect. I can share a horse with the prince." "That would be splendid," Jiang Yuyan exclaimed, pleased. Yuning was indeed perceptive. Fu Siyuan should reward him with an extra serving. Upon hearing this, Fu Siyuan shot a piercing glare at Yuning. "You traitorous wretch! You wish for me to share a horse with you? Have you lost your mind?" Feeling the intensity of Fu Siyuan's gaze, Yu Ning instinctively recoiled, cursing his own eagerness. In a bid to rectify his blunder, he stammered, "Actually, I can run fast. I can walk." "That won't do. You've exerted yourself. Walking would be far too exhausting." Jiang Yuyan insisted. "If Yu Ning is worn out, who will protect us?" "Do not fret, Princess," Fu Siyuan affirmed with a nod. "You make a valid point. Yu Ning has worked hard, and it would be inappropriate for him to tire himself further." Jiang Yuyan sensed something ominous brewing. Was Fu Siyuan suddenly feeling generous? Did he intend to share a horse with Yu Ning? Then Fu Siyuan spoke again. "It seems I have no choice but to share a horse with the princess." "What? Why?" Jiang Yuyan questioned, startled. Glancing at Fu Siyuan's warning expression, she swallowed her words. She forced a smile, inwardly cursing. Of course, how could she possibly refuse? She was more than willing. Fu Siyuan ignored her pretentious smile and instructed Yu Ning, "You go ahead and prepare the farmhouse. The princess and I will follow shortly." Yu Ning complied and took his leave. As she watched Yu Ning's retreating figure, Fu Siyuan extended his hand toward Jiang Yuyan. "You may mount first." Jiang Yuyan did not take his hand, but grasped the reins and climbed onto the horse with a determined leap. She was no longer the delicate girl she once was. Mounting a horse was now a trivial matter for her. Since one can accomplish tasks independently, why rely on the assistance of others? Fu Siyuan was taken aback to discover her unexpected anger. Was the Wang Fei disdainful of sharing a horse with him? Did she not cherish him? Why, after that night, had her demeanor towards him shifted so rapidly? Was there perhaps some undisclosed matter he remained unaware of? Fu Siyuan scrutinized Jiang Yuyan on the horse, as if seeking the unresolved answers within her. Jiang Yuyan, however, had no time to concern herself with his inner turmoil. She was already irked by his sudden appearance. And now he proposed they share a ride. In the past, she would have viewed this as a splendid opportunity to bond with Fu Siyuan, but not now. She merely wished to remain unindebted to him, so that if the day came when swords needed to be drawn, they could part on amicable terms. Jiang Yuyan glared at him. Was the Wang Ye displeased to share a horse with her? Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow. Was it not obvious? "You seem to resent having to hold onto my hand. If the Wang Ye prefers not to mount, he may opt to walk. I would not mind." Fu Siyuan had no intention of walking to the farmhouse. With a graceful leap, he settled behind Jiang Yuyan. She stiffened slightly and instinctively shifted forward. Fu Siyuan subtly furrowed his brow. On their wedding night, she had drugged him, and now she feigned modesty. He was curious to see how long she would maintain this charade. Heavens! Jiang Yuyan lamented internally. Was that truly her? That was the version of herself from a past life, lacking wisdom. Fu Siyuan naturally reached out, clasping her small hand that held the reins. To an observer, it appeared as though he had enveloped her in an embrace. "Are you settled?" His warm breath brushed against her ear. Feeling a nod from the person in front, Fu Siyuan tightened his grip on the horse's belly and shouted, "Go." Chapter 32. An improper position, the cold wind whistled past her ears. Fu Siyuan rode swiftly. Initially, Jiang Yuyan managed to maintain some distance from him. However, after a long day of exertion, feeling the warmth radiating from his back, she could not resist leaning back against him. As she leaned, she inadvertently dozed off in Fu Siyuan's embrace. As her arm began to feel heavy, Fu Siyuan glanced down at the sleeping figure in his arms. Jiang Yuyan's rosy cheeks were nestled against him, and her long eyelashes fluttered against her closed eyelids, as if she were lost in a delightful dream. It was the first time Fu Siyuan had witnessed Jiang Yuyan in such a charming and tranquil state. He observed her sleeping face with an intensity he had never before afforded. Frankly, her appearance was not unremarkable. She could even be considered one of the more distinguished beauties in the capital. But why had he previously regarded her with disdain? She was undeniably an adorable girl. He tightened his embrace, pulling on the reins to slow the horse further. Noticing the horse's reduced pace, the person in his arms stirred, and Fu Siyuan held his breath. Was it his position that was incorrect? Thankfully, she merely shifted and found a more comfortable position to continue her slumber. Fu Siyuan exhaled in relief. When Jiang Yuyan awoke, they had not yet arrived at the farmhouse. She sat up from Fu Siyuan's embrace, rubbing her eyes. Observing the deepening twilight, she asked in surprise, "Wang Ye, why have we not yet arrived?" A glance at their leisurely pace confirmed her realization. He had deliberately slowed for her comfort. Why had Fu Siyuan ever been so kind? She instinctively distanced herself from him. What an ungrateful woman, Fu Siyuan thought, watching her small movements with a silent scoff. Sensing his displeasure, Jiang Yuyan froze, her body stilling as she reconsidered her actions. Wangya, perhaps we can increase our speed a bit? It is getting dark. At this rate, when shall we arrive? Fu Siyuan had no immediate response, as he too felt their pace was too sluggish. He adjusted his position, which had become stiff from her weight, and softly instructed, "Then brace yourself. I shall accelerate." Fu Siyuan spurred the horse, and soon they spotted the farmhouse ahead, with wisps of smoke curling from its chimney. Yuning had arrived early and was busy preparing the space for Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan, having greeted the elderly couple who ran the farmhouse. Due to the remoteness of Danyan Mountain, the couple rarely encountered passing travelers, let alone those who appeared so affluent. When they saw Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan approaching, the couple paused their work and came forward. Fu Siyuan assisted Jiang Yuyan down from the horse, tossing the reins to Yuning. As Yuning led the horse away, he introduced the elderly couple to the two of them. "Uncle Zhu, Aunt Zhu, this is my master and mistress." Jiang Yuyan sized up Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu, noting they were in their 50s, with graying hair from years of labor, perhaps due to their long seclusion. The couple regarded Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan with a hint of bewilderment. They were indeed nobility. They would be spending the night in this humble abode. Hearing their thoughts, Jiang Yuyan understood the couple were genuine people. She stepped forward, bending slightly in respect to Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu, her tone apologetic. "Uncle Zhu, Aunt Zhu, I apologize for intruding upon you this evening. It is of no consequence." Aunt Zhu quickly waved her hand. "Yuning has already informed us. Mistress need not be so formal. Please, do not hesitate to ask if you require anything. This young mistress is truly beautiful, resembling the revered city folk," Aunt Zhu remarked, glancing at Jiang Yuyan and then at Fu Siyuan. "The young mistress is amiable, but this young master, looking as ethereal as a celestial being. Why does he appear so gloomy?" Upon hearing Aunt Zhu's candid observation, Jiang Yuyan noticed for the first time that Fu Siyuan's countenance bore a slight pallor. She nudged him with her elbow. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Aunt Zhu, please forgive us for causing you trouble. I did not anticipate that a moment of impulsiveness would leave us feeling this fatigued. I wish to rest," Fu Siyuan declared. Jiang Yuyan understood his intention and promptly addressed Aunt Zhu. "Aunt Zhu, my husband has caught a chill on the road and wishes to rest inside." This woman is quite perceptive. Knowing to adjust her words, Aunt Zhu thought, clapping her forehead. "Oh dear, you two, please come in." As they entered, Aunt Zhu directed Uncle Zhu, "Go and kill a chicken for dinner." Right away, he replied without hesitation. Upon hearing his wife's command, Uncle Zhu wasted no time. Aunt Zhu shot him an exasperated look and admonished, "You old man, do you need prompting? Hurry along." Watching Uncle Zhu scurry off, Aunt Zhu led them further inside. "Come along, follow me. Don't mind my old husband. I'm quite forgetful when I'm in a good mood. This room has just been prepared. You two will stay here tonight. Please do not find it lacking. This is how it is in the countryside." Jiang Yuyan shook her head. "It's already wonderful. Thanks to Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu. We won't have to sleep outdoors tonight." Aunt Zhu bashfully tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "Then you both rest. Call for me if you need anything." As Zhu Shan closed the door behind her, Jiang Yuyan silently removed Fu Siyuan's hand that had been resting on her shoulder. "Your Highness, please take a moment to rest. I shall step out to prepare your medicine. Does this woman truly despise being in my company?" Fu Siyuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuyan, who seemed eager to escape, and nonchalantly replied, "There's no rush. Let Yuning prepare the medicine shortly. First, assist me to bed." Jiang Yuyan glanced at the nearby, small double bed. Did he truly require her assistance for this? Women are indeed fickle. It seems she no longer favors me. Fu Siyuan's lips pressed into a straight line, his expression cooling slightly. "Wife, are you unwilling?" Jiang Yuyan widened her eyes at Fu Siyuan, bewildered by his sudden shift in address. Since when did he start calling her wife? "Remember, when outside, you must address me as Xiang Gong as you just did. Also be obedient." He released Jiang Yuyan's chin and instead pinched her cheek. "For instance, whatever I instruct, you must comply. Understand?" Watching Fu Siyuan's leisurely manner of speaking, Jiang Yuyan felt her face flush. "All right, Xiang Gong, I understand. Please let go now. Perhaps Fu Siyuan truly lacked the strength to walk. For the moment, Jiang Yuyan acquiesced. He relinquished his hold and leaned against her shoulder. She felt the weight of his body pressing down on her as she hurriedly half-supported, half-embraced him onto the clean double bed. Chapter 33. Be good. Jiang Yuyan helped Fu Siyuan lie down comfortably and covered him with a blanket, preparing to rise. Fu Siyuan abruptly grasped her sleeve. Where are you off to? Jiang Yuyan glared at the handsome man lying in bed and sighed. I need to ask Yuning to prepare the medicine. I must at least deliver it to him. With that, she produced the precious Xianhuang grass she had kept hidden in her bosom, waving it before Fu Siyuan. Gently, she pulled her sleeve free from his grip and soothingly reassured him. You should rest for a while. I will speak with Yuning about the medicine. Observing the droop of Fu Siyuan's mouth, Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but chuckle. How could a dignified prince be so childlike? Impulsively, she reached out to pinch his prominent nose and teased, You are such a child, Xianggong. Fu Siyuan swiftly removed her mischievous hand. This is more like it. My lady, how delightful it is to be in such good spirits. Given his condition, Jiang Yuyan chose not to dwell on their playful banter. Fu Siyuan slept soundly. Though the bedding in the cottage was far from the comfort of the palace, he found an unexpected sense of relaxation. He pressed his hand against the acupoint sealed by the golden needle. Were it not for the needle, he might have doubted whether he had truly been poisoned or suffered unbearable abdominal pain. Upon awakening, Jiang Yuyan lit a candle by the table. The dim candlelight instantly brightened the small room. Just as she helped Fu Siyuan sit up, Yuning's voice echoed from outside the door. Young master, Zhu Shu and Zhu Ani have prepared the meal. Would you like to dine now? Jiang Yuyan opened the door, gesturing for Yuning to enter. Fu Siyuan waved his hand, dismissing Yuning's need to bow before him. Have they eaten? Naturally, he referred to Zhu Shu and Zhu Ani. Yuning shook his head. They are all waiting for you. Fu Siyuan threw off the blanket and sat up. Very well, I shall join them for dinner. Dining alone is rather dull. It is far more enjoyable with company, and it is rare for me to be in such good spirits today. Yuning was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping. When has the prince ever expressed a desire to dine with others? Noticing Yuning's astonishment, Jiang Yuyan quickly interjected. It is indeed a rare occasion for His Highness to be in such a good mood. Yuning, please assist in making arrangements. Dinner consisted of 8 dishes and a soup, a sumptuous offering in the humble farmhouse. Jiang Yuyan gazed at the table full of rustic dishes, her stomach growling. After a long day, she finally had a hearty meal. Come, Yuning, join us for dinner. Is that appropriate for the young madam? What is inappropriate about it? Fu Siyuan glanced up, his expression indifferent. Let's all dine together. Zhu Shu and Zhu Ani should also join us. Upon hearing Fu Siyuan's invitation, Yuning, Zhu Shu, and Zhu Ani took their seats together. Zhu Shu, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his thighs. Young master, you have bestowed upon us such generous silver. It feels quite overwhelming. What a generous young master, providing us with so much silver and inviting us to dine with him. Zhu Ani placed a duck leg into Zhu Shu's bowl. You chatter too much. The young master has invited you to eat, yet you still have so much to say. Are you trying to choke yourself? How can you speak like that when a young master is right here? You old man, you are the one who talks too much. The guest is here, and yet you act as if it is just another day. You old man, you're too full of yourself. Then don't eat. Zhu Shu looked awkwardly at Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan, apologizing. I am sorry, esteemed guests. My wife is just like this. I have spoiled her. Jiang Yuyan felt inexplicably amused by their affectionate banter. She waved her hand, a look of admiration on her face. It's nothing at all. The bond between Zhu Shu and Zhu Auntie is truly enviable. At this, Zhu Auntie couldn't contain herself any longer, her pride evident. Indeed, we could be considered childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree. You old woman, how could you be so shameless? Zhu Shu rolled his eyes at her and addressed Jiang Yuyan and Fu Siyuan. Do not mind her nonsense. We have never had any quarrels. I simply let her have her way. That is precisely what makes you admirable, Zhu Shu. Despite our playful banter, it is merely words. Life together is far from dull. Zhu Auntie added, glancing at Jiang Yuyan and Fu Siyuan. She smiled shyly. I truly apologize for making you young ones laugh. I'm quite old and shameless, and with guests in the house, I've become a bit overexcited. Their relationship was indeed enviable. Zhu Shu and Zhu Auntie, a couple from youth to old age, sharing both joys and hardships, harmoniously coexisting like deities. Not to mention wife. Even I find myself enviously admiring. Feeling Fu Siyuan's intense gaze upon her, Jiang Yuyan's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head to focus on her meal. What an odd individual. Our fates are merely a matter of chance, with no connection whatsoever. Zhu Auntie was delighted to hear such praise for the first time. Giving a thumbs up. You are quite cultured, young master. Zhu Lao too. You should take a lesson. Zhu Shu interrupted Zhu Auntie's enthusiastic chatter. All right, my dear wife, young master. Madam, and you Ning, the dishes are getting cold. Please eat. Prompted by Zhu Shu, Zhu Auntie eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes, eat quickly. Do not stand on ceremony. These are simple home-cooked dishes. I wonder if they suit your tastes. Do try them and eat well. Perhaps influenced by Zhu Auntie's cheerful spirit. The meal was exceedingly enjoyable for Fu Siyuan and the others. After dinner, Yuning brought the prepared xianwang grass soup to Fu Siyuan's room. Fu Siyuan glanced at the steaming broth and frowned. After discussing matters, he waved his hand, signaling Yuning to leave. Jiang Yuyan, feeling bored, noticed Fu Siyuan showed no inclination to drink his medicine and could not help but remind him, your medicine is getting cold. Please drink it. The xianwang grass we gather from afar is quite precious. Fu Siyuan paused, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Jiang Yuyan. What did you just say, my wife? Please repeat that. Jiang Yuyan looked puzzled. To drink the medicine? The woman dares to omit the title when addressing this king. Is it so difficult for her to utter the term xianggong? Observing Fu Siyuan's warning gaze, Jiang Yuyan comprehended the gravity of the situation. She straightened her posture and sweetly remarked, Xianggong, you ought to take your medicine. Chapter 34. Xianggong, you ought to take your medicine. With Fu Siyuan's indifference, Jiang Yuyan reiterated her plea. Fu Siyuan's piercing gaze remained fixed on her, pondering why her words sounded so familiar. Xianggong? Da Lung, you ought to take your medicine? Could it be that this king is overthinking? Caught in the act, Jiang Yuyan swiftly attempted to remedy the situation. Xianggong, if you do not drink soon, the medicine will grow cold. She dismissed the chaotic, unrealistic thoughts swirling in her mind. Fu Siyuan raised his chin slightly and declared arrogantly, is this how my wife encourages me to take my medicine? Following his gaze, Jiang Yuyan noticed the medicine bowl within arm's reach. Wasn't it simply a matter of feeding him the medicine? Very well. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. She would feed him. Jiang Yuyan picked up the medicine bowl, stirred the contents with a spoon, scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, and then presented it to Fu Siyuan. Come now, Xianggong. She elongated her tone deliberately. Open your mouth and drink your medicine. Gulme. Delang, drink your medicine. Gulme. Drink. Drink. Seeing Jiang Yuyan's exaggerated expressions, Fu Siyuan squinted and reluctantly took a sip. After he finished, Jiang Yuyan scooped another spoonful and continued in her most irritatingly sweet voice, Xianggong, come. Fu Siyuan interrupted her impending monologue. Jiang Yuyan, can you not be normal for once? Jiang Yuyan blinked her large, beautiful eyes innocently, like a child feeling wronged. What about me is not normal, Xianggong? This woman truly exhausted Fu Siyuan's patience for debate. He extended his hand towards her. The bowl. Jiang Yuyan smiled brightly. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have acted differently from the start. She carefully placed the bowl in Fu Siyuan's hand, watching as he downed the medicine in one go. It's so bitter, Fu Siyuan complained, wrinkling his brow. Good medicine is often bitter but beneficial for recovery. Do bear with it, Xianggong. Having said that, Jiang Yuyan's gaze instinctively wandered to Fu Siyuan. The golden needles embedded in him must be quite painful. She couldn't help but inquire, are the golden needles on you causing any trouble? Do they still hurt? Is Jiang Yuyan genuinely concerned for him? Upon hearing that he was unharmed, her heart lightened considerably. After all, it was due to her actions that his medicine was lost. After a long day of hustle, he must genuinely be exhausted. Jiang Yuyan stifled a large yawn and stretched. Well, since Xianggong is fine, I shall take my leave to rest. With her words, Fu Siyuan felt weary as well. He rose and approached the small double bed, kicking off his shoes before plopping down onto it. Xianggong, where shall I sleep? Jiang Yuyan asked. Fu Siyuan cast her a cold glance. You may choose to sleep on the bed, or... He glanced at the grimy floor. Or sleep on the floor. Jiang Yuyan inhaled deeply. Why did she just now realize that she and Fu Siyuan were sharing a room? Shouldn't he be with Yuning? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Fu Siyuan's eyes darkened. Do you wish for me to share a room with Yuning? What will others think? This woman truly did not wish to share the same space with him. Fu Siyuan's words held some truth. Even as a pretend couple, they ought to present themselves accordingly. Yet, she did not want to sleep on the floor. The cold, hard ground was no place for her to rest. With a pitiful expression, Jiang Yuyan turned her gaze towards Fu Siyuan. Xianggong, may I discuss something with you? Not possible. There is nothing to discuss. You didn't even let me speak. How can you refuse? Either sleep on the floor or figure it out yourself. Jiang Yuyan glared at Fu Siyuan, her teeth clenched. Fine. You are ruthless. Considering your condition, I shall not hold it against you. She took a deep breath, silently reminding herself not to argue with him. He was a prince, accustomed to luxury. Was it to sleep on the floor? Just one night on the floor, Jiang Yuyan could endure it. With a determined heart, she grabbed a blanket from the bed, preparing to lay it out on the ground, only to find Fu Siyuan tugging at one corner of the blanket. Jiang Yuyan pulled at it, and Fu Siyuan tugged back. This woman truly intended to sleep on the floor. Did she so despise sharing a bed with him? Just days ago, she had been so forward, eager to climb into his bed. Was she now playing hard to get? Or had she grown indifferent once she had obtained what she wanted? Jiang Yuyan's heart cried out in despair. Oh, dear brother, please do not mention this matter again. Forgive my youthful ignorance. Did she wish to climb into bed with him? Absolutely not. That was a misunderstanding. What are you doing, Xianggong? I fear the cold. Fu Siyuan did not even lift his eyelids. If you wish to sleep on the floor so badly, then I shall allow it. But you cannot deny me the blanket and bed. Jiang Yuyan frowned. You know the floor is cold and hard. That is your concern. You are forcing me to sleep on the floor. Fu Siyuan yanked Jiang Yuyan's blanket, pinning it beneath him, and flopped down onto the bed. Observing the blanket beneath him, Jiang Yuyan's hands went to her hips, thoroughly enraged. This man was deliberately bullying her, thinking her easy to intimidate. In her past life, he had bullied her, and now he wished to do so again. Did he truly believe her to be weak? Tonight, she would not back down. She intended not only to claim the blanket, but also the bed, leaving this detestable man to sleep on the floor. She would not believe that even if this matter were to be disclosed, she would not be in the wrong. A dignified prince bullying her, taking advantage of her. Jiang Yuyan's small hand, driven by some inexplicable impulse, reached towards Fu Siyuan's armpit. She did not hold back, her demeanor fierce. Xianggong sleeps on the floor. Xianggong sleeps on the floor. Stop tickling me. Ha ha ha. Will you sleep on the floor or not? Look at you sleeping on the floor. Not sleeping. Are you not sleeping? Not sleeping. Definitely not sleeping. How outrageous, Jiang Yuyan. Stop messing around. The man dodged left and right, nearly laughing until he cried. Humph. Not sleeping? Then I shall continue. She wondered how long this shameless man could endure. With her hands poised to launch another wave of tickles, the man beneath her swiftly captured her mischievous hands. Before Jiang Yuyan could react, Fu Siyuan rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Chapter 35. Flames flare. Smoke rises. The reversal came too swiftly. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuyan had been in the advantageous position, and now she found herself at a disadvantage. Fu Siyuan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he met her clear gaze with a playful smirk. She had not anticipated this outcome. Jiang Yuyan huffed in frustration, attempting to wriggle her hands free. Do not move. The man released her wrists, propping himself up slightly. Jiang Yuyan's heart leaped with joy. In the next moment, the man hoisted her into his arms. Still in shock, Jiang Yuyan stiffened, unable to move, and tremulously asked, What are you doing? Fu Siyuan remained silent, directly picking her up and placing her on the inner side of the small bed. Jiang Yuyan, felt my heart racing with anxiety. The man gently laid her down and thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. Do you realize you are playing with fire? Fu Siyuan propped himself up on one elbow, gazing at the person beside him, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. In an unusually tender tone, he said, Don't speak, just sleep. Before I, Jiang Yuyan, could finish my words, I saw the man lying down beside me, pulling the blanket that covered him over himself as well. Then he turned away, presenting me with his back. Let us just endure this night. After uttering those words, Fu Siyuan appeared fatigued and soon drifted into slumber. Listening to his long breaths, I found myself restless and unable to sleep. With no drowsiness left, I dared not move around but could only stare blankly at the ceiling of the small bed. I lost track of time before I finally dozed off. Jiang Yuyan, wake up. I heard someone calling my name in my dream. Groggily, I opened my eyes, only to be met with a handsome face. Fu Siyuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at me. I could even feel the warmth of his breath gently brushing against my face. Get up. It was then I realized I had wrapped my arms and legs around someone in a close embrace. This time, Fu Siyuan did not call me, but directly removed my arms from around him. As he sat up, he said, "Get up. There's a fire." The moment he mentioned a fire, the lingering drowsiness vanished, and I instantly became alert. I sat up abruptly, gazing at the thick smoke filling the room. Fu Siyuan had already stood up, quickly putting on his clothes. He grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around me. Cough, cough, don't speak. We need to get out first. I forced myself to stay calm, gripping Fu Siyuan's wrist. What about Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu? What about Yuning? Fu Siyuan appeared significantly more composed than I was. Covering my nose with one hand and clutching the blanket with the other, I hurriedly climbed out of bed. The thick smoke poured into the room, accompanied by crackling noises. Even through the thin wooden door, I could see the raging fire outside. Suddenly, the door was forcefully burst open, and Yuning rushed in. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Yuning fanned the air in front of him, desperately trying to make sense of the chaotic scene. Cough, Yuning. Fu Siyuan supported me as he spoke first. "Your Highness, where are you?" Cough, cough. Yuning. "We are here." Fu Siyuan waved at Yuning through the thick smoke. Flames danced wildly, and the smoke enveloped everything, rendering the surroundings surreal. "Be careful." Fu Siyuan pulled me aside to avoid a beam that crashed down from the ceiling. With a loud crash, Yuning rushed to our side. "Cough, Your Highness." Fu Siyuan interrupted him. "Enough. Let's get out first." The two of them flanked me, shielding me in between. However, as the flames intensified, escaping through the wooden door became impossible. We retreated, dodging flames, until we reached the only spot in the room untouched by fire. Fu Siyuan and Yuning exchanged a glance, and both saw the shared resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Together, they raised their feet and kicked against the thin earthen wall. Bang! Another loud noise erupted. The three of us instinctively tucked our heads under the blanket I held aloft, narrowly avoiding the debris that cascaded down from above. Just as the earthen wall was breached, Fu Siyuan and Yuning nearly carried me as they dashed outside. As we reached a safe distance, a thunderous crash echoed behind us, and the little house collapsed amidst the roaring flames. Gasping for breath, I stared at the blazing inferno, still shaken, when suddenly a thought struck me. Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu were still inside. Fu Siyuan, quick to react, grabbed my arm just as I was about to rush back. "Are you crazy? Stay calm." "Fu Siyuan, they're still inside. We must save them," I pleaded desperately. Holding me back, Fu Siyuan exchanged a glance with Yuning. Understanding his cue, Yuning clasped his hands together and bowed to me. "Your Highness, I will go in to check. Please be careful and stay safe." "Understood," he declared, and with that, he dashed back into the flames. Watching Yuning leap into the fiery chaos drained me of energy, and I leaned weakly against Fu Siyuan. At that moment, time felt interminable. Flames surged and consumed everything, casting a crimson hue over the darkened sky. I anxiously watched, hoping Yuning could rescue Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu from the inferno. Seconds turned into minutes, and just as despair began to settle in, Yuning emerged, dragging Uncle Zhu from the flames. Their blankets were ablaze. Upon escaping the fire, Yuning forcefully tossed the burning blanket aside. Just as I was about to exhale the breath I had been holding, I heard Uncle Zhu's anguished cries. My wife! My wife!" Tears streamed down Uncle Zhu's soot-covered face as he saw they had reached a safe area. He glanced up at Yuning, who still held on to him, and suddenly broke into a bizarre smile. Not good. A chill ran down Fu Siyuan's spine. Before I could utter a word, Uncle Zhu, who had fallen a step behind Yuning, broke free from his grasp. With a forceful push, he propelled Yuning towards Fu Siyuan and me. "Young master, you." "Thank you." Uncle Zhu turned and dashed back toward the flames. "Wife, I'm coming to join you." "Ha ha ha. No." Yuning watched as Uncle Zhu vanished into the roaring inferno, without a shred of hesitation, just as the remaining roof above us collapsed with a deafening crash. Yuning fell to his knees, his eyes bloodshot, murmuring, "Why must it be this way? Why?" Chapter 36. This prince will avenge you. Why? Tears streamed down my face. Such a good person, who always thought about others even in the face of fire, deserved a fate like this. Remembering the lively banter between Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu during dinner only deepened my heartache. Fu Siyuan shared the same sentiment, his fists clenched tightly. It is I who have caused their demise. If I had not taken refuge here, none of this would have happened. Rest assured, I will avenge you both for the kindness you have shown me. I wiped the tears from my face and glanced at Fu Siyuan. What good were these thoughts now? They were gone. Fu Siyuan stepped forward and patted Yu Ning on the shoulder. Yu Ning, looking ahead, respectfully bowed 3 times to the ruins before him. In the next life, may you both be together again, living as a carefree couple. And find out who set the fire. Yu Ning pushed himself off the ground and stood, just as the sound of galloping hooves approached from behind. The 3 of us turned to see a person on a chestnut horse leading a troop of well-trained guards racing towards us. The newcomer stopped before Fu Siyuan, reining in the horse, then leaped down, kneeling on one knee before Fu Siyuan. "Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Fu Siyuan extended a hand, offering a gesture of understanding. As Yu Exine rose, he glanced around at the dismal surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on his younger brother, Yu Ning, whose face resembled that of a calico cat. In an instant, he comprehended the perilous situation that had just unfolded. With concern etched on his face, he turned to Fu Siyuan, inquiring, "Your Highness, you are not injured, are you?" Yu Ning failed to look after you. Fu Siyuan waved his hand dismissively. "You are overthinking it. It was Yu Ning who fought valiantly to protect me." Yu Ning, upon seeing his brother, felt a slight alleviation of his distress. Yet, he could not suppress his complaints. "Brother, why did you arrive only now? I sent you a message before I set off." Yu King regarded Yu Ning, patting his own person. After a moment of rummaging, he finally produced a grimy handkerchief and tossed it to his brother. "Hurry and wipe your face. Even a calico cat looks cleaner than you." Yu Ning caught the handkerchief, casting it a disdainful glance. Instead of using it on his face, he stuffed it into his sleeve. "Truly, he is my brother. How dare he suggest I wipe my face with such filth? I must find some water to wash up." Yu Xin paid no mind to Yu Ning's actions, gesturing towards the individuals behind him. Soon, 2 guards escorted 2 cloaked figures forward. Yu Ning, no longer preoccupied with his appearance, swiftly approached the 2 black-clad men, surveying them closely. "Your Highness, these are the ones who rode off on our horses." Fu Siyuan, hands clasped behind his back, paced as he scrutinized the 2 men. The cloaked figures exchanged glances. One, a seemingly shrewd and robust man, defiantly tilted his head and glared at Fu Siyuan. "It seems the fate of the esteemed prince is rather fortunate. Such a great fire did not consume him. Fortunately, Lao Ba administered the sleeping draft before igniting the flames." Jiang Yuyan's heart sank. It was these 2 wretches who set the fire. Clenching her fists within her sleeves, she simmered with rage, knowing they had slain Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu. Gazing at Fu Siyuan's back, she stifled the urge to rush forward and plunge her sword into them. She could not act so rashly. She needed a plan that would not expose her mind-reading abilities. Just as Jiang Yuyan contemplated speaking, Fu Siyuan's cool voice rang out. "Yu Ning, search them." Upon hearing Fu Siyuan's command, the man known as Lao Ba immediately struggled against his bindings. He shouted at Yu Ning, "A soldier may be killed, but must not be humiliated. If you have the guts, kill me." After all, he would eventually discover the sleeping draft on me. It would be better to take a decisive stand. His outburst prompted the shrewd man to join in. "Indeed, once we fall into your hands, we will have no chance of survival. Just grant us a swift end." The prince, esteemed as he was, resorting to the tactics of a bandit. How amusing. Yu Ning, rolling up his sleeves, delivered a fierce punch to each of them, silencing their insolent chatter. He began to search them, and soon uncovered a cache of items: sleeping draft, fire starters, hidden weapons, and a jumble of other assorted goods. Fu Siyuan's expression turned frigid as he surveyed the pile. "So, it was indeed you who set the fire." The cloaked figures exchanged knowing glances, smirking as they confessed, "Indeed, we ignited the flames." Who would have thought that the astute prince would escape unscathed once more? Enraged, Yu Ning swung his fist, delivering a solid blow. "Why harm the innocent? Those 2 elders are well past 50. What crime have they committed? Despite the shrewd man's resilience, he could not withstand Yu Ning's powerful strikes. He spat blood and sneered. You wish to know who sent us, don't you? I believe the prince will be disappointed. Fu Siyuan, with an indifferent demeanor, stepped forward. Oh, what does it matter if I'm disappointed? It will not hinder my enjoyment of torturing you. His tone was calm, yet it felt as chilling as ice. The cloaked figures exchanged glances. As long as we do not reveal who sent us, he will spare our lives. Reaching a silent consensus, they averted their gazes. Fu Siyuan paused before the pile of items he had retrieved from the black-clad man. He crouched down, sifting through the contents until he extracted an ornate purse. Opening it, he poured the silver coins into his hand, observing them with a grim expression. The sight of the coins darkened his countenance further. The Ministry of Revenue is truly audacious. To eliminate potential threats to the Crown Prince, they resort to hiring assassins, believing me to be weak and easily manipulated. Yu Ning understood the gravity of the situation and carefully tucked the purse into his own garments. Ha! Who would have thought the illustrious Prince Rue would be reduced to this, not even sparing our silver? The black-clad men mocked as they watched Yu Ning collect their coins. Fu Siyuan ignored their taunts, his gaze fixed on the smoldering ruins before him. With an expression as cold as frost, he instructed Yu Xian, cut out their tongues. Let them experience the taste of being burned alive. Moreover, Fu Siyuan rubbed his fingers, which had just handled the silver. I shall prepare a grand gift for Lin Yuanzhu. His gaze darkened as he regarded the men before him. Afterward, deliver them to the entrance of Lin's residence. Chapter 37. The Crown Prince's involvement at the Lin residence. The steward was nearly frightened to death when he opened the door early in the morning. The entrance was teeming with throngs of people, all pointing and murmuring about the same shocking sight. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he could hardly grasp what lay before him. What were those charred forms? Were there two people? Two horrifyingly burned bodies were laid at the gate of the Lin residence. Terrified and trembling, the steward scurried off to summon the household manager. After much effort in dispersing the crowd and having the gruesome bodies removed, the manager, weary and haggard, knocked on Lin Yuanzhu's study door. Fortunately, it was a day of rest, and the master was home. After hearing the report, Lin Yuanzhu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought for a moment. Ultimately, he instructed his servants to assist him in changing clothes. He needed to enter the palace. The charred corpses at the Ministry of Revenue's gate were undeniably serious matters, especially in this era of scarce entertainment. Even the slightest disturbance could become fodder for gossip among the populace. He hurriedly left his residence. Upon approaching the palace gates, a young eunuch intercepted him. This particular eunuch was familiar to him, serving closely beside the crown prince. With a beaming smile, the eunuch approached. Lord Lin, please hold on. I have a word. Lin Yuanzhu surveyed his surroundings, noting there was no one else present, and followed the eunuch. It was rare for the crown prince to seek him out so openly within the palace. The fact that the East Palace dared to send for him so hastily indicated that matters were far from ordinary. Lin Yuanzhu instinctively felt that the gruesome corpses displayed at the entrance had some connection to the crown prince. He quickened his pace, following the eunuch to the East Palace. In the Shusu Hall, the crown prince, Fu Haochen, stood elegantly in white, casting fish feed into the pond, capturing the attention of the koi that surged eagerly to the surface for a feast. A small eunuch approached cautiously, mindful not to disturb the lively fish. As he drew near, he gently announced, Your Highness, Lord Lin has arrived. The crown prince lazily scattered the remaining fish feed, nodding slightly. Take him to my study. I shall change my attire first. Lin Yuanzhu stood in the Shusu Hall for a brief moment before the crown prince reappeared. With a gentle smile and amiable demeanor, he greeted Lin Yuanzhu. This left Lin Yuanzhu with an illusion, as if the crown prince had summoned him merely for tea, chess, and casual conversation. Lin Yuanzhu hastily performed a respectful bow. Your Highness. The crown prince Fu Haochen gestured for Lin Yuanzhu to take a seat. He picked up the steaming kettle before him and began to brew tea. In an instant, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the room. Lin Yuanzhu felt anxious, but could not discern the crown prince's intentions. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, Your Highness. Fu Haochen did not lift his gaze, focusing intently on pouring tea into the small cup before him. As if savoring the tranquility of time, wishing only to appreciate the exquisite brew. After a while, he spoke. Lord Lin, do not be hasty. This is the Mingqing Longjing tea I recently acquired. Please do sample its flavor. Lin Yuanzhu thanked the crown prince for the tea and took a delicate sip, unable to suppress his admiration. The taste was sweet and refreshing, indeed a rare delight. He set down the small cup, yet could not help but ask, Your Highness, may I inquire why I have been summoned? After speaking, he glanced towards the palace entrance. Your Highness, there are many eyes and ears in the palace. It would be unwise for me to linger. The crown prince adjusted the creases in his sleeves and replied calmly, Lord Lin, you hastened into the palace this morning. I wonder what brought you here? Lin Yuanzhu raised an eyebrow, realizing the crown prince was well informed. However, having witnessed such a grim sight at the entrance, he hesitated to share this with the crown prince. If you have something to say, please speak freely, the crown prince said gently. Our relationship is not one of mere formality. Hearing this, Lin Yuanzhu decided to be forthright. Your Highness, it is not that I withhold information. I fear it may bring you misfortune. You worry too much. The palace's dragon energy protects its veins. How could there be any talk of misfortune? Lin Yuanzhu recounted the events that transpired at Lin Manor's entrance that morning, concluding with, I believe this matter seems suspicious. It would be prudent to report it to His Majesty for further investigation. The crown prince absently stroked the small teacup, then shifted the topic. What has become of that batch of money? Lin Yuanzhu was taken aback that the crown prince would mention finances at this juncture. The crown prince's smile grew warmer. Yet internally he cursed, realizing it was futile to discuss such matters now. I have deposited that money into the Ngu, he revealed. Ngu, a covert organization they had secretly nurtured for assassins and assassinations. Your Highness, Lin Yuanzhu looked up, astonished at the crown prince's disclosure. If discovered, it would be a grave scandal. His mind raced, connecting it to the two charred bodies he had seen that morning. Indeed, the crown prince was involved. I acted in haste, taking advantage of the queen mother's moment to discreetly retrieve the medicine from him, the crown prince admitted. Why did you not consult me first? Does the queen know? The queen mother is unaware, he said, his gaze piercing Lin Yuanzhu. Remarkably, you have survived. The assassination failed, and the fire did not harm you in the slightest. He brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, teeth clenched in frustration. And I lost a group of assassins from the Ngu. Lin Yuanzhu was left speechless in shock. Although the crown prince acted ruthlessly, he was usually prudent. Such recklessness could leave him vulnerable. Noticing Lin Yuanzhu's silence, the crown prince continued, I heard about the charred bodies at your entrance early on, which led me to understand. He had no concrete evidence, yet it had raised Fu Siyuan's suspicions. Thus, the crown prince fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yuanzhu. You intercepted me to prevent this matter from reaching His Majesty. If he were to learn of it, he would surely investigate thoroughly. The crown prince nodded, pouring another cup of tea and handing it to Lin Yuanzhu. Indeed, Lord Lin, you are astute. You grasp the situation well. Lin Yuanzhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As for the queen mother, you need not worry. This matter is known only to us. As for Rui Wang, Fu Siyuan lacks solid evidence, hence he will not divulge anything. Chapter 38. The princess and the prince are in a cold war. Jiang Yuyan did not utter a single word to Fu Siyuan throughout their ride in the same carriage. Her heart was heavy with sorrow. Memories of Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu's playful banter, and the tragic scene of Uncle Zhu rushing into the flames for Yuning, weighed on her heart like a blade. Fu Siyuan maintained a consistent silence, his own troubles submerged in quietude. The two traveled in harmony, each lost in their thoughts. The carriage rolled along until it reached Rui Wangfu. Neither had spoken a word. Once the carriage came to a halt, Fu Siyuan was the first to disembark. He turned to see Jiang Yuyan slowly exiting the vehicle, instinctively extending his hand. Yuan Yu, seeing her master emerge, joyfully approached. As soon as Jiang Yuyan stepped out, she pointed at Yuan Yu behind Fu Siyuan. Yuan Yu, come help me. Coming. Yuan Yu cheerfully bounded forward, extending her hand to Jiang Yuyan, completely ignoring Fu Siyuan, who also reached out. Jiang Yuyan, feeling discontent, deliberately chose to show her displeasure, ignoring the man's evident frustration. She brushed past him, directly taking Yuan Yu's hand as they entered the gates of the Wangfu. Throughout, Jiang Yuyan did not exchange a single word with Fu Siyuan. Only Yuan Yu, the Navi little maid, was unaware of the icy gaze directed at her master. Dr. He and Yu Ning, trembling, were drenched in cold sweat. He stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, let us proceed inside. I shall take your pulse first." With hands clasped behind his back, he strode into the Wangfu. Yu Ning, eager to follow, was abruptly halted by Dr. He. Though older and past the age for gossip, he was different with Fu Siyuan, who had grown up under his watchful eye and was his patient. Thus, their relationship naturally held greater depth. As a physician, it was not only his duty to care for the prince's health, but also to attend to his mental well-being. The moment Fu Siyuan dismounted, he sensed the prince's displeasure. Observing the situation, he discerned that the source of the problem lay with Jiang Yuyan. A physical ailment can be treated with medicine, but a troubled heart requires a different remedy. Dr. He fell behind a few steps and lowered his voice to ask Yu Ning, "Has the prince quarreled with the princess?" "The prince and the princess have not quarreled," Yu Ning replied. "Then what is the matter?" Yu Ning scratched his head. "It's a long story. I can't explain it in a moment. Does it relate to your medical practice?" Dr. He sighed, shaking his head. "You do not understand." For 2 consecutive days, neither Fu Siyuan nor Jiang Yuyan acknowledged the other. During these days, Jiang Yuyan lived comfortably, enjoying good food and sleep. Ling Mingwu, still brooding over the treatment Jiang Yuyan had inflicted upon it, remained moody. Regardless of what Jiang Yuyan said or asked, it remained unresponsive. In these 2 days of idleness, Jiang Yuyan perused ancient texts, realizing that this rare and peculiar bird recognized its master. Hence, she did not worry, keeping it in its cage, treating it well, and occasionally exchanging a few words. Although she still could not comprehend why she understood the foolish bird's speech, she chose not to dwell on it. After all, why must everything be clearly explained in this world? Unable to grasp the reasons, she decided to accept it and raise it as a rebellious new pet. The round moon witnessed Jiang Yuyan conversing with a dark, scruffy blackbird, which genuinely startled her at first. However, as the bird continued its silly chatter, she soon found it rather endearing. Thus, her actions were interpreted as mere amusement. The princess was simply entertaining herself with the bird. 2 days later, Yuan Yu finally discerned the unusual tension between Jiang Yuyan and Fu Siyuan. On a radiant afternoon, she seized Yu Ning's arm and boldly inquired, "Yu Ning, may I ask you something? Has my princess quarreled with the prince?" "Not at all," Yu Ning replied, exasperated by the naive girl before him. "Really?" Yuan Yu frowned, perplexed. "Absolutely not. Are they in a cold war?" Yuan Yu pressed, anxious. "Why would the prince be at odds with my princess? I distinctly remember him being quite affectionate towards her." Yu Ning scoffed. "Do you truly not understand the reason for the coldness?" Yuan Yu genuinely did not know, shaking her head with sincerity and concern for her mistress. Why then? It was not mere gossip she sought, but a true worry for her lord. Yu Ning chuckled. "This round-faced girl, are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? How can foolishness be fake?" Yuan Yu retorted, still confused. "I am truly foolish, so I beg you sure why? To enlighten me. If the princess and the prince are at odds, I am indeed quite anxious." It seemed she was truly naive. Did the princess not ask me to assist her? Suddenly, she recalled something, slapping her thigh in realization. "Oh dear, how could I have been so oblivious? I remember the prince reaching out to help the other day by the carriage. Why did I not notice?" The thought that her actions might have instigated the quarrel brought tears to her eyes. Seeing Yuan Yu's eyes welling with tears, Yu Ning panicked, unsure how to comfort her. "Hey, please don't cry. This isn't entirely your fault." "How can it not be my fault?" Yuan Yu wiped her tears, awaiting his words of comfort. "You are simply too naive. It's not entirely your fault for not noticing." That statement felt just as empty as saying nothing at all. Yuan Yu sniffled, realizing she could not blame herself entirely. "Hey, round-faced girl." Before Yu Ning could finish, Yuan Yu dashed away, heartbroken. "Wait, I was done speaking," Yu Ning lamented, watching her retreat. He glanced down at his hand, muttering, "I still haven't given her this." Chapter 39. The prince's dilemma. Jiang Yuyan was amusing herself with the bird when she noticed Yuan Yu rushing in, breathless and with red eyes. She paused her activity. Although she had little say in the matter, as the foremost maid, it was evident that someone formidable had upset Yuan Yu to such an extent. Biting her lip, Yuan Yu hesitated before Jiang Yuyan, contemplating how to convey her feelings. How do I explain this to the princess? As a maid, I truly feel guilty toward my master. Jiang Yuyan watched Yuan Yu perplexed. What did she wish to tell me? Yuan Yu inhaled deeply, mustering courage to kneel before Jiang Yuyan. Princess, she choked out. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow at her. What are you doing, Yuan Yu? Princess, it is all my fault for causing you and the prince to be at odds. At odds? Jiang Yuyan's heart suddenly understood. So was this matter. She had thought it was something else entirely. This naive girl had indeed noticed the rift with Fu Siyuan. Jiang Yuyan cast aside the branch she had been using to play with the bird, crossing her arms as she regarded Yuan Yu. You may rise. I assure you, my quarrel with Fu Siyuan has nothing to do with you. Yet Yuan Yu remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. Princess, please scold me. It was my fault for approaching to assist you from the carriage. Enough. If you don't help me, who will? And who told you that my quarrel with Fu Siyuan was because of this? You are truly a foolish girl. Yuning said so. Yuan Yu looked up at Jiang Yuyan. Is it not true? Ha ha. Yuning was teasing you. Now please get up. If you keep kneeling, your princess might just get angry. Upon hearing Jiang Yuyan's words, Yuan Yu wiped her face and stood up. Jiang Yuyan sighed. How could she articulate the turmoil within her heart? This life had strayed too far from the previous one, resulting in many unexpected developments. Logically, Fu Siyuan should harbor resentment towards her. Yet, it was evident that he cared for her far more than in the past. Conversely, she felt less fervent than before, even believing it best to maintain distance from him. However, the reality was that the tragedy of Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu still weighed heavily on her mind. My affairs with Fu Siyuan have no bearing on you. You merely did what was expected of you. Moreover, Jiang Yuyan smiled slightly. If Fu Siyuan truly holds a grudge over this, then he is lacking in perspective. Is it not just because of this? Also, princess, why do you always refer to the prince by his name? Names are meant to be called. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand. Enough, do not dwell on it too much. You may go now. Yuan Yu, with her straightforward nature, quickly opened her heart again, leaving to attend to her duties with renewed cheerfulness. Jiang Yuyan shook her head, admiring Yuan Yu's character. She was able to let go and move on, carefree and untroubled. Not long after Yuan Yu departed, Yuning arrived, extending his hand with a gift for Jiang Yuyan. Princess, here are the finest pine nuts you requested. Handing over the pine nuts, Yuning glanced around the courtyard. Is that foolish girl all right? Jiang Yuyan shot a glare. What are you looking at? You made her cry, and now you're peering around as if to check? Yuning sheepishly scratched his head. I truly apologize, princess. You owe Yuan Yu an apology, not me. Yes, Yuning conceded, but then added still. She's a bit daft. What do you mean by that? You think she is foolish, but are you any wiser? Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, displeased. No, that's not what I meant. Yuning quickly corrected. I meant to say that I too can be a bit foolish. Yuning, seeing the seriousness in Jiang Yuyan's expression, could not help but advise, Princess, why are you at odds with the prince? I simply wish to distance myself from him. Your subordinate has felt pity for the prince these past few days. He is not well either. Clearly, he is preoccupied with thoughts of you, yet refuses to admit it. However, Yuning refrained from voicing this concern, as the prince's pride was paramount. Princess, the prince has his own struggles. He does not desire such circumstances. Is it merely about Uncle Zhu and Aunt Zhu? Given the painful lessons from the past, she believed they should not be intertwined, nor should they have any connection at all. Jiang Yuyan shook her buzzing head. After dismissing Yuning, she sat in a daze for a while. Meanwhile, the silly Ling Ming Wu began to stir, cawing animatedly. Caw, 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 caw. Give me pine nuts, my beloved pine nuts. This was the first time since being captured that Ling Ming Wu had ceased its mindless chatter. Jiang Yuyan suddenly remembered the pine nuts Yuning had just delivered. Caw, 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 caw. I am not carefree. I must dwell in this cage, constantly seeing that silly bird. Silly bird? Constantly seeing that silly bird. You foolish creature, call me silly once more, and see what happens. As a shadow of the fine branches and twigs fell upon the spirit bird, Ling Ming Wu sensibly closed its beak. Jiang Yuyan cast a glance at it, pondering the weight of this phrase that one sees only when looking up or down. It must be said, despite the bird's folly, it spoke the truth. After all, she and Fu Siyuan were no different. Within this royal residence, they were bound to encounter one another frequently. With this realization, Jiang Yuyan stretched lazily. The thought of soon reuniting with her beloved brother lightened her previously somber mood. Rubbing her temples, she recalled that if memory served her right, she needed to gather her spirits. Someone, Jiang Yuyan, called out to the person outside the courtyard. Soon after, Yuan Yu dashed in. Chapter 40. The young lady returns. When Yu Ning relayed this matter to Fu Si Yuan, he was lost in contemplation over a piece of durian pastry on the table. After hearing Yu Ning's report, he awaited further commentary, but after a long pause, he finally spoke. Master, actually, the princess just left not long ago. If you, Fu Si Yuan glanced up at him, causing Yu Ning's scalp to prickle. However, having spent so long in Fu Si Yuan's company, he understood a fragment of the man's thoughts. Swallowing hard and braving the risk of punishment, he continued, if you were to pursue her now, you might still catch up. Fu Si Yuan remained silent, inspecting the durian pastry in front of him. Whether addressing Yu Ning or the pastry itself remained ambiguous. With a slight sigh, he instructed, go, have Yu Xian quietly ensure her safety from the shadows. With someone watching over her, I shall feel more at ease. Yu Ning complied and departed. In the Prime Minister's residence, in the study, Prime Minister Jiang Kai was engrossed in a book when the steward approached to discuss some daily affairs. Jiang Kai rubbed his temples, clearly distracted. The steward observed that he was merely to carry out tasks without further inquiry. Noticing Jiang Kai's lack of enthusiasm and evident fatigue, the steward asked with concern, Master, did you not rest well last night? Jiang Kai yawned, stretched, and listlessly tossed the book aside. It's not that I didn't rest well. The steward understood. The master was likely missing his daughter. What does it matter? A married daughter is like spilled water. Reflecting upon this, Jiang Kai felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. The steward, smiling, remarked, Masters just like this, thinking one thing, yet saying another. Years ago, when her mother passed away early, it was fortunate that he was there to assist, juggling both internal and external affairs. Truly a Herculean task. The steward bent slightly. Master speaks too harshly. It is my duty and should be expected. Just as he prepared to leave, the doorman rushed in, brimming with excitement. Master Steward, seeing the young servant burst in with such urgency, the steward scolded, no decorum, you enter without knocking. The doorman quickly halted, casting a timid glance at Prime Minister Jiang Kai, who was typically lenient with subordinates. He nodded, signaling the young servant to continue. What is it? Jiang Kai inquired, as if doubting he had heard correctly. Indeed, master, the young servant replied, beaming. Jiang Kai sprang to his feet and waved a hand at the steward. Quickly, go and check. Indeed, it seems the moment has come. The steward, equally elated, responded, Indeed, master was just speaking of his daughter. He hurriedly replied, Yes, yes, I shall go at once. Just as he turned to leave, the master called after him, causing the steward to look back in confusion. Master, do you have further instructions? Jiang Kai adjusted his collar, sat back down, and picked up the book he had just cast aside. With deliberate slowness, he cleared his throat. Do not go. The steward was perplexed by his master's behavior. Observing Jiang Kai's renewed composure, the steward could not help but ask, Master, what is this? Jiang Kai, the esteemed prime minister, fixated on the book in his hands, remained unyielding. You do not understand. Just wait here. Thus, she made her way directly to the study. Upon entering, she found her father engrossed in reading, with the steward standing nearby. Jiang Yuyan composed herself, smoothing her appearance and gathering her thoughts. She approached her father respectfully and offered her greetings. Afterward, she gazed intently at him. This was the first time she had seen her father since her rebirth, and she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, even if he wore a stoic expression akin to a mountain that would not budge despite an impending collapse. Jiang Kai cleared his throat and glanced up from his book, but felt something was amiss. He looked toward Jiang Yuyan, noticing the emptiness beside her. Having planned a grandiose official greeting during her journey, she was prepared to inquire about Prince Fu Si Yuan's busyness, knowing full well her father would be aware. This girl, I cannot be bothered to expose her secrets. He nodded slightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. The steward nearly burst into laughter. Clearly, it is the master who misses his daughter, yet he shifts the blame onto the young master. Jiang Yuyan turned to the beaming steward. Uncle Jiang, where has my brother gone? Where else could he be? He spends all his time at the training grounds. Oh, very well. Jiang Yuyan glanced back at her father, who remained absorbed in his reading, and bowed once more. "Take care, young lady." The steward smiled as he watched her leave. Jiang Kai waited for a considerable time after Jiang Yuyan's departure before finally setting aside his book. He lifted his gaze towards the door, confirming that his daughter had indeed left. The steward, glancing at the master still staring at the entrance, chuckled softly. "Master, you need not watch any longer. The young lady has gone far." Jiang Kai, feeling disinterested, laid down the book, reverting to his previous lackluster demeanor. "Master jesting." Jiang Kai beckoned to the steward. "Go check in the kitchen. What does the master wish to eat?" Jiang Kai shrugged. "It is not about what I wish to eat. Go see if they can prepare more of what the young lady enjoys." The steward nodded in understanding and hurriedly departed. Chapter 41. Su Hong Yuan Yu. Accompanying Jiang Yuyan to the Jiang residence for the first time was naturally curious. She looked around, impressed, and gave a thumbs up. The princess has married off, yet her family home remains so pristine. Someone must come daily to tidy it up. That is all thanks to Steward Jiang, who has been with us for over a decade, managing everything meticulously. Jiang Yuyan teased the Ling Ming Wu she had brought along, handing it to Yuan Yu. "Please take care of it." Yuan Yu accepted the blackbird from Jiang Yuyan, inquiring, "How long do you plan to stay here, princess?" "This is my home. I shall stay as long as I please." Yuan Yu tilted her head, regarding Jiang Yuyan. "Princess, is that truly all right? What is wrong with that? I find it quite agreeable, don't you?" Hearing Jiang Yuyan affirm her stance, Yuan Yu smiled brightly. "If the princess says it is good, then it must be." As the master and servant playfully bantered, they heard Jiang Chengfei's voice from outside. Eager to see him, Jiang Yuyan sprang to her feet and rushed to the door. Jiang Chengfei was quicker still. Before Jiang Yuyan could reach the threshold, he had already stepped inside. With a smile illuminating his features, he gazed at Jiang Yuyan while playfully chiding her. Jiang Yuyan looked back at him, and upon her remark, Jiang Chengfei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "This girl, truly my sister, she can guess so well." Jiang Yuyan chuckled softly, surprised that her casual comment had proven accurate. Jiang Chengfei scratched his head. "Indeed, there is nothing much. Just a recollection of the appointment made with Su Hong to visit our home." Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. Who is Su Hong? She vividly remembered him from her past life. Su Hong was a scholar from a humble background, possessing immense talent, yet constrained by his impoverished circumstances. Initially, there seemed to be no connection between him and her brother, who was a man of martial prowess. However, inexplicably, he became entangled with her brother, even developing a fraternal bond with him. Through sheer determination and erudition, he transcended his humble beginnings to attain a position of prominence. Yet in this new life, Jiang Yuyan harbored no affection for Su Hong, and if anything, felt an intense loathing towards him. The decline of the Jiang family was inextricably linked to Su Hong, who played a significant role in her brother's banishment to the frontier. What was supposed to be a lifelong camaraderie ended with her brother, Jiang Chengfei, being manipulated from the very beginning. Jiang Yuyan maintained her composure, coldly smiling as she queried, "When did you make such a good friend, brother? I don't recall you ever mentioning him." She had always been curious about how her brother and Su Hong had crossed paths. As expected, this inquiry prompted Jiang Chengfei to regale her with tales of Su Hong's gallant deeds, recounting how he had heroically rescued a damsel in distress and other acts of kindness. The more Jiang Yuyan listened, the more uneasy she felt. However, she suppressed her feelings in light of her brother's animated expressions of admiration for Su Hong's bravery and intellect. Fortunately, in this new life, it was not too late, as her brother had only recently come to know him. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "Brother, since you speak so highly of Su Hong, why not let me meet him?" Historically, there had been no taboos regarding interactions between men and women in the Great Xia. Encouraged by his sister's words, Jiang Chengfei felt delighted, convinced that their sentiments aligned. "See, I told you my sister would also find him commendable." He promptly agreed, noting that Su Hong was indeed coming to their home that day, and he would introduce them. Jiang Yuyan smiled sincerely. "Your good friend shall also be my good friend. Brother, let me meet this gallant and erudite Su Gongzi." She deliberately emphasized the final syllable. Unfortunately, Jiang Chengfei, oblivious to her sarcasm, interpreted it as praise for Su Hong. It was Su Hong's first encounter with a gentleman like Jiang Chengfei, and he felt quite apprehensive. To his surprise, Jiang Qingfei was remarkably affable. He had initially believed that gaining favor with Jiang Qingfei would require considerable effort, but thanks to his earnest self-introduction, the noble Jiang Qingfei regarded him as a confidant. Su Hong was somewhat taken aback, and even more thrilled when Jiang Qingfei invited him to the Prime Minister's residence. It was well known that the Prime Minister maintained a neutral stance in court, rarely mingling with bureaucrats, making an invitation to his home a point of pride. Even if it came from his son, Su Hong had already discerned Jiang Qingfei's preferences. He was not fond of literary pursuits, but excelled in martial arts. And he had a particular fondness for fine wines. Therefore, Su Hong prepared a bottle of his own brewed wine for his visit to the Jiang estate. He arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, where the doorman ushered him into a side hall before hastily darting off to inform Jiang Yuyan. The servant bowed deeply, announcing, "Young master, Su Gongzi has arrived." "Where is he?" Jiang Qingfei replied with a smile. "Su Hong is indeed punctual." Jiang Yuyan rolled her eyes, thinking, "How could he not be on time? He is likely contemplating how to curry favor with you." The servant, keenly observing the situation, added, "Young master, Su Gongzi is truly courteous and quite handsome." Jiang Qingfei lightly tapped the servant on the head, jesting, "Have you heard of the saying that birds of a feather flock together? Is it not simply because you, my young master, are also quite the striking figure?" Jiang Yuyan had little interest in her brother's self-congratulation. She was eager to meet Su Hong, intending to unveil his true character and ensure her brother did not fall into the same trap as in her previous life. Chapter 42. The residence of the Rue Wang is truly not a good place. Jiang Yuyan felt it inappropriate to dismiss her brother's esteem. Therefore, with a facade of gentle laughter, she coldly regarded her dear, foolish brother and said, "Wonderful. Since you speak so highly of him, how could I not meet him?" She then linked her arm through his, leading Jiang Qingfei outside. "Let us hasten to the front hall, lest we keep Su Gongzi waiting." Seated in the side hall, Su Hong took in the surroundings of the Jiang estate, quietly admiring. It is said that Prime Minister Jiang is a man of integrity. The understated decor certainly affirms those rumors. As he sipped the tea brought by a maid, he pondered what to say upon meeting Jiang Qingfei. This would be his third encounter with him. The first was when Jiang Qingfei had intervened to drive away a bully on the street. The second was a chance meeting at a tavern, where after a passionate exchange, Jiang Qingfei had invited him to visit today. As Su Hong contemplated, he heard Jiang Qingfei's voice calling, "Su Xiong." Jiang Qingfei entered briskly, clasping his fists in greeting. "I did not expect you to truly come." Su Hong hastily stood, returning the gesture. "You are too kind, Jiang Xiong. Your generous invitation leaves me no choice but to oblige." At that moment, Jiang Yuyan entered, witnessing the two men exchanging polite courtesies. To see them engaging in such formalities was unexpected. Su Hong also noticed Jiang Yuyan entering behind Jiang Qingfei. This young lady bears a resemblance to Jiang Xiong, and her attire is quite exquisite. Could she be the recently married Jiang Xiaojia, the Rue Wangfei? With this speculation, Su Hong smiled and asked Jiang Qingfei, "Jiang Xiong, who is this?" Only then did Jiang Qingfei turn to his sister and exclaim, "Yuyan, introduce yourself." Jiang Yuyan feigned ignorance of her brother's suggestion, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Su Hong beside her brother. To be fair, Su Hong indeed possessed an impressive appearance. Although dressed in coarse linen, he had a tall, slender frame and a pallid complexion, yet his demeanor exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of an accomplished scholar untouched by the mundane world. He appeared to be an exceptional, albeit frail, scholar. However, what did that matter? Jiang Yuyan could not suppress her inner disdain. He was merely a pretty face, a handsome yet scheming individual. Surely, this pretentious scholar had won over her brother with lofty ambitions and ideals of serving the nation. Her brother, who lacked a love for literature, was easily swayed by such aspirations, mistaking them for true talent. With these thoughts, Jiang Yuyan's expression grew frosty. She coldly declared, "Rue Wangfei." Jiang Qingfei was taken aback by his sister's sudden haughtiness, as she had never displayed such arrogance before. Yet he did not dwell on it. My sister seems to look down upon Su Xiong, this impoverished scholar." The atmosphere became unbearably awkward. Jiang Qingfei's response was remarkably swift. He chuckled heartily, saying, "Oh, how you speak, my dear sister." Afterward, he patted Su Hong's shoulder. "Do not take offense, Su Xiong. My sister has merely been spoiled." Su Hong dared not take offense. As the guest, he felt compelled to defer to Jiang Qingfei, even if he felt slighted, especially considering that she was the esteemed Princess Rui. He quickly replied, "Jiang Xiong, you flatter me. I have long heard of the Princess Rui's unparalleled beauty, and indeed, seeing her today is quite extraordinary. I apologize for intruding upon your gathering with my visit." Su Hong's eloquent words seemed to cast the blame upon himself. Yet upon further reflection, it appeared he was implying that he bore no grudge against Jiang Yuyan, the Princess Rui. Indeed, in the next moment, Jiang Qingfei's good friend internally lamented. Shouldn't a lady raised in seclusion possess a bit more grace? She is merely a wealthy and influential woman, looking down upon a scholar of humble origins. I, Su, must not stoop to the level of an ignorant woman. When I leap over the dragon gate, those who scorn me will regret their arrogance. Jiang Yuyan scoffed. Were it not for her brother's presence, she would have been inclined to expel him immediately. How hypocritical and two-faced he was. Jiang Qingfei felt a sense of embarrassment. Yet, as a brother who had doted on his sister since childhood, he could not chastise her, regardless of her unfavorable demeanor towards his esteemed friend. Moreover, Su Hong was someone he genuinely admired and wished to befriend. Since today, he had invited Su Hong to the Jiang residence. He could not allow the situation to become too awkward. Jiang Qingfei looked around, chuckled awkwardly, and swiftly changed the subject. "Su Xiong, you are indeed too courteous. There is no need to bring anything. Your presence is gift enough." Hearing this, Su Hong hurriedly picked up the wine he had placed on the table and presented it to Jiang Qingfei. He carefully handed over the jar, somewhat bashfully stating, "Jiang Xiong, I brewed this wine myself. It is a small token of my regard. I hope you will not find it lacking." "You brewed this yourself?" Jiang Qingfei exclaimed, genuinely impressed. With Jiang Qingfei's praise, Su Hong felt a bit less awkward. However, Jiang Yuyan was displeased, as her brother remained oblivious. Su Hong's mother had been a wine seller in her lifetime, while his father had been a notorious drunkard. She had known this from her previous life. Furthermore, as Su Hong later rose to prominence, he came to view his parents as a stain on his reputation. In his eyes, he despised those who indulged in alcohol. It was evident why he would later show no mercy towards those who harmed his brother. Jiang Yuyan could no longer tolerate Su Hong's pretentiousness. She coldly interjected, "What are you saying, brother? Is he not the very embodiment of a pretentious scholar?" Upon hearing this, even Jiang Qingfei's patience wore thin. He frowned at Jiang Yuyan. "What is this sudden disdain for Su Xiong? Have you been married just a few days and already forgotten your own brother?" Jiang Yuyan was unyielding. "Is this not the truth? Did he truly happen upon my brother by mere coincidence?" "I think not." Su Hong, sensing the tension, quickly raised his hands and said to Jiang Qingfei, "Brother Jiang, I apologize for my abruptness today. I shall arrange another visit at a later date." Their meeting ended on an uncomfortable note, leaving Jiang Qingfei quite irate. His anger was directed at Jiang Yuyan, who, merely days after her marriage, had adopted such a rude and ungracious demeanor. This indicated that the Rui Wangfu was indeed a poor environment, and Rui Wangfu Siyuan was not a commendable individual. Meanwhile, at the Rui Wangfu, someone enjoying tea sneezed loudly. Fu Siyuan rubbed his nose. Who was cursing this prince? In Chapter 43, Jiang Yuyan was indifferent, secretly hoping her brother would ignore Su Hong. Although she recognized him as a hypocritical charlatan, she dared not voice her thoughts. The fox's tail was well hidden, and revealing it now would be challenging. That night, in Jiang Yuyan's boudoir at the Prime Minister's residence, the lively crow chirped incessantly. Sala is in a bad mood. Jiang Yuyan paused in her feeding, glancing at the incessantly cawing blackbird. Her expression darkened. Could this little creature perceive her feelings? Nevertheless, it had just called her Sala again. The lively crow retained its spirit. "I will not call. I refuse to call. Sala. Sala is in a bad mood. Sala is upset because her brother angered her and takes it out on the little blackbird. Poor little blackbird, Sala. Jiang Yin brandished a small stick threateningly from the nearby table, adopting a fierce demeanor. "Will you call me master?" The crow, recognizing the stick, immediately shrank its neck. calling in submission, "Master, master, do not strike me." Its cowardice and timidity brightened Jiang Yuyan's previously gloomy mood. She tossed a few more pine nuts into the birdcage. Truly, this black bird lacked pride. The crow ignored her, busily pecking at the newly thrown pine nuts. What use is pride when there are delicious pine nuts to eat? Jiang Yuyan ignored it, muttering to herself, "Hey, little blackbird, is my bad mood so apparent?" The crow, having eaten the pine nuts, felt quite content. "Your face is as sour as my feathers," it remarked. Jiang Yuyan shot a glare. "Shut your beak. If you keep babbling, I will have you pluck your feathers for soup." Whether the little blackbird is quiet or not, only you can understand what I say. This was true. Jiang Yuyan tossed a handful of pine nuts once more. The crow spoke wisely. She indeed felt quite troubled. She had never quarreled with her brother, nor had they ever exchanged harsh words. No matter the circumstances, her brother had always been accommodating. Suddenly, a group of ruffians appeared from nowhere, bullying a seemingly attractive young girl. Su Hong, a frail scholar passing by, saw the injustice and bravely intervened, but he underestimated the ruffian's strength. They derided him for meddling and beat him as well. Fortunately, her brother happened to pass by and intervened, rescuing them both. Was there truly such coincidence in the world? Everything aligned perfectly. Her brother just happened to be passing by, the onlookers were not inclined to help, and only a weak scholar and her brother took action. What audacity those ruffians had to commit such acts under the emperor's nose. This seemingly reasonable situation felt off to Jiang Yuyan, the observer. Perhaps, if she could find that young girl, the truth of the matter could be unveiled. While contemplating how to locate the girl who had been bullied, Jiang Chengfei arrived. His demeanor had noticeably softened since the morning. "Sister," he said, pulling a chair and sitting down. He sighed, looking at Jiang Yuyan. "As your brother, who has cherished you since childhood, I cannot bear to reprimand you." With no one speaking, Jiang Chengfei cleared his throat and broke the silence. "Are you still angry, sister?" Jiang Yuyan regarded her brother, maintaining her stern expression. "Silly elder brother, I am not angry at all, though I think this in my heart. My words contradict my thoughts. Indeed, you have never scolded me since childhood, yet today you reprimand me for that, Su Hong. It seems that I cannot compete with your wine and meat friends." Jiang Chengfei did not anticipate his sister's response and hastily retorted, "Sister, do not speak like that. It is I who have spoiled you, leading to your capriciousness." Although Su Hong's background is somewhat lacking, he possesses a heart of innocence. Jiang Yuyan scoffed in response. "That heart of innocence may one day lead you to exile." Seeing his sister still displaying disdain, Jiang Chengfei added, "He genuinely wishes to befriend you. If you look down on him, are you not also looking down on me?" Jiang Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Softening her tone, she replied, "How could I look down on you? You are my dearest person." "Silly brother, do you know why he wants to befriend you?" "Never mind, I cannot say that now." Following his lead, she tentatively suggested, "Then shall I apologize to him?" Jiang Chengfei was taken aback by his sister's willingness to apologize. "How do you intend to make amends? It would be inappropriate given your status as a princess. How about you invite him to dine at Shunning restaurant tomorrow? Let it serve as an apology." Jiang Chengfei hesitated. Jiang Yuyan swiftly interrupted, encouraging him. "Let's do it this way. Invite that girl we saved that day as well. If she comes, I can find an opportunity to discreetly inquire about what transpired." She was confident that with her keen intuition, she could uncover Su Hong's true nature, revealing his true self to her brother. Jiang Chengfei raised an eyebrow. "Speaking of that girl, I suspect she was frightened that day. She didn't even thank us before leaving, and I don't even know what she looks like. Where am I supposed to find her?" Jiang Yuyan secretly scoffed at this. That girl must certainly be an accomplice of Su Hong, conspiring to deceive her brother. With a charming smile, Jiang Yuyan inquired, "Is that so? Then, brother, can you invite young Master Su tomorrow? I will bring my sister along, and I shall apologize to him in person." This was a good thing. With the misunderstanding cleared, Jiang Chengfei was naturally agreeable. He patted his chest, assuring her, "Do not worry, sister. I will take care of this matter. Tomorrow morning, I will send a servant to invite him to Shunning restaurant." "Very well. It is settled then." With the plan agreed upon, Jiang Yuyan felt elated, while Fu Siyuan, who was eavesdropping on a rooftop, was far from pleased. Chapter 44. The unassuming princess at this moment, Fu Siyun was beset with jealousy, anger, and questions. Are the princess and her brother so close? Who is Su Hong? Why does the princess wish to dine with him? Does she not miss me at all? She ran away from the royal palace just to dine with a common man? Upon hearing the melancholic musings from the rooftop, Jiang Yuyan felt a jolt of surprise. Why was the prince, a dignified royal, sneaking around on her rooftop? When did he become so intrusive? Jiang Yuyan stretched lazily and issued an order for her brother to leave. Once Jiang Qingfei departed, she picked up a small wooden stick and softly asked the spirit crone next to her, "Did you hear anything?" "Caw, caw, caw. There is someone on the rooftop." Indeed, the keen hearing of birds confirmed her suspicion, and she felt assured that she was not mistaken. With a sense of authority, she tapped the birdcage and scolded. "You pesky bird, what are you listening for? I'm talking with my brother, and you cannot seem to get enough of eavesdropping. Is there a place here for you to listen in?" Fu Siyun, overhearing Jiang's reprimands directed at the bird, felt a pang of unease. Is she scolding the bird or me? This cannot be. Even Jiang Qingfei did not notice anyone on the rooftop, let alone her, who knows nothing of martial arts. Yet, why does her tone sound like she is scolding me? Fu Siyun glanced down at the food box in his hand. Well, since I am here, I might as well take a look. Jiang Yuyan, sensing his intention to descend, acted more swiftly than he could. She hastily extinguished the candle in her room, grabbed a wooden stick. This stick had been specifically brought in by Yuan Yu that morning for training the birds, not knowing which stick Jiang Yuyan would choose. The simple-minded Yuan Yu had brought in a whole pile, varying in thickness and length. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan selected the thickest one, swiftly kicked off her shoes, and climbed onto the bed, diving under the covers with the stick in her hand. She was determined to see what Fu Siyun was up to. She nestled under the blanket, straining her ears to listen for any sounds. Fu Siyun, holding the food box, jumped down from the rooftop. Inside, the candle had been extinguished, and the silence made him doubt whether he had imagined hearing someone scolding a bird. He stood outside for a moment, waiting until he heard no sounds before climbing through the window. "Shoo!" He signaled to the spirit crow to be quiet, gently placing the food box on the table, and stealthily approached Jiang Yuyan's sleeping area. Jiang Yuyan heard his footsteps and bit her lip, forcing herself to remain silent. She gripped the wooden stick tightly. If Fu Siyun dared to make any untoward move, she would immediately spring up and unleash a flurry of blows upon him with the stick, letting out all her pent-up frustration. It was not her fault if he were to eavesdrop. Fu Siyun gazed down at the girl, sleeping soundly on the bed, settling quietly beside her. Jiang Yuyan was so tense that she could hardly breathe. Although it was not their first time alone together, she felt her heart racing, as if she could not catch her breath. Fu Siyun regarded Jiang Yuyan, tightly wrapped in her blanket, and softly called out, "Princess? Jiang Yuyan?" The figure in bed remained still, unresponsive. "I know you are not asleep." Still, there was no response. "It seems you are asleep after all." Fu Siyun sighed, standing up and quietly heading back to the window from which he had entered, leaping back out. Jiang Yuyan waited for a while, and just as she was about to drift off, she realized she had not heard a single sound from Fu Siyun. She turned over and scanned the darkroom. Moonlight streamed in through the window. If it weren't for the ornate food box on the table, she would have doubted whether Fu Siyun had ever been there. She lifted the blanket and sat up, confirming once more that she was indeed alone. Only then did she put on her shoes and approach the table where the food box sat. What could it be? Coming all this way at night just to deliver this? When had Fu Siyun ever been so kind? The treatment she received in this life was a far cry from the last. Jiang Yuyan cautiously opened the ornate food box, and a fragrant aroma of durian wafted through the air. Inside lay a delicate piece of durian pastry. She picked one up and tasted it, the flavor bursting in her mouth, undoubtedly freshly baked. In that moment, an inexplicable warmth spread through her heart as dawn approached. It was agreed that Su Hong would be treated to a meal. Early in the morning, Jiang Qingfei sent a servant to invite Su Hong to Shunning Shirlu. By the time Jiang Yuyan and her brother Jiang Qingfei arrived, Su Hong had already made his appearance. Upon seeing the siblings approach, he awkwardly bowed to Jiang Qingfei. "May I ask what brings you to summon me here, so early?" Jiang Qingfei was oblivious to the underlying tension. Jiang Yuyan smiled innocently, her demeanor harmless, as if yesterday's unpleasantness had never transpired. We are here, of course, to extend our apologies to Brother Su. My behavior yesterday was quite rude, and I hope you won't take offense. Su Hong was not foolish. He certainly did not hold any grudge against Jiang Chengfei and Jiang Yuyan. Offering a graceful exit was already a considerable concession on his part. He immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement. If there has been any misunderstanding, it is I who must apologize to both of you for my indiscretion yesterday. His words were polite, effortlessly glossing over the previous day's events. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety within. Women's moods are as changeable as the weather in August. This Princess Rue was so critical of me yesterday, and today she is apologizing and trying to befriend me. Does she know something? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yuyan a few more times. Each glance made him feel increasingly uneasy. The brightness of Jiang Yuyan's eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul, creating the unsettling impression that she could see through him. Su Hong began to regret his decision to attend the meeting today. This princess is no ordinary woman, but what is there to fear? How could she possibly know my thoughts? As long as I tread carefully, I should not encounter any significant issues. After all, she is merely a woman. This time, I must not let things go awry. Hearing his inner thoughts, Jiang Yuyan smiled even more enigmatically. I am simply waiting. Su Hong's true colors will eventually reveal themselves. This time, I cannot allow my brother to be deceived by this so-called friend as he was in his previous life. Chapter 45, where there is a master. There are servants. Seeing that everyone had cleared the air, Jiang Chengfei was quite pleased. Come, since we have all spoken our minds, Brother Su, please follow me. While gesturing for Su Hong to join him, he called out to the waiter, Hey, I would like to reserve the Tianzi No. 1 room for today. Upon hearing that someone wished to book the esteemed Tianzi No. 1 room, the waiter immediately beamed with delight. Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. He praised the room's merits enthusiastically. Our Tianzi No. 1 room boasts an exquisite location. You can enjoy your meal while taking in half the beautiful scenery of Kyoto. The price, however, watching the waiter's eager gestures, Jiang Chengfei casually tossed his purse toward him. Money was no object. Although the Jiang family was not short on funds, and Jiang Chengfei was quite generous, it was rare for him to invite someone to dine in the Tianzi No. 1 room. Jiang Yuyan observed quietly, remaining silent. Did her brother truly regard Su Hong so highly? He genuinely considered him a good friend. No wonder he had been so badly deceived in his past life. The waiter, having received the payment, was even more cheerful. With such a heavy purse, this young master is indeed a man of means. Please, this way, he urged, leading Jiang Chengfei and the others into Tianzi No. 1, where he took their orders and served tea. Since Jiang Yuyan did not drink alcohol, they opted for tea instead. While waiting for the dishes, Jiang Yuyan smiled brightly at Su Hong and initiated a conversation. By the way, Brother Su, my brother mentioned that during your heroic rescue, the lady you saved was exceptionally beautiful. Su Hong's hand paused mid-sip. How did she come to mentioning Ying? Jiang Yuyan smiled, her red lips curving. So you do know her. Perhaps it was all prearranged. I did not get a clear look at the lady's face, so I cannot say whether she is beautiful or not. At that moment, I simply felt pity for her and did not think much further. Jiang Chengfei laughed heartily. See, I told you, Brother Su is a man of chivalry, a delicate scholar who dares to stand up against injustice. I admire that. Su Hong returned the compliment, saying, That was thanks to Brother Zhang's intervention. Otherwise, those bullies would have overwhelmed me. Su Hong was merely being modest. He had merely happened to pass by. Jiang Yuyan sighed dramatically, feigning sorrow. What is troubling you, sister? Jiang Chengfei asked, noticing her sigh. I simply feel it is a pity that neither you nor Brother Su have seen that lady, and now she has vanished without a trace. Does anyone know where she lives? I wonder how she is now. Are those bullies still harassing her? Jiang Chengfei ceased laughing and pondered Jiang Yuyan's words seriously. How did I not think of that? My sister is indeed thoughtful. You make a valid point, but where could we possibly find that lady? Su Hong's brow furrowed slightly. This princess is indeed no ordinary woman. I cannot let you discover that Ying is at Lixian Lu, otherwise the events of that day would surely be exposed. The incident in which his brother encountered him on the street had clearly been premeditated. Jiang Yuyan scoffed internally, yet her exterior remained gentle. Finding this Ying at Lixian Lu will allow me to unmask Su Hong's facade as a gentleman. Perhaps I might even uncover that he is the undercover agent sent by Lin Yuanzhu to infiltrate my brother's side. They, the Crown Princess faction, will never succeed in using me or my brother to manipulate our father. Su Hong, feeling guilty, smiled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. Perhaps it is fate. It seems the heavens have prevented us from seeing that lady's face, which must mean we are not meant to meet her. Since destiny does not allow it, why should we dwell on it? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Jiang? Ha, indeed, indeed. Although we do not know who that lady is. I have made the acquaintance of Brother Su, which can also be considered our fate. Jiang Yuyan cast a sidelong glance at her delighted brother. Curse this fate. Having learned what she wanted, there was no need for her to continue this meal. It was best to hurry to Lixian Lu and find this Ying while Su Hong remained unsuspecting. She stood up and addressed her brother and Su Hong, saying, I apologize, but I just remembered that the prince mentioned wanting 10 portions of snacks a few days ago. The abrupt change in her demeanor caught both Jiang Chengfei and Su Hong off guard. Their thoughts echoed simultaneously. What is wrong with my sister? Why has she suddenly lost her appetite? Is she feeling unwell? Princess Rue is finally leaving. She is not as easy to deal with as her foolish brother. A clever woman is troublesome. It is fortunate she does not know my thoughts. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Jiang Qingfei, concerned, said, You can let Yuanyu go buy the snacks. You should eat. He then called out to Yuanyu, Yuanyu, go help your master with the purchase. No need, brother. Yuanyu wouldn't know what to buy. I'd better go myself. The siblings were in the midst of their light-hearted dispute when suddenly a loud knocking sounded from outside the door. The voice of the waiter rang out. Hey, how can you do this? There are people in this room. Please, listen. Shortly after, the door swung open. 2 maidservants dressed in light yellow, everyday attire entered, hands on their hips, addressing the waiter outside. I will pay double for this Tianzi number 1 room. We have reserved it. Turning around, she pointed at Jiang Yuyan and the others. I apologize, everyone, but this room has been booked by our young lady to entertain esteemed guests. We will cover your meal costs. Please leave promptly. Her arrogant tone suggested that her master was a princess. Jiang Yuyan squinted slightly, recognizing the newcomer. Who might that be? It turned out that the maid Shuang, who served Lin Wanru, and the attendant Chilua, who was with the princess, were present. It was Chilua who had just spoken. In her previous life, Jiang Yuyan had frequently interacted with Lin Wanru and the princess, so these 2 maids, who relied on their masters to assert their dominance, were somewhat familiar to her. However, they did not recognize her now and were unaware that the individuals occupying room number 1 were the Jiang siblings. Even if they had recognized her, these 2 arrogant maids would likely not have restrained themselves. Particularly Chilua. This affirmed his saying, where there are masters, there are servants. Her presence here made it easy to deduce that Princess Ningxiang had sneaked out of the palace. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to speak, Yuanyu could no longer contain herself. These 2 insolent maids dared to be so disrespectful to Our Lady. Just wait and see how I handle them. She rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. Who are you? This room was clearly reserved by my master first. Do you know what it means to respect the order of arrival? Chilua did not care about who had reserved the room, as long as the princess desires it. She can obtain anything, whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground. What is a mere room number 1 to her? We are aware of that. But so what? Our Lady has paid double the price. Waitstaff, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and evict them. Chapter 46. The princess's flippant words. Implicit meaning the waiter entered, looking dejected as he apologized to Jiang Yuyan. Ladies, how can this be allowed? Jiang Qingfei stood up. I initially thought you 2 were just young maids, and I didn't wish to argue with you. However, your aggressive demeanor is rather inappropriate. Compared to Chilua's confrontational stance, Shuang'er took a much gentler approach. Young sir, we are kindly advising you to leave promptly. You truly cannot offend our master. What a joke. Jiang Qingfei was infuriated upon hearing this. What kind of master is so formidable that I cannot offend? Even if the emperor himself were here, it would not justify us vacating this room without reason. You, Chilua pointed at Jiang Qingfei, ready to retort, when a clear female voice rang out from the corridor. Chilua, have you not cleared the scene yet? Upon hearing this, Chilua immediately lowered her head and stepped aside. A striking young girl, dressed in a bright red pomegranate skirt, gracefully entered. Indeed, it was Princess Ningxiang. Following her was a vibrant and spirited girl, none other than Lin Wanru. At that moment, Jiang Yuyan noticed Su Hong sitting to the side, her complexion flushed, and felt a surge of excitement. "Miss Lin, I never expected to meet you here, the one I've been yearning for day and night." This revelation took Jiang Yuyan by surprise. It seemed that Su Hong harbored considerable ambition, daring to covet even the future empress. What would Lin Yuanzhu, that old fellow, think if he knew his advisor was eyeing his precious daughter? But now is not the time to ponder this issue. Princess Ningxiang and Lin Wanru were right in front of her. Moreover, it was evident that they recognized Jiang Yuyan. "Oh, I thought who it was. It turns out to be the esteemed Lady Rue. No wonder you refused to vacate the room," Ningxiang scoffed. "Last time, you made me so embarrassed in front of seventh brother. Today, without him to back you, I shall make sure you pay." However, why was the lady here dining with two gentlemen? Ningxiang's words were flippant and laden with implication. Jiang Qingfei, of course, discerned the innuendo in Princess Ningxiang's remarks. Though he did not know who this arrogant young woman was, he could tell from her fine attire and the tone in which she spoke to his sister that she possessed an extraordinary identity, and she seemed to harbor considerable animosity toward his sister. Jiang Qingfei clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Jiang Qingfei, the brother of the Lady Rue you mentioned. May I inquire how to address you, miss? Are you acquainted with my sister?" Jiang Yuyan shook her head. "I do not know her." "Oomph. Why should I care if you know me? Just understand this. Today you must yield this room to me, and it would be wise to cooperate. Otherwise—" Before Princess Ningxiang could finish her sentence, Lin Wanru's voice chimed in from the side. "This young lady is my dear sister. I brought the princess out secretly today. If too many people learn of her identity, it might not be good." She smiled gently and continued, "I wonder if young Master Jiang could do me a favor and let us have this room number 1. Although Lin Wanru was not particularly kind-hearted, she always managed to present herself gracefully in public. Her words sounded soft and amiable. Jiang Yuyan knew that the so-called Ying in Lixian building had no intention of staying for a meal, and that allowing Princess Ningxiang and her companions to have the room was actually no trouble at all. However, she found it difficult to accept the princess's domineering attitude. This was not the palace, yet she still acted so arrogantly. Nevertheless, as her sister-in-law, Jiang Yuyan did not wish to quarrel over such matters. Just as she was about to suggest to her brother that they change rooms, she heard Ningxiang grasp Lin Wanru's hand and, with an unpleased expression, say, "You are too kind. Such a person is not worthy of your consideration. I am taking this room today, and even if she refuses, she must yield." The words Jiang Yuyan had almost uttered were abruptly stifled. She adjusted her sitting posture slightly, adopting an unwavering demeanor. "I am afraid you will be disappointed. Today, I shall not yield. I am curious to see what you will do to me." "You." Ningxiang angrily pointed at Jiang Yuyan. "Fine. If you refuse, then." Ningxiang waved her hand. "Chilo, come, throw all their belongings out." Jiang Qingfei could no longer tolerate the situation. What kind of young lady is this? So unreasonable. Whoever marries her will be unfortunate. While it was merely a matter of a room, the other party was far too aggressive. He furrowed his brow and stood up. "Miss, this room was reserved by us first. Your unreasonable behavior is rather inappropriate." Ningxiang looked at Jiang Qingfei as if he were a fool. "Reasonable? Ha ha! I have never been reasonable. So what if I am not? Do you dare to hit me?" Hitting her was out of the question. Firstly, Jiang Qingfei did not even know her identity, and secondly, he had always refrained from striking women. Although this woman was utterly unreasonable, he stepped closer to Princess Ningxiang. "Although I am a man and do not strike women, it does not mean you can bully my sister and us in front of me. I have tolerated you for long enough. So what?" Upon hearing Jiang Qingfei's words, Princess Ningxiang puffed out her chest provocatively. "I'm doing this on purpose. What of it? What of it?" Jiang Qingfei had now approached Princess Ningxiang. Having been protected too well since childhood, Ningxiang had never known fear. However, Lin Wanru beside her discreetly tugged at the hem of Ningxiang's dress, subtly reminding her. Ningxiang shot her an impatient glare. "What is there to be afraid of? You are the coward. You were badly humiliated that day, and today I will help you vent your frustration." Jiang Qingfei raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my sister is gentle and kind. How could she harm anyone? Moreover, Jiang Chengfei rolled up his sleeves. Today, I shall see what happens if I decide to strike you. Only then did Ningxiang belatedly notice Jiang Chengfei's readiness to fight. But if I back down now, it would make me appear cowardly. How would I hold my head high in front of Jiang Yuyan in the future? She took a step back, pulling Qiluo from behind her and forcefully pushing her toward Jiang Chengfei. The reason why Jiao Nu became such is that her master possesses a similar temperament. Qiluo quickly realized the situation. Now is the perfect moment for me to showcase my prowess before the princess. How can a grown man dare to lay hands on a woman? Qiluo placed her hands on her hips defiantly. Come at me if you dare. What kind of behavior is this? Boasting in front of my young mistress. Jiang Chengfei took a deep breath, grasped the still ranting Qiluo with one hand, and without batting an eyelash, lifted her off the ground and cast her aside. With a heavy thud, Qiluo hit the ground, accompanied by Ningxiang's shriek echoing in Jiang Yuyan's ears. Chapter 47. The intentions of the princess are clear, as Dame Ningxiang was both furious and resentful, stamping her feet in frustration. She pointed at Jiang Chengfei, gritting her teeth. How dare you? What is there that I cannot do? Jiang Chengfei replied with disdain. He clapped his hands and threatened, if you don't leave now, you can see for yourself. The situation was exceedingly dire. Ningxiang bit her lip, her face contorted with indignation. Jiang Chengfei, that little rascal from the Jiang family. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot reveal my identity now, I would surely make you pay. She glared fiercely at Jiang Chengfei. You just wait. I will remember you. And you. Ningxiang pointed at Jiang Yuyan, who was watching the spectacle from the side. Jiang Chengfei frowned slightly, displeased. The one who just threw your maid out was me. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. Why involve my sister? I, Jiang Chengfei, shall not change my name or surname, and await your reckoning. The atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. Ningxiang could neither swallow her anger nor back down gracefully. However, the disparity in strength was indeed too great. How could a few young ladies possibly contend with a robust man, especially one who is unyielding in his stance? Lin Wanru tugged at Princess Ningxiang's sleeve, leaning in to whisper softly, Princess, let it go. You came out to play secretly today. It would be unwise for things to escalate. Seeing that Princess Ningxiang remained unmoved, she added gently, Princess, what if Wang Fei Rui tells Wang Yerui? Ningxiang glanced at Jiang Yuyan, who was leisurely sipping tea. The Jiang family truly has no good people. She snorted coldly, her anger boiling over as she turned away. I yield this room to you today. We shall leave. With Princess Ningxiang's interruption, Jiang Chengfei lost his appetite entirely. Jiang Yuyan, however, felt quite pleased to avoid sharing a table with Su Hong. Accompanied by Yuan Yu, she bypassed her brother and headed straight for Lixian Tower. Lixian Tower was reputed to be a paradise for men throughout the entire capital. As Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu approached the street where Lixian Tower was located, they were met with the wafting scent of perfumed powders emanating from within. Although Yuan Yu, as Jiang Yuyan's maid, had no authority to question her mistress's intentions, she couldn't help but shudder at the gleam in Jiang Yuyan's eyes directed at Lixian Tower. Could it be that the Wang Fei has a penchant for such places? No. Wang Fei must be seeking ways to win over Wang Ye's heart, but that doesn't seem right. Jiang Yuyan turned her head and shot a glance at Yuan Yu. What nonsense are you thinking? Nothing, nothing. Yuan Yu quickly waved her hands, almost caught in the act. I wasn't thinking anything. Jiang Yuyan placed a hand on Yuan Yu's shoulder, lifting her chin slightly and pointing toward Lixian Tower. What? Do you wish to go in and take a look? Yuan Yu swallowed hard, a sudden thrill bubbling within her. Is that permissible? Wang Fei, can we? Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. Of course we can, why not? But we are women, aren't we? Women can enter too. Who says they cannot? Yuan Yu's eyes immediately filled with admiration for Jiang Yuyan. Wang Fei is indeed extraordinary. Is it truly allowed? Then Wang Fei, please take me in to have a look. Yuan Yu had always been very curious about Lixian Tower. However, before entering, I must say one thing. Yuan Yu obediently nodded. I will be very well behaved as long as Wang Fei takes me in to broaden my horizons. From now on, you must not call me Wang Fei. Then, should I call you Miss? Jiang Yuyan shook her head. Should I call you Gongzi? You foolish girl, of course. You should call me Foreign. Oh, Yuan Yu suddenly understood. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Wang Fei's visit to Lixian Tower is surely for Wang Ye. To go as a foreign is not to seek experience. What else could it be? Wang Fei's intentions are as clear as day. Yes, foreign. With heads held high, Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu approached Lixian Tower. Indeed, amidst a sea of astonished gazes, the courtesans flanking Lixian Tower ceased their solicitations. All eyes fixated on Jiang Yuyan's advancing figure, whispering amongst themselves. Here comes another lady from a respectable household. If one cannot manage their own husband, they will come to vent their frustrations here at Lixian Tower. Hey, you can't say that. I actually can't tell if this lady is here to vent her frustrations. Look, she is smiling. Hee. Could it be that she is here to seek experience? Do not jest. Hurry and call the matron over. The courtesans of Lixian Tower watched Jiang Yuyan with curiosity, eager to discover her true intentions. A senior courtesan clad in blue stepped forward, blocking Jiang Yuyan's path. Ahem, miss. What brings you to our Lixian Tower? She scrutinized Jiang Yuyan, her gaze filled with indistinct suspicion. Generally, women hold disdain for establishments like ours. This young lady seems quite bold to strut toward the doors of Lixian Tower. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that this elegantly dressed young lady wishes to join our Lixian Tower and become one of us? She seems to possess considerable beauty. I am here to find someone. The blue-clad courtesan nodded, somewhat understanding. Ah, so you're looking for someone. This young lady has a good disposition. Other girls come here in a fit of anger to locate their lovers, yet she appears to be smiling. The blue-clad courtesan continued to block Jiang Yuyan's path, showing no intention of yielding. I'm afraid there's no one here that you're looking for. Oh, Jiang Yuyan was quite intrigued. You know who I'm looking for? The blue-clad courtesan smiled confidently. Those who come here are either seeking men or women. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Indeed, I have come to find someone, a woman. Do you have anyone named Ying here? The blue-clad courtesan shot Jiang Yuyan a glance. Miss, I must inform you that those who come to our Lixian Tower have signed a contract of servitude. Do not waste your efforts unnecessarily. She glanced at Jiang Yuyan's petite frame. Surely, you understand that our Lixian Tower is one of the most renowned establishments in the capital. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Yes, I'm aware. So, Jiang Yuyan felt slightly confused. What did she mean by that? The next moment, the blue-clad courtesan gestured for her to leave. You should depart quickly before our matron appears. Depart? How could that be? What if the matron appears? Just as Jiang Yuyan finished speaking, a raucous voice echoed from behind the blue-clad courtesan. What now? Ha ha ha, of course. It's to tell you that you will regret it. Chapter 48. The Wang Fei is a bit indecent. The matron flicked the handkerchief in her hand and squeezed through a group of henchmen. As she squeezed through with her ample figure, her face bore an exaggerated smile. It was not what Jiang Yuyan had envisioned of a matron of the brothel. Perhaps it was due to her being a woman that this realm of indulgence felt unwelcoming to Jiang Yuyan. The matron circled around Jiang Yuyan and the attendant, Yuan Yu. Chuckling, Madam, I presume you were unaware prior to your arrival that our Lixian Lu is not just an ordinary establishment of pleasure. Jiang Yuyan, instead of showing anger, smiled in response, nodding. Indeed, I have discerned that the welcoming manner of Lixian Lu is rather unique. She should have anticipated that an establishment capable of standing out among the many brothels in the capital, while remaining enduringly prosperous, would possess its own prowess. For instance, the thugs encircling Jiang Yuyan at this moment were indeed the distinctive method of welcoming guests at Lixian Lu. It served to establish dominance over any troublemakers while affording the leisurely gentlemen inside time to make their discreet exits through the back door. The matron adjusted her sleeves and cleared her throat. We are in the business of hospitality, and as such, we cannot allow our establishment to be carelessly disrupted. It seemed the matron and the ladies of Lixian Lu had misunderstood something. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to speak, Yuan Yu, positioned behind her, took action first. Clenching her fists, she pulled Jiang Yuyan behind her. You men better not go too far. Why is it that the gents can enter while our madam is kept outside? The atmosphere was tense, charged with anticipation. Not far from Lixian Lu, Yu Xian silently observed the unfolding scene. He had followed Jiang Yuyan for an entire day and was increasingly perplexed by the intentions of his new mistress. First, she dined with a destitute scholar at Shunning restaurant alongside her brother, and now she hurriedly brought her maid to this den of indulgence. Whatever angle he looked from, it seemed his princess had an unorthodox disposition. Yuyan scratched his head, suppressing the impulse to leap forward and confront the thugs. However, he held himself back. He could not afford to reveal his identity just yet. As Yuan ready to confront the group of ruffians, Jiang Yuyan quickly restrained her. Ahem, you must be the matron of Li Xianlu, correct? Jiang Yuyan awkwardly addressed the scowling matron before her. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am here to seek someone, but not a man. I am looking for a woman. The matron shot her a glance. Everyone who visits our establishment is in search of women. She is here to find Su Yingyang, the attendant in blue chimed in. So her name was La Mama. Jiang Yuyan smiled. Indeed. Might I inquire if there's a lady named Yingyang here at Li Xianlu? The matron's plump face suddenly stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure. No. How can there be none? Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, her expression indicating that the matron's demeanor suggested otherwise. She stepped forward, smiling. What are you so anxious about, Mama? Surely we can negotiate a price? Her words left everyone present in astonishment. Even Yuyan, who was lurking in the shadows, was taken aback. Heavens, this is troubling. It seems the princess has a penchant for such transactions. He shuddered, compared to the previous enigmatic behaviors of the princess. Her current dealings in a brothel are far more alarming. I must hasten to report this to the prince. The matron then scrutinized Jiang Yuyan from head to toe. Su Yingyang is quite the skilled one, managing to cater to both men and women. The matron's eyes sparkled with interest as she gestured for her thugs to retreat. This lady appeared to be quite astute. Jiang Yuyan was certainly aware of that. Otherwise, she would not have previously procured medicine here to incapacitate Fu Siyuan. The brothel was indeed a place where wealth facilitated transactions. Yuan Yu handed her a pouch. Give her your purse. Yuan Yu reluctantly tossed her heavy pouch to the matron. The matron weighed the pouch in her hands, nodding in satisfaction. The scowl that had previously marred her face vanished, replaced by a grin that unmistakably displayed her eagerness for profit. She stowed the pouch away, her demeanor transforming instantly. Madam, please come in. We have all types of ladies available for your selection. Jiang Yuan's lips twitched. The matron certainly possessed commendable business acumen. She evaded the matron's attempt to grasp her hand and strode forward, admiring the decor of Li Xianlu. One had to admit, the aesthetic of Li Xianlu was quite refined, with understated luxury in its furnishings, devoid of the gaudy displays Jiang Yuyan had anticipated. Instead, exuding a fresh and elegant air. The matron led Jiang Yuyan to a private room and eagerly approached her. Stop! Jiang Yuyan's eyes conveyed a firm command, halting the matron's enthusiasm. You're La Mama, correct? Jiang Yuyan inquired with a smile. They all call me La Mama. You may call me as you wish, madam. Please, have a seat, La Mama. Jiang Yuyan gestured towards a nearby stool. The matron, slightly flustered, took a seat. I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before, madam. The matron must have been mistaken. This was Jiang Yuyan's first visit to Li Xianlu. The matron had quite a keen eye. Fortunately, Jiang Yuyan had been clever during her last visit, veiling her face during the transaction at the back door. Otherwise, being recognized would have been most awkward. The matron waved her hand to the entrance, summoning a group of ladies who entered in a procession, standing before Jiang Yuyan. Yuan Yu's eyes widened. She had never seen so many vividly adorned ladies before. However, upon noticing the disdainful expressions on their faces, Yuan Yu's excitement waned. The books always portray the women of brothels as willing to be picked, yet now they appear as though we owe them money. Yuan Yu instantly felt disheartened, but out of respect for Jiang Yuyan, she remained steadfast by her side. Jiang Yuyan glanced at the incoming ladies, skipping pleasantries and addressing La Mama directly. La Mama, I only require Su Yingyang. I do not need so many ladies. The matron rubbed her hands together. Madam, we have many ladies here. Why must you seek only Su Yingyang? Jiang Yuyan frowned, her tone resolute. I only want Su Yingyang. With that, she produced a stack of silver notes from her garment. Upon seeing the silver notes, the matron's eyes gleamed. Oh my, truly a wealthy guest. She clutched the notes and counted them roughly. The matron smiled thinly. You are quite generous, madam. What would prevent me from accommodating your request? With a grand gesture, she called out, bring me that little minx Su Yingyang. We have a distinguished guest wishing to see her." The course maid readily agreed, stating that since you have sold yourself to Lixin Lu, you are now one of its people, bound to obey Mama Lu in life and death. Do not think that marrying Wang Yuan, even as a concubine, is a lesser fate. It is far superior to selling smiles here at Lixin Lu. Su Yingyang gazed at the incessantly chattering Wang Posey and thought to herself, indeed, no concubine married by Wang Yuan has survived a month. Wang Posey, I implore you, secretly let me go. How could that be? If I release you and Mama Lu comes looking for you, what will become of me? Faced with the hopelessness of escape, Su Yingyang closed her eyes in despair. Wang Posey nudged the burly man beside her with her elbow, instructing him not to bind her too tightly, lest marks be left that would complicate their explanations. The rough man, observing Su Yingyang's figure, licked his lips and leered, assuring her that he would use clever methods to bind her securely. Wang Posey frowned, advising him to control his drool, warning him to be careful, lest Mama Lu take notice and there would be consequences for him. The burly man chuckled, suggesting that since Mama Lu was unaware, Wang Posey should allow him a moment of gratification, as Su Yingyang would soon belong to Wang Yuan anyway. He then produced a handful of silver coins and placed them in Wang Posey's hand, proposing the same arrangement as before. His filthy words and lack of boundaries shattered the last remnants of Su Yingyang's dignity. She should have anticipated that such a vile place would only breed vile transactions. Now, she had been sold for a mere pittance, subjected to such humiliation. She sobbed and shook her head, pleading with Wang Posey, her last hope. "Please, Wang Posey, I beg you, do not leave me." After pleading, she glared fiercely at the burly man, threatening that if he dared to touch her, she would bite her tongue and die on the spot, making it impossible for them to explain themselves. Hearing her threat, the burly man hastily stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth. "I have seen many like you before," he sneered, adjusting his waistband and stepping closer. Su Yingyang struggled desperately against the ropes binding her, but it proved futile. Just as Wang Matzi was about to loosen his belt and Wang Posey was about to open the door, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Wang Posey, what are you doing? Hurry, open the door." Startled, Wang Matzi nearly fumbled his trousers. "What is it, Qingyi?" Su Yingyang, hearing the voice from outside, intensified her struggles. Unfortunately, the Qingyi girl showed no intention of entering. She merely called out from the doorway, "Clean yourselves up. A guest wishes to see her." Wang Posey was taken aback, calling out through the door that Wang Yuan was supposed to come tomorrow. "I do not know. It is a woman. Hurry. Mama Lu and she are waiting in the private room." With that, the Qingyi girl turned and left. Su Yingyang's heart plummeted at the news. Yet she felt a flicker of relief, having narrowly escaped the indignity she had almost suffered at Wang Matzi's hands. Wang Matzi, frustrated, pulled the handkerchief from her mouth, spitting contemptuously, cursing the ill-timed interruption. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, untie her. I have heard that the first lady of Wang Yuan's household is a fearsome woman. Move quickly." Jiang Yuyan, thinking she might have to wait some time in the private room, was surprised when the door creaked open immediately. A slender figure was pushed inside. The woman, her eyes red and biting her lip, stumbled forward and knelt before Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan looked at her in confusion. What is the meaning of this? Su Yingyang, trembling and tearful, lowered her head. "Please, Madame Wang, spare me. I implore you to speak a good word for me before Wang Yuan and release me." Yuan Yu furrowed her brows and stepped forward, reprimanding, "What, Madame Wang? Nonsense. We are Yuan Yu." Jiang Yuyan quickly intervened to stop Yuan Yu from revealing too much. She glanced at the trembling figure on the ground, sighing. Su Hong, reveling in laughter and merriment at the tea house, was entirely unaware that his sister was now a pitiful creature, begging a stranger for rescue. "Please rise," Jiang Yuyan instructed. Su Yingyang, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at Jiang Yuyan. "I'm not the Madame Wang you speak of. I have come today with a matter to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Su Yingyang stood up, wiping her tears and hoarsely inquiring, "Then what is it?" Jiang Yuyan regarded Su Yingyang's reddened eyes. Su Yingyang could scarcely believe her ears. Trembling, she asked uncertainly, "Really?" "Yes," Jiang Yuyan affirmed, looking toward Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu understood and produced a contract from her bosom, waving it before Su Yingyang. "This is your contract of servitude. I have purchased you from Mama Lu." Of course, I can also return you. Jiang Yuyan smiled slightly. The contract of servitude. My contract of servitude. Su Yingyang's eyes sparkled with hope. Excellent. Chapter 50. What tricks does the princess wish to play? In the Rue Wang Fu. Fu Siyuan sat upright in his study. Yu Ning entered, removing the now-cold tea. He stole a glance at the prince, softly reminding him that he had been staring at the same page for quite some time. Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow and glared at him. Yu Ning, have you grown bold? Yu Ning hurriedly waved his hands, denying it, merely noting that the prince appeared lost in thought. The prince was rarely distracted. Fu Siyuan threw the book at Yu Ning, demanding he fetch a cup of hot tea. Yu Ning caught the book, shrinking back as he hurried to replace the tea. Watching Yu Ning leave, Fu Siyuan sighed, his thoughts drifting to Jiang Yuyan's radiant smile. I wonder how that silly girl is faring. Does she know about the durian pastry I left on her desk? No, she must have seen it. It was placed so conspicuously. Did it surprise her? Fu Siyuan gazed out the window at the swaying trees, unable to suppress his curiosity about Jiang Yuyan's reaction to the food box. Imagining her delighted expression caused a smile to involuntarily form on his lips. When Yu Ning returned with the hot tea, he noticed Fu Siyuan smiling. He cautiously approached the desk and set the tea down nearby. Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning what he would do if she were still upset with him. Yu Ning was left speechless. Your Highness, this is not your usual demeanor. Do you miss her? Fu Siyuan asked earnestly, locking eyes with Yu Ning. Yu Ning nodded. For some reason, the presence of the princess in the manor has brought a glimmer of light and warmth to the otherwise gloomy atmosphere. Fu Siyuan touched his face, pondering whether he had changed without realizing it. He sighed, speaking to himself. Hearing his master speak this way delighted Yu Ning. Just as he was about to encourage the prince to fetch the princess today, a figure darted swiftly through the door. Brother? What are you doing here? Yu Ning exclaimed. ISNT brother UXIN, supposed to be secretly protecting the princess. Before he could think further, he noticed a shadow passing by him. Fu Siyuan had already flown to the front of UXIN. UXIN wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, Your Highness, it's bad. The princess has gone to the brothel. Fu Siyuan let out a sigh of relief, but shot an annoyed glance at UXIN. What is the fuss about? She just went to a brothel. UXIN looked at Fu Siyuan in confusion. Your Highness, the princess said she was going to find a woman. Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow. If she is not going to the brothel to find a woman, could it be that she is going to find a man? The word man triggered a thought in him, and he grabbed UXIN's arm. While others might not understand, Fu Siyuan was well aware that the formidable backing of Lixian Lu was the crown prince. UXIN recounted the events of that morning involving Jiang Yuyan in detail to Fu Siyuan. As he listened, Fu Siyuan's handsome face darkened with each word, utterly bewildered by Jiang Yuyan's intentions. Regardless of her motives, an ominous premonition had already taken root in his heart. Let us go. Fu Siyuan waved his hand. Gather people and come with me to Lixian Lu. I want to see what tricks my princess is trying to play. Inside Lixian Lu, the round moon gazed at the departing figure of Su Yingying with a sigh. Jiang Yuyan laughed. I never expected our round moon would have a day of sighing. Round moon regarded Jiang Yuyan, surprised that Su Hong was such a person. There must be a pitiful side to those we detest. Princess, that Su Hong is truly detestable. To climb to Jiang Gongzi, she schemed against her own sister. Fortunately, you saw through it. We should quickly inform Gongzi. Why let Su Yingyang come to you again tomorrow? Jiang Yuyan shook her head. Do you think she would confide in her brother? Round Moon pondered for a moment and replied, If it were me, I wouldn't. To deceive one's own sister into a brothel is an act vile enough for me to loathe him for a lifetime. Then just keep her contract and wait for her to come to you tomorrow. Jiang Yuyan stretched and yawned widely, just as Round Moon was about to nod in agreement. A cacophony of noises erupted outside. The raucous clamor grew nearer, and Round Moon frowned, about to investigate, when the door was forcefully kicked open. Wang Matzi swaggered in, followed by a stout, rotund man. With a grin, he pointed at Jiang Yuyan and her maid, declaring, Wang Yuan Wai. These two bought Su Yingyang from Mama Lu. Round Moon frowned, glaring at the intruders as she shouted, Who are you? The rotund man, with a scowl, retorted, I want to see who dares to buy my new wife. With a wave of his hand, a group of thugs filtered in, encircling Jiang Yuyan and her maid. The corpulent man strutted in, his belly leading the way, and upon seeing Jiang Yuyan seated behind the table, exclaimed, "Oh my little darling." Wang Yuanwei slapped his thigh, leering at Jiang Yuyan. "Good heavens, what a beauty!" "Wang Matzi," he called, "bring me some rewards." "You've done a great job," the more round moon observed. The angrier she became. "How dare you? Who are you?" "Oh, don't be angry, my dear." Wang Yuanwei rubbed his hands together and introduced himself. "I am Wang Yuanwei, the one who bought Su Yingyang, and I am also the nephew of the current Empress Dowager." Round Moon's eyes widened at this revelation. "The Empress is your aunt?" "Indeed." Jiang Yuyan's pupils constricted. She never expected to encounter someone from the Empress's family here. In her previous life, she knew that her maternal relatives had become a group of vulgar people who merely indulged in pleasure under the Emperor's tacit approval. She hadn't anticipated their vulgarity would manifest in such a manner. She was so focused on finding Su Hong's flaws that she hadn't foreseen this connection to the Empress's family. She should have anticipated it. The infamous Wang Eru, alias Wang Yuanwei, was indeed the same person. Wang Yuanwei gazed at Jiang Yuyan, swallowing hard, both astonished and delighted. "I never expected to encounter not just one beauty, but another enchanting fairy. Ha ha! Mama Lu is truly skilled to procure such a lovely fairy." Round Moon, witnessing Wang Yuanwei's repugnant expression and hearing his lewd remarks, immediately stepped in front of Jiang Yuyan. She glared at him, summoning all her might to reprimand. "How dare you? Do you know who you are speaking to?" Wang Yuanwei paused, then chuckled as he clapped his hands. "Even a maid has such spirit. I like it. Once I marry your lady, I wouldn't mind taking you in as well." Silence. Round Moon interrupted, her voice rising against his increasingly outrageous words. She stood tall, trying to project more authority. "Let me tell you, this is the Princess of Rue." In a low voice, she added, "Princess the Seal." Jiang Yuyan had not spoken a word since Wang Yuanwei entered, as her mind raced. In dire circumstances, she still wished to conceal her identity. However, it seemed increasingly unlikely. Wang Yuanwei had already surrounded them. With only Round Moon by her side, escaping was going to be troublesome. Moreover, Round Moon lacked the seal she needed. Who would carry such a thing when going out? Round Moon whispered again, "Princess the Seal?" Jiang Yuyan brushed aside Round Moon's hand, pulling her aside to face the oily-faced Wang Yuanwei directly. Unfazed, she met his gaze with unwavering determination. Upon being stared at by her, Wang Eru felt an inexplicable sense of pressure creeping in, akin to what he experienced when facing his elders, particularly the current Empress, his own aunt. Wang Eru scrutinized Jiang Yuyan. Could she truly be the princess, as that maid claimed? But he quickly dismissed this thought. Wasn't it said there was a seal? Let me see if they have it. Jiang Yuyan regarded Wang Eru coldly and spoke icily. "No. The genuine Princess of Rue is right here. What need is there for a seal?" Wang Eru burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Without a seal, how can you claim to be a princess? Ha ha ha, you must be a fake. Ridiculous. I am a crown prince." He boasted, "I am still the crown prince, ha ha." Jiang Yuyan's brows knitted together. This fool actually dared to call Fu Siyuan a sickly person. Her gaze towards Wang Eru grew even colder. Observing the rotund man who was lost in his own laughter, she contemplated. This foolish, chubby man did not seem particularly clever, with only herself and Round Moon against him. Fighting their way out was unlikely. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. The heavens had bestowed upon her such a remarkable opportunity. She could not let it go to waste. She had heard that the Empress's family was wealthy, with fortunes beyond measure. The Emperor had elevated her to Empress largely due to the financial support her family could offer. Although times had changed, this fat sheep had walked right in her trap. Wang Yuanwei was momentarily stunned by Jiang Yuyan's smile. Though his instincts warned him that this woman was trouble, temptation clouded his judgment. At this moment, upon witnessing the beauty's radiant smile, all sense of intuition and vigilance was cast aside. Jiang Yuyan gazed at Wang Eru, her delicate lips slightly parted. It was said that Wang Yuanwei's wealth was immense, and he was known to lavish riches upon beautiful women. Wang Eru, feeling a surge of pride, rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, declaring that he would not hesitate to offer even 10,000 gold pieces if the fairy were willing. Jiang Yuyan pointed at the Round Moon beside her and inquired, "What do you think of my maid, Yuan Yu?" Yuan Yu stood dumbfounded, while Wang Eru's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Though she could not compare to the fairy, she was still presentable. Jiang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. How about we play a game? A game? What sort of game? Wang Eru's curiosity was piqued as he imagined the thrill of playing a game with a beauty. Indeed. Let's play a game of you draw, I guess. I draw, you guess. What do you think? Wang Eru squinted his eyes, pondering for a moment. After a while, he chuckled, admitting, I have never heard of such a game, but the name sounds intriguing. I'm in. But what are the stakes? Since it is a game, there must be rewards and penalties for winning and losing. Jiang Yuyan smiled, aware that she had already hooked him. Neither of us has money, so if I lose, I shall give you my maid. A flicker of panic crossed Yuan Yu's mind as she stared at Jiang Yuyan, who nodded solemnly in reassurance. Seeing the determination in Jiang Yuyan's eyes calmed Yuan Yu's earlier fright. How strange. Why do I feel that the princess will not lose? Emboldened by Jiang Yuyan's affirmation, she turned to the still hesitating Wang Eru and challenged. What say you, Wang Yuan? Why? I, a frail woman, am unafraid. Do you dare accept? Very well. If I lose, I shall wager 1,000 taels. Just a game. I have plenty of silver. That simply will not do. Wang Yuan, why? Your boldness is commendable. Yet a mere 1,000 taels is too meager. It must be 1,000 taels of gold to match my stature, yes? Agreed. 1,000 taels of gold it shall be. But let us put it in writing to make it official. Jiang Yuyan, eyeing the unsuspecting pig ready for slaughter, added, I propose one more condition, a cup of wine as punishment for the loser, for added excitement. The fairy's ideas are indeed plentiful. Very well. I shall accompany you to the end. Chapter 52. I shall contrarily oppose you. Fu Siyuan had never felt such anxiety in his life. He dashed toward Lixian building as if propelled by the winds. Yet, upon bursting into the private room, he was taken aback by the bizarre scene before him. His princess, Jiang Yuyan, was merrily drinking with a rotund man with a greasy face. The man, thoroughly intoxicated, shouted, Come on, let us keep playing, while pouring more wine in his mouth. Upon noticing the intruder, Jiang Yuyan merely glanced up at Fu Siyuan before returning her attention to the stack of IOUs in her hands. Fu Siyuan was far from pleased with her demeanor. His expression darkened as he approached with measured steps. How dare this wretched woman drink with a man? Moreover, she appears to be enjoying herself. Jiang Yuyan, oblivious to his discontent, thought, Can't you see I'm busy here? I must meticulously check these IOUs. As Fu Siyuan closed the distance, he reached the table where Jiang Yuyan and Wang Eru were drinking. Wang Eru, inebriated and dazed, pointed at Fu Siyuan and bellowed, What are you doing, you little servant? Are you here to mock me? Bring more wine. I refuse to believe I cannot win. Fu Siyuan's face darkened to an almost suffocating degree. He lifted his foot and mercilessly kicked Wang Eru. Ouch! Are you rebelling? Wang Eru, still in a drunken stupor, wailed while simultaneously laughing foolishly, displaying a comical clash of emotions. Fu Siyuan, disgusted, raised his leg once more, intending to strike again, but Jiang Yuyan intervened. She waved the completed IOUs, saying enough. I want to lose anything from this transaction. He is merely a pitiable soul, so let him go. Fu Siyuan's fury peaked. He was already agitated. You dare plead for this wretched fool? Have you no regard for my feelings? Jiang Yuyan shot him a sidelong glance. How much are your feelings worth? Of course, she dared not voice such words aloud, but her expression conveyed her thoughts clearly. Fu Siyuan gritted his teeth. Since the princess forbids me, I shall defiantly do the opposite. With that, he delivered another forceful kick to Wang Eru's midsection. The formerly drunken Wang Eru instantly sobered up. He glared at the fearsome man before him, his expression shifting from anger to trepidation as he caught sight of the black dragon-patterned belt at Fu Siyuan's waist. The ferocious expression melted away, replaced by quaking fear. He recognized this accessory. It was reserved for royalty, something he had only glimpsed from afar during his visits to the crown prince. Recalling the earlier exchange between the fairy and her maid, Wang Eru felt a cold sweat break out. Despite being the queen's nephew, he lacked the courage to confront nobility. No, he was also considered noble, albeit one shunned by others. His family had long been merchants. His aunt became queen through such means, but it was seen as a stain upon their family. As such, he learned to be an invisible presence before the queen and the crown prince. Even as a mere shadow, his family hoped he would marry into a prominent family. Thus, the queen arranged a match for him, only to discover that the lady looked down upon him while simultaneously trying to cling to him, attempting to provoke the very woman who had forced this union upon him. The poor girl suffered, often meeting unfortunate fates within a month. He dared not voice his grievances, leading to a vicious cycle. He merely compensated their families with silver, a resource he had in abundance. Sometimes he mused that being a wastrel had its own merits. In such a way, amidst the bustling streets and brothels, he could find himself. This woman before him, though she had drained his wealth through games, had allowed him to unburden his long-held grievances during his intoxication. In that moment, he felt liberated. Wang Eru trembled slightly, closing his eyes in resignation, preparing himself for another kick. Jiang Yuyan, observing his tear-streaked face, spoke again. "My lord, wait. I have more questions for him." Hearing that Jiang Yuyan still had inquiries, Fu Xiyuan begrudgingly retracted his foot, glaring at her in discontent. "What more is there to say? This wretched fool deserves his fate." Jiang Yuyan waved the IOUs. "He has not harmed me. He merely indulged in drink and shared his lamentable life. He is simply a pitiable pawn in this circumstance. However, today he is particularly unfortunate. I had no intention of arriving early to fetch Su Yingying, but upon arriving at Lixian Building, Mama Lu informed me that Su Yingying had been bought for double the price, and the buyer is currently in the private room upstairs." He felt as though he had been slapped in the face over money, which fueled his anger and compelled him to confront the so-called buyer. Clearly, this confrontation would yield more losses than gains. Wang Eru raised his hand to wipe away the sweat and tears from his forehead. He sniffed, gazing at the pile of IOUs in Jiang Yuyan's hand, and lamented, "Rest assured, Wang Fei, I will ensure the items are delivered by tomorrow." Upon hearing this promise, Jiang Yuyan smiled brightly. "Very well, I trust you wouldn't dare to go back on your word." She accepted the IOUs and turned to look at Fu Xiyuan. "Your Highness, please do take your leave. I have not yet released my anger, and you suggest I leave?" The prince replied. Jiang Yuyan softened her tone, her eyes sparkling. "How much does he owe you? This is quite the situation. This insufferable woman, the entirety of the Rue Wang Palace, is yours. Yet you would have me humiliated over such a trivial sum? If I cannot kick him, then I will certainly do so to make him covet my Wang Fei." Jiang Yuyan chose to turn a blind eye. She merely intended to caution him against causing any serious harm, as she was looking forward to collecting gold the next day. "Your Highness, spare me, spare me." Watching Wang Eru cower and dodge, he ultimately could not escape Fu Xiyuan's relentless kicks. Perhaps believing the lesson insufficient, Fu Xiyuan beckoned Yu Xian with a wave. "You come." Beat him senseless. Yi Wuxin, who had spent years in the military, made Jiang Yuyan genuinely fear that he might strike too hard and cause irreversible harm. How would she then redeem the IOUs? She had no choice but to intervene once more. "Your Highness, he still owes me 100,000 gold and 2 of the finest residences in Dongsheng." "What? How much?" 100,000 taels of gold and 2 of the finest residences in Dongsheng. Fu Xiyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yu Xian, throw this Wang Eru out. Shall I continue to punish him?" Fu Xiyuan glanced at the trembling Wang Yuanwei, snorting coldly. "Spare him for now. We shall see what tomorrow brings." Chapter 53. "I wish to entrust you with a matter in the carriage." Jiang Yuyan grasped the hand of Yuan Yu, ignoring Fu Xiyuan's murderous glare. When his silent warning bore no fruit, Fu Xiyuan rubbed his temples and coldly commanded, "Yuan Yu, you may step outside." As Yuan Yu attempted to rise, Fu Xiyuan barked, "Yuan Yu, sit down." Caught in a dilemma, Yuan Yu felt trapped between the two. Fu Xiyuan shot her a menacing glance. What is this insufferable woman plotting? Why must she drag a maid along while the two of us are in the carriage? "Yuan Yu, do you still wish to receive your monthly allowance?" Fu Xiyuan asked Ichidi. Yuan Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, Wang Fei, please allow me." Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkled, unyielding. "I will pay you double your monthly allowance." "Stay. Wang Fei, Yuan Yu is on the verge of tears. Please do not bicker with the prince. Even if you wish to quarrel with him, do not leave me caught in the middle. I feel suffocated." The thought of suffocation made Yuan Yu feel incredibly constricted. "This carriage belongs to me. I have the final say." "Very well, Yuan Yu, we shall disembark." Jiang Yuyan. Fu Xiyuan's sharp reprimand echoed. "My patience has its limits. Do not forget that Wang Eru is still in my grasp. Whether you receive your gold depends on my willingness. Observing the chilling atmosphere within the carriage, Yuan Yu could not help but shudder. Seizing the moment Jiang Yuyan was momentarily distracted, she withdrew her hand from Jiang Yuyan's grasp. Wang Fei, I think I should step outside. Without waiting for Jiang Yuyan's consent, she hurriedly exited the carriage. As Yuan Yu left, Fu Siyuan's previously grim expression softened slightly. He extended his long arm, attempting to pull Jiang Yuyan closer. However, she subtly shifted away from his reach. She had known that once Yuan Yu departed, Fu Siyuan would undoubtedly try to take advantage of the situation. Thus, she had insisted on keeping Yuan Yu with her in the carriage. Yet she was still no match for Fu Siyuan's royal authority. Jiang Yuyan glared at him. Your Highness, let's speak civilly. There is no need for any inappropriate gestures. In stark contrast to Yuan Yu's earlier demeanor in the carriage, Fu Siyuan immediately adopted a pitiful expression upon hearing her words. What are you saying, my dear? I have many whispered secrets to share with you. Please speak respectfully, Your Highness. I am speaking respectfully, Fu Siyuan asserted, shifting his position closer to Jiang Yuyan. She eyed him warily. What are your intentions? Still upset? Fu Siyuan cautiously observed her expression. What reason have I to be upset? I was recently trapped in a brothel. And you, Your Highness, gallantly rescued me. I should be thanking you, not harboring any ill feelings. Fu Siyuan chuckled, but it certainly does not appear that way. This woman is truly oblivious to the subtleties. After days apart, I long for her company and wish to share some intimate moments. Yet she insists on bringing along a maid. Jiang Yuyan cast him a sidelong glance. This man spoke one way, yet acted another. I heard you were dismissing Yuan Yu? Fu Siyuan maintained his composure. Who spread such nonsense? Yuan Yu is the Wang Fei's maid. Her presence or absence is at the Wang Fei's discretion. Jiang Yuyan nodded, observing Fu Siyuan inking closer. Your Highness, the carriage is quite spacious. You should sit further away. I find her position to be rather comfortable. Very well, I shall yield. Jiang Yuyan bent slightly, attempting to shift to the opposite side. Fu Siyuan swiftly wrapped his arm around her, pulling her onto his lap. Fu Siyuan, calm down, he murmured softly in her ear. I have missed you greatly these past few days. Jiang Yuyan stiffened, momentarily forgetting her previous intention. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Siyuan enveloped her in his embrace. Gazing into his handsome face, Jiang Yuyan felt a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. This did not quite seem like Fu Siyuan. Something important had been overlooked. Jiang Yuyan closed her eyes, carefully contemplating the situation. Noticing her silence, Fu Siyuan's lips curled into a smirk. Suddenly, Jiang Yuyan opened her eyes, realizing that something about Fu Siyuan was amiss. Indeed, there was an important matter at hand. He had mentioned the task assigned by the Empress Dowager. What could it be? She sensed that something significant had been neglected. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled that it was the time of year for the Empress Dowager's annual pilgrimage to the royal temple. Sitting upright on his lap, Jiang Yuyan stared directly into Fu Siyuan's eyes. Your Highness, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Is it not uncomfortable for you to dance around the issue? Fu Siyuan tightened his embrace around her waist. I do not feel uncomfortable at all. Jiang Yuyan chuckled coldly. I remember quite well that on our wedding night, you stated that being too close to you would lead to a disastrous fate. Fu Siyuan's hand hesitated momentarily before he chuckled. Wang Fei, you hold a grudge quite well. This moment is different from that one. Indeed, this moment is different. You have a request of me. Unfazed by her insight, Fu Siyuan nodded. Nothing escapes the Wang Fei's perception. I indeed have something important to discuss with you. In a few days, the Empress Dowager will be visiting the temple, and you must attend. Am I to be compelled to go? Last time I attended, it brought nothing but misfortune. This time would not mirror her previous experience. She had no desire to rush there. You cannot go. Why not? In his previous life, he had not wished for her to attend, yet he had expended considerable effort to accompany the Empress Dowager to the royal Buddhist temple for prayers. However, contrary to his desires, her visit had been fraught with misfortune, leading her to countless embarrassing moments. Meanwhile, the one who had wished for him to stay away observed her plight with cold indifference. The series of events that transpired during their visit to the royal temple provided him with an excuse to cast aside his unworthy title and seclude himself in a dilapidated courtyard behind the palace. He sighed, confessing that, in truth, He did not want her to go either, yet his grandmother had specifically mentioned her name. He earnestly gazed into Jiang Yuyan's eyes, stating that he wished to entrust her with a task during this prayer session. Chapter 54. The present appearance of the princess consort resembles that of a heartless woman. Jiang Yuyan found herself questioning whether she had misheard him. He was actually asking her for help. Although she was somewhat intrigued by the nature of his request, she understood the adage about curiosity killing the cat. If a dignified prince could not resolve an issue, what could she possibly do? Without a moment's hesitation, she declined. Your Highness thinks too highly of me. I am unable to fulfill such a request. Fu Siyuan looked intently at Jiang Yuyan, asserting with confidence, I know you are capable, which is precisely why I sought you out. After much consideration, I believe there is no one more suited than you. His hand found its way to her shoulder, half embracing her as he implored in a tone of negotiation, please agree to my request. If you do, I will heed your wishes in all matters henceforth. Jiang Yuyan's heart stirred at the prospect. He would listen to her in all things? Surely she had not misheard. Sensing her doubts, Fu Siyuan reiterated, you have not misheard. My princess, I indeed said that in the future, in all matters, I will heed your counsel. The warmth of his breath brushed against her neck, causing her to feel an involuntary tickle. She pressed against his chest, creating a slight distance between them. Such a remarkable proposition was something she could never have imagined in her previous life. He would acquiesce to her wishes. Thus, after accomplishing the task, requesting a letter of divorce should pose no issue. Jiang Yuyan contemplated deeply, recognizing that the unpredictability of this life had veered entirely from the path of her past existence. Therefore, she could not cling to her initial thoughts of quietly remaining passive, waiting for Fu Siyuan to pass on his legacy. She resolved to transform her passivity into proactivity, understanding that life was far more precious than wealth. Moreover, the 100,000 taels of gold she had won from Wang Eru, along with 2 of the finest residences in the East City, could ensure her comfort for the latter part of her life. Additionally, should the worst come to pass, her ability to read hearts could enable her to open a small shop, catering to the preferences of customers, thus ensuring a decent livelihood. Why then should she remain fixated on the corners of the Rue Wangfu? Life is a matter of gains and losses. How could she squander the fortune that had come her way? With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she declared, very well. You need not comply with my every request. I have but one condition, which is not difficult. After the task is complete, I require a letter of divorce. Fu Siyuan was taken aback by Jiang Yuyan's words. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck him, and he exclaimed, Jiang Yuyan, what are you saying? Let's part ways here. Suddenly, he laughed self-deprecatingly, realizing her true sentiments had been concealed all along. Jiang Yuyan suppressed her discomfort, gazing steadily at him. On our wedding night, I was at fault, and I apologize, Your Highness. However, one must acknowledge that in such matters, the woman invariably suffers. Fu Siyuan suoludard, seemingly struggling to control his emotions while contemplating the reasons behind her words. I do not require your apology. Noticing that his grip had tightened painfully around Jiang Yuyan, he loosened his hold, yet shifted to a gentle caress. Suddenly, he began to chuckle. Jiang Yuyan regarded him with confusion, her heart inexplicably uneasy. Was so amusing. Fu Siyuan leaned closer, his lips near her ear, speaking in a tone meant only for her ears. The current demeanor of the princess consort resembles that of a heartless woman who begins a relationship only to abandon it, using me for her own ends. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Jiang Yuyan recoiled slightly. As for your matters, let them be, he interjected, before suddenly leaning in and biting her earlobe. However, you would do well to abandon such thoughts. You shall never escape my grasp in this lifetime. The softness of her earlobe left Fu Siyuan yearning for more. Yet, Jiang Yuyan had already turned her head away. Was this behavior even normal? It was utterly absurd. This was a far cry from her previous life. Jiang Yuyan felt a well of tears threaten to spill. She had acted too impulsively. Fu Siyuan, however, did not press her further. His eyes sparkled, devoid of the shock and anger he had previously exhibited. After a moment, he spoke, Thank you. For what? Thank you for sharing your true feelings with me. For helping me realize that if I do not hold tightly to the one I cherish, she will soon drift away. Jiang Yuyan found herself at a loss for words. her emotions in turmoil. It was then that Yuning's voice rang out from outside the carriage. "Your Highness, the princess has arrived at the Prime Minister's residence." She stepped down from the carriage with the assistance of Yuan Yu and turned to bid farewell to Fu Siyuan, only to find that he had also jumped down. Jiang Yuyan frowned. "Fu Siyuan, are you threatening me?" Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, my princess? How could I ever threaten my beloved?" She took a deep breath. This infuriating man truly believed his father could intimidate her. Nevertheless, as long as Fu Siyuan did not commit any grave errors, her father would likely not side with his daughter. After all, this marriage had been a lifelong dream for her. Alas, she had inadvertently stepped on her own toes. Impulsiveness was indeed a devil. Matters of divorce should be carefully deliberated. What did you do now? This rebirth had transformed even the most stubborn of men into entirely different beings. Jiang Yuyan resigned herself to fate for the time being. With a huff, she conceded. "Very well, do as you wish." Beside her, Yu Ning and Yuan Yu were utterly perplexed. "Your Highness, why do you wish to visit the Prime Minister at this hour? He is likely still at the government office." Furthermore, Yu Ning gestured to their empty hands. "We have brought nothing with us. Is it appropriate to visit your father-in-law in this manner?" Fu Siyuan regarded Yu Ning, responding, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Wherever the princess goes, I shall follow." "Huh?" Fu Siyuan reached out and firmly tapped Yu Ning on the head. "Did you not hear what I just said? Wherever the princess goes, I shall follow. Do you not understand?" Yes, I understand," Yu Ning replied quickly, rubbing his sore head as he swiftly made his way into the Jiang residence. "I shall inform the steward of the Jiang household at once." Chapter 55. The prince's determination that night. The Prime Minister's residence had not seen such a lively meal in quite some time. Prime Minister Jiang was exceedingly pleased. "Today, we can consider it a family reunion," he exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Your Highness, do not stand on ceremony. Treat our Jiang residence as if it were your own home. Previously, I was concerned about the awkwardness of a father-in-law meeting his son-in-law, but it seems I overthought it," he added, stroking his beard with satisfaction. "Not at all. It is my duty as a son-in-law. Come, brother-in-law, allow me to toast you." This was the most exhausting meal Jiang Yuyan had ever experienced, as she maintained a facade of a smiling face throughout the ordeal. Fu Siyuan, it appears, is indeed earnest in his efforts to leave a favorable impression on his father and brother. During the meal, he seemed quite content, while Jiang Yuyan, exhausted from dining alone, watched them enjoy their repast. Before returning to her chambers, Jiang Yuyan specifically instructed Butler Jiang to prepare a guest room for Fu Siyuan. Butler Jiang gazed incredulously at the Ru Wangye, who was still engrossed in a game of chess with the Chancellor after finishing his meal. Though puzzled, he ultimately refrained from voicing his queries and nodded in acquiescence to the young lady's request. Yuan Yu, having tidied the room, retrieved the IOU she had won from Li Xianlu and presented it to Jiang Yuyan. "Wang Fei, here is the IOU you requested." Jiang Yuyan sat up abruptly, taking the IOU from her hands and inquiring, "Is there something you wish to express?" Yuan Yu tilted her round face, pondering earnestly for a moment before shaking her head under Jiang Yuyan's expectant gaze. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, encouraging her, "Think again." After another moment of contemplation, Yuan Yu still shook her head. Jiang Yuyan sighed, resigning herself to the notion that this simple-minded girl would likely not arrive at any conclusions by dawn. "Never mind. Yuan Yu, stop thinking about it. You may go rest now." "How could I? Wang Fei asked me to ponder, so I must consider it thoroughly." Jiang Yuyan gazed at her helplessly. "But you cannot seem to come up with anything." "Then I shall continue to think all night if necessary. I will surely find something." Observing Yuan Yu's determination, Jiang Yuyan understood that this earnest girl would follow through on her word. To ensure she would not lose sleep over it, Jiang Yuyan decided to offer her a small hint. "Do you not think I was rather impressive today?" At Jiang Yuyan's suggestion, Yuan Yu's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, Wang Fei was remarkable today. No matter what that Wang Yuanwei painted, you were able to guess it correctly. She gazed at Jiang Yuyan with astonishment. "How did you manage that? If it weren't for the fact that Wang Yuanwei himself created the painting, I would have thought you had cheated." "Cheated? I suppose one could argue that," Jiang Yuyan mused. Today was rather a matter of necessity. For some reason, she felt it prudent to refrain from displaying her hidden talents before others in the future. After all, engaging in clandestine endeavors did not sound particularly honorable. This is a secret. Yawning, Jiang Yuyan waved her hand dismissively. All right, I am tired now and wish to rest. You need not think about it further tonight. Just get a good night's sleep. Yuan Yu obediently acknowledged with a simple "oh" and turned to shut the door behind her. Just as Jiang Yuyan intended to extinguish the candle, a tall figure leapt through the open window. Without needing to look, she already knew who it was. The intruder boldly seated himself beside the tea table, pouring himself a cup without a care. After an extended chess match, he had not even sipped any water. What a bother this was for her. Though obscured by the night, Jiang Yuyan sensed the displeasure evident on her face. A sour expression often leads to a sharp tone. What brings you here? I have instructed the butler to prepare a guest room for you. Fu Siyuan produced a fire starter from his pocket, igniting it before casually tossing it aside, relighting the candle that Jiang Yuyan had just extinguished. She regarded him warily, preparing to issue a warning, only to find Fu Siyuan rising to approach her bed. Fu Siyuan, what do you intend to do? Do not forget, this is my home, Jiang Yuyan exclaimed. Fu Siyuan cast her a languid glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I am aware. Is not your home my home as well? Jiang Yuyan felt exasperated, realizing she had never noticed how brazen he could be. How did my home become your home? I cannot possibly aspire to your status. Fu Siyuan settled beside her with a playful grin. You flatter me, my dear. Just moments ago, your father even mentioned treating this place as his own home. He gazed into Jiang Yuyan's eyes, sparkling in the dim candlelight. Otherwise, shall I inquire of your father whether his words hold any weight? You. Jiang Yuyan would not allow him to disturb her father at such an hour over trivial matters. Annoyed, she rolled into bed, wrapping herself tightly in the covers and retreating to the far side. There was no way she could expect him to sleep in the guest room, nor could she hope he would take to the floor or the couch. This man, ever since she had sought a divorce from him, had decided to entangle himself in her life indefinitely. Fu Siyuan yawned, watching her form cocooned in the bedding with a bemused smile. He removed his shoes and lay down beside her. Jiang Yuyan listened intently, but silence enveloped them. She could neither hear any sounds nor discern his thoughts. Did Fu Siyuan truly harbor no sentiments? Gradually, she pulled the covers down and turned to observe him quietly. Fu Siyuan lay with his hands behind his head, staring vacantly at the canopy above, aware of the activity beside him. Jiang Yuyan sniffled slightly and tentatively asked, Wang Ye, did the Empress Dowager truly mention my name? You are not deceiving me, are you? Fu Siyuan's eyes glimmered. Indeed, do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? No, he chuckled self-deprecatingly in the past. I held myself in high regard, believing. He paused, trailing off. Believing what? Jiang Yuyan prompted. Believing you would always willingly remain by my side. This was a sorrowful topic, and Jiang Yuyan preferred not to engage in it. Rather than delve into such ambiguous matters, she wished to know something more tangible. For instance, could she avoid visiting the royal Buddha temple? May I refrain from going to the temple? If you do not wish to go, then do not. Will the Empress Dowager hold it against me? The man fell silent for a moment. Fear not. I shall handle matters with the Empress Dowager. She will not blame you. Chapter 56. A dream from Mother, such were his reassurances. Yet Jiang Yuyan felt an unsettling lack of security. She truly did not wish to tread through the murky waters of her life again. Engrossed in her thoughts, she unknowingly tossed and turned until the midnight hour, finally drifting into a restless slumber. When she awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. She reached out to find the space beside her empty. Fu Siyuan had departed without her noticing. Yuan Yu, Jiang Yuyan called out. Hearing her summons, Yuan Yu, who had been entertaining birds in the courtyard, promptly responded. Soon, she rushed in carrying a basin of water and washing supplies. Wang Fei, it is already the hour of sea. What? Why did you not wake me? Jiang Yuyan exclaimed, as Yuan Yu typically roused her well before this hour. Yuan Yu remained unfazed. Wang Ye instructed me not to disturb you, as you had only just fallen asleep after a long night. Oh, Jiang Yuyan hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair. Has Su Yingying arrived yet? Yes. She has been here since early this morning and is currently seated in the side hall. Yuan Yu continued tidying up. Wang Fei, that Wang Yuan Y has also come. Jiang Yuyan paused. Did he bring anything with him? He did bring something. Yuan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wang Fei, I have never seen so much gold in my life. 2 large chests full. But what? Is there a problem? Well, Wang Eru has heard that Su Yingying is at our residence, and he is refusing to leave until he gets to see her. Yuan Yu waved her hand dismissively. No, no. Su Yingying was escorted to the side hall by the steward, while on the other side, young Master Jiang was handling the 2 boxes of gold with Wang Eru. Jiang Yuyan retrieved the IOU from the cabinet, handing it to Yuan Yu. Deliver this to the young master, and ensure he sends the man away. Yuan Yu took the item, preparing to turn away when Jiang Yuyan called out to her. Yuan Yu, wait a moment. Let my brother take Wang Eru to meet Su Yingying. She emphasized, remember, it is imperative that my brother brings him to meet Su Yingying. Do you understand? Yuan Yu nodded, somewhat confused. Although she did not comprehend the reason behind the princess's instructions, she resolved to follow them diligently. It was essential that the young master personally took the rather rotund Wang Eru to meet Miss Su. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand in satisfaction, urging Yuan Yu to hurry along. She leisurely finished her breakfast, exiting her boudoir only at the hour of the snake, making her way towards the main hall. After a few steps, she sensed something amiss. The gazes of everyone in the residence towards her felt peculiar. Initially, she dismissed it, attributing it to the arrival of 2 boxes of gold from Wang Eru. However, she soon realized it was not the case. The male servants were indifferent, but the maidens in the household regarded her with a hint of shyness. Did men and women react differently to substantial wealth? Jiang Yuyan shook her head. Never mind. This was not the time for such thoughts. She wondered if her brother had met with Su Yingying yet. How did their conversation unfold? Jiang Yuyan quickened her pace. She had expended considerable effort to ensure her brother recognized Su Hong's true nature. This was the final step. She could not let her efforts go to waste. Jiang Yuyan stealthily approached the side hall, tilting her body and pressing her ear against the closed door, attempting to catch snippets of conversation inside. However, before she could adjust her position, the door suddenly swung open. Caught off guard in her crouched eavesdropping, Jiang Yuyan lunged forward. Had it not been for Jiang Qingfei's swift reaction in grasping her arm, she would surely have tumbled headfirst. It's all right. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yuyan looked up timidly at her brother's expression. Fortunately, Jiang Qingfei's demeanor, though somewhat indignant, was not as furious as she had imagined. He sighed, affectionately ruffling her nose. At your age, why engage in eavesdropping? What is it that you cannot tell me directly? Jiang Yuyan understood the underlying message. It appeared that Su Yingying had confided in her brother regarding Su Hong's matters. As Su Yingying approached to kneel before Jiang Yuyan, she hastily stopped her. There is no custom of kneeling in the Prime Minister's residence. Please rise. Su Yingying, visibly emotional, repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, princess, thank you. Jiang Yuyan nodded. No need for thanks, you have aided me greatly. Su Yingying nervously clutched her sleeve. I sincerely apologize to the princess and young Master Jiang. Jiang Qingfei interrupted her. I have told you before, there is no need for apologies. Your brother is your brother, and you are you, from now on. Reside comfortably in the Prime Minister's residence. Jiang Yuyan regarded Su Yingying. Very well, you may retire for now. I will speak with Uncle Jiang shortly to arrange some tasks for you. Watching Su Yingying depart, Jiang Yuyan instinctively shrank her neck, eager to make her escape. With Wang Eru and Su Yingying's matters settled, it was time to discuss the affairs between the siblings. Jiang Yuyan bashfully removed Jiang Qingfei's hand from her collar. Brother, Jiang Yuyan whined. We are so familiar with each other. What is left to discuss? Is there truly nothing? Then why do you seem anxious? I'm not anxious at all. Brother asked you, how did you come to know about Su Hong? How'd I know? Surely, she could not admit she had lived a previous life and was thus entirely aware of the past events. Jiang Yuyan feigned seriousness, clearing her throat. Fortunately, she had cleverly devised a story to deceive her brother. Mother told me. She communicated this to me in a dream. Really? Why did Mother not tell me in a dream, but only you? Jiang Yuyan shot him an exasperated glance. Mother did indeed inform you in a dream. You simply forgot upon waking. Did she? Of course. Do you not find that upon waking from a dream, you often forget the contents of it? Jiang Qingfei scratched his head. He indeed often awoke with no memory of his dreams. Could it be that Mother truly sought him in a dream? Observing Jiang Qingfei's skeptical expression, Jiang Yuyan burst into laughter. She added, well, my dear brother, it matters not whether Mother spoke to you or to me, does it? That is true, but But what? My dear brother, do not dwell on it. Now that you are aware of Su Hong's true nature, you must sever ties with him from this day forth. Jiang Chengfei patted his chest. Nonsense. How could I ever associate with him again? Starting today, I shall cut all ties with him. How dare he deceive me? Not seeking retribution would be a disservice to myself. Chapter 57. A letter of divorce. If not, honor is lost. Having introduced her brother to Su Hong's true nature, Jiang Yuyan let out a huge sigh of relief. Although she was uncertain how events would unfold in the future, she believed that after this experience, her brother would not repeat the mistakes of his past with Su Hong. The feeling of releasing a heavy burden was delightful. Jiang Yuyan stretched lazily, feeling quite pleased with herself. Before she could fully bask in her satisfaction, Yuan Yu entered, carrying a bowl of stew. Princess, your soup. Jiang Yuyan glanced at the dark, medicinal concoction, wrinkling her brow. Not only did the soup look unappealing, but it also emitted an unpleasant odor, reeking of traditional Chinese medicine. Typically, Jiang Yuyan dreaded taking medicine, and this herbal soup was no exception. What is this? Did the kitchen send you with this? I did not request this. Jiang Yuyan eyed the bowl warily. This is a nourishing soup sent by Steward Jiang for you. Why did Uncle Jiang send this to me? Yuan Yu appeared innocent. Steward Jiang said that after your restless night, you must be exhausted and need to replenish your strength. This phrasing felt strangely off to Jiang Yuyan. Why restless? Jiang Yuyan mulled over the word, growing increasingly uneasy. She nudged the medicinal concoction aside. Yuan Yu, tell me, how did Uncle Jiang know I had a restless night? Yuan Yu beamed with pride. Of course, I informed him. I also told him to let all the servants know to keep their voices down so as not to disturb the princess's rest. Jiang Yuyan rubbed her temples, her voice trembling as she asked, repeat what you said to me. I told Steward Jiang, please inform the servants that the princess had a restless night and now needs to rest well, asking them to be quieter. So, this explains why everyone in the residence looked at her so differently this morning. Observing Jiang Yuyan's expression of utter exasperation, Yuan Yu's eyelids twitched. Princess, is there an issue? Jiang Yuyan felt tears welling up in her eyes. This is indeed a big problem. It seemed the entire household had misconstrued the situation. However, seeing Yuan Yu's obliviousness, Jiang Yuyan could not bring herself to reprimand her. She could only grit her teeth. No, there is no problem. Although Jiang Yuyan claimed there was no issue, she could still faintly sense something amiss. Was it something I said incorrectly? That shouldn't be the case. The prince taught me to speak this way, and I've recited every word without deviation. Jiang Yuyan pouted. Indeed, how could Yuan Yu, with such a large head, utter something so ridiculous as to have been tormented all night? That scoundrel Fu Siyuan was doing this on purpose. Covering her face, Jiang Yuyan thought, now I have lost not only my divorce papers, but also my virtue. Fuming, she stood up. Jiang Yuyan resolved that she could not remain passive any longer. It was time to retaliate against that scoundrel Fu Siyuan. At the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Yuyan busily directed Yuan Yu to pack their belongings. Meanwhile, at the Rue Wangfu, Fu Siyuan was also instructing Yu Ning to do the same. As he leisurely brewed tea, he pointed at the various bundles in the room. Yu Ning, I give you a quarter of an hour. Hurry and pack everything. Otherwise, I will deduct a month's wages. What? Exclaimed Yu Ning, flustered, as he rapidly gathered their items. Why is my life so difficult? As he struggled to finish, Fu Siyuan called out, don't forget to take those 2 books from my bed. And that teacup, it's good for brewing tea. Remember? Yes, I remember. Yu Ning grumbled as he hurriedly packed, his irritation evident. Be careful with that vase. Yu Ning looked at the vase in his hands, slightly mournful. My lord, why must you take the vase? Because the princess likes it, he replied, not at all pleased. How long do you intend to stay at the Prime Minister's residence? With all these bundles, one might think the Rue Wangfu is moving. Fu Siyuan shot him a glance. Not pleased. If you are unwilling, I can always have someone else assist. No, I'm more than willing, Yu Ning quickly assured, scratching his head awkwardly. But even if you plan to stay at the Prime Minister's residence, you needn't bring so much. Yu Ning muttered under his breath. One might think you were going to take a concubine. Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow, his tone icy. What did you just say? Speak up. Realizing he had misspoken, Yu Ning waved his hands in a panic, breaking into a cold sweat. I didn't say anything. I'm just saying I'm almost done packing. Fu Siyuan scrutinized the piles around him. Is this all packed? It seems a bit lacking. You ning kronet. My lord, you might as well take the bed with you. It would make sense since you are so accustomed to it. Yu Ning felt tears welling up. He cursed his own tongue. Nevertheless, for the sake of ensuring the prince would be comfortable at the prime minister's residence, he resigned himself to the task of dismantling the bed. Just as he prepared to do so, a beaming Yu Xan rushed in. Fu Siyuan raised his head, halting Yu Xan, who was about to bow. No need for formalities. What good news do you bring? Iu sin pantet? It seems the princess has come to her senses. Fu Siyuan regarded Yu Xin doubtfully. Iu sin pudao. Didn't he comprehend the implication? Fu Siyuan rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Others might be oblivious, but he understood. A smile crept onto his lips. Yu Ning, overwhelmed by despair, thought, "Oh heavens, are you toying with me? Why is my life so miserable as a servant?" Chapter 58. What scheme is Nian Xiang up to now? Back at the Wangfu, Yuan Yu was ecstatic, chattering excitedly all the way. How about sweet and sour ribs? And osmanthus fish? Oh, should we have hand-grab pancakes tomorrow? Jiang Yuyan rubbed her forehead. Of course, the chefs at the Wangfu are exceptional. Just thinking of the dishes prepared by the chefs at Rue Wangfu made Yuan Yu salivate. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with concern as she turned to Jiang Yuyan. By the way, Princess, are you really not going to the royal Buddhist temple? The Empress has mentioned your name. Jiang Yuyan shook her head. I will not go. But if you don't go, how will the prince explain to the Empress? Jiang Yuyan replied nonchalantly. What is so difficult about explaining? Just concoct an excuse. Perhaps say I am ill and cannot attend, and that should suffice. Yuan Yu appeared somewhat disappointed. I wanted to accompany you to the royal Buddhist temple. I heard the vegetarian meals there are delicious. Yuan Yu's enthusiasm quickly faded. This girl's round face was not without reason. All she thought about was food. Yuan Yu lifted the carriage curtain, her eyes sparkling once more. Princess, look quickly. Isn't that the prince? Fu Siyuan had been waiting there for quite some time. Visibly pleased, Yuan Yu rubbed her eyes. It really is the prince. Princess, he seems very happy. Jiang Yuyan sighed. Yuan Yu, can you be quiet? Do you realize how loud you are? Oh, my apologies, princess. I am genuinely happy to see you and the prince reconciled. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. How do you know we are reconciled? I am truly delighted. It seems you and the prince are on good terms now. Jiang Yuyan took a closer look. Indeed, Fu Xingyan was smiling broadly, his teeth glinting in the sunlight, reminiscent of a young man eagerly awaiting his beloved's return. The carriage finally came to a halt before the entrance. This time, Yuan Yu wisely chose to alight after Jiang Yuyan. Fu Siyuan stepped forward, extending his hand to her. She paused, taken aback, as the servants of the residence began to gather. Yet Fu Siyuan held her hand firmly, refusing to let go, regardless of the onlookers. In the next moment, the thoughts of those around Jiang Yuyan surged like a tide. The prince treats the princess so well. Oh dear, this wave of dog food caught me off guard. I don't envy the mandarin ducks or immortals. I only envy the prince and princess. The prince's heartfelt affection is moving even to the old servants. I truly hope the princess cherishes it and does not let the prince's kindness go to waste. Jiang Yuyan squinted, pondering what packing meant. However, this was no longer important, leaving her momentarily speechless. Fu Siyuan gently patted the back of Jiang Yuyan's hand. Princess, shall we go inside? Yes. As the grand doors of Rue Wangfu closed, two figures emerged from around the corner. Lin Wanru clenched the food box tightly. Her face twisted with resentment as she glared at the direction of Rue Wangfu. Beside her, Princess Nian Xiang stomped her feet in fury, gritting her teeth as she cursed. Was seventh brother ever treated anyone so kindly? What is so special about Jiang Yuyan that seventh brother should shower her with such affection? We even brought him delicious food. She turned her gaze to Lin Wanru. Noticing the princess looking her way, Lin Wanru quickly masked her evident hatred. Lowering her head to stare at the ground, Nian Xiang, thinking she was heartbroken, hurriedly comforted her. Wanru, don't be sad. Seventh brother must be blinded by her charm. We need to expose her true nature. Nian Xiang's anger grew even fiercer. She glared at the entrance of Rue Wangfu. No way. Just looking at her smug face makes me unhappy. Why should she be my sister-in-law? My sister-in-law should be someone like you, Wanru. Let us go. Your Highness. Lin Wanru attempted to free herself from Nian Xiang's grip, but the princess's strength was overwhelming. "Princess, let us abandon this matter. The prince will surely reprimand you again. Moreover, at Shun Ning Shirlu, what if the princess consorts with the prince? Indeed, speaking of Shun Ning Shirlu, it infuriates me that she actually allowed her brother to throw my maid out." Nianxiang tightened her grip and pulled Lin Wanro forward. "Oh, by the way," Nianxiang suddenly burst into laughter. "Last night, I eavesdropped in the Empress's chamber." Lin Wanro's eyes widened. "Princess, how could you eavesdrop?" Nianxiang smiled triumphantly, claiming that her family pleaded for mercy, making it impossible for her not to listen. "Do you know what I overheard?" Lin Wanro shook her head, but upon seeing Nianxiang's smug expression, she ventured a guess. Could it be related to the Rue Wang Fei? Clever. She dared to visit a brothel and even encountered my second cousin from the Empress's family. Huh, that cousin of mine is a fool. He doesn't even realize he's been tricked out of 100,000 taels of gold. Lin Wanro's heart skipped a beat. 100,000 taels of gold is no small sum. Indeed, therefore, the Empress flew into a rage and locked that foolish cousin up. Ha! Imagine if my seventh brother learned that his Wang Fei visited a brothel and was with that fool. He would likely divorce her on the spot. She patted Lin Wanro's hand and confidently strode forward. A quarter of an hour later, within Jiang Yuyan's Feng Xiago, Yuning approached to report. "Wang Yi, Princess Nianxiang and Miss Lin Wanro are in the front hall, requesting to see you." Jiang Yuyan chuckled. Since entering the Wang Fu, aside from using the restroom, Fu Si Yuan has been inseparable from her, as if fearing that she might vanish at the blink of an eye. Although she finds Princess Nianxiang unlikable, she was nonetheless quite pleased to hear of her visit. "Why are you still standing there? Wang Yi, the princess and your lovely cousin are waiting for you outside. Hurry along." After saying this, she kindly gave him a push. "Go quickly. I wish to rest." Fu Si Yuan raised an eyebrow, ignoring Jiang Yuyan's words. What do they want? "I finally have some time alone with the Wang Fei. What scheme is Nianxiang concocting now?" Yuning presented a food box before Fu Si Yuan. "This is for you." "Oh." Jiang Yuyan reached out to take the food box from Fu Si Yuan. "The princess is indeed courteous. Wang Yi, you should hasten." Fu Si Yuan glared at the food box in front of Jiang Yuyan. Chapter 59. I advise you to find a new sister-in-law for your seventh brother. Yuning conveyed Fu Si Yuan's sentiments to Princess Nianxiang. Upon hearing this, she surprisingly threw a tantrum in the front hall. "When has my seventh brother treated me this way? This is too much. It must be that woman who whispered something in his ear." She fiercely grasped Yuning's collar, asserting, "I do not believe it. I will not leave. Can he truly drive me away?" Yuning cautiously extricated himself from Nianxiang's grasp. This willful princess is indeed difficult to manage. He felt compelled to remind her of the reality. "You see, leaving the palace is no easy feat. Why not allow Miss Lin to accompany you for a stroll?" Nianxiang rolled her eyes at Yuning. "Stroll? I have important matters to discuss with my seventh brother." She rolled up her sleeves. "Tell me, where is my seventh brother? If he does not come, I will go find him." Observing Nianxiang's petulance, Lin Wanro tugged at her sleeve. "Princess, please reconsider." After saying this, she turned to Yuning and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, you shall go. I will persuade the princess. You may go about your business now." Yuning was eager to distance himself from this unreasonable princess. Hearing her words felt like a reprieve, and he praised Lin Wanro internally. Indeed, they say Lin family girls are understanding. This is certainly true. It must be a challenge for her to befriend such a willful princess. He responded to Lin Wanro's suggestion. "Thank you for your efforts, Lin Gunyang. I will take my leave now." Watching Yuning hastily retreat, Lin Wanro sighed. Nianxiang was indignant. "We have entered. How can we be met with a cold shoulder?" Moreover, Lin Wanro interrupted her. "Princess, do you not understand? We are outsiders. This is a matter for the Wang Yes family. Let us not interfere. Not mentioning outsiders would be better." Upon hearing this, Nianxiang was nearly beside herself. "What do you mean outsiders? You are my seventh brother's cousin, and I am his sister. Now, we have become outsiders?" "Oh dear, princess, keep your voice down. Do not let anyone hear. What is there to fear? I have done nothing wrong. Today, I intend to confront my seventh brother and seek justice. Why have I suddenly become an outsider?" Nianxiang, being impulsive, immediately set off to find Fu Si Yuan. She exited the front hall and grabbed a maid, inquiring, "Where's your Wang Yi now?" The maid, terrified by Nianxiang's fierce demeanor, trembled and knelt, unsure of how she had offended this notoriously unreasonable princess. Thus, she was familiar with the way to Feng Xiaoge. The first to notice her arrival was Xianyu, who was outside tidying up. She was perplexed as to why the princess had suddenly appeared before Feng Xiaoge. However, Xianyu quickly knelt and loudly announced, "I pay my respects to the princess. I wish you well." Nianxiang glanced at the kneeling Xianyu and scoffed. "You do have some discernment." Hearing Xianyu's greeting, Fu Siyuan paused in his actions of organizing Jiang Yuyan's belongings. Jiang Yuyan snatched the dress from his hand. "How could your sister possibly listen to you, Ning?" Fu Siyuan seized the opportunity to pull Jiang Yuyan's hand, feigning innocence. "Will the Wang Fei accompany me to see?" "No. Why would I go?" "To attract trouble." Just as those words left his lips, Nianxiang burst into Feng Xiaoge. Too quick for Yuanyu to stop her. She shouted, "Seventh brother! Seventh brother! I hear you wish to send me away?" In her furious and tempestuous state, she bore no resemblance to a princess whatsoever. Fu Siyuan rubbed his forehead, his tone heavy as he reprimanded, "Nianxiang, have you forgotten the rules?" Nianxiang approached Fu Siyuan and Jiang Yuyan. "Just tell me, is it true? How did you leave the palace?" Fu Siyuan countered with a question. Nianxiang's eyes brimmed with tears. Naturally, it was with the Empress's consent. She pointed accusingly at Jiang Yuyan. "Is it not she who incited you to drive me away? Does this prince need the Wang Fei's instigation to act? You're becoming increasingly audacious. Seventh brother, you once defended her in the palace, and now you reprimand me because of her. Seventh brother, do you not know she went to a brothel yesterday and spent a long time alone with a man?" "Nianxiang," Fu Siyuan's voice boomed, cutting her off. "Is that something a princess ought to concern herself with or say?" He observed Nianxiang's tear-streaked face and felt a pang of sympathy. "After all, she is the sister I have watched grow up. Perhaps I have been too harsh with her." Fu Siyuan softened his tone. "Nianxiang, I am aware of everything you have mentioned. If you wish to inform me, it is unnecessary." He rubbed his temples, weariness evident on his face, yet he spoke earnestly. "Nianxiang, I only hope for your happiness before you marry. Do not concern yourself with other matters. And do not let others lead you by the nose." Nianxiang sniffled, her understanding vague. He regarded his younger sister, gently guiding her. "You are still young, so apologize to the Wang Fei. There shall be no next time." She shot a disgruntled glance at Jiang Yuyan. Apologize? This princess ought to apologize to her? However, upon gazing at Fu Siyuan's icy yet handsome visage, she felt a twinge of apprehension, having stumbled twice in the same place. Perhaps it would be wise to lower her head and allow herself to remain for a while, observing the unfolding situation. Nianxiang made up her mind and promptly smiled at Jiang Yuyan. Acknowledging her mistake, she pleaded with Wang Sa not to hold it against her. Life is indeed a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. Even if Jiang Yuyan comprehended Nianxiang's heartfelt sentiments, she could not afford to reveal it. With a faint smile, Nianxiang forced a grin and playfully implored, "Wang Sa, I have ventured out with great difficulty. Would you allow me to indulge a little longer?" Following this, she cast a pitiful glance towards Fu Siyuan. "Seventh brother, does Wang Sa refuse to forgive me?" Fu Siyuan disregarded her grievances entirely. "This prince listens to the princess." "Seventh brother," Jiang Yuyan burst into laughter. Nianxiang had never faced such setbacks before. Today, she had truly met her match. Struggling to suppress her tears, she persisted with her charm. "Wang Sa, you are the best." What a devil Jiang Yuyan is. She is nothing but a villain. Wang Sa had not yet entered the door, and both I and Wanru frequently visited the Wang Fu. At that time, when had seventh brother ever chased us away, right? "You drive me mad, Jiang Yuyan." Was it not Wang Sa's fault, for her vision was too narrow? Jiang Yuyan's smile faded. "There is no other choice. Your Wang Sa's perspective is indeed limited. If the princess finds it displeasing," she shot a glance at Fu Siyuan, "the princess may persuade your seventh brother to find you a different sister-in-law." Chapter 60. Bodhi Lotus Seed. Fu Siyuan's hand trembled with the teacup, nearly spilling its contents. He gritted his teeth. Although he usually indulged Nianxiang, it was not without limits. At this moment, his expression turned icy. "Nianxiang, that is enough. Seventh brother, your recklessness knows no bounds. You act as though the world revolves around you, and if such behavior persists, do not blame me for informing the Empress Dowager and asking her to discipline you." Ningxiang's scalp prickled. The Empress Dowager? That will not do. She is far too strict. Mother is much kinder. She has never scolded me. By the way, speaking of the Empress Dowager, why has Jiang Yuyan been specifically summoned to accompany her to the royal Buddhist temple? I have heard that this year, Master Zhishuan will bestow the Bodhi lotus seeds upon those destined to receive them. Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkled. The Bodhi lotus seeds, legendary for their ability to cure all ailments and neutralize all toxins. She desired them. If memory served her right, these seeds were crucial for Fu Siyuan's antidote. Perhaps she could exchange the Bodhi lotus seeds for a letter of divorce, which would not be unreasonable. However, she had already expressed her disinterest in going. Before she could voice her thoughts, Ningxiang spoke first. I know the Empress Dowager has summoned you to the royal Buddhist temple. Would you take me along? Ningxiang's eyes brightened. Could you bring me with you? Fu Siyuan sighed. Ningxiang, that wish of yours cannot be fulfilled. The princess does not wish to visit the royal Buddhist temple. Jiang Yuyan's lips curled into a slight smile. If the princess wishes to go, it is not impossible. Fu Siyuan's heart leaped to his throat. Will she agree? Did she not express her disinterest? Ningxiang widened her eyes, seemingly unperturbed. What would it take for you to take me along? I shall do whatever is necessary. Then promise me a favor, but I have yet to decide on the particulars. I will inform you when I do. Observing Ningxiang's hesitance, Jiang Yuyan added, it is nothing difficult, nor will it require you to do anything wrong. Ningxiang remained skeptical. Very well, we shall see. As for the favor, she cast a sly glance at Jiang Yuyan. If it proves too challenging, I might simply refuse. Thus, she declared loudly, all right, it is settled. Fu Siyuan looked at Jiang Yuyan in astonishment. Has she truly agreed to go to the temple? Jiang Yuyan nodded. Then, when we go to the temple, if the Empress Dowager inquires, you shall say I brought you. Is that agreeable? Yes. Yes. Ningxiang exclaimed with excitement. I cannot believe it was this easy. I was prepared to plead with the Empress Dowager. To think that merely stepping out of the palace today resolved this matter. She glanced at Jiang Yuyan. It appears this Wang Sa is not as disagreeable as I imagined. Upon closer inspection, she is rather beautiful. She pouted, her expression one of pride. Since you have promised me, I cannot go back on my word. With that, she swiftly dashed to the door. Remember, I will come to find you in a few days. You must not go back on your word. Jiang Yuyan mimicked her gestures and waved goodbye. Watching Ningxiang's retreating figure, Jiang Yuyan shook her head. What a child. Fu Siyuan's lips almost curled into a smile. He pulled Jiang Yuyan into his embrace. So, does this mean the Wang Fei has agreed to accompany the Empress Dowager to the temple? Jiang Yuyan struggled, but found herself unable to break free, ultimately resigning. Did you not hear me just now? Fu Siyuan rested his chin atop her head. The Wang Fei is truly wonderful. This has resolved a concern of mine. I was worried about what excuse to concoct. Fu Siyuan, you, do not move. Let me hold you for a while, just a little while. Though the reason for the Wang Fei's change of heart was unknown to him, he was genuinely pleased. Jiang Yuyan reached up and gently nudged his chin away from her head. Can the Wangya allow me to rest now? I'm tired. Upon hearing this, Fu Siyuan slightly bent down, swept her off her feet, and changed his hold. Jiang Yuyan gasped. Fu Siyuan, what are you doing? Put me down. Did you not say you were tired? This prince will carry you to bed to rest. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Fu Siyuan, observing his indifferent demeanor, Jiang Yuyan gave up, struggling, and settled comfortably in his arms. Let him have his way. Fu Siyuan gently laid her on the bed, carefully tucking in the blankets around her, save for her embroidered shoes and stockings, before sitting beside her. Fu Siyuan, you may leave now, Jiang Yuyan reminded him. This prince will wait until you fall asleep before departing. Jiang Yuyan initially intended to say more to urge him to leave, but seeing him quietly sitting beside her, staring intently, she swallowed her words. Fine, she would simply sleep, treating him as though he did not exist. After a while, Jiang Yuyan opened her eyes once more. The man was still quietly watching her. Jiang Yuyan could not help but smile wryly. Fu Siyuan, I have already agreed to accompany the Empress Dowager to the temple. Now you may tell me what it is you wish to entrust to me. Upon hearing this, Fu Siyuan sighed and lowered his gaze slightly. Are you not going to ask me for the letter of divorce? Jiang Yuyan neither nodded nor shook her head. Fu Siyuan, in a fit of pique, responded, This was your own promise to Ningxiang. It was not this prince who compelled you, so the matter of the divorce does not count. He now bore a childish demeanor akin to Nianxiang. Jiang Yuyan nodded. I understand. This is my personal choice, unrelated to His Royal Highness. Is that acceptable? Fu Siyuan finally nodded in satisfaction. All right. Now, can you tell me what it is? Fu Siyuan pondered for a moment. It is perhaps for the best that she remains uninformed. After all, it is often better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Moreover, all current circumstances are merely my conjectures. Should I truly involve her in this turmoil, it would be detrimental to her. Resolute in his decision, Fu Siyuan reached out and ruffled Jiang Yuyan's hair. Let us pretend this prince has never mentioned this request to you, shall we? Jiang Yuyan smiled brightly. Very well, since you prefer not to speak of it. I shall not inquire further. After all, since heaven has bestowed upon one such a remarkable skill, why toil endlessly trying to extract words from his lips? It would be far more prudent to conserve one's energy and thoughtfully reflect upon the distressing events of the previous life that transpired in the royal Fo temple, and devise a plan to obtain that coveted Bodhi lotus seed that everyone has long desired. Chapter 61. To be delivered to the palace soon that night. At the Lin residence, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak glided through the corridors like a specter. Though his pace was hurried, each step was steady and powerful, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. The servants ahead bowed their heads and walked silently, resembling phantoms. The servant guided the man to the study of Lin Yuanzhu, gestured for him to enter, and then quietly departed. The man nodded slightly and pushed the door open. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Yuanzhu hurriedly turned and approached, intending to kneel. The crown prince, removing the hood of his cloak, raised a hand. Rise and speak swiftly. It is not easy for me to leave the palace today. Lin Yuanzhu was filled with questions. Your Highness, what is the matter? Fu Haoqian's eyes flashed with disdain and irritation. It is that Wang heir who, a man more apt to cause trouble than to achieve anything. I have heard that he was tricked out of 100,000 taels of gold by the Ruyi princess, at least Xian Lu. The mere thought of that vast sum of gold tightened the crown prince's chest. 100,000 taels of gold. This was no trifling amount. Although the money belonged to the Wang family, as they were his maternal uncle's family, it represented a strong financial backing for him. To see it squandered in such a manner by Fu Siyuan was infuriating. The crown prince's expression darkened further. What vexed him even more was that the Wang family had been seeking opportunities to pressure him into pleading with the empress for that Wang heir who, today, he had finally managed to shake off that group when he left the palace. Rubbing his temples, he reflected that if not for the fact that Wang heir who was the sole legitimate heir of the Wang family, he would not have hesitated to dispose of such a person. Lin Yuanzhu pondered for a moment. Your Highness, this matter is not entirely Wang heir whose fault. Foolishness is a form of error, and to fall into a woman's trap is exceedingly foolish. The empress merely confined him to the Wang family ancestral hall. Compared to 100,000 taels of gold, such punishment is rather lenient. He does not appreciate the gravity of the situation. If it were me, I would not have been so merciful. The crown prince's dark expression revealed a hint of cruelty, silencing Lin Yuanzhu and causing him to swallow hard. In light of this, Lin Yuanzhu recalled the purpose of the crown prince's visit to the palace. He rubbed his hands together. Your Highness, our pawn placed beside Jiangcheng Fei has been removed by the Ruyi princess. Fu Haoqian's fingers tightened around the purple clay teacup in his grasp. Though the surface of the tea remained undisturbed, a keen observer would notice a fine crack forming at the bottom of the cup. He forcefully set the teacup down on the table. Lord Lin, did you not assure me of its infallibility? Without a means to hold Jiang Chengfei accountable, how can we grasp the tail of that cunning fox, Jiang Kai? A heavy air of pressure descended upon them, causing Lin Yuanzhu to catch his breath. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling a deep sense of trepidation. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. I believe he concealed himself rather well. Fu Haoqian shot a piercing glance at him, instantly silencing Lin Yuanzhu. You call it a success to have allowed him to escape? The atmosphere grew thick with tension. After a moment, the crown prince spoke again. Bring him in. I will interrogate him personally. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, a bloodied and barely conscious man was brought before the crown prince. The crown prince looked at him with disdain, darkly asking, how did you end up in such a state? Su Hong's current appearance was indeed rather frightful, yet fortunately, The torturers had shown him some mercy, only inflicting superficial wounds, allowing him to retain some clarity in his eyes. He looked at the figure before him, cloaked in black, despite the darkness concealing his form. The exquisite golden-embroidered shoes he wore caught Su Hong's eye, causing him to recoil in fear, immediately dropping to his knees, barely daring to breathe. The Crown Prince smirked. You remain alive, yet your life is quite resilient. Lin Yuanzhu, trembling with fear, urged, Your Highness, perhaps it would be best to dismiss him, lest he taint your sight. Or, Lord Lin, do you wish to see him dead? From his lofty vantage point, the Crown Prince regarded Su Hong as a pitiful creature, easily crushed beneath his heel. Su Hong's heart trembled. He realized his life was nearing its end. However, he was unwilling to accept such an inhumane fate due to his humble origins. Anger and resentment surged within him, compelling him to fight for one last chance. He was still young. He could not succumb to death so easily. Jiang Yuyan, that venomous woman who has driven me to this plight. How could I let her go unpunished? Your Highness, grant me one more opportunity. The Crown Prince scoffed, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. Another opportunity? Pray tell, what value do you still possess? Or do you think, in your pitiable state, you can create any opportunity? He lowered his head, nearly touching the ground, and gritted his teeth. If your Highness believes me, I shall risk my life to drag the Jiang siblings down to hell, to become demons. I will not let them escape. The Crown Prince chuckled coldly, deliberating. How can I trust you? I swear upon my life that if I fail, may the heavens smite me, and I shall never find peace. What a pity. The Crown Prince regarded him from above. I prefer the tangible. Such proclamations of eternal damnation are abstract. Even if you swear, I will treat it as mere words. He exchanged a glance with Lin Yuanzhu. Is that not so, Lord Lin? Lin Yuanzhu quickly assented. Your Highness is indeed wise. Su Hong's heart sank. It seemed that even his last hope was slipping away. Gritting his teeth, he bit down on his left hand, forcing his right hand into submission. In the bewildered gazes of the Crown Prince and Lin Yuanzhu, a sickening crack echoed as Su Hong's right hand broke. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The Crown Prince, Fu Haochun, frowned at the pale Su Hong, who clenched his lips in silence, then began to chuckle softly. If you wish to prove yourself, must you go to such extremes? I'm not entirely unreasonable. With that, he produced a small purple jade vial from his robe, tossing it carelessly before Su Hong. Consume it, and I shall tentatively place my trust in you. The exquisite purple vial lay before Su Hong, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Without hesitation, he trembled as he grasped it with his unbroken left hand, bringing it to his lips. With a sharp bite, he uncorked it and poured the contents into his mouth. The pill was cool upon entry, but turned searingly hot in his stomach, as if it were a blade carving into his insides. Su Hong gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound, as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. Before long, he could no longer withstand the poisonous assault. Overwhelmed by pain, he curled up on the ground. Yet, even in such agony, he fought to remain silent, knowing this was his sole hope for survival. Clinging to the last vestiges of clarity amidst the excruciating torment, he ultimately succumbed, his eyelids growing heavier until they finally closed. The Crown Prince smirked, his face devoid of emotion as he commanded, "Drag him out and prepare him for delivery to the palace soon." Chapter 62. As long as I do not drink, I shall not get drunk. It was night. Inside the Rue Wang Fu, a different scene unfolded. These were the exact words of Fu Siyuan. When Jiang Yuyan received this message from Yuanyu, she maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet her heart fluttered with surprise, akin to being gently brushed by a pure white feather, leaving a warm and tingling sensation. In truth, she had not been away from the residence for long. Moreover, Fu Siyuan cherished tranquility. Joyous occasions were rare within the Rue Wang Fu, both in this life and the last. Even Lingming Wu, the blackbird, flapped its wings joyfully, squawking shala shala. Pine nuts, pine nuts! Observing the happiness radiating from Yuanyu and Xinu, Jiang Yuyan parted her lips but refrained from speaking. Never mind. It was indeed a rare moment of joy for everyone. A maid knocked at the door. Wang Fei, the evening meal is ready. Shall we dine now? Jiang Yuyan nodded, indicating they should proceed. Various plates and dishes were promptly arranged on the table. Sitting beside it, Jiang Yuyan gazed at the flowing array of dishes, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Why so many? As her words fell, Fu Siyuan's voice echoed from outside. Because that includes my portion. Jiang Yuyan looked at him in astonishment, quickly realizing he intended to dine with her. Fu Siyuan chose a seat adjacent to Jiang Yuyan, secretly elated. Finally, we can enjoy a meal together. Jiang Yuyan glanced at him awkwardly, wanting to invite Yuan Yu and Xian Yu to join her for a hearty meal. Fu Siyuan stole a glance at Jiang Yuyan's expression and tentatively inquired, "Not to your taste?" After a pause, he waved his hand. "Have it redone." No. It's fine, really. You don't have to redo it." "Really? You aren't deceiving me?" "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Seeing Jiang Yuyan's sincerity, Fu Siyuan felt reassured. Then Wang Fei, "Please eat quickly. We have matters to attend to afterward." Fu Siyuan abruptly halted his words, almost revealed too much. Jiang Yuyan keenly sensed his unspoken thoughts. What does he mean by revealing too much? What does he intend to do after eating? She regarded him with a semi-smile, a hint of wariness in her gaze. What does Wang Ye plan to do? Nothing at all. If that is so, why does Wang Ye appear so anxious? Is there? No, there isn't. Fu Siyuan rubbed his sweaty palms, chuckling nervously. Am I anxious? It seems I am, though we are merely a lawful couple. Why does it feel as though I am behaving like a thief? He quickly dismissed the thought. Wang Fei, you are overthinking it. I am not. Not. It is too late for that. A smile broke across Jiang Yuyan's face as she waved to Yuan Yu and the others in the corner. Yuan Yu, Xian Yu, and that Yu Xian and Yuning, don't just stand there. Come and eat with us. The four individuals, about to exit, halted in their tracks. Yuan Yu was the first to respond, her face lighting up with surprise. Yuan Yu internally squealed like a gopher. If not for Wang Ye's sudden arrival, I would have already asked Wang Fei to dig in. Jiang Yuyan bit her lip, knowing that Yuan Yu, the foodie, was likely salivating at the sight of the feast. The timing was perfect. As Yuan Yu turned to walk, she caught sight of Fu Siyuan's deep, contemplative gaze, causing her to pause again. No, I cannot be thoughtless like last time. She shook her head, resisting the temptation of the delectable spread. Wang Fei, this is not reasonable. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. What is unreasonable? You have dined with us before. She then turned to Fu Siyuan. Wang Ye, would you not agree? You wouldn't mind, would you? Fu Siyuan's face clearly displayed his displeasure. Of course I mind. Just as he was about to object, he noticed Jiang Yuyan's mischievous smile, her dangerous gaze conveying. Dare you say you mind? You still want to pursue your plans? Do you really think I am someone you can have at your convenience? Fu Siyuan swallowed hard, suppressing his instinctive response, and waved at Yuning and Yu Xian. Why are you all still dawdling? Come here. With Fu Siyuan's endorsement. Aside from Yuan Yu, the others who had contemplated slipping away were compelled to approach the table with stiff resolve. Fu Siyuan cleared his throat. Yuning and Yu Xian exchanged knowing glances. Yuning blinked curiously. What happened? We were supposed to assist Wang Ye. I don't know. Why is Wang Fei suddenly insisting we stay for dinner? Fu Siyuan observed the two, signaling them discreetly. Let us play it by ear. My happiness rests in your hands. The three exchanged glances, while Yuan Yu, who was fervently devouring food, noticed something amiss. Chewing on a large piece of meat, she curiously muttered, Wang Ye, have your eyes gone cross-eyed? Upon hearing this, even the shy Xian Yu looked up to glance at them. Jiang Yuyan stifled a laugh, feigning surprise as she addressed the trio. Xian Yu, Yuan Yu, see our guests out. What? No. Before Fu Siyuan and the others could respond, Yuan Yu swallowed her mouth full of meat, casually wiped her hands, and stood up to usher them away. Fu Siyuan's countenance darkened. A bunch of useless comrades, especially that girl, repeatedly thwarting my plans. I should have had the steward assign them as cleaning maids instead. Fu Siyuan felt a deep sense of frustration. Why must my serene world with Wang Fei be so inexplicably invaded by onlookers? His heart sank further. Fortunately, I had prepared a contingency plan. With that thought, a slight smile crept across his lips. My vision is sharp, he asserted. After glancing at Yu Xian and Yuning, Yuning stood up. Without hesitation, he produced 2 bottles of wine from seemingly nowhere. Fu Siyuan clapped his hands. Yuning, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Come, this is my treasure plum wine. Pour it for everyone. Jiang Yuyan frowned. Are you trying to intoxicate me? Not a chance. As long as I do not drink, I shall not get drunk. Half an hour later, Xian and Yuan Yu were completely inebriated, sprawled across the table. Yu Ning and Yu Xian supported themselves with their hands on their foreheads. Watching Jiang Yuyan, who was still valiantly drinking, she tugged at the wine bottle, shouting, "Do not stop me. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Come on. Get up. Let us keep going." Her animated gestures and toothy grin suggested she was ready to dance atop the dining table. Fu Siyuan glared at his incompetent subordinates, massaging his temples. "You two, take them away." As Yu Ning and Yu Xian helped Yuan Yu and Xian Yu exit, Fu Siyuan gazed at the tipsy Jiang Yuyan with a throbbing headache. Chapter 63. He surprisingly got a nosebleed from being hit. What Fu Siyuan never anticipated was the terrifying sight of this woman when she got drunk. She first overturned a nearby chair, then seized the tablecloth from the table. Spotting some bottles and small dishes on the table, she picked them up and tossed them about like scattering flowers. Fu Siyuan dodged her erratic projectiles while struggling to steady her, thankful that he had ordered the table of food to be cleared early. Otherwise, the entire room would have been in disarray from her chaotic antics. Just as he thought the mayhem was nearing its end, the chaos intensified. Jiang Yuyan suddenly began to sob again, leaving Fu Siyuan somewhat at a loss. Thus, he could only half support, half carry her to the nearby Guifei couch. There. Do not cry. Your tears make my heart ache as well. I am not drunk. Fu Siyuan, you are bullying me. It hurts. As he comforted her, he gently patted her back. All right, I was wrong. I should not have let you drink. Jiang Yuyan's head felt heavy, and her chest was unusually agitated. Having previously heard his heartfelt words, she mistakenly believed that Fu Siyuan intended to take advantage of her. As he reached out, she quickly lowered her head and bit down hard on the back of his hand. Ouch! This woman truly is like a dog, biting me again. The pain in his hand made him instinctively want to tug at her hair. However, the moment his hand touched her soft locks, it transformed into a gentle caress. He tenderly stroked her head, enduring the pain while softly comforting her. It's all right now, it's all right. I have already sent someone to prepare a hangover soup. Seemingly dissatisfied with him, or perhaps with the mention of the hangover soup, Jiang Yuyan finally released her bite, glaring at Fu Siyuan with her small face flushed and seriously declaring, "I am not drunk. I do not need any hangover soup." After saying this, she tugged at her collar, mumbling, "I'm so hot." A glimmering white revealed itself, and instinctively, Fu Siyuan caught her hand just in time. He swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable agitation within. As if that were not enough, noticing his hand were being held, Jiang Yuyan then focused on Fu Siyuan's moving Adam's apple. Curious, she reached out to touch it and then wrapped her arms around his neck, snuggling into his embrace like a tipsy little cat. "Ah, I cannot withstand this. Is this plan progressing too smoothly?" Fu Siyuan lowered his gaze at the fragrant warmth in his arms, his thin lips slightly pouting, preparing to press against Jiang Yuyan's red lips. Just as he was about to connect with her lips, a crisp sound emerged from her throat. The moment their lips were nearly touching, Fu Siyuan abruptly halted. He hurriedly pulled away a fraction of a distance. Yet he overlooked that her hands still clung to his neck. An unpleasant feeling surged within him. Jiang Yuyan, in a fluster, yanked at the front of Fu Siyuan's attire, burying her head into it, and began to vomit copiously. Fu Siyuan was momentarily frozen. Whether to push her away or not left him in a dilemma. The pungent smell of alcohol mixed with the sourness of her vomit flowed into his collar, igniting a feeling of despair that he had never encountered before. The air instantly turned icy, provoking an impulse to strangle the person before him. Jiang Yuyan. After finishing her bout of vomiting, Jiang Yuyan lifted her head, wiping her mouth with his sleeve. That felt refreshing. She observed Fu Siyuan's stormy expression and, with a silly grin, pushed him away playfully. "This little girl is quite charming. I shall tease her a bit. You smell awful. You're making me nauseous. Come, let us drink a few more cups together, and, if I'm happy, he. Hearing this, Fu Siyuan, startled as if he had seen a ghost, swiftly stood up. With a loss of support, Jiang Yuyan lost her balance and fell heavily onto the couch, then lay there motionless, drifting into slumber. It took Fu Siyuan 8 buckets of water to clean himself, only managing to wash away the remnants of the incident. By the time he finished bathing, the night had deepened. He sighed, recalling the woman who had fallen into a deep sleep on the couch before he left. The two maids had drunkenly lost consciousness, and without his orders, it seemed no one would care for her. Jiang Yuyan indeed lay on the couch in a disheveled state. She remained in the position she had assumed when Fu Siyuan left, but this time one leg and one arm dangled off the edge, as if she might tumble to the ground at any moment. He carefully removed her shoes and, after washing her face thoroughly with a basin of water, sat down at the edge of the bed. Gazing at the slumbering Jiang Yuyan, Fu Siyuan suppressed a surge of pent-up frustration, pinching her flushed face, which had reddened from the alcohol. The sensation was still the same, but he mischievously applied more pressure, rubbing her face as if he had discovered a new continent. Chuckling, it seems his face has gained more flesh. He was enjoying himself. Jiang Yuyan, however, was not amused. Deep in her slumber, she suddenly felt someone kneading her face. She wanted to open her eyes to see who dared to treat her this way, but her eyelids felt too heavy. Instead, she opted to raise her fist, gathering all her strength for a powerful swing, which landed squarely on Fu Siyuan's nose. Startled, Fu Siyuan, who had been examining her face, immediately clutched his nose in pain. Jiang Yuyan, seemingly dissatisfied with just one hit, swiftly transitioned from a punch to a grab, seizing Fu Siyuan's collar and pulling him toward herself. Fu Siyuan was taken by surprise at her unexpected strength. After receiving a punch, he was then pulled down onto her. He hastily reached out to prop himself up, but her delicate hands seemed to sense his intention and refused to comply. Jiang Yuyan wrapped her arms around his waist, rolling over to straddle him. "Ha ha ha! You lecherous scoundrel! You dared to take advantage of me, and now I have you trapped. Let us see how I will deal with you." With that, Jiang Yuyan, her eyes aflame, raised her tiny fists and began to rain down blows upon Fu Siyuan's face like a torrential downpour. "Jiang Yuyan, calm down." Before Fu Siyuan could finish his sentence, the person atop him suddenly slumped down, resting on him, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Fu Siyuan touched his aching face, discovering it was wet and warm. He, in fact, had been struck to the point of bleeding from his nose. Chapter 64. The scream of the groundhog when Jiang Yuyan awoke. The sun was already high in the sky. The excessive drinking from the previous day had left her with a pounding headache. She closed her eyes and curled up, tightly hugging the warm quilt beneath her. This quilt was exceptionally cozy, seemingly cradling her arms and long legs, allowing her to sleep even more comfortably. Satisfied, she rubbed against it. However, as she continued to rub, she sensed something was amiss. When did the quilt acquire the ability to pat her back? Struggling to open her eyes a crack, she was greeted by a handsome face. Jiang Yuyan instantly sobered up. "Fu Siyuan, you rogue." As she uttered these words, she kicked him fiercely in the waist with all her might. Had it not been for Fu Siyuan's quick reflexes, swiftly moving backward, his waist would undoubtedly have been bruised. He opened his eyes, clarity returning as he gazed at Jiang Yuyan with a pitiful expression. "Clearly, it was you who would not let me leave last night. How have I now become the rogue?" Jiang Yuyan pondered for a moment, realizing that apart from the drinking, her mind was blank. Anger surged within her, and she grabbed a nearby pillow, preparing to hurl it at him. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon Fu Siyuan's face. "Fu Siyuan, why are you bleeding from your nose?" Fu Siyuan nonchalantly wiped away the dried blood, dismissing it. "It's nothing. This king was accidentally bumped by a pig last night right on the nose. How could I have forgotten that? It's all Jiang Yuyan's fault for being so troublesome yesterday. I fell asleep before I had a chance to push her away." Hearing Fu Siyuan's inner thoughts, Jiang Yuyan instinctively flushed with embarrassment. She was well aware of her own drunken antics. Yet, did she truly wish to drink that wine? Wasn't it this insufferable man's influence? With that thought, Jiang Yuyan shot him a fierce glare. "Who are you calling a pig? Who caused the trouble?" Fu Siyuan, supporting his back, looked at her in astonishment. "The princess knows she caused the trouble?" Say that again. "Who caused the trouble?" Jiang Yuyan threatened while brandishing her tiny fist. "It was this king. This king caused the trouble." As they were playfully bickering, a raucous noise suddenly erupted from outside. They both instinctively paused, straining to listen to the commotion outside. "I shall see who dares to stop me." That arrogant tone could only belong to Ningxiang. Jiang Yuyan exclaimed. "Ningxiang? What is she doing sneaking out of the palace?" Fu Siyuan threw off the quilt and said to Jiang Yuyan, "This king will go take a look." Jiang Yuyan pressed him down. "No, you cannot let her know you are here." "Why not?" Fu Siyuan looked at her in confusion. "Isn't that reasonable?" Jiang Yuyan quickly composed herself, glaring at him fiercely. "Nianxiang already has a grudge against me. She is just a little girl. Do you want me to lose my virtue?" "No, what virtue do you have?" she retorted, her voice low and fierce. "Be quiet. If you make another sound, I might just hit you." Seeing Jiang Yuyan's serious demeanor, Fu Siyuan remembered how she had accidentally knocked him into a nosebleed last night and could only meekly retreat into the quilt. The noises outside grew louder. "First, Yuanyue, princess. You cannot enter. The princess is still sleeping." Then, Xingyue chimed in, "Princess, allow me to go in and inform her." "Inform her what?" "I'm going to wake her up." "What time is it?" "And she is still sleeping." "She promised me." As she spoke, Nianxiang reached the door. "Hey, princess." Yuanyue's attempts to stop her were in vain as Nianxiang forcefully pushed the door open. "Wan Sao," she commanded. "Get up. You promised me." Jiang Yuyan had just tidied the quilt to avoid any suspicious looks when she found Nianxiang bursting in. With a shocked expression, she exclaimed, "I promised you? For the Buddhist ceremony? Isn't it still too early? That won't do. You must get up quickly." Nianxiang insisted, rudely advancing to pull the quilt off Jiang Yuyan. "Hurry up. This princess cannot wait to go to the temple. We must go early." Jiang Yuyan clutched the quilt tightly to her chest. "What's the rush? We agreed to leave with the empress. How can we go early?" Jiang Yuyan reluctantly released her grip. "Hurry up. This princess insists on going early. Otherwise, if I follow my mother later, I will surely lose my freedom." Hearing this, Fu Siyuan, hidden beneath the quilt, was taken aback. What is the empress doing? When did she become so filial, accompanying the empress dowager to the temple? As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but want to peek out and clarify. Sensing Fu Siyuan's restlessness, Jiang Yuyan kicked him in the thigh. The man, already feeling stifled under the quilt, became even more disgruntled from the kick. Why should he feel like a thief in his own bed when they are legally married? No, he cannot let this go. He must clarify. Jiang Yuyan, however, would not allow him to emerge, so she used a hand to firmly press down the quilt. Nianxiang looked at Jiang Yuyan curiously. "What are you doing? Why aren't you getting up?" Jiang Yuyan retorted, "You have the audacity to complain? You are the one disturbing my peaceful slumber at this early hour. So what if I am?" Nianxiang replied, raising her brows slowly. "What is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely?" How could she not act strangely? This wretched man wouldn't let her rise, and now he was tickling her under the quilt. Jiang Yuyan struggled to suppress her laughter while urging Nianxiang, "Just go out first. We could discuss the temple later when I'm up." Nianxiang, not understanding the tension, replied, "I will wait here for you." "Is that a problem?" "It is indeed a problem," Jiang Yuyan stated firmly. Fu Siyuan, the wretched man, persisted, and she was about to reach her breaking point. Nianxiang, observing Jiang Yuyan's almost comical struggle, asked seriously, "Jiang Yuyan, do you have a grudge against me?" "Of course not." "No," Jiang Yuyan exclaimed. "Then why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" Jiang Yuyan felt helpless. Nianxiang had chosen the worst time to barge in. She reached into the quilt and accidentally brushed against Fu Siyuan's ear. "Come on, let us hurt each other." Just as she prepared to exert herself, Fu Siyuan could no longer contain himself and threw off the quilt, sitting up abruptly. Nianxiang let out a shriek upon seeing the unexpected figure of Qi Gu emerging from the bed, blushing furiously as she quickly turned to flee, shouting, "I saw nothing. Nothing at all. You two continue." Chapter 65. The sun does not rise from the west. When Jiang Yuyan finished tidying up and emerged to see Nianxiang, the blush on Nianxiang's face had yet to fade, despite having gulped down several cups of tea. Jiang Yuyan cut straight to the chase. "Speak. Why did you come to find me so early? Is it to go to the temple ahead of schedule?" Nianxiang patted her chest. "Plans cannot keep up with changes. Who knew Qi Gu would be in her room so early?" Jiang Yuyan, already suspecting something was amiss, heightened her vigilance. Nianxiang's mind whirled before a warm smile blossomed on her face. She approached Jiang Yuyan, linking arms with her affectionately. "Gi Sao, I originally intended to discuss going to the temple together today. To deal with this woman, this princess truly sacrificed a lot, even her appearance." Jiang Yuyan felt a knot tightening within her, but maintained a calm exterior. She paused to observe Nianxiang's expression. However, seeing as you and Qi Gu are newlyweds and so affectionate, I cannot bear to interfere. Nianxiang, you are truly disgusting, throwing around words like newlywed and affectionate. So what now? Jiang Yuyan inquired, silently pulling her arm away from Nianxiang's grasp. So, the young girl smiled innocently. I have decided to go ahead alone, just to scout the way for everyone. Nianxiang, this is quite a sacrifice. To teach her a lesson, I have become the bait. And yet the fish has yet to bite. Nianxiang blinked her large eyes expectantly at Jiang Yuyan. She saw, what do you think? Perhaps she should play along with Nianxiang's words to see if she could extract any information. Thus, Jiang Yuyan forced a smile even more exaggerated than Nianxiang's. Nianxiang, if you're going ahead, are you fully prepared? Prepared? Nianxiang repeated the word with a sly grin. Of course I am ready. I've been waiting for you. Then, speak to Qi Sa about what preparations you have made, Nianxiang said, momentarily taken aback. Surely, I cannot tell her that I intend to bind her and teach her a lesson. However, she quickly regained her composure, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she patted the bundle on her back. What is this? Jiang Yuyan's smile grew even more radiant. Are you going to use this as a means of teaching me a lesson? Is this your tool for the crime? Nianxiang, exhibiting a generous spirit, tossed the bundle onto the table and began to unwrap it. Inside lay a set of men's clothing along with a handful of scattered silver coins. Fortunately, this princess has thought ahead. Otherwise, that question would have truly stumped me. Her pride was palpable. When venturing out, men's attire was certainly more convenient. Though Jiang Yuyan silently scoffed, she still outwardly praised her. The princess is clever. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized Nianxiang, contemplating her doubts. If she did not want me to accompany her, how could she possibly bind me? Could she really do that within the confines of the royal palace? Surely, Nianxiang's audacity had not reached such heights. Nianxiang, in turn, gazed intently at Jiang Yuyan, her smile bashful. However, Huang saw, I have a rather unreasonable request. Jiang Yuyan perked up. What unreasonable request? This was evidently the crux of the matter. Jiang Yuyan's demeanor became increasingly warm and approachable, as if she were sharing heartfelt words with Nianxiang. Whatever the princess wishes to say is perfectly acceptable. As long as Qi Sa can manage it, I will certainly assist you. Just don't mention it to my seventh brother that I have set out in advance. Truly, plans cannot keep up with changes. I did not expect my seventh brother to be there so early. Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brow. But your seventh brother already knows. Does he not? Nianxiang gazed earnestly at Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan's expression became troubled. But I cannot deceive your seventh brother. What was this maneuver? Was it a ploy to entrap? It was not exactly deceit. It was merely that the fact I set out first should be known only to us three. Heaven and earth know, but no one else must. Observing Jiang Yuyan still looking perplexed, Nianxiang issued a gentle threat. Otherwise, I shall refuse to associate with you in the future. Seeing Jiang Yuyan remain unmoved, she placed her hands on her hips and added, I will actively oppose you at every turn. Were it not for her awareness of Nianxiang's mischievous intentions, Jiang Yuyan might have found her current haughty demeanor rather endearing. With a feigned sigh of exasperation, Jiang Yuyan reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Who can deny a sister-in-law's difficulties? As it is a request from my little sister-in-law, I shall begrudgingly comply. Upon receiving Jiang Yuyan's consent, Nianxiang beamed, revealing her gleaming white teeth. Step 1. Success with the bait. Jiang Yuyan chose to overlook Nianxiang's inner thoughts and paused before continuing. Since I have agreed to assist you, you must share your plan with me. Nianxiang, ever vigilant, replied, What plan? How can I divulge my own arrangements to you? Has she discerned something? Jiang Yuyan smiled knowingly. The inquiry was but a superficial formality, akin to encountering an acquaintance on the street who passionately declares their intent to undertake a grand endeavor. Out of courtesy, one must pose a few relevant questions to demonstrate respect and support for their aspirations. It is a form of affirmation and, indeed, a mark of respect. The princess has misunderstood. Do you intend to proceed in this manner? Nianxiang raised an eyebrow. Yes, alone and unarmed. Now that I have spoken, you must not reveal it to anyone. Jiang Yuyan nodded and patted her chest. Rest assured, I am quite trustworthy. Seeing that matters were nearly settled, Nianxiang nodded. With a mischievous grin, she said, Well then, you should go and rest. Take care, or you will regret it later. Jiang Yuyan obediently waved her hand, wishing the princess a safe journey. We shall meet at FOC. Very well. We need not wait for FOC. We can meet sooner. As she watched Nian Xiang's retreating figure, Yuan Yu stepped forward to remove the cloak from Jiang Yuyan's shoulders. The sun had risen, making it somewhat warm to wear. As she removed it, she remarked, Wang Fei, it seems the princess is not so bad after all. Jiang Yuyan shot her a sidelong glance. You said seems now. Go inside. The sun will not rise from the west. Chapter 66. As you depart the city, Nian Xiang exited the Rue Wang Fu, zigzagging through the streets until she finally halted before a secluded residence. She swiftly slipped inside. Awaiting her within was Qi Luo, who approached with a look of astonishment. Princess, where is Wang Fei? Nian Xiang tossed the bundle she carried to her. Things have changed. She cannot accompany me. Qi Luo tilted her head. What shall we do then? I have already arranged for someone to ascend the mountain. Nian Xiang turned to face Qi Luo. And what of it? Just because she is not coming out now does not imply she will not emerge later. Qi Luo listened to Nian Xiang's words, her face a mask of confusion. Princess, how can we deal with her if she does not come out? Nian Xiang beckoned her to lean in closer. After hearing the princess's words, Qi Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. Finally, Nian Xiang proudly inquired, Well, are you clear on the plan? Qi Luo gave her a thumbs up. I understand perfectly. You can rest assured, princess. I will ensure its success. A quarter of an hour later, Nian Xiang had changed into a fitted outfit suitable for equestrian pursuits, while Qi Luo followed behind, hesitating to voice her concerns. Princess, I still feel a bit anxious. When did you become so timid? Haven't we already arranged for people to ascend a mountain? Qi Luo shook her head. Yes, princess, the arrangements are in place. What I mean is, what if this plan fails to allow her to ascend a mountain? Moreover, what shall we do if the Wang Yi accompanies her? Nian Xiang regarded her with growing impatience. Seventh brother will be discussing matters with Father Emperor all day today. Surely, this is common knowledge by now? If she does not ascend, it falls upon you. Qi Luo's back stiffened, her head bowed as she murmured, I understand. She lifted her head, adopting a resolute expression. Princess, do not worry, I will see it through. 3 hours later, Jiang Yuyan sat in the courtyard, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Xianyu approached with a cup of hot tea, curiously inquiring, Wang Fei, are you waiting for someone? Jiang Yuyan glanced at her and asked, Xianyu, has the princess or anyone from her side come by? Xianyu looked bewildered. Wang Fei, did not the princess leave this morning? It is nothing. I was just asking. Observing Xianyu's worried expression, Jiang Yuyan elaborated. The emperor is a good ruler, yet he lacks consideration for his ministers. There are days when council meetings stretch late into the night. It seems Nian Xiang has planned for even this. While contemplating whether to occupy herself with some task to pass the time, a wailing sound suddenly pierced through from outside. Xianyu frowned. Who is so lacking in decorum? Jiang Yuyan waved her hand. Let them in. Shortly thereafter, the wailing individual was ushered before Jiang Yuyan. She observed Qi Luo, who was sobbing inconsolably, and felt an inexplicable sense of disdain. Wasn't this girl supposed to be quite capable? Not long ago, she had been strutting around at Shunning Shirlu with her brother. Now, she appeared to be weeping like a delicate maiden. Jiang Yuyan turned to Yuan Yu, who had brought Qi Luo in. Yuan Yu grimaced, her face filled with aversion as she regarded Qi Luo. Instantly, Qi Luo ceased her sobbing. The princess has gone missing. She left the city alone. Upon hearing this, Qi Luo's legs gave way, and she knelt before Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, glancing at her, and said, If she is missing, then go search for her. What use is it to seek me? Qi Luo prostrated herself on the ground. The princess mentioned this morning that she was coming to find you, and now she has vanished. Jiang Yuyan interrupted her. Are you here to accuse me? I wouldn't dare, Qi Luo replied. It is merely that the princess did indeed say she would come to see you. She came to find you, but now she has already left. Do you have any further questions? Her languid tone bore a palpable weight of pressure. But I beg you, save me, Wang Fei. Yuan Yu, who had been observing, could no longer remain passive. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand, signaling Yuan Yu to remain calm. Do not panic. I shall ask you a question first. Qi Luo nodded eagerly. Please, Wang Fei, go ahead. When did you discover that your princess was missing? Just when the princess was buying horses. Jiang Yuyan nodded. I understand. She cast a sidelong glance at the still kneeling Qi Luo and asked with a half-smile. It is strange that you did not seek Miss Lin immediately upon her disappearance, but instead came to inquire here. Qi Luo was at a loss for words. It is because the princess did not wish for others to know. Otherwise, why would she have sent you to inform me? Of course, she dared not voice this thought in Jiang Yuyan's presence, and instead fabricated an excuse. It is because the princess trusts you and told me that if anything were to happen, she would come directly to find you. She knelt again, pleading, I truly feel anxious. I cannot shake the feeling that something might happen to the princess. Seeing Jiang Yuyan's indifferent demeanor, Qi Luo's heart raced. Could it be that my performance is insufficient? Suddenly, Qi Luo began to wail, crawling towards Jiang Yuyan and clutching her leg. Wang Fei, I implore you to show mercy. Please help me find the princess. If something happens to her, I would have no reason to live. What meaning will my life hold? Jiang Yuyan frowned at Qi Luo's display. Her performance was indeed quite earnest. Should she refuse to cooperate, it would surely seem unreasonable. Jiang Yuyan raised a handkerchief to her lips, feigning a look of panic as she stood up. Yuan Yu, hurry to the palace and inform the lord. The princess's disappearance is a serious matter. No. Qi Luo clung desperately to Jiang Yuyan's leg. Wang Fei, this matter must not reach the lord. The princess confided in you alone about her departure from the city. If you seek help, it would mean disclosing her plans to others. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. What can a mere woman like me do? If something truly happens to the princess, what can I do? Perhaps it is better to inform the lord. Realizing that Jiang Yuyan was serious, Qi Luo quickly grasped her leg. If you tell the lord, I will die right here before you. What nonsense! Yuan Yu, alarmed by such ominous words, rushed forward to pull Qi Luo away. Leave. Yuan Yu was not one to back down. Exuding the authority of the first maid of the household, Qi Luo, with a woeful expression, pleaded, Sister Yuan Yu, I have no other choice. Yuan Yu rolled up her sleeves, prepared to argue further with Qi Luo. Jiang Yuyan stopped her. Since she wishes to proceed this way, I shall indulge her. It will serve as a lesson. She looked down at Qi Luo, still kneeling on the ground, and said slowly, You may rise. I do not like it when others kneel before me. I will agree to accompany you outside the city to search for Nianxiang. Upon hearing this, Qi Luo felt elated, nearly jumping from the ground. Finally, the plan has succeeded. I have fulfilled the princess's expectations. She thought joyfully, now I shall wait for her to fall into my trap and teach the Wang Fei a lesson. With a fa-ade of endless sorrow, she urged, Wang Fei, let us hurry. Jiang Yuyan narrowed her eyes. Very well. However, I still need to prepare some items. Qi Luo was displeased. Wang Fei, what else do you need to prepare? I have already arranged the carriage for you. Yuan Yu tilted her head, observing Qi Luo. Why do I feel something is amiss? Did you have this planned all along? Why have you prepared the carriage in advance? Qi Luo, startled, quickly explained, No, Wang Fei, the carriage was originally meant for the princess. She glanced at Jiang Yuyan, relieved to find no suspicion in her gaze, and continued boldly. But for some reason, the princess rode off instead. Jiang Yuyan casually replied, when venturing outside, It is prudent to bring some silver. Yuan Yu, fetch the box of notes from my cabinet. After issuing her commands, she turned to Qi Luo with a mischievous smile. Let us not delay. We must set off swiftly. We may still catch up to the princess. Wang Fei, should I inform Yu Ning or Yu Xian to assist us? Having a man around would be beneficial. How could that be? That would only serve to inform the lord of the princess's departure. Jiang Yuyan smiled faintly, praising, You are quite thoughtful. Qi Luo, I will take you along. Under the wise governance of the emperor, the world is at peace. What could possibly happen? Yuan Yu, do not overthink it. Qi Luo sighed in relief, eagerly agreeing. Yes, Wang Fei is right. We should hasten our journey to catch up with the princess. Yuan Yu, scratch your head. Perhaps I am overthinking things. It has always been others who say I lack intelligence. Today, Wang Fei has even praised me for thinking too much. But since Wang Fei says so, it must be correct. She nodded obediently. Then let us depart. On the outskirts of Kyoto, a youth, appearing scholarly with a refined demeanor, stood at a dilapidated temple with 3 rough-looking men. This shall be our home from now on. The three men echoed in unison, wherever the elder brother goes. We shall follow. Curse that landlord for seizing our land. We are now homeless. Indeed, were it not for the elder brother's kindness, I would have perished on the streets. Thank you for helping me repay my gambling debts. Otherwise, I would have lost my hands. The youth waved his hand. I merely lent a helping hand. Those who prey on the helpless have forced us into this plight. Today, we shall rise up. Yes, we shall rise up. The fair-skinned youth looked at the men before him and solemnly declared, I hereby announce the official establishment of the Axe Gang. We shall rule the mountain and rob the rich to help the poor. Brothers, who wishes to follow me and accomplish great deeds. We shall no longer be bullied or humiliated. Upon hearing the youth's words, the three men knelt. Today I Dan, I go Z, and I Hinyo, vow to follow the elder brother. If he says east, we will not go west. If he says south, we will not go north. His words are as sacred as our parents. The youth, hearing their increasingly absurd declarations, quickly waved his hand. All right, I understand your sentiments. El de Bruta. We are not articulate. Please forgive us. The youth appeared unconcerned. I am grateful that you do not disdain me for my youth. Brother, you are too modest. You have both culture and martial prowess, and what if you were younger? We truly respect you. As the words fell from Guzi's lips, Erden and Hinyo echoed in agreement. Yes, we respect you. Your youth is not an issue. You are our backbone. Guzi interjected, the mainstay. Indeed, our mainstay. We follow you without question. No doubt about it. The young man rubbed his forehead. All right. No need for all this brotherly flattery. My name is Situ Jia. You may call me Jiegu. All right. Yege. Greetings, Jiegu. Situ Jia waved his hand, signaling them to cease their exuberance. Brothers, I hereby declare that from today, our Axe Gang shall rob the rich to aid the poor. Rob the rich to aid the poor. Rob the rich to aid the poor. Chanting this motto, Situ Jia and his brothers lay in ambush on the hillside of Ichio Mountain. The weather was fine and fortune was on their side. Within the first hour of the Axe Gang's establishment, they encountered their first business venture. A group of burly middle-aged men with unkempt beards approached, their hands animatedly gesturing while they hummed a tune, the voice distinctly feminine. The scene was rather peculiar. Had it not been broad daylight, Situ Jia might have thought they were seeing ghosts. Erden trembled, shrinking behind Guzi in fear. Situ Jia exchanged glances and whispered, let us observe for now. If they approach, I'll charge first. The other two nodded in agreement. We'll follow your lead, brother. As the strangers drew near, they continued to sing in a high-pitched tone. Darn it. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have come here at all. Hey, old man, don't talk too much. We're here to pretend to be bandits today. Oh dear, you two don't be so theatrical. When the time comes, you must act like true bandits. Of course. Let us go. Situ Jia and his companions, hidden in the grass, understood most of their conversation. The gist was that someone had hired this troupe of actors to masquerade as bandits, although the reason for this charade was unclear. They only knew they were to scare people. Situ Yesrugit. They're just unlucky. Fake bandits have run into real ones. Although today is our first day on the job, Situ Jia signaled to his brothers, charge. The cries of the farmers, accustomed to the fields, were filled with vigor. The burly men halted their performance, bewildered as they gazed at the charging Situ Jia and his companions. This tree I planted, this road I opened. Those who wish to pass must leave their toll. Aside from the frail scholar at the front, the others looked fierce, resembling demons risen from the depths of hell. The man who had just been singing was instantly confused. 2 seconds later, he regained his wits and shouted, spare us, Liangshan heroes. We didn't mean to encroach on your territory. Without waiting for his companions, he turned tail and fled. The remaining two, seeing their comrade escape, followed suit, hastily discarding their ropes and fake weapons towards Situ Jia and his group. Oh my, I'm just an actor. Spare me. We'll never pursue ill-gotten gains again. Before Situ Jia and the others could reach them, the burly actors vanished without a trace. Situ Jia and his companions exchanged glances, utterly speechless. However, regardless of the outcome, their first robbery could be deemed a success. Erden sighed in relief. It turns out being a bandit isn't so bad. It's quite easy. Situ Jia, however, pondered the retreating figures. Hearing Erden, Hinyo and Guzi couldn't fall behind in front of Situ Jia, so they chimed in as well. With a hint of skepticism, Situ Jia nodded, considering their lack of lodging. Only the dilapidated temple in need of repair awaited them, he sighed. Understood. Alright, yi. To the northwest of the capital, Ichio Mountain, Nianxiang rode a chestnut horse leisurely up the mountain, humming a cheerful tune. The thought of Jiang Yuyan falling in her trap brought her immense joy. After so long, she could finally settle the score, and although she was using herself as bait, she anticipated Yuyan's reaction upon seeing her. With this thought, she instinctively urged her horse to quicken its pace. As she continued her ascent, after about half an hour, she felt a growing unease. Ghostly shadows? Nianxiang glanced nervously around. Although it was past noon and the sun blazed, the desolate road felt eerily empty. She patted her chest. What is there to fear? It's broad daylight, after all. Despite being a princess, Nianxiang had a mischievous streak, and this was her first time traveling so far alone. Aside from the unsettling feelings along the way, she felt quite liberated. Just then, a group of rough-looking, burly bandits sprang from the shadows beside the road. Halt! Who goes there? This tree I planted. This road I opened. Those who wish to pass must leave their toll. Startled, Nianxiang reined in her horse, surveying the three men from above. With a slight smile, she thought, not bad at all. Qilua has found some decently convincing ones. Guzi and Hinyo exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Only Erden licked his lips, fixated on Nianxiang's beautiful face, and uttered, wow. Nianxiang's expression flickered with disgust as she muttered, what kind of people has Qilua found? Yet, thinking of Jiang Yuyan being terrified by these lecherous bandits brought a smile to her face. Let's see if she begs for mercy from this princess. With this thought, her gaze softened. Hinyo and Guzi nudged Erden, reminding him, don't forget what Jiega said, we only rob for money, not for women. With that, he swung his blade, declaring, we want money, not your life. Nianxiang nodded in satisfaction. Good, very professional. You're all doing well. Estimating that Jiang Yuyan had just left the city, Nianxiang hopped down from her horse. Oh, after riding for so long, I'm exhausted. Why are you three just standing there? Relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense. When she arrives, she pointed at Hinyo's blade. Right? You just need to hold your knife to her neck and scare her a little. With that, she stepped closer to the three bandits. With a frown and a pointed finger, they inquired about the resting place of their companions, as the morning rush had caused them to forget their water. Feeling parched, they urged to be taken to a place of respite. On the first day of their venture as bandits, they exchanged glances, communicating with a silent understanding that only they could comprehend. Erdan remarked, surely this lad cannot be anything but foolish. Guzi and Hinyo shook their heads, indicating their uncertainty, yet based on his behavior, they surmised he must be of unsound mind. Erdan nodded in agreement with their assessment. The trio shared a knowing glance, reaching a consensus. How could such a handsome young man be afflicted with such a deficiency? As simple folk, they could not stand idly by. Moreover, he rode a magnificent steed, a creature of considerable worth. As their first day's bounty as bandits, what reason could they have to deny his request? Thus, Hinyo rubbed his hands together, stepping forward with warmth to assist Nianxiang in leading his horse, displaying the rustic hospitality characteristic of their kind. We understand. Please, come this way. Chapter 69. The bandits who rob from the rich to aid the poor. As Guzi and Dan guided Nianxiang's horse towards their resting place, a modest carriage ambled along the streets of the capital. Inside, Jiang Yuyan sat with her eyes lightly closed, seemingly unconcerned about the princess's affairs. Qilua, beside her, clenched her fists, repeatedly urging the driver to hasten, only to be halted by Jiang Yuyan. With a slight opening of her eyes, she observed Qilua, noting the throng of pedestrians outside. What if we collide with someone? Qilua lifted the curtain, despair etched on her face. You kept your eyes shut. How could you possibly know there are many people outside? There are hardly any. She opened her mouth, gazing at Jiang Yuyan's nonchalant demeanor, ultimately falling silent. This Princess Rue is truly cunning. For the sake of the princess's significant matter, were it not for fear of her changing her mind, I, a dignified first-rank palace maid, would not endure this indignity. Jiang Yuyan scoffed internally, aware that such endurance was prudent. Were it not for the profound kindness her father had received in a previous life, she would not bother with the capricious Nian Xiang. Lying in the Rue Wangfu as a mere bystander was certainly more appealing. Her thoughts drifted to that refined yet seemingly fragile scholar, whose martial prowess belied his delicate appearance. A smile tugged at her lips. Today marked his first day as a mountain bandit, a fact she recalled from their previous conversations. In another life, a serendipitous act of kindness by her father had granted him the opportunity to master martial arts. Later, in saving a few distressed villagers, he had become a bandit, albeit one governed by principles of loyalty and generosity, robbing the affluent to aid the impoverished. When her father was exiled to a harsh land and everyone else shunned him, it was this mountain bandit who stepped forth, vowing to ensure the safety of the chancellor during his journey. With a hint of jest, she had questioned his capacity as a mere bandit. "Surely, you need not concern yourself with my father's trivial act of kindness," he had replied with earnestness. "If there is a next life, I shall not be a bandit. Instead, I shall engage in commerce with my brothers and prosper, so that when the chancellor faces misfortune, we can contribute beyond mere assistance." She remembered those words, for it was his aid that had allowed her father to reach that desolate place safely. She had jested, wishing she could prevent him from becoming a mountain bandit. To her astonishment, her jest had become reality. She had indeed been granted another chance in this life. Hence, even aware of Nian Xiang's trap, she resolved to venture forth, hoping against hope that on the day he ascended as a mountain king, she might persuade him to pursue his dreams of business and prosperity. Jiang Yuyan caressed the wooden box beside her, a silent testament that she had brought him the very capital for his enterprise. The carriage progressed slowly, eventually arriving at the designated meeting point agreed upon by Nian Xiang and Qi Luo. "Stop!" Qi Luo exclaimed upon arrival. Jiang Yuyan opened her eyes, feigning confusion while her heart was clear. Yet, Yuan Yue wore a face of discontent and impatience. "What is this? You were just urging the driver to hasten in pursuit of your princess, and now you call for a halt?" Qi Luo's face was strained. "Your Highness, I am unwell and wish to disembark." Jiang Yuyan remained silent, signaling her to hurry. "It seems we have arrived. Yet where is Situ Jie?" She pondered, gazing outside. The dusk had settled, with birds returning to their nests, enveloping the scene in tranquility. What now? Where has the princess gone? Why is she missing? And where are the performers we arranged? Jiang Yuyan frowned. Nian Xiang was missing? Surely, nothing could be more pressing than her antics. After contemplation, she concluded that Nian Xiang must have encountered Situ Jie and his companions. With that thought, Jiang Yuyan felt reassured, for she trusted Situ Jie's character. Consequently, she ignored Qi Luo's helpless expression. Yuan Yue, already vexed by Qi Luo's lingering, promptly instructed the driver. "What are you waiting for? Move quickly. We must catch up to the princess." Hearing this, Qi Luo's legs quaked in fear. "It is over. They don't realize I was supposed to meet the princess here. How could she have left so early? What if something has happened to her?" Just as the driver was about to pull the reins and move forward, Qi Luo decisively blocked their path. "No, we cannot let them proceed. The agreed-upon place is here. The princess cannot be ahead. Today has been utterly disastrous. Should I confess to the princess?" Qi Luo glanced at Jiang Yuyan, anxiety gnawing at her. In her turmoil, she knelt, her voice choked with despair. "Your Highness, the princess." The words that she could not articulate hung in the air. Jiang Yuyan regarded the kneeling Qi Luo with a calm demeanor, while Qi Luo suddenly looked up, meeting Jiang Yuyan's composed gaze. However, Yuqiu Mountain is also considered to be beneath the feet of the emperor, now that the realm enjoys peace. What misfortune could befall the princess? Observing Jiang Yuyan's resolute demeanor, Qiluo began to waver. She cast a glance at the darkening sky, a chill creeping into her heart. Gritting her silver teeth, she set aside her unease and swiftly climbed onto the carriage. Jiang Yuyan nodded. "Coachman." No sooner had she spoken than a coarse male voice echoed down from the hillside. "He, surprise or not. Erdan, grab your weapons and encircle them." The occupants of the carriage heard this and were commanded to surrender their riches. "This is it. We have encountered bandits." Qiluo gasped, instinctively shrinking back into the carriage. Yuan Yu immediately extended her arms to shield Jiang Yuyan within. Only Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ha ha! They're here. Finally going to meet my elder brother." Chapter 70. incompetent bandits Guzi, Erdan, and Inyo's first day as bandits left them questioning whether they had some sort of advantage in their new lives. Initially, a burly man fled at their mere shout, discarding his armor in his haste. Then, a handsome young man approached, eager to visit their hideout for a drink. And now, this bizarre encounter. Guzi and Erdan exchanged glances with Inyo. This is clearly a noblewoman from a wealthy family. One has never seen a bandit so joyful. Could it be that she's not quite right in the head? Inyo shook his head. If it weren't for Jieji's presence, that charming young man would have nearly become their ancestor. Recalling the handsome young man from the temple, the three men felt a shared gloom. The young master had given them orders to follow, and even their descent from the mountain had been commanded by him. Indeed, it was a command. Moreover, the young man exuded an inexplicable pressure, and only Jieji's kindness spared them from his ire, allowing them to descend first to assess the situation. Upon hearing the unspoken thoughts of the three bandits, Jiang Yuyan understood. As expected, Ningxiang was with them. She gently pushed past Yuanyu, clutching a wooden box, and looked down at the three men before her. Seeing Jiang Yuyan step outside, Yuanyu hurriedly followed, positioning herself in front of Jiang Yuyan. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jiang Yuyan's voice called from behind. Yuanyu. Sobbing, she addressed them. Brave heroes, we are merely passing through. Please show us mercy. As she spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears with her sleeve, lamenting, it is all my young master's fault for being so mischievous, insisting on coming to Yuchio Mountain. I just wish to ask if any of you have seen him? Hearing Jiang Yuyan's inquiry, Qiluo, trembling within the carriage, could no longer remain seated. If the princess cannot be found, death is certain. Sitting in the carriage is merely awaiting death. The thought of such a fate was unbearable, and Jiang Yuyan's question ignited a glimmer of hope. Thus, disregarding her fear, she dashed out. Young master, my poor young master, where are you? If you are gone, then I too shall not live. Qiluo's woeful display startled the newly appointed bandits, Erdan and Guzi. The three burly men stood frozen, unaccustomed to such a scene. In an instant, they found themselves at a loss. Jiang Yuyan focused her gaze on the tear-streaked Qiluo and could not help but admire her. Regardless of whether Qiluo's emotions were genuine or merely theatrical at that moment, Jiang Yuyan felt as if her heart, delicate as glass, would shatter at the slightest impact. The three faux bandits exchanged awkward glances before Hinyo mustered the courage to comfort her. Little girl, do not cry. Your young master is with us. Qiluo's eyes turned red, and she beat her chest in despair. What have you scoundrels done to my young master? I hired a troupe of actors. How did they become real bandits? The simple-minded rural girl's accusation deflated the bandits' bravado. Ultimately, they could only appease her. Do not cry. We are also new to this banditry. Our lack of experience can be excused. That handsome young man insisted on following us, claiming he was thirsty and wished to drink with us. Qiluo wiped the tears from her face. How can I trust what you say? What if you're lying to us? Erdan laid his cards on the table. Ah, little sister, if you speak in such a manner, we shall become displeased. Indeed, Guzi chimed in. We were once good citizens. It was only through desperation that we became bandits, and today marks our first day. Enough, Hinyo interjected, casting a glance. Rather than allowing that little ancestor to create trouble for us, it would be better for his family to take him back. The three exchanged knowing looks, arriving at a silent agreement. Erdan spoke. Since you are the young master's family, we shall not trouble you further. You may wait here while we ascend the mountain to fetch him. That is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Qiluo became agitated. How can we trust that what you say is true? What if you run away? Hey, little girl, how can you speak like that? Guzi retorted. If we intended to flee, would we confess so readily? Observing their attire and carriage, which suggested they were not of just any household, he added, why are you being unreasonable? Ah, we may be unreasonable, but you are still bandits. What reason is there to expect fairness from bandits? Qiluo's sharp retort rendered the three honest men speechless. They recognized their inadequacy as bandits and did not wish to be belittled by this quick-witted girl. Miss, we became bandits out of necessity. We are now expressing regret, they pleaded. Continuing to argue would likely stretch on until nightfall. Jiang Yuyan glanced at Yuanyu, who nodded. Stepping forward to the edge of the carriage, she cleared her throat. Then, with a commanding voice, she proclaimed, "Everyone, stop. My lady has something to say." Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, appreciating the advantages of Yuan Yu's size. Her bellowing command silenced the previously quarreling crowd, all eyes now fixed on Jiang Yuyan. Indeed, whether to go or how to go is not our lady here to provide guidance. Jiang Yuyan smiled as they finally quieted down. With a gentle smile, she continued, "My young master has been inconsiderate and caused you trouble. I propose a mutually beneficial solution. Allow me to share my suggestion, and we can decide how best to proceed." Jiang Yuyan parted her lips slightly. "We will accompany you up the mountain to retrieve him. How does that sound?" "My lady," Yuan Yu gasped. "How can we trust that these bandits are not lying? Furthermore, how could the princess lower herself to follow a band of mountain thieves to their lair?" Jiang Yuyan cast a meaningful glance at Yuan Yu, whispering, "I have my plans. No need for further discussion." Qi Luo regarded Jiang Yuyan with newfound respect. "I never expected the Wang Fei to possess such courage. Is she foolish, naive, or simply filled with reckless bravery? However, since she, a Wang Fei, has spoken, I cannot refuse." Thus, Qi Luo nodded. "I am willing to follow my lady." Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Hinyo and Guzi had no objections. After all, this is on their home turf. It is unlikely that they could stir up any significant trouble. Hinyo gestured invitingly. "Then please, ladies, abandon your carriages and accompany us up the mountain." Chapter 71. Who has not been young thus? The group made their way towards the dilapidated temple with great momentum. In truth, the temple was not far, situated halfway up the mountain, yet the winding path made it arduous to traverse. This was precisely why, after sending Yin Xiang up to rest, they encountered Jiang Yuyan and her companions on their descent. By the time Jiang Yuyan and her group arrived at the temple, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Erdan raised his chin, signaling Qi Luo. "Here we are. We brought your young master to this place." Qi Luo recoiled slightly, swallowing hard, casting a fearful glance at the crumbling edifice. Hinyo shot her a disdainful look. Such a naive girl, clearly unaccustomed to the world. He approached and gently pushed open the temple's grand door, revealing a flicker of firelight within the hall, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. Yuan Yu swallowed hard, feeling her empty stomach grumble audibly. She cursed under her breath. "That delightful scent is making my hunger pangs unbearable." The two individuals by the fire turned at the sound, their gazes meeting Jiang Yuyan's group. "What brings you here?" Yin Xiang inquired, looking at Jiang Yuyan. I was so engrossed in eating fish that I completely forgot about this matter. I promised to tie them up and scare them, yet here we are, having brought them along instead." "Who are they?" C2G asked, placing a hand on his forehead as he regarded the people beside Erdan. Jiang Yuyan inhaled deeply, her gaze dreamy. "Father, I have found the older brother who helped us in our previous life. I see him again on his first day as a bandit." Though her heart fluttered with excitement, she remained acutely aware that she must not reveal too much at this moment. "Brother, the one who escorted my father to the desolate lands." At times when alone, Jiang Yuyan pondered whether fate was kind or cruel to her. On one hand, it had played various tricks on her in her past life, leading to her family's disintegration and her own tragic end. On the other hand, fate had bestowed upon her another chance at life in this existence. She felt an overwhelming impulse to weep with joy. However, C2 Jia did not share her perspective. From the moment Jiang Yuyan laid eyes on him, her gaze had not wavered. This made him suspicious. "Is there something on my face?" He glanced at Jiang Yuyan oddly. "Why does this woman look at me so peculiarly? Have I seen her somewhere before?" Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. "Ever since that esteemed individual persuaded the martial arts schoolmaster to take me in, I have had little contact with outsiders. This journey into the world has only led me to Erdan, Gozi, and Hinyo. How could I possibly know such a noble lady?" To ensure he had not overlooked anything, C2 Jia politely inquired, "My lady, have we met before?" Jiang Yuyan, fully aware of his thoughts, realized her expression must be quite animated. She opened her mouth, almost saying they had met, but that would be too far-fetched and might lead him to think she had ulterior motives. "Perhaps we have not met, but you bear a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine from before." C2 Jia nonchalantly responded, "Oh, rather than discussing friends, I am more troubled by why Erdan and the others have brought 3 women here. I distinctly told them we rob for wealth, not for women. He discreetly glanced at Nian Xiang, who had already devoured 3 of the roasted fish he had prepared for Erdan and the others, feeling a wave of frustration. This fellow has quite the appetite. All the fish I intended for them have vanished. At that moment, an uninvited rumble echoed from the silence. As someone's stomach growled loudly, Situ Jie looked apologetically at Erdan and the others. They must be quite hungry. However, with the addition of several people, he felt a headache coming on. It seems I must go fishing again. Ah, forget it. They're not real bandits, merely a group of honest, simple peasants. It is understandable that they are inexperienced in this new role. Nian Xiang finished the last bite of fish, discarded the skewer, and casually wiped her hands, internally praising. This bandit leader's roasted fish is indeed quite delectable. Having complimented the dish, she stood, her gaze turning menacing as she looked at Jiang Yuyan and the others. Beckoning Qi Luo. Qi Luo is becoming increasingly unreliable. As Qi Luo hurried to Nian Xiang's side, Nian Xiang arrogantly pointed at Jiang Yuyan and her companions. What are you all waiting for? Find her. Yuan Yu instinctively stepped in front of Jiang Yuyan. How can you treat her this way? A mere servant dares to challenge me? What are you all doing? Go on. Qi Luo tugged at Nian Xiang's sleeve, whispering urgently, Princess, they're not the bandits we hired. Nian Xiang shot her an impatient glare, then turned back to Jiang Yuyan with a smug look. What is the matter? Did you not expect this? The first time I dealt with you, I had my 7th brother to protect me. The second time, your brother was there. Now, did you think today would be any different? I shall take this opportunity to teach you a lesson, you elder sister-in-law. Everyone, except Qi Luo, regarded Nian Xiang with astonishment, while Go Zi and the others shared knowing glances. I knew it. This person must be a bit unhinged. Noticing the lack of movement from her companions, Nian Xiang repeated, What are you all waiting for? We have paid for this. Jiang Yuyan ignored Nian Xiang's bizarre words and walked straight to the campfire, sitting down beside it. Jiang Yuyan glanced up, a faint smile gracing her lips. Are you still confused? They're not the people you hired. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Situ Jie, smiling gently. Big brother, do you have any fish left? Could you prepare some for us? I can pay. She extended a small wooden box toward him. Situ Jie did not reach for it. Surprise etched on his face as he regarded the lady before him. Astute as he was, he began to piece together the situation. It seemed to be the misguided idea of a rebellious young master displeased with his newlywed sister-in-law, who had unwittingly crossed paths with him on their first day as bandits. Situ Jie nodded, instructing Erdan and Go Zi. Go to the stream and catch a few more fish. Enlightened by the unfolding scenario, Nian Xiang sat quietly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. It must be said that Situ Jie's skill in roasting fish was truly commendable. After a hearty meal, Jiang Yuyan stretched, presenting the wooden box before Situ Jie. This is for the meal. Situ Jie shook his head. Who hasn't been young? Consider this meal on me. Jiang Yuyan settled beside him. Thank you for today, but as you can see, your companions are not suited for this line of work. Situ Jie regarded the woman before him, not denying her assertion. Is this how the first day of being a bandit is meant to conclude? Jiang Yuyan asked, pressing the box into his hands. I do not favor eating for free. He took the wooden box from Jiang Yuyan's hands and opened it, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if it could accommodate a large chicken egg. This was an overwhelming amount. With this money, take your brothers and engage in some small business ventures. Situ Jie caressed the box in his hands, pondering, why do I feel that instead of us aiding her, she is actually assisting us? He sighed, let it be. I shall consider this a personal debt of gratitude. Once I achieve prosperity, I will repay this favor 100-fold. Seeing that he accepted the gift, a heavy burden finally lifted from Jiang Yuyan's heart. Yet, Situ Jie, unable to restrain his curiosity, posed a question that even he found peculiar. Have we met before? Jiang Yuyan contemplated. Met? Perhaps we have, yet hardly matters now. After a brief silence, he introduced himself. I am Situ Jie, and may I know your name? With a faint smile, she replied, Jiang Yuyan. Situ Jie nodded, a fine name indeed. Just as her words faded, a black and white arrow pierced through the blazing flames, landing in a nearby abandoned wooden table, leaving the arrowhead to burn defiantly in the air. Who goes there? Chapter 72. Not a single one left. Who goes there? Erdan and Guzi sprang to their feet. Situ Jie furrowed his brow, rising to peer into the pitch blackness outside. Unfortunately, apart from a few leaves swept up by the wind, there was nothing. The air seemed frozen, with only the crackling flames echoing in the silence. Had it not been for the arrow that had struck the wooden table, they might have thought the recent peril merely a figment of their imagination. Situ Jie approached the arrow, extracting it with care. He scrutinized it for a moment before murmuring, "This is an arrow from the government." Why would it be a government arrow? Grasping the arrow, he swiftly scanned the faces of everyone present. Erdan, Guzi, and Hinyo have simple backgrounds. They could not have provoked the authorities. That leaves only. He cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan remained perplexed. But what could a single arrow signify? She turned to Nian Xiang. Nian Xiang, you owe us an explanation. Nian Xiang looked bewildered. Yet her instinct to huddle with Qi Luo indicated her own unease. Why did an arrow suddenly appear? Is there a ghost? Jiang Yuyan frowned. Could it be that she had misjudged? Nian Xiang, you tricked me into coming to you, Qiu Mountain, and now an arrow has emerged. Tell me, apart from you, who else is here? Feeling wronged, Nian Xiang felt a surge of indignation. Although this prank may have gone too far, it was not entirely unsuccessful. She must be holding a grudge against me, hence Jiang Yuyan's accusations. At this moment, despite her wavering confidence, she maintained the composure befitting a princess. It was not me. I did not do it. Shoving Qi Luo aside, she defiantly declared, I take full responsibility for luring you to Qiu Mountain. I admit my fault. However, this inexplicable arrow has nothing to do with me. This eerie place is already frightening enough. Why would I create trouble for myself? Before she could finish, a deep male voice boomed from outside the hall. You are surrounded. Surrender peacefully, and you may spare your lives. The proclamation startled everyone within the dilapidated temple. Erdan looked at Situ Jie with a mournful expression. Brother Jie, it must be because we attacked that landlord, and now the government has come for us. Situ Jie pressed his lips together, deep in thought regarding the situation, but soon shook his head. No, this is not your fault. He turned to Jiang Yuyan. Will you not reveal who you truly are? With a glimmer in his eyes, he continued, for women capable of drawing the government's attention cannot simply be ordinary folk. I do not wish to pry into your identities, but I implore you to leave with those outside. Jiang Yuyan bowed respectfully. Thank you, Brother Situ, for your assistance today. I apologize for the trouble caused. With that, she retrieved a flawless green jade from her sleeve and handed it to Situ Jie. If you require anything in the future, please bring this jade to the Rue Wang Fu and seek me out. Situ Jie gazed at the jade resting in her palm, upon which the character Rue was clearly engraved. In all the land, only the current Rue Wang could bear that name. So she is the Rue Wang Fei, he mused, glancing at Nian Xiang. If she refers to her as sister-in-law, then she must be the current princess. It is a privilege to have met the Rue Wang Fei and the princess today, but I doubt we shall meet again. I cannot accept this jade. Situ Jie smiled gently. Thank you, but I cannot accept this jade. After a pause, he added, it appears that those outside are here to escort you. He then offered, allow me to see you out. As Erdan and the others sensed no immediate threat and heard their leader's intention to escort them, they eagerly followed Situ Jie out of the temple. Outside, a refined young man dressed in white sat atop a magnificent white steed, flanked by a line of well-trained soldiers, each poised with gleaming arrows, ready to strike. This display resembled not a welcoming party, but rather a force prepared to purge bandits. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nian Xiang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating behind Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan, too, was surprised. How could the crown prince have come personally? How did he know they were here? When did Nian Xiang gain such significance in his eyes? She regarded the crown prince with a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. Even though he smiled at her, Jiang Yuyan felt an unsettling sensation deep within her heart. Despite the levity in his expression, she sensed an underlying tension. This woman, the Rue Wang Fei, has repeatedly thwarted my plans. Strangely enough, this is my first encounter with the Rue Wang Fei, and I did not expect to present such a substantial gift on our first meeting. His gaze shifted to Nian Xiang, who was hiding behind Jiang Yuyan. Nian Xiang, why are you not coming forward? Nian Xiang, called out by name, gripped Jiang Yuyan's sleeve in anxiety. Why has fifth brother come here? Does he already know what I did today? The thought filled her with dread. She cautiously glanced at Fu Haochen. Oh no, every time I see fifth brother smile, I know something bad is about to happen. His smile is more terrifying than my stepmother's punishment. But I cannot ignore his words. Thus, in a voice barely above a whisper, Nian Xiang implored Jiang Yuyan for assistance. Sister-in-law, let us go together. Jiang Yuyan nodded, aware of the crown prince's unpredictable nature, but reasoning that he would likely not act irrationally in front of so many witnesses. Turning to Situ Jie, who had escorted them, she nodded in farewell. Nian Xiang also softly expressed her apologies. I am sorry for the trouble caused today. We shall take our leave now. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall return to visit you and indulge in your delectable roasted fish. Aside from Situ Jie, who maintained his composure, Guzi, Erden, and He Nio were already in a state of agitation. They could hardly fathom that they would one day witness such a grand spectacle and encounter a figure of such high status. Very well. Take care, said Nian Xiang, as she grasped Jiang Yuyan's hand and hurried toward the crown prince. Observing Jiang Yuyan and Nian Xiang standing close by, the crown prince's smile grew ever more genial. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed at Situ, Jie, and Erden. Bring forth the arrows. Spare none. Chapter 73. He is undoubtedly a madman. At the crown prince's command, hundreds of arrows were unleashed in an instant, catching Nian Xiang and Jiang Yuyan off guard. Stop! Nian Xiang shouted fervently. Fifth brother, you cannot do this. Why are you acting this way? She broke free from Qi Luo's grasp and dashed forward, positioning herself in front. Fortunately, Situ Jie reacted swiftly at the crown prince's command. He kicked up a discarded wooden plank, deflecting the arrows aimed at them. Fu Haochen gazed grimly at Nian Xiang, who stood defiantly before him, and snorted coldly. What are you all dawdling for? Quickly pull the princess down. I will not leave, Nian Xiang stubbornly declared, standing her ground. Fu Haochen raised an eyebrow. Weapons are merciless. Should you remain here, any injury inflicted shall not be my fault. Once the rain of arrows had passed, Situ Jie emerged from behind the riddled wooden plank. His expression was somber as he addressed the mounted gentleman before him. Who are you, and why do you seek to kill us? A flicker of surprise crossed the crown prince's eyes. This is indeed somewhat unexpected, to respond so swiftly at my command and remain composed in the wake of the arrows. Questioning me with discontent, such courage and skill would be wasted on banditry. Situ Jie narrowed his eyes. Is he attempting to distort the truth? Is he truly a prince? He just referred to himself as. Assessing the man before him, Situ Jie arrived at a clear conclusion. If I am not mistaken, he is the crown prince. Jiang Yuyan stood aside, contemplating the true meaning behind the crown prince's words. Even a fool could perceive that Situ Jie and his companions bore no intention of abducting them. The crown prince was clearly seeking to provoke them. Upon hearing the crown prince's remarks, Nian Xiang immediately lifted her head, meeting his gaze with indignation. Fifth brother, they did not kidnap us. As she asserted this, she shot a frantic glance at Jiang Yuyan, silently urging her to corroborate. Jiang Yuyan, you must come forward and testify. Jiang Yuyan bit her lip, lowering her gaze to her toes. I knew this woman was cowardly, too afraid even of this minor incident. In truth, Jiang Yuyan was not unwilling to testify, but rather felt the timing was not right. She could not discern the crown prince's intentions. These newly minted bandits were insufficient to provoke such a response from him. There must be another reason behind his actions. Thus, the wisest course was to observe the situation. Seeing Jiang Yuyan ignore her, Nian Xiang could only seethe in frustration. Fifth brother, this accusation is unfounded. I am a witness and can attest that they did not rob us, nor did they kidnap me. The crown prince regarded Nian Xiang with a smile. Oh, I see. The information I received indicated that you were kidnapped, prompting me to dispatch the Eastern Palace guards to leave the palace at once. That is not true. Not true at all, fifth brother. Relieved that the misunderstanding was clearing, Nian Xiang exhaled softly. I acknowledge that it was wrong of me to leave the palace without permission. But they are innocent. Please, fifth brother, release them and allow the guards to withdraw. Fifth brother has always been reckless. Having pleaded to this extent, he cannot remain unmoved. Can he? Jiang Yuyan sighed. Nian Xiang underestimated her brother. The crown prince, Fu Haochen, was known for his ruthless and cunning nature. Crucially, he was accompanied by his elite guards, who were fiercely loyal. Should the crown prince firmly declare these individuals as kidnappers, his guards would undoubtedly echo his sentiment. What was the crown prince truly aiming for? Jiang Yuyan pondered, eager to discern the motives behind his actions. Why would he pursue these newly formed bandits with such ferocity? As she contemplated the figure before her, she intended to join Yin Xiang, but the crown prince suddenly spoke. The princess has been abducted by bandits, leaving her in a state of disarray, and these scoundrels must be punished. He lifted his chin slightly and addressed his guards behind him. Is this not so? Indeed. Yin Xiang stared in disbelief at her once familiar fifth brother, as if she no longer recognized him. Fifth brother? How can you so blatantly distort the truth? Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brows, stepping forward to confront the crown prince. What exactly do you mean, Your Highness? Based on her previous knowledge of him, she understood that his true intentions lay elsewhere. His pretense of targeting Situ Jie and the others was a facade, while his genuine focus was on Yin Xiang. Yet, what reason did he have to target her? Although the crown prince was known for his impulsive madness, such a level of insanity seemed unfathomable. It could be framed as a crackdown on banditry, but if he were being manipulated by others, did he not fear the repercussions of indiscriminate slaughter? For future heir, recklessly taking lives among his subjects would undoubtedly tarnish his claim to the throne. Fu Haochen cast his gaze upon Jiang Yuyan, who stood beside Yin Xiang, a smile playing upon his lips as if he had just heard a delightful jest. Oh, what does this mean? Is my intention not clear to you? Let me be more explicit. These bandits who have kidnapped the princess and the lady must die. But we are unharmed, standing right here before you, Jiang Yuyan countered defiantly. The more adamantly he insisted, the more she was convinced this was merely a ruse. A glimmer of malevolence flickered across the crown prince's face. What if you were not standing before me in good health? Madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. A terrifying thought surged through Jiang Yuyan's mind. She seized Yin Xiang's hand and stepped back from Fu Haochen. Noticing Jiang Yuyan retreat, Yuan Yu quickly grasped Qi Luo's hand, pulling her forward to stand beside Jiang Yuyan. Qi Luo was startled by Yuan Yu's sudden tug. What are you doing? Instinctively following Jiang Yuyan, she had unwittingly dragged Qi Luo along. Upon hearing Qi Luo's question, Yuan Yu realized she had been too forceful and released her grip. I cannot, she murmured, trembling. Yin Xiang gazed at her brother, whom she had grown up with. In sheer terror, she parted her lips, whispering, no, it cannot be. My brother is not like this, is he? Why? Why must he be so heartless since becoming the crown prince? Fu Haochen remained silent, his lips pressed together. Why? In this world, there are far too many whys. As long as you are dead, the emperor will hold the Rue Wang Fu accountable, and with Jiang Yuyan gone, the bridge between the prime minister and Rue Wang will be severed. Why do I do this? It is, of course, for my own path to greatness. He coldly raised his hand, signaling the archers to prepare once more. Chapter 74. She became an obstacle beneath the crown prince's feet. The gleaming arrowheads were once again aimed at this group of defenseless souls. The situation had entirely exceeded their expectations. Jiang Yuyan's heart sank as she opened her arms, shielding Yin Xiang and the others behind her. Yin Xiang, Situye, Yuanhua. Everyone. The prince's intentions became clear to her at that moment. It was merely a desire to eliminate obstacles on his path to the future. And she, Jiang Yuyan, had become the unfortunate barrier beneath His Highness's feet. Thus, he sought to eliminate her. Regrettably, Yin Xiang and the others would become collateral damage. Jiang Yuyan felt as though she had lived a second life, only to become a mere joke. She laughed at her own arrogance, believing she could foresee everything in this lifetime. As long as she held the reins, she would be the victor of her own life. Little did she know that human calculations ultimately fall short of heavenly designs. The variables arranged by the heavens were beyond her comprehension. How foolish of her to be ostentatious. She should have anticipated that she had offended him on numerous occasions, both overtly and covertly. The prince, with his petty nature, would undoubtedly bear grudges. Yet, he had miscalculated. In her previous life, she had fallen out with Fu Siyuan, leading to a rift between the prime minister's residence and the Rue Wang's manor. Her father and brother held Fu Siyuan in contempt. However, now, could one call the prince naive? If she severed the bridge connecting the Rue Wang's manor and the prime minister's residence, Jiang Yuyan mused that Fu Siyuan would be the first to not let her go. She calmly regarded the smiling prince before her, his demeanor as warm as spring, before he gestured for the archers to ready their bows. In a composed voice, she proposed, "Your Highness, shall we strike a bargain?" Jiang Yuyan's tranquility took the prince by surprise. Although he maintained a fade of forced amusement, she could sense his piercing gaze scrutinizing her like a sharp arrow. After a moment, he chuckled darkly. "What makes you think you can bargain with me?" Jiang Yuyan turned her head, scanning the faces of those behind her. They were innocent, and she understood what His Highness desired. Pausing, perhaps realizing her words lacked persuasive weight, she added, "Release them, and I shall accompany your Highness." If the prince had been merely surprised before, he was now genuinely astonished by Jiang Yuyan's insight. "I never expected her to guess what I intended. This Jiang Yuyan is quite clever, but alas." A charming smile curled at the corners of the prince's lips. "Alas, I do not trust you, nor do I require your assistance. If anyone breathes a word about tonight's events, it would mean my utter ruin. This risk is too great for me to take. What could be more reliable than the silence of the dead? And these rabble, they shall be dealt with accordingly." A chill ran through Jiang Yuyan's heart. She had not anticipated the prince's ruthlessness to the extent of sparing even his own sister. "Princess Ningxiang." The prince gazed at Ningxiang. "I had intended to spare this girl, but regrettably, she chose to charge forward, thus I must grant her wish. But Ningxiang, do not fret. I will ensure that father grants you a grand burial." Jiang Yuyan steeled herself, reminding herself to remain calm. She looked at the prince, enunciating each word with clarity. "I can negotiate with the Wang Yi and leave." Ningxiang stared at Jiang Yuyan in shock. What is she saying? What does this have to do with seventh brother? But fifth brother seems to understand. The prince's eyes darkened, as if he were genuinely contemplating the possibility of her proposition. After a while, he shook his head. Two cold words escaped his lips, too late. Observing Jiang Yuyan and the prince engaged in a cryptic exchange, Ningxiang could no longer contain her curiosity. "Jiang Yuyan, what are you two talking about?" Recognizing they would not divulge the reason, Ningxiang shifted the topic. She looked at Fu Haochen earnestly. "Royal brother, what must you do to release them?" Fu Haochen sighed, gazing at his sister. "Do not blame fifth brother. Blame your fate of being born into royalty." Jiang Yuyan's mind raced. It seemed this would be a fierce battle, one that cannot be avoided. If the deranged prince truly intended to proceed, the strength of those around her would be utterly insufficient to withstand the elite guards behind him. However, she could strive to minimize the damage. Jiang Yuyan stepped forward, bending to pick up a sturdy wooden stick from the ground. The prince, observing her defensive posture, mocked. "The Rue Wang Fei is indeed amusing. Do you truly believe that with this crude stick you can withstand the barrage of arrows behind me?" "Humph." Jiang Yuyan scoffed. The stick was certainly not meant to defend against the prince's arrows. Yet, with a swift motion, she swung it fiercely at Ningxiang's head. Bang! Ningxiang felt a sharp pain at the back of her head and turned in astonishment to Jiang Yuyan. Everyone stared at Jiang Yuyan's inexplicable action in disbelief. Ignoring the myriad expressions on their faces, Jiang Yuyan fixed her gaze intently on Ningxiang's eyes, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Ningxiang rolled her eyes back. Thud! She collapsed, unconscious. Just as Jiang Yuyan exhaled in relief, another thud echoed nearby, followed by a similar sound. Ah, that too was the sound of flesh meeting the ground. Jiang Yuyan turned to see Yuan Yue, having somehow acquired a wooden stick of her own. The sound had originated from Qilua's head, struck with such force that she had no time to react. Jiang Yuyan swallowed hard, silently mourning for Qilua, noticing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces. Yuan Yue glanced nervously at the stick in her hand and opened her mouth to explain, but no words came. Finally, she could only weakly declare, "No, it wasn't me. It was the stick. Woo-woo, Qilua, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I don't know why, but seeing the Wang Fei do this, I couldn't help but follow suit." Following the Wang Fei is always the right choice, right? Jiang Yuyan looked at Yuan Yue with gratitude, silently applauding her in her heart. This little girl truly captured her admiration. Jiang Yuyan tossed aside the stick, placing her hands on her hips as she regarded the scrutinizing gaze of the man across from her. "Your Highness, is this acceptable now? I believe you would not wish for any harm to befall my sister." The man was evidently taken aback by this turn of events. He chuckled, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Huh, I never expected the Rue Wang Fei to be so entertaining. A wise person knows that this way, Ningxiang will not be involved. Since she has taken this step, why should I not take advantage of it? Bring the princess here. Watching 4 soldiers escort Ningxiang and Chilua away, Jiang Yuyan let out a long sigh of relief. Ningxiang had departed. Now it was time to truly address her own predicament. Chapter 75, The Second Egg Hurts. Jiang Yuyan took a deep breath, bitterness washing over her as she turned to look at Situ Jie and the others, only to find them gazing at her with equal confusion, especially Situ Jie, whose eyes were filled with a profound sense of mystery. She felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and had no idea how to explain herself to them. However, there was no longer any need to explain. The prince's men were glaring at them menacingly. After a moment, Jiang Yuyan opened her mouth, but what came out was a heartfelt apology. I'm sorry. Situ Jie stared intently at Jiang Yuyan's face, searching for answers. Why does it feel like the prince's desire to kill us is somehow connected to her? Let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Though he remained oblivious to the cause, he found himself yearning to believe in her. Shaking his head, he muttered, I must be insane. Ah, so be it. If madness had already taken root since the moment I aspired to become a bandit, then let me embrace this insanity with fervor. With a gentle smile directed at Jiang Yuyan, he offered words of comfort. It's all right. These simple 4 characters encapsulated his entire sentiment and stance. Jiang Yuyan felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Brother, you truly are the good brother I recognized in my past life. Even when faced with perilous circumstances, he chose to place his trust in her. Dan, Guzi, and Hinyo, though terrified, felt compelled to express their support upon witnessing their elder brother's unwavering belief. Indeed, absolutely, we may lack education, but we will heed our brother's words. Jiang Yuyan inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you all. Just as she was processing her emotions, the voice of the crown prince intruded upon her thoughts. A group of pretentious fools. There is no such thing as trust in this world. The only thing one can rely on is oneself. His brow furrowed slightly, indicating a loss of patience. A bunch of simpletons wallowing in self-pity, wasting my time. The crown prince raised his hand, signaling the archers. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows pierced the silent night sky, their whistling sounds slicing through the air. A cacophony of rustling interrupted the crown prince's words, as something emerged from the dense foliage. Jiang Yuyan heard exclamations of Sala, 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 as a blackbird flitted across the darkened sky, capturing the attention of all present. The crown prince frowned slightly. Why does this bird seem familiar? Yet, Jiang Yuyan's heart soared with joy. Isn't that the Lingming Wu? If it is here, has Yuning arrived too? Perhaps Fu Siyuan is also close by. As she pondered, a familiar voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Yuning, are you certain this is the right place? Your Highness, indeed, the Lingming Wu is flying this way. He actually came, but alas, it is too late. His gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yuyan and the others, coldly commanding, Archers, release your arrows. Hundreds of arrows were loosed, their piercing sounds echoing in the still night, all aimed at a single target. Quick, everyone, run to the temple. Shuted Situji. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yuyan and the others swiftly turned and sprinted toward the dilapidated temple with every ounce of strength they could muster. Yet, the speed of their legs could not match that of the arrows. Just as one arrow was about to strike Jiang Yuyan, a refined figure in white dashed forward, colliding with her. Turning her head, Jiang Yuyan saw Situ Jie pushing her out of harm's way. Before she could utter a sound, another figure collided with a white-clad individual. Erdan, Situ Jie shouted. At that critical moment, Erdan had sacrificed himself, shoving Situ Jie aside, taking the arrow that was meant for Jiang Yuyan. Erdan, hold on. Quickly, let us go. Jiang Yuyan grasped Situ Jie's arm as he half-supported, half-carried the injured Erdan into the temple. They had barely set the wounded Erdan down when they heard Yuan Yu's distressed voice coming from outside. Princess, Guzi. Listening to Yuan Yu's fragmented words, both Jiang Yuyan and Situ Jie turned to see Guzi. Anguish etched on his face as he gazed at the people inside the temple, his mouth slightly agape as if to speak. But before he could utter a sound, with a thud, Guzi collapsed forward, lying motionless on the ground. As he fell, Jiang Yuyan could see 3 arrows gruesomely embedded in his back, the area soaked in crimson. He had been unable to utter a single word. "Ah, I will fight you." C2 Jia's eyes turned crimson with rage, and in a frenzy, he tried to charge out. "Jiagu, don't act impulsively. Don't." Thankfully, Hinyo clung tightly to his waist, preventing him from recklessly rushing outside. Tears streamed down Jiang Yuyan's face as she knelt beside Erdan, trembling as she pressed a handkerchief against his wound. Yet, what could a handkerchief do? It was not a healing balm. The blood flowed ceaselessly from Erdan's back, and no matter how desperately Jiang Yuyan pressed, the pristine cloth quickly turned a deep scarlet, staining her hands as well. "Oh, Erdan, you must hold on. The prince will arrive soon. He will know what to do. Please, hold on." Erdan weakly curled the corner of his mouth, reaching out to tug at C2 Jia's pant leg, managing to produce a faint voice. "Ye." Hearing Erdan's voice, C2 Jia, in a frenzied state, paused, momentarily stunned before he knelt down beside him. Trembling, he slowly grasped the arrow lodged in Erdan's body. "Jiagu." Erdan coughed up blood, gritting his teeth. "Pull it out. I can endure it." "Erdan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm unworthy to be your leader. It's all my mistake, Erdan." As C2 Jia spoke, he mustered his strength and forcefully yanked the arrow from Erdan's body. Ah. Tears welled in Erdan's eyes as he arched his back, curling into a ball. Despite his agony, he gritted his teeth, gasping for air. I'm not in pain. He clutched C2 Jia's hand tightly. "Jia, go. The happiest moment of my life was meeting you." "Erdan, don't speak." C2 Jia felt tears brimming in his eyes. Erdan, with a vacant gaze, shook his head. "Jiagu, in the next life, will you still be my elder brother?" "Yes, I promise you. We will always be brothers." C2 Jia grasped his hand tightly, suppressing a sob. Good brothers. Just endure a little longer. Jiagu will take you to see a doctor. Don't close your eyes." Erdan shook his head. "I'm tired, Jiagu. Let me rest for a while." With that, Erdan slowly closed his eyes, his head drooping as he breathed his last. Erdan! The lamenting cries resounded from within the dilapidated temple, echoing mournfully in the silent night. In the dense forest, Fu Siyuan halted, pointing ahead. "Yuning, hurry, they're over there." Chapter 76. The Prince's Mercy Report. The Crown Prince cast a cold glance at the approaching guard, his voice icy. "Speak." The guard clasped his fists and bowed his head, only lifting it to meet the Crown Prince's gaze after receiving permission. "Your Highness, Rui Wang has arrived." The Crown Prince scoffed, his eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on the man, striding towards them in a black python robe, his head adorned with a few dried leaves that had somehow clung to him. Emerging from the palace in the dead of night, he found Yuning anxiously waiting at the palace gates and knew something was amiss. Without waiting for her to finish, he mounted his steed and galloped towards Yuqiu Mountain. Wiping the thin sweat from his forehead, Fu Siyuan's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto the Crown Princess' eyes. Fu Siyuan's heart sank. Was he ultimately too late? How could the Crown Prince appear here? Filled with doubts, yet unafraid, Fu Siyuan met the Crown Prince's gaze. The Crown Prince's guards instinctively parted to allow him a path forward. Fu Siyuan collected his thoughts, maintaining a stern expression as he advanced slowly. As the Crown Prince noticed his approach, he turned his horse with a feigned smile. Speaking before Fu Siyuan could utter a word, the Rui Wang arrived just in time, engaged in subduing bandits. Yet the Rui Wang Fei was now allied with the outlaws, placing him in a dilemma. Fu Siyuan cast a distant gaze towards the dilapidated temple. Jiang Yuyan knelt on the ground, trembling and weeping, sensing the searing gaze upon her. She looked up, her tear-streaked face locking eyes with Fu Siyuan. At that moment, Fu Siyuan's heart felt as though it had been mercilessly wrenched, an inexplicable pain coursing through him. He lowered his gaze to the lifeless figure before her. Anger surged within him as he glared at the Crown Prince without flinching. "What have you done, Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, looking down with a casual smirk. "The Rui Wang is truly forgetful. I just informed you that I am indeed subduing bandits." Fu Siyuan clenched his fists, suppressing the fury that threatened to explode. He pointed at Jiang Yuyan. Your ability to fabricate lies is becoming increasingly remarkable, Crown Prince. My Wang Fei is a bandit? The Crown Prince adjusted his sleeves. I never anticipated that the Wang Fei would harbor the bandits of Yuqiu Mountain. Despite my repeated advice, I am left with no choice but to resort to such measures. His words were delivered with a deliberate cadence. Though his voice was not loud, every individual present heard him with crystal clarity. Jiang Yuyan suddenly rose. Her eyes filled with profound hatred, wishing to tear the Crown Prince apart. As she struggled to quell her rage, after a brief pause, she gritted her teeth and spoke with deliberate intensity. Crown Prince, you have no evidence. On what grounds do you defame them as bandits, even resorting to indiscriminate violence? The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, you claim I have no evidence. He shouted sharply, bring him forth. A burly man was pushed forward. Upon his arrival, he pointed at Situ Jia and the others in the distance. Your Highness, it was them. They robbed us on the way. Situ Jia clenched his fists tightly, staring at the man in silence. Jiang Yuyan instantly recognized that the man was not lying. Her brows furrowed slightly, unsure of how to respond. Thus, she looked to Fu Siyuan for help. Fu Siyuan scrutinized the man brought forward. After a moment, he smiled faintly. The Crown Prince thinks he can deceive us with an actor. This will not bode well if it gets out. The Crown Prince lowered his head, giving the man a knowing glance. You best understand the situation and know how to act. The man shrank his neck, drenched in cold sweat, terrified. Oh heavens! I'm going to die. They didn't really rob us. We were frightened into dropping our weapons. Fu Siyuan's gaze turned icy as he pressed forward. You claim you were robbed. Where's the evidence? What about the stolen goods? Furthermore, why would a troop perform in the wilderness instead of in the capital during the day? The man hesitated. The stolen goods pertain to kidnapping and robbery. If this gets out, we would also be branded as bandits. Fu Siyuan's voice was cold. You better think carefully. Whatever you say will be investigated thoroughly. If you lie. He drew a sword from a nearby soldier and, with a swift flourish, severed a tree branch as thick as his wrist in an instant. I deal with liars as I do with this tree. The Crown Prince smiled slightly. Seventh brother, this is not fair. Intimidation during interrogation is unjust. Silence. Fu Siyuan barked, his fury boiling over, disregarding the fact that the Crown Prince stood before him. The Crown Prince was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fu Siyuan to confront him so openly in front of so many people. Instantly, his forced smile darkened. He dares to speak to me in such a tone. Very well, I have not misjudged. His usually aloof demeanor is indeed a facade, one that has successfully deceived everyone. Fu Siyuan ignored the Crown Prince's expression and continued to unravel the situation. Let us set aside the matter of bandits for the moment. As for my Wang Fei, it seems the Crown Prince is quite well informed. I have yet to arrive at the scene, yet you have already apprehended individuals on my behalf. The Crown Prince's face twisted in annoyance. So, you accuse me of meddling? The Rue Wang is indeed not to be underestimated. As I said, a fox will eventually reveal its tail. Fu Siyuan glared fiercely at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince snorted coldly. He truly does not regard me with respect. This foolish boy thinks he can act superior just because he has recently been entrusted with several important affairs by Father Emperor. His jealousy and wrath flared as he fixed his gaze on Fu Siyuan. With the Crown Prince at a loss for words, Fu Siyuan turned back to the actor. You best speak the truth. Faced with the grim countenance of the Rue Wang, the actor's legs weakened and he fell to his knees. Your Highness, spare me. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his chest. He looked down in confusion at the sword that had gone through him, his mouth opening in a silent gasp. His unclosed eyes and unuttered words signified his untimely demise. Fu Siyuan raised his gaze, coldly observing the guard who had wielded the sword. The guard, expressionless, withdrew the bloody blade from the man's chest. This individual harbored ulterior motives, attempting to mislead the Crown Prince. His crime deserves punishment. The Crown Prince resumed his sinister smile. After speaking, he turned his horse and departed without a glance back, his guards following suit. Chapter 77. I fear when you are not by my side. Yuning looked at Fu Siyuan in confusion and asked, Master, are we just letting the Crown Prince leave like that? Fu Siyuan shot him a cold glare. Yuning shrank his head, realizing he had misspoken. He quickly waved his hands and quietly added, let us forget it. Just the two of us cannot possibly contend with the Crown Prince's guards. Fu Siyuan ignored Yu Ning's murmurs, scanning the chaotic scene with a slight frown before striding toward Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, neither crying nor shouting, merely dazed. Upon seeing Fu Siyuan approach, a faint glimmer of light flickered in her vacant gaze. Fu Siyuan knelt before her, his heart aching. He softly called her name, Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan looked at the man before her, biting her lip in a desperate attempt to hold back her tears. Fu Siyuan enveloped her in his embrace, gently stroking her back. I am sorry, I have come too late. As he comforted her, he encouraged, let all out. If crying will ease your pain, then cry as loudly as you need. Ah, Fu Siyuan, wah. Jiang Yuyan pounded her fists against his chest, sobbing loudly. Why? Fu Siyuan, why? Why did you come so late? Wah. Fu Siyuan pressed his lips together, remaining silent as she struck him repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. He reached out and grasped her small, trembling hand, pulling her tightly into his embrace. It's all right now. He reassured her softly while gently patting her back. Perhaps the tension of the day had worn her out, for in the warmth of Fu Siyuan's embrace, Jiang Yuyan unknowingly drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, she found herself back in her own chamber. Rubbing her head, she threw off the covers and prepared to rise. Your Highness, you are awake. Hearing the voice, Xin Yue rushed in, her eyes widening at the sight of Jiang Yuyan sitting at the edge of the bed. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? You have only slept for 2 hours. Whatever you need, just instruct me. Please lie down and rest. Jiang Yuyan looked at Xin Yue, feeling more at ease. Ah, we servants have never seen the prince so anxious, she thought. Jiang Yuyan had no time to dwell on Fu Siyuan's concern for her. Where's Yuan Yue? And Sidu Jie? She shot a glance at Xin Yue. That Sidu Jie and his little brother seemed to have been locked in the woodshed by the prince. What? Jiang Yuyan stood up abruptly. Where's Fu Siyuan? I must find him. Ignoring Xin Yue's protests, she hurriedly slipped on her embroidered shoes. Your Highness, you cannot go. The prince instructed me that if you awaken, you must remain in bed to rest. People are locked in the woodshed. How can I still rest? Where is Fu Siyuan? Jiang Yuyan glared at Xin Yue. If you do not tell me, I will go find him myself. Your Highness, you are making it difficult for me. Xin Yue trembled at her words, almost in tears, yet she stood her ground. No, the prince said I must take good care of you. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Fu Siyuan, still clad in his black python robe, observed Jiang Yuyan standing there, her expression filled with agitation. And he could guess what had transpired. He waved his hand, signaling Xin Yue to leave. Xin Yue sighed in relief, bowing her head as she exited quickly, shutting the door behind her. Fu Siyuan let out a sigh and spoke first. Are you planning to stand there all day, Your Highness? Jiang Yuyan's face was pale as she looked at Fu Siyuan, her tone displeased. Did you lock Situ Jie and the others in the woodshed? Fu Siyuan stepped closer, taking her hand and encouraging her to sit down. Though reluctant, she complied and sat obediently on the bed. Fu Siyuan squeezed her hand gently. Rest assured, they are in the guest room. Observing Jiang Yuyan's skeptical expression, he continued, there are many eyes around. To avoid unnecessary complications, I instructed them to maintain a unified story, claiming they are locked in the woodshed. Fu Siyuan smiled. I hope this answer satisfies you, Your Highness. Thinking of Erden and Guzi, Jiang Yuyan felt her eyes welling with tears again. Fu Siyuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer. I have already commanded a proper burial for them. He lowered his chin to rest against Jiang Yuyan's head, and she felt the strength of his embrace intensify. Confused, Jiang Yuyan looked up at Fu Siyuan, finally noticing that he had not changed out of his python robe. Fu Siyuan, you. She stepped out of his embrace, furrowing her brow at his attire. Are you going to see the emperor this late? Indeed. How could I let the crown prince bully you without consequence? Fu Siyuan replied. Jiang Yuyan knew all too well the emperor's attitude towards his son from her previous life. The emperor would not meet him at this late hour. Yet Fu Siyuan risked reprimand to seek justice for her, which stirred an indescribable sadness within her. She grasped his hand gently, speaking softly, Fu Siyuan, will you stay with me a while longer? Looking at his handsome, strong visage, she forced a smile. I fear being alone without you. Fu Siyuan was taken aback. It seems today events have indeed frightened her. He nodded, helping her lie down, tenderly tucking the covers around her. Once he ensured she was comfortable, he lay down beside her, fully clothed. When Jiang Yuyan awoke again, the sun had risen high. She reached out, finding the space beside her empty. Rubbing her hair, she realized she had slept deeply, unaware of when Fu Siyuan had left. Xinyue entered carrying a basin of water, and, upon seeing Jiang Yuyan sitting up, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are awake. Are you hungry? Would you like breakfast?" Jiang Yuyan nodded, her voice hoarse. "Please pour me a glass of water first." After Xinyue poured the water and handed it to her, Jiang Yuyan felt her throat ease. "You seem much better today," Xinyue remarked, relieved. "The prince mentioned you experienced a very distressing event last night and advised me to engage you in conversation to divert your attention." Knowing she lacked the skill to cheer Jiang Yuyan up, Xinyue wished for Yuan Yue's presence. As she pondered, she continued to chatter away. "Your Highness, would you prefer lotus seed and lean meat porridge for breakfast, or should I have Sunnerpang make some scallion pancakes with yogurt soup? Or perhaps let Granny Zhang prepare some exquisite pastries? Oh, and the prince ordered the kitchen to procure durian this morning, so we should have durian pastries tonight." You may decide, Jiang Yuyan sighed. While appreciating Xinyue's good intentions, she lacked the heart to engage in such trivial matters. "Your Highness, you should know that the prince went to the palace before dawn. His concern for you is evident," Xinyue continued. "What would you like for lunch?" Jiang Yuyan interrupted Xinyue's incessant chatter. Xinyue finally paused, glancing at Jiang Yuyan, who appeared contemplative. "Does the princess wish to see them? This might bring up her sorrow again." Jiang Yuyan lowered her gaze. "What does it matter? One must always look forward. Besides, I'm not one to shy away." Seeing Xinyue's conflicted expression, she managed a faint smile. "Do not worry, I know my heart. One must always look ahead." Hearing Jiang Yuyan's reassurance, Xinyue sighed in relief. "Very well, I shall take you there shortly." Jiang Yuyan shook her head firmly. "Not shortly, but now." Reluctantly, Xinyue nodded and cautioned, "Your Highness, one of them seems quite aggressive. If he speaks out of turn, please do not take it to heart." Jiang Yuyan nodded. Situ Jie and Hinyo were staying in the east wing of the western courtyard of the prince's residence. After yesterday's events, Hinyo and Situ Jie had developed a bond of brotherhood. "Brother Jie, from now on, Hinyo, will follow you wherever you go," Hinyo declared, filled with resolve. Situ Jie, disheartened, shook his head. "Do not follow me. You see, just one day with me has brought about such calamity." The memory of Erden and Guzi's tragic demise cast a shadow over them both, plunging them into silence. After a long pause, Hinyo suddenly stood up. "Damn it, I might as well end it all." Upon concluding his statement, he forcefully slammed his hand on the table. Situ Jie cast a sidelong glance at him, furrowing his brow as he spoke in a somber tone. "Hinyo, have you forgotten what I told you last night?" Hinyo's chest heaved with anger. He gasped heavily, his voice deep and resonant. "Jie Ge, how could I possibly forget? It's merely that the speaker may be careless while the listener is attentive. And then there's that saying about calamity arising from one's words. Brother, I remember, but our lives are at stake. Can you just speak recklessly?" Situ Jie, without mercy, pierced through his words. Hinyo immediately fell silent. With a sigh, Situ Jie reminded him, "Remember to be cautious and prudent in your speech and actions." No sooner had he finished than Jiang Yuyan's voice rang out from outside, urging Hinyo to speak plainly. Jiang Yuyan, hands tucked into her sleeves, gracefully entered the room alongside Xinyue. Hinyo and Situ Jie exchanged glances, their minds echoing the same thought. "Why is she here?" Before Situ Jie could respond, Hinyo interjected, "Oh, I thought it was someone of importance. Turns out it is the esteemed Princess Rei. We have failed to welcome you properly, and hope you won't hold it against us." His tone was unfriendly, provocatively gazing at Jiang Yuyan, then pausing before adding, My apologies, I forgot. This is the Rue Wang Fu, your domain. You can come and go as you please, can't you?" Jiang Yuyan stood still, absorbing Hinyo's barbed remarks. Xinyue, unable to tolerate his tone, stepped forward to shield Jiang Yuyan. "How can you speak like that?" Hinyo shot her a glance and burst into laughter. "Indeed, within the confines of the Rue Wang Fu, can one not act as they please at the behest of the princess? My brother has fallen, and I'm not afraid. Come on, Hinyo." As Hinyo grew increasingly agitated, Situ Jie could no longer contain himself. "Yige, I fear nothing now. Having power and wealth, is impressive. But she caused Erdan and the others to perish. What do you intend to do? Hinyo, the dead cannot be resurrected. Situ Jie lamented. All I know is that if it weren't for her, they would still be alive. We were merely brothers for a day, and they were so good. Tears began to fall from Hinyo's eyes as he spoke. Jiang Yuyan's eyes reddened, her voice choking back tears as she was about to speak, when suddenly the door was kicked open with great force. Jiang Qingfei burst in, swiftly positioning himself before the others could react. He seized Hinyo by the collar, growling, "Say that again." Hinyo was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, stumbling backward. Yet he stood his ground, defiantly holding his head high despite Jiang Qingfei's intimidating presence. I want to say, it was her who harmed. Before Hinyo could finish, Jiang Qingfei's fist struck hard against his chest. My sister let you speak. My sister let you speak. Not satisfied with just one blow, Jiang Qingfei raised his fist again, ready to strike once more. Just as his fist was about to collide with Hinyo's chest, a pair of long hands suddenly reached out from the side, catching his fist forcefully. Situ Jie glared at Jiang Qingfei, his voice stern. Dare to lay a hand on my brother and see what happens. Chapter 79. Brotherhood. Jiang Qingfei was momentarily stunned when Situ Jie caught his fist with bare hands. Although he was unaware of the newcomer's identity, he would not allow anyone to bully Hinyo. Feeling an emptiness in his chest, Hinyo retreated, positioning himself to the side. Jiang Qingfei smirked slightly. You talk tough, but lack real strength. Allowing your brother to spout nonsense, you share in the blame. This person possesses considerable martial skills. He managed to catch my punch. Being a martial arts enthusiast himself, Jiang Qingfei felt a thrill seeing someone with comparable prowess. He did not care whether Situ Jie was willing to engage or not. Situ Jie, feeling frustrated, had initially intended to avoid conflict, but Jiang Qingfei's relentless attacks forced him to retreat step by step. He began with a defensive stance, but gradually he realized that Jiang Qingfei was genuinely testing his limits. Those who practice martial arts, especially skilled practitioners, often share a mutual respect. Given the events of the past few days, Situ Jie found himself increasingly vexed. Thus, he shifted his approach, transitioning from defense to offense. Noticing Situ Jie's seriousness, Jiang Qingfei's smile widened imperceptibly. My master always says that one's skills reveal one's character. I never understood it before, but now I seem to grasp it. As he engaged seriously with Situ Jie, he scrutinized this young man before him. I wonder who he is? His martial arts are quite refined, and he certainly doesn't seem a villain. Rather, he resembles a cultured scholar. With these thoughts, Jiang Qingfei felt an inexplicable sense of regret for not having met him sooner. Situ Jie, meanwhile, was equally preoccupied. While diligently countering Jiang Qingfei's moves, he pondered who this individual might be. Who could he be? He mentioned his sister. Could he be the brother of the Princess Rue? I never expected her to have such a brother. This person's martial arts are remarkable and masterfully controlled. Although his attacks are fierce, he exercises restraint, neither harming me nor appearing weak. Is this what my master referred to as possessing the demeanor of a great general? With this realization, Situ Jie regarded Jiang Qingfei with newfound admiration and respect. They had fought their way from the room into the courtyard. Xin Yue was anxiously pacing. Why is young Master Jiang fighting with his bandit leader? What are we to do? She looked to Jiang Yuyan for assistance. Princess, please tell them to stop. Jiang Yuyan observed the two combatants in the courtyard, shaking her head. My brother is a martial arts enthusiast, as is Situ Jie. It is rare for them to encounter an equal. A sparring match is beneficial. Moreover, in their previous lives, dueling was a commonplace occurrence. There is nothing wrong with this. The only downside was that the progression of events in this life had far exceeded her expectations. What should not have happened had occurred, and what was destined to happen occurred prematurely. Even in this second life, it proved true that life is like chess, and the affairs of the world are unpredictable. They both gasped for breath, staring intently at one another. Simultaneously, they withdrew their strength, stepping aside. Jiang Qingfei flexed his wrist and stretched his limbs before cupping his fists in salute to Situ Jie. Introducing himself, I am Jiang Qingfei, the brother of Jiang Yuyan. May I ask how to address you, my friend? Situ Jie, having retracted his fists, was taken aback by Jiang Qingfei's forthrightness. His fondness for Jiang Qingfei grew. After a brief moment of surprise, he returned the salute, saying, I am Situ Jie, a humble commoner. So you are the brother of the princess. I must apologize for any offense I caused earlier. Jiang Qingfei would never hold a grudge. He was pleased to find someone with whom he shared a similar disposition and comparable abilities. He grinned widely and quickly replied, Not at all. I was the one who instigated this matter, and I should be the one to apologize first. I dare not. Jiang Qingfei had little sense of class distinction. He enjoyed befriending those with talent. However, since the incident with Su Hong, he had become more cautious in his friendships. Jiang Qingfei stepped forward, patting Situ Jie on the shoulder, saying, I am not one for pretenses, but I do not spare the cunning. Your skills are extraordinary, and your techniques are pure. You are a rare talent indeed. Jiang Qingfei spoke sincerely, and it was the truth. He scrutinized Situ Jie earnestly, then paused before saying thus, Brother Situ need not refer to himself as a mere commoner in my presence. If one must claim to be a commoner, then I, Jiang Qingfei, would be the foremost among them. Observing her brother drifting further from the point, Jiang Yuyan cleared her throat and asked, Brother, what brings you here? Only then did Jiang Qingfei recall the purpose of his early visit to the Rue Wangfu. He scanned Jiang Yuyan twice to confirm her well-being before continuing. However, it appears you are not in any great trouble after all. Damn those bandits. If they fall into my hands, I shall show them what I'm capable of. The bandit leader, Situ Jie, lowered his head, his complexion pale. Jiang Yuyan sighed. Brother, it is not as you think. I do not know why the rumors outside are so, but in truth, they saved me. After Jiang Yuyan recounted the events in detail to Jiang Qingfei, he stared in astonishment at Situ Jie, seated across from him. So, it was you who saved my sister, and then your brother, Erdan, rescued you? Situ Jie nodded, lamenting inwardly, in truth, I owe Erdan my life, yet he is alone, without parents. This debt of gratitude, I, Situ Jie, can only repay in my next life. Hearing his thoughts, Jiang Yuyan felt a stir in her heart. He owes Erdan a life, yet I, too, owe him a life. Lost in thought, she noticed her brother rising to his feet once more, clasping his fists in salute to Situ Jie, saying, Thank you, Brother Situ, for saving my sister. This favor is truly beyond repayment. I was unaware of your character before and may have offended you. I hope you do not take it to heart. Not at all. Brother Jiang, you overstate the matter, Situ Jie replied. Jiang Qingfei blinked, as if struck by inspiration. Since Brother Situ and I hit it off so well, and now you have saved my sister, how about? Jiang Yuyan paused, turning to her brother. Their eyes met, and they instantly understood each other's thoughts. How about we become sworn brothers? Chapter 8. The sky is about to change. Situ Jie stared in disbelief at the two siblings, Jiang Qingfei and Jiang Yuyan. They are truly unlike the noble sons and daughters I have encountered. However, as a mere commoner, and now bearing the title of a bandit, it seems inappropriate to forge such a bond with them. He looked apologetically at Jiang Qingfei. I am honored by your affection, but I fear I am unworthy to be considered a brother to you. Are you worried about implicating us? If anyone is to be implicated, it is I who has implicated you, Jiang Yuyan interjected, perceiving Situ Jie's true feelings. You owe Erdan a life, and I too owe you a life. Situ Jie shook his head. I asked that the princess refrain from mentioning this matter again. Had it been anyone else, I would have responded the same way. Thus, the princess does not owe me anything, so please do not take it to heart. Jiang Yuyan blinked. In my past life, you were my elder brother, and in this life, it is destined to be the same. Just as she was about to speak, her brother could no longer contain himself. Brother Situ, you do not understand my sister. We wish to become sworn brothers, not only because you saved her life, but also due to your admirable character, which remains untarnished by adversity. Jiang Qingfei wiped his fists. Moreover, your martial prowess is truly commendable. I, Jiang Qingfei, choose my allies not by family background, but by character and ability. If you continue to refuse our offer, it may be perceived as disdain. Situ Jie's lips twitched slightly, hastily saying, I would not dare. Jiang Qingfei interrupted, Look, you've referred to yourself as a commoner again. Jiang Yuyan chimed in, Indeed. Brother Situ, it is rare to see my brother so fond of someone. Situ Jie sighed inwardly. Very well. After leaving my master, I am all alone. Gaining another family is indeed a blessing. With this thought, he clasped his fists toward Jiang Qingfei and Jiang Yuyan, saying then, I am honored to become sworn siblings with you both today. Upon hearing his agreement, Jiang Qingfei beamed broadly. Indeed. May I ask how old you are this year? Oh, I have just reached my coming-of-age year, Situ Jie replied. I am a year older than brother Jiang, precisely 21. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Jiang Qingfei clapped his hands in delight. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Situ Jie. Elder brother, please accept my homage. Jiang Yuyan, thrilled at having gained an elder brother ahead of time, found the exchange between the two men amusing and laughed heartily. Is this what they call a bond formed through conflict? After speaking, she too bowed to Situ Jie, sweetly addressing him as elder brother. Sister, Situ Jie replied, somewhat taken aback. I truly feel as though I am dreaming. Jiang Qingfei remarked, perhaps this is destiny. He patted Situ Jie's shoulder, elder brother. Our father is not at home today. You must come to the Jiang residence in due time. Imagining my father suddenly gaining another son, he would surely be overjoyed. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Yes, elder brother, please stay here for now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. After saying this, she gazed thoughtfully toward the entrance. The prince has entered the palace this morning. I wonder how things stand now. Observing Situ Jie, a Furomedbro. She hoped for the best. The sky is about to change. In her past life, the crown prince held a status in the emperor's eyes that Fu Siyuan could never match. Outside in Chung Hall, Fu Siyuan donned a black python robe with a waist adorned by a matching golden silk belt. His hair was pulled up high and secured with a simple white jade hairpin. Standing tall and straight, his demeanor exuded both charm and an innate nobility. Passing palace maids cast shy glances at him, their cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. One maid nudged another. Ah, is that the Rui Wang? He is truly handsome. The second maid, blushing, lowered her head and said, do not stare. Let us hurry away. Fearing her companion's lingering gaze, she leaned closer and whispered, you haven't heard. Have you? Heard what? The first maid inquired curiously. The elder palace maid say that our emperor is not fond of this Rui Wang. It has only improved slightly in recent years. She cast another furtive glance at Fu Siyuan, standing outside in Chung Hall. Look, he's been standing out there for so long, yet the emperor has not summoned him. Had it been the crown prince or anyone else, they would have been called in promptly. The first maid's brow furrowed slightly. She regarded the second maid, who appeared to know more. But I think Rui Wang is better than the crown prince. Hush! The second maid interjected, alarmed. She cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Once assured no one was listening, her face pale, she whispered, Kai-he, you are courting death. If the crown prince hears that, you will surely suffer a terrible fate. She swallowed hard and, in a conspiratorial tone, added, let me tell you, do not be fooled by the crown prince's seemingly gentle demeanor. In truth, suddenly, she glanced at an elderly eunuch who turned the corner, quickly silencing herself and lowering her head. Kai-he, seeing her alarmed reaction, also hurriedly lowered her head. The eunuch strode briskly past them. After a few steps, he halted abruptly, his gaze dark as he scrutinized the two maids. Which palace do you serve? The second maid, trembling and cold sweat running down her back, stammered in fear. It was the palace maid named Kai, he who first reacted. We are from Yonlan Palace, Master Wanfu. After speaking, she tugged at Maid B's sleeve, and Maid B understood, gracefully bowing alongside Kai, he to the elderly eunuch. The eunuch nodded in satisfaction. All right, you may leave for now. Yes, yes. Once the elderly eunuch had walked far away, Maid B's legs buckled, leaning against Kai-he. You scare me to death, Kai-he, she said, clutching her still racing heart, her complexion pale. Kai-he gazed towards the direction where the eunuch had vanished, curiously asking, Ding Xiang, who was that just now? You looked utterly terrified. Ding Xiang wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and whispered, he is the personal eunuch by the crown prince's side. As if recalling something unpleasant, Ding Xiang tugged at Kai-he's sleeve. Let us hurry and leave. It's not safe here. Chapter 81. I will not allow your nightmare to come true in the latter half of the month of Fuyue. The emperor in Anqing Palace was in a furious rage. He ordered the crown prince to be confined in Chushu Palace for reflection, while publicly declaring that the crown prince was ill and required rest, forbidding any palace personnel from visiting. What a farce, pretending to be ill and needing rest. Outside, Fu Siyuan, who had been waiting for half an hour, felt his temper flare upon hearing the imperial edict. Clenching his fists, he was about to storm into Anqing Palace to confront his father directly. Fortunately, Jiang Kai, who had been by his side, restrained him. Your Highness, calm down. Please calm down. Fu Siyuan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and turned to his father-in-law, asking sullenly, "Why does the Chancellor stop me?" Jiang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to step aside for a private conversation. The palace is full of eyes and ears. Every action can be easily misinterpreted. Fu Siyuan nodded and followed the Chancellor to a secluded corner of the corridor. Once assured that no one was eavesdropping, Fu Siyuan darkened his expression, remaining silent. Jiang Kai continued, "Your Highness, your concern is leading to confusion. The Crown Prince's confinement in Chushu Palace is a form of punishment for him." Jiang Kai's words slightly cooled Fu Siyuan's anger. When did my concern for Jiang Yuyan surpass my own? However, recalling how Jiang Yuyan had nearly lost her life to the Crown Prince's arrow, along with the 3 innocent lives on Yukia Mountain, Fu Siyuan's momentary calm was reignited with fury. The Emperor's favoritism towards Crown Prince Fu Haochen was undeniable. Disappointment laced his voice. "I have always known that my father disapproves of me, but I never anticipated that it would reach this point, with my father still protecting the Crown Prince. Your Highness, please be cautious with your words," the Chancellor sighed, reminding him. "This matter concerns the nation's heir. His Majesty has his own thoughts on the issue. Fortunately, Yuyan is unharmed. Otherwise, Fu Siyuan looked at the few strands of silver in Jiang Kai's hair and asked, "What would you do otherwise?" Jiang Kai forced a smile. "Otherwise, I would feel guilty towards Yuyan's mother." "Is that all?" Fu Siyuan fixed his gaze on Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he reluctantly replied, "You saw what transpired in Anqing Palace. I did try to argue, but His Majesty's mind is made up." After a moment's reflection, he spoke earnestly, "Your Highness, let this matter rest for the time being." With that, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Fu Siyuan. "What are you doing, Chancellor?" Fu Siyuan quickly reached out to support him. "I have an unreasonable request. Previously, I wished for you to stay away from court affairs and power struggles, but it seems that is no longer possible. The heavens are changing. Regardless of what happens in the future, please take care of yourself and your daughter." Fu Siyuan grasped the Chancellor's hand, stating, "Rest assured, father-in-law. I promise you, such events as yesterday will never occur again." Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Inside Chushu Palace, Crown Prince Fu Haochen sat before a table, one hand holding a book and the other a black chess piece, deep in thought as he faced the chessboard. A eunuch entered, bowing and whispering a few words in the Crown Prince's ear. Fu Haochen casually tossed the black chess piece aside, scattering all the pieces on the board. He looked at the eunuch with a half-smile. "Su Hong, how well do you think I played this game?" Su Hong lowered his head, fawning, "Your Highness, you played exceptionally well." "Ha ha," the Crown Prince laughed, appearing quite pleased. He took out a small white jade vial from his robe and tossed it to the eunuch. "This antidote is for you." Su Hong clutched the small vial like a treasure, hurriedly kneeling in thanks. "Thank you for your grace, Your Highness." The Crown Prince nodded in satisfaction. "I do appreciate loyal subjects like you." Just as Su Hong was about to express further gratitude, a voice called from outside Chushu Palace. "The Empress has arrived." The Crown Prince glanced at Su Hong, still standing nearby, and waved his hand. "All right, you may leave for now." The Empress, in her rare, energetic manner, entered without waiting for Fu Haochen to pay his respects. She pulled him up directly. "Chen Heir, what time is it? And you still have a mind to greet your mother?" The Crown Prince looked at the Empress, regaining his usual genteel demeanor. "It is only right for a son to greet his mother, no matter the time." The Empress frowned. "What time is it? And you're still trying to amuse your mother? Your father has ordered you confined in this Chushu Palace." The thought of her beloved son being locked away in the palace for an indeterminate time made the Empress gnash her teeth in anger. The Crown Prince shrugged nonchalantly, assisting the Empress to sit at the table. "Being confined is no issue. How else would I understand my position in my father's eyes? You are being ridiculous. Just to prove your place in your father's heart. You." The Empress inhaled sharply in frustration. "And now you have proven it? Are you satisfied?" The Crown Prince gently rubbed the Empress's back, soothing her. "Do not be angry, mother. Let me explain. If you do not provide a satisfactory answer, I shall not spare you today." The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. "Mother would never dare." "Speak, I am listening. I am curious to hear what you have to say." The crown prince smiled and said, "It's just that I had a strange dream." The empress's brows furrowed slightly as she reached out to feel his forehead, muttering to herself, "No fever, though." The crown prince took her hand from his forehead, speaking earnestly, "Mother, I assure you, I do not have a fever." "Without a fever? Why speak such nonsense? What does it have to do with dreams?" The crown prince, however, maintained a serious expression. "Mother, I dreamt that many years later, the woman from Rue Wangfu would trample us beneath her feet." The empress stared at her son as if he were possessed, worry etched on her face as she asked, "Chen heir, do not frighten your mother. Are you truly all right?" The crown prince sighed. "I know that by sharing this dream, you will not believe me. You will think of it as just a dream. Yet, I would rather believe it to be true than false." Listening to her son, the empress inquired, "So, you chased her to Yukio Mountain, intending to kill her in one fell swoop?" Fu Haochen nodded. "Yes, mother, as you know, I would rather wrongly kill 100 than let one escape." He clenched his teeth, his expression fierce. "But I never expected to be interrupted by Fu Siyuan, just a hair's breadth away." Chen heir, the empress gently patted his hand, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort him. Fortunately, Fu Haochen did not require her consolation. He had turned to comfort her instead. "Empress, although that woman has not been eliminated for the time being, this incident has made me, the crown prince, acutely aware of my standing in my father's eyes." He lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for the empress. "The son shall not visit the temple." He gazed at the empress with a knowing look. "Therefore, the son has an insignificant request." How could a mother be unaware of her son's thoughts? The empress gently patted Fu Haochen's hand. "Rest assured, it is merely a trivial matter, and I shall ensure that your nightmares do not materialize." Upon hearing the empress's consent, the crown prince smiled obediently and said, "I knew it. Mother is always the best to me." Chapter 82. Lotus Water Lanterns Achu, in the Rue Wangfu. While basking in the sun and savoring durian pastries, Jiang Yuyan suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Yuan Yu looked at her in surprise and asked, "My lady, what is the matter?" Jiang Yuyan rubbed her nose and curiously turned to glance at her back. "How strange. Why do I feel a chill on my back?" Yuan Yu hurried inside to fetch a thin silk cloak and draped it over Jiang Yuyan's shoulders, chattering away, "Do not let the current heat fool you. The temperature varies greatly in the morning and evening, so take care not to catch a cold." "No." After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Yuan Yu and said, "Please prepare 2 water lanterns for me." Yuan Yu froze, opened her mouth, but could not utter a word. Eventually, she nodded and went to fulfill Jiang Yuyan's request. There are rumors in Xia that while the deceased may leave this world, their souls endure. If no one remembers them, they are likely to become nameless, wandering spirits, bullied in the underworld. Yuan Yu understood that Jiang Yuyan's request for water lanterns was meant for Erdan and Gozi. She had initially thought to advise her that such a trivial task could be entrusted to others, but considering it was a matter close to Jiang Yuyan's heart, if she did not take part, her already uneasy conscience would only be further burdened with guilt. Thus, she held her tongue. After all, having shared life and death with Erdan and Gozi, Yuan Yu, too, harbored a desire to partake. The city of Jingdu is built around a river, and the distance from Rue Wangfu to the riverbank is not far. Once Yuan Yu prepared the water lanterns, Jiang Yuyan took her along, carrying the lotus-shaped lanterns as they stepped outside. In the sultry summer night, the moon shone faintly. Jiang Yuyan removed her hair ornaments, leaving only a jade hairpin to loosely gather her dark tresses. Her naturally fair complexion, clad in simple attire, made her appear like an ethereal maiden stepped out of a painting, evoking a sense of tenderness. The young girl, with her bright eyes and white teeth, accompanied by her maid, each holding a lotus water lantern, drew the attention of passers-by. Surely, someone important has departed from their home. The once bustling street gradually hushed, as everyone instinctively quieted, fearing to disrupt the tranquil scene that resembled a painting. Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu arrived at the riverbank. A gentle breeze lifted the stray strands of hair from her forehead. She inhaled deeply the mildly cool night air and then crouched down, placing the lotus water lantern she had been cradling in her hands onto the ground. Observing this, Yuan Yu hastily took out a fire stick from her sleeve and lit it. Jiang Yuyan shielded the wick of the lantern with her hand until the flickering flame steadied. Once both lotus water lanterns were alight, Jiang Yuyan released her hands, clasped them together in prayer before the lanterns, silently articulating words of remembrance to the heavens. Just as her hands fell, she heard Yuan Yu's thoughts echoing in her mind. Dan, go Z, grievances have their roots. If you have any spirit left in the realm of the living, remember to seek revenge on that scoundrel crown prince. Please do not come looking for me and the lady. Jiang Yuyan felt a surge of annoyance. Yet Yuan Yu continued in her thoughts, especially for the lady. She has been worn thin with grief over your matters. Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to mentally scold Yuan Yu, she heard her change the subject. Done. Go Z, as I mentioned that day. When you arrive in Jingdu, I will take you to enjoy the crispy chicken, pepper-salted duck, and sweet and sour pork knuckles at Shunning Restaurant. Alas, now there are no opportunities left. You do not know. Although it appears that the lady and I are managing well these past few days, our hearts are heavy with sorrow. We are merely putting on brave faces. If only that incident had never occurred, I could have taken you to savor delicious food. Hearing this, Jiang Yuyan's fleeting annoyance dissipated. She sighed and gazed at the lotus water lanterns before her, pondering how this girl, seemingly carefree, was actually sensitive and fragile within. After all, compared to her, who had lived 2 lifetimes, Yuan Yu was indeed quite resilient. Jiang Yuyan opened her eyes and focused on Yuan Yu's profile. Perhaps I should find an excuse to comfort her. Just then, Yuan Yu's previously silent thoughts resurfaced. All right, my lady. As soon as she spoke, Yuan Yu pointed at the river ahead. My lady, look over there. Someone else is releasing water lanterns too. Jiang Yuyan followed the direction of Yuan Yu's finger and spotted 3 gently swaying lotus water lanterns on the river surface. Following the lanterns, her gaze landed on the riverbank nearby. The owner of the lanterns seemed to have noticed others were also releasing lanterns. His eyes followed the long embankment until they met Jiang Yuyan's gaze. Sister, what are you doing here so late? Brother, you are here too. Situya, staring at the lotus water lanterns on the river, knowingly asked, was that lantern you released? Jiang Yuyan nodded. She pointed to the 3 lanterns not far away, perplexed, and inquired, Brother, why did you release 3 lanterns? A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed Situ Jie's eyes, almost imperceptibly, yet Jiang Yuyan caught it. In that instant, she realized she had asked an inappropriate question akin to reopening an old wound. Thus, she hurriedly said, I am sorry, brother. I did not mean to. Situ Jie paused, then shook his head. He gazed gently at Jiang Yuyan. Since she is now my sister too, as my family, she has the right to know my past. He sighed, looking up at the star-filled night sky. Perhaps, if Tingting knew I had gained another sister, she would be happy for me. Tingting? Who is she? And why have I never heard Situ Jie mention her in my past life? Situ Jie looked at Jiang Yuyan and said, actually, before entering the Master's fold, I had another sister. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Yuyan. She looked at Situ Jie, cautiously asking, is she still here? The man seemed lost in thought, pursing his lips as he slowly shook his head. She is no longer here. Chapter 83. He is your uncle, it turns out. 15 years ago, Xia faced a severe drought. At that time, Situ Jie was merely a 6-year-old boy, while his sister was only 3. In an era when survival depended on the whims of nature, prolonged drought proved to be a devastating blow to their agrarian lifestyle. Thus, in a state of desperation, Situ Jie's father made a monumental decision to lead his family far away from their homeland. The years of drought had driven many desperate souls down a path of violence and crime. Unsurprisingly, they encountered numerous such individuals, yet most were merely thieves. Until that fateful day when a drunken man plunged a sharp knife into Situ Jie's father's abdomen. Upon witnessing this, his mother rushed forward in a frenzy. However, a woman could hardly contend with a drunken brute. Thus, after slaying his father, the drunkard also took the life of his mother. Smiled as he raised both hands, his tone calm, as if recounting a matter unrelated to himself. Do you know? That was the first time I took a life. I was terrified then. Yes, I personally killed that drunkard who turned my sister and me into orphans, and my hatred for him runs deep. Jiang Yuyan's eyes trembled. It turned out that her elder brother had such a difficult past. Those sealed memories were an indescribable pain in his heart, like a scar deeply embedded in his soul, bleeding anew each time it was uncovered. Because my sister and I were too young, afraid of encountering bad people on the road, I led her into the dense forest. That day, as usual, I wished to enter the woods to find some wild fruits. My sister refused to come, so I had to leave her behind, instructing her not to wander off, to wait for me right there. And then, what happened to her? Jiang Yuyan asked. When he spoke of his parents, Situ Jia's emotions remained steady, but when mentioning his sister, his eyes reddened slightly. Brother, are you all right? Jiang Yuyan asked with concern, pondering how to conclude this sorrowful topic for Situ Jia. Yet, he showed no intention of ending it. Situ Jia shook his head, indicating he was fine, and continued. I searched the entire forest and found no trace of her. Later, by a river not far away, I found her little shoe. Situ Jia turned his face away, concealing the tears in his eyes. After a moment, he said, I found nothing. My sister is gone. Jiang Yuyan's eyes brightened as she comforted him. Perhaps, brother, you need not be sad. Perhaps Tingting was rescued by kind-hearted people. He managed a weak smile. You need not comfort me. After so many years, I have long accepted this reality. The atmosphere grew heavy, but seeing Situ Jia smile, Jiang Yuyan also relaxed. Breaking into a grin, she sweetly called out, Brother. Brother. What is it? Situ Jia looked at her affectionately. Brother. Jiang Yuyan persistently called out. For every time she did, Situ Jia responded in kind. Eventually, he could no longer keep up with her calls. He could only smile and reach out, ruffling Jiang Yuyan's hair. Oh, Jiang Yuyan was taken aback by his sudden gesture, momentarily frozen. However, considering he was now her elder brother, ruffling his sister's hair was not inappropriate, and given his sorrow, she decided to let it slide. Jiang Yuyan's hair was soft, and Situ Jia felt an irresistible urge to touch it. Unbeknownst to them, a simple horse-drawn carriage sped down the street, drawing closer. Yuning drove the carriage, squinting at a pair of figures in the distance, and turned to Fu Siyuan sitting beside him, asking, Your Highness, is that not the princess? Fu Siyuan lifted the curtain and glanced outside, his expression darkening instantly. He barked Yuning, Stop! Whoa! Upon hearing his command, Yuning quickly pulled on the reins. Before the carriage had even come to a halt, Fu Siyuan, filled with rage, leaped from the carriage in a single bound. Your Highness! Yuning thought to slap himself for being careless, muttering under his breath, I warned you to be cautious. However, he had no choice. Fu Siyuan ignored him and strode swiftly towards Jiang Yuyan. The first to notice Fu Siyuan approaching was Yuan Yu. She promptly bowed to him, greeting Your Highness. Fu Siyuan grunted coldly, bypassing her. Yuan Yu, you traitorous wretch. Jiang Yuyan turned in surprise to look at the furious Fu Siyuan. Why had he come? It had been quite a while since she had stepped out. Huh? Before Jiang Yuyan could react, Situ Jia turned cleanly on his heel, leaving her with a stylish silhouette, and she even caught a hint of his inner mirth. Jiang Yuyan stiffly turned her head, facing Fu Siyuan who had now reached her, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Your Highness, what brings you here? Fu Siyuan took a deep breath, attempting to keep his tone calm, and replied coldly, May I not come? Of course you may. Jiang Yuyan retorted with a chuckle. Why is he so inexplicably angry? It truly unsettles me. She flatteringly remarked, There are many roads leading to Rome. Your Highness can go wherever you please. Is that not your freedom? Observing her playful demeanor, Fu Siyuan's irritation only intensified. Jiang Yuyan, do not give me that cheeky smile. I am speaking to you very seriously. This man was truly perplexing. He arrived in a huff. Jiang Yuyan rolled her eyes, deciding to ignore him. Fu Siyuan seized her hand, ominously stating, Are you still my princess? Jiang Yuyan pulled her wrist free, bewildered. I am indeed your princess. Fu Siyuan laughed in anger, pointing at Situ Jia's vanishing figure and exclaiming, Knowing you are my princess, yet you are still clinging to another man. Jiang Yuyan looked at Fu Siyuan in surprise, suddenly enlightened. She pointed at the already disappeared Situ Jia and said, Fu Siyuan, he is not just any man. He is your brother-in-law. Chapter 84. Fu Siyuan, are you jealous? My brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? When did this happen? Jiang Yuyan smiled coyly. Just this morning, my brother forged a brotherly bond with him. Now he is also my elder brother. Fu Siyuan raised an eyebrow. He truly has become my brother-in-law? Jiang Yuyan nodded. Observing the softening of Fu Siyuan's expression, she countered, Fu Siyuan, are you feeling jealous? A trace of embarrassment surfaced on Fu Siyuan's face, and he hurriedly denied it. I am not. I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Jiang Yuyan had never seen Fu Siyuan like this and burst into laughter. She teased, still denying it? Look at how red your face is. The man shot her a glare, turning his face away in frustration. Jiang Yuyan continued to chatter. Who would have thought that a dignified prince could blush? I must say, you look rather handsome when you blush. I will. Fu Siyuan turned to look at her incessantly chattering lips. How annoying. A sudden thought struck him, and he leaned forward, sealing her lips with his own. Jiang Yuyan, taken aback, widened her eyes, staring at the magnificently enlarged face before her. The man seemed unsatisfied with just that. He gently cradled the back of her head with his right hand, deepening the kiss. You hush. So many people are watching. Yuan Yu stifled a giggle, tactfully pulling Yu Ning away as they quickly turned. Jiang Yuyan felt despondent. How embarrassing. This was utterly mortifying. By the time Fu Siyuan released her, Jiang Yuyan had melted into a puddle. He ignored her furious glare and, with a hint of apology, brushed his hand over her now swollen lips. In the next moment, he bent slightly, wrapping his arm around her knees, lifting her effortlessly. Jiang Yuyan, losing her balance, instinctively clutched his neck. Fu Siyuan, put me down. I can walk on my own. Fu Siyuan paid her no heed, firmly holding her as he strode towards the carriage. Without needing to look, Jiang Yuyan knew Yuan Yu and Yu Ning were undoubtedly snickering at her. Yuan Yu squealed like a groundhog. The princess is so fortunate. Jiang Yuyan allowed Fu Siyuan to embrace her, burying her blushing face in his chest, feeling utterly embarrassed. Once they finally boarded the carriage, she sat up slightly in his arms and gently pushed against his chest, signaling him to let her down. The man squinted his eyes slightly, leaning closer to her. Sensing the hint of danger, Jiang Yuyan instinctively pressed her waist back. Fu Siyuan glanced at her with a cold snort, pondering whether she truly disliked being close to him. Jiang Yuyan felt a shiver run down her spine. She half opened her eyes and stole a glance at the man before her, relieved to see that he made no further movements and appeared to be resting with his back against the carriage, allowing her to exhale quietly. She comforted herself, thinking it wasn't so bad to be in his embrace. The carriage moved leisurely along its path. As they neared the Rue Wangfu, Jiang Yuyan was contemplating waking Fu Siyuan when she felt his large hand around her waist tighten slightly. Fu Siyuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling much clearer after a brief slumber. Jiang Yuyan spoke softly. Your Highness, please let me down. I can walk on my own. She had sensed his fatigue since they boarded the carriage. This time, Fu Siyuan did not refuse. He released his grip on her waist and instead took her small hand. Jiang Yuyan was momentarily stunned but did not reject him, thinking it was best to let him have his way. She stood up, pulling at his hand, but noticed Fu Siyuan remained seated, unmoving. What is the matter, Your Highness? We've arrived. Fu Siyuan merely replied, still showing no intention of getting up. Your Highness? Noticing his stillness, Jiang Yuyan turned her head with growing concern. I feel a bit dizzy, he confessed. Hearing this, Jiang Yuyan quickly knelt before him, closely examining his complexion. Your Highness, are you all right? Please wait. I will fetch Dr. He immediately. As she attempted to withdraw her hand from his grasp, she found it impossible. Fu Siyuan had already stood up, wrapping his arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulder, speaking weakly. Princess, there is no need to call for Dr. He. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan wrapped her arms around his waist and nodded. All right. She assisted Fu Siyuan down from the carriage, and, upon seeing this, Yu Ning hurried to help. Fu Siyuan cast a disdainful glance at him. Yu Ning, with your foul sweat today, perhaps my dizziness is due to you. Startled, Yu Ning quickly took 2 steps back, sniffing himself and muttering, Strange, I don't smell bad. He then looked at the round-faced maid. Yuan Yu, do I smell? Although Yuan Yu was reluctant, she still gave him a courtesy sniff and replied, No, you don't smell bad. Yu Ning was left feeling utterly perplexed. Fu Siyuan leaned almost all his weight on Jiang Yuyan as she finally managed to get him into the room and seated him on the bed. Just as she was about to relax, the man exerted a slight force on his hand, pulling Jiang Yuyan down beside him on the bed. Your Highness, Jiang Yuyan exclaimed, trying to rise. I'll go fetch Dr. He. The man showed no intention of releasing her, instead tightening his embrace around her shoulders. No need. Jiang Yuyan dared not move. Are you all right? Fu Siyuan buried his head in her neck, murmuring softly, I'm fine, just need to rest. Will you stay with me, my princess? Jiang Yuyan looked down at the long hand resting across her chest and sighed silently. Very well, she thought, pondering whether she had any other choices. After supporting him throughout, she felt weary herself and did not wish to move. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Your Highness, please sleep. I will keep you company. Chapter 85. Fortunately not foolish the day, for the Empress Dowager's prayer was drawing closer. On this day, Yuan Yu was busy tidying up. Hey, Xiao Qing, make sure to pack these clothes. The set of cups that the princess usually uses, be careful not to break them. And over there, Jiang Yuyan held a book in her hands, watching Yuan Yu come in and out, feeling helpless as she sighed. Yuan Yu had been bustling around her since morning, making her head spin. Yuan Yu, could you please stop tidying up? We're just going to the temple. Do you really need to bring your regular cups? Is there not a single cup at the temple? Yuan Yu handed the items to Xiao Qing, placing her hands on her hips and adopting a serious demeanor as she looked at Jiang Yuyan. Princess, we're going to stay there for 2 months. We need to bring more things. But you don't need to bring that much. Jiang Yuyan protested. It looks like you are about to empty the entire palace. Yuan Yu pouted, about to retort when Fu Siyuan's voice came from outside. If the palace is emptied, I will just replenish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Siyuan lifted the beaded curtain and entered. Jiang Yuyan sat up, surprised to see him. Ever since the crown prince was confined, many responsibilities had fallen upon Fu Siyuan. Noticing that Jiang Yuyan was about to stand, he quickly approached her side. Yuan Yu, you may leave now. Without a word, Yuan Yu hurriedly took her belongings and left, closing the door of Fengxiao Pavilion behind her. Jiang Yuyan poured a cup of tea for him and offered it. Your Highness, you seem troubled. Fu Siyuan rubbed his temples. It's all about official matters. Oh, what matters? Jiang Yuyan casually inquired. Today, we were preparing military provisions, but we only managed to gather a paltry amount. When we done, supplies for the army cannot be delayed even for a day. Fu Siyuan nodded. Thus, this matter has troubled me all day. Is there no solution? There is a solution, but it will take time. At best, by the end of the month, I will resolve this troublesome matter. Jiang Yuyan sighed in relief. That's good. It will be resolved by the end of the month. She looked at Fu Siyuan and asked, Your Highness, if it will be resolved by the end of the month, why do you still look so troubled? He sighed. While it may be resolved by then, consider the quality of the provisions. Given the tight timeline, gathering such a large amount of supplies is no easy feat, especially with such unreliable people. She reached out to smooth the furrowed brow of Fu Siyuan. Your Highness, one should do their best and leave the rest to fate. You have already done your utmost. Fu Siyuan smiled, taking her hand that rested on his brow into his own. Speaking of which, I actually want to ask a favor of you today. What do you wish to say, Your Highness? Fu Siyuan pinched her cheek. This girl has gained weight recently. Her touch is even better. Jiang Yuyan frowned and swatted his hand away. Stop it. If you have something to say, just say it. Well, nothing escapes the princess's notice. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. In a few days, it will be the day of the Empress Dowager's prayer, and I won't be by your side. Jiang Yuyan burst into laughter. Fu Siyuan, you sound just like Yuan Yu. Fu Siyuan looked at her thoughtfully before exhaling deeply. Never mind, if I were like you, I would sneakily go see you. Ha ha, how pitiful. A dignified prince needing to sneak a glance at his own princess. Jiang Yuyan, I am speaking seriously. Jiang Yuyan sat up straight. Fu Siyuan, I know what you are worried about. It's only because the Empress is also attending, and you fear she will make things difficult for me. The man nodded, looking at her with approval. Fortunately, you are not foolish. Silently rolled her eyes in her heart. Wasn't this exceedingly obvious? Since the last time in the palace, she had embarrassed the Empress in front of Li Fei, causing her maternal family to incur significant losses. And now, she had directly caused that mad prince to be confined. Based on Jiang Yuyan's understanding of the Empress from her previous life, she would be lucky if the Empress didn't seek her demise. Playing petty tricks on her was nothing. However, Jiang Yuyan was unafraid. Being cautious and avoiding pitfalls was still feasible. Moreover, Jiang Yuyan looked at Fu Siyuan and comforted him. Your Highness, rest assured, I sent the Empress Dowager here. Fu Siyuan nodded. The Empress Dowager can protect you, but she cannot be by your side at all times. I understand, you need not worry. I have it under control. Speaking of the Empress Dowager, Jiang Yuyan recalled what Fu Siyuan had told her that night about the Empress Dowager. Although she had made her intentions clear last time, remaining silent on the matter, Now that the situation had escalated, her curiosity was piqued. The Empress Dowager was the most revered woman in the entire Xia. Even the emperor had to bow before her. What could she possibly lack? What could she desire that would concern Fu Siyuan? Jiang Yuyan tugged at Fu Siyuan's sleeve and tentatively inquired, "Can you share with me what you mentioned about the Empress Dowager last time?" Fu Siyuan pondered for a moment. "It's not that I can't share, but this is merely my speculation. However, better safe than sorry," he thought, and began to explain. "I grew up beside the Empress Dowager. Actually what?" Jiang Yuyan straightened her posture, her curiosity ignited. This was a rare opportunity to hear royal secrets. On the surface, the Empress Dowager appears to have no issues. But she often coughs at night. Coughs. Jiang Yuyan echoed, incredulously staring at him. "Your Highness, are you jesting with me? With so many imperial physicians in the palace, and their remarkable skills, surely they would be consulted for a cough. Is it really worth such alarm?" Yet, Fu Siyuan gazed at her with utmost seriousness. "Do you think I'm joking?" Seeing his grave expression, Jiang Yuyan slightly restrained her demeanor and, placing a hand over her lips, coughed softly. "No, I'm speaking very earnestly." She looked into Fu Siyuan's eyes. "All right, Your Highness, please continue. I shall not interrupt. I am listening intently." Chapter 86. The Deceitful Tongue of Men. Fu Siyuan sighed. "I knew you would react this way. Am I truly being overly suspicious? But after so many years, why has there been no sign of improvement for the Empress Dowager?" In truth, the Empress Dowager had seen imperial physicians, but they were at a loss. Rather than being helpless, they claimed that she had no issues whatsoever. Yet, I know that every night, when all is quiet, she tosses and turns restlessly. Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brow. "Is it that serious? She seemed fine when I last saw her." Fu Siyuan nodded. "It only occurs at night. Initially, she succumbed to our persuasion and, regardless of what the physicians advised, she was willing to consult them. But over time, she has grown reluctant to seek their help." Jiang Yuyan's eyes brightened. "So, Your Highness means to say, when I visit the temple, I should strive to obtain that Bodhi lotus seed?" Fu Siyuan sighed. "Logically, the Empress Dowager, being the Empress, should want for nothing. Yet, that Master Zhixian is particularly obstinate, insisting that only those with fate may receive it. The Princess Consort has just mentioned that one should do their part and leave the rest to fate. The Empress Dowager, being of advanced age, naturally would not contest it." Jiang Yuyan nodded. "I understand, Your Highness. You need not worry. The Empress Dowager treats me very well, and I, Jiang Yuyan, shall surely see this matter through." Fu Siyuan gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, gazing tenderly into Jiang Yuyan's eyes. "You are truly wonderful." Jiang Yuyan's eyes sparkled with clarity and beauty. Fu Siyuan, entranced by her gaze, leaned down and kissed her red lips. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yuyan quickly turned her head away. Since that night, when she resolved the misunderstanding regarding Fu Siyuan's jealousy, the man had become quite addicted to kissing her. In truth, it was not a significant matter. At worst, Jiang Yuyan could simply dismiss it as being akin to being nudged by a boar. Although the maids and servants in the residence would not speak of it, Jiang Yuyan's irritating ability to read minds allowed her to hear their mocking laughter. Even though her face was flushed with embarrassment, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide, she still had to feign strength, acting as if nothing had happened. Therefore, at this moment, seeing Fu Siyuan attempting to close the distance again, she turned her head away and placed her hand over his mouth. With a look of grievance, she said, "Fu Siyuan, I have already agreed to your request. Can you also promise me not to kiss me?" She pointed at her still slightly swollen cherry lips. "Just look, they haven't healed." The man gazed apologetically at her red lips, swallowing hard, then removed her hand from his mouth. It seemed still. He tightened his embrace around Jiang Yuyan, looking pitiful as he said, "But I am also suffering." Jiang Yuyan furrowed her brow and pushed him away in surprise. "You're suffering? Where are you suffering from?" After speaking, as if realizing something, Jiang Yuyan's expression turned wary as she stared at Fu Siyuan. Unwilling to be pushed away, Fu Siyuan clung to her again. With affectionate eyes, he tentatively proposed, "Princess Consort, why don't we take care of the main matter today?" As soon as he said this, Jiang Yuyan's temper flared. She swiftly extricated herself from Fu Siyuan's embrace, crossing her arms and stepping back 2 paces. Looking at Fu Siyuan's tender demeanor, Her voice brimmed with both threat and unease. Fusi Yuan, got him down. I'm not prepared yet. It wasn't merely that the shadows of her past weighed heavily upon her. The pain of her wedding night in this life was enough to make it a haunting memory. However, this change of heart was insufficient for her to fully accept him. Observing Jiang Yuyan's defensive posture, Fusi Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It's all right. Her time in Rue Wangfu has not been long, and her understanding of me is still shallow. Fortunately, there's still time ahead. If I push her too hard, it may backfire. Understanding the nuances, Fusi Yuan extended his hand to Jiang Yuyan. He gently took her delicate hand and brought her closer, speaking softly. If you are unwilling, I would never force you. Then do you blame me? Jiang Yuyan cautiously asked. He gazed into her eyes, affirming earnestly, I bear no blame, if you are not willing to accept me. It is certainly due to my own shortcomings. Jiang Yuyan nodded. Indeed, there are areas where you fall short. Fusi Yuan looked at her in astonishment. I merely spoke casually. Did she truly pinpoint my shortcomings? Nevertheless, heartfelt words are still heartfelt. Although Fusi Yuan thought this, he maintained a demeanor of willingness to listen and learn. He weakly inquired, what areas do I lack? Jiang Yuyan shot him a glance. Truly, the tongue of men is a deceptive thing. Were it not for her ability to hear his thoughts, she might have been ensnared by his heartfelt expressions like a lovesick girl. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuyan said, I have warned you. Do not become upset. Immediately raised 3 fingers and declared, I swear, no matter what the princess says, I shall not be angered. Observing his earnestness, Jiang Yuyan patted her chest. All right, since you have so sincerely sought my counsel, I cannot withhold the truth from you. Fusi Yuan, do you know? You grind your teeth and talk in your sleep at night. Is that something he can control? Grinding teeth and talking in one's sleep. What sort of flaw could that possibly be? Well, it might be considered a shortcoming, yet it is entirely disparate from what one has declared as shortcomings, is it not? Gazing at the mischievous smile adorning her face, he leaned forward and gently grasped Jiang Yuyan's shoulders. How mischievous! You know well the consequences of deceiving me. Unfazed, the woman before him pouted her rosy lips and reminded Fusi Yuan, Your Highness, do not forget your recent promise. Amused by Jiang Yuyan's audacity, Fusi Yuan chuckled. What did I just promise you? I have no recollection. You, facing the once dominant woman, Fusi Yuan lowered his head and pressed his lips against her soft, slightly swollen ones. Humph, you rogue Fusi Yuan. Chapter 87. A man's ambition lies beyond. It was only when Jiang Yuyan was on the verge of breathlessness that Fusi Yuan finally released her. She gasped for air, her eyes narrowing with indignation as she glared at him. The man, wearing a satisfied smile, stood up nonchalantly and adjusted his sleeves. I shall change into another set of clothes. Jiang Yuyan wiped her lips vigorously. Ouch, that hurts. This man is like a dog, biting with such force. As Fusi Yuan exited, Yuan Yu entered through the door. Princess? Jiang Yuyan, still covering her reddened lips, gazed at Yuan Yu in surprise. What is it? I just encountered young Master Situ in the courtyard. He wishes to see you, Yuan Yu replied. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. It dawned upon her that since their brotherhood with Situ Jia, he had yet to meet her father. As she contemplated this, she inquired, did he mention when? What matter does he wish to discuss? Yuan Yu nodded. He said something about the moon and the willow, that people meet after dusk. I believe that was the gist of it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuan Yu scratched her head, looking apologetically at Jiang Yuyan. Forgive me, princess. You know I can hardly read. As the moon hangs over the willow's tip, people meet after dusk, Jiang Yuyan corrected her. Yes, that's it. The moon hangs over the willow's tip. People meet after dusk, Yuan Yu exclaimed, giving Jiang Yuyan a thumbs up. You are truly impressive, princess. You grasped it immediately. Yuan Yu continued. Young Master Situ mentioned he wished to bid farewell. Bidding farewell? Jiang Yuyan jolted upright. Is he not comfortable here? Why does he wish to depart? Yuan Yu shook her head in confusion. I am not certain, but I asked him the same question. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized Yuan Yu's face and pressed. What did he say? He did not say much, merely mentioned the moon and willow and asked me to relay that to you. Sighing, Jiang Yuyan replied, Very well, I understand. Yuan Yu likely could not extract much more information. Rising, Jiang Yuyan stretched. Let us go now. Yuan Yu's eyes widened. Now? Isn't dusk upon us? As for the willow. Jiang Yuyan searched her mind, realizing there were no willows within the Rue Wang Fu. However, not far from Fu Siyuan's Yongchong pavilion stood a crooked tree. Next to it was a pavilion where she often played chess and read with Fu Siyuan. Indeed, upon arriving at the pavilion with Yuan Yu, they found Situ Jia already seated there. He regarded Jiang Yuyan and smiled. I just encountered the prince and exchanged a few words with him. Jiang Yuyan was disinterested in what Fu Siyuan discussed with him. She casually found a seat and smiled. Brother, if you wish to see me, you could have gone directly to Fengxiao Pavilion instead of leaving Yuan Yu to drop hints. Yet, Jiang Yuyan heard the answer her heart already knew. After all, there are distinctions between men and women. Although we are now siblings, some matters must still be approached with caution. Oh well, he did have a point. After all, Situ Jia was not Jiang Qingfei, whose boisterous, straightforward demeanor would not care about such distinctions. Her eyes sparkling with mirth, she remarked, I was merely jesting, brother. You could have taken it lightly, especially as Yuan Yu seldom reads. Princess, are you jesting? Situ Jia chuckled. Is my fault. Next time, I shall pose a simpler riddle. Situ Jia turned to Yuan Yu. What a pity. Next time is uncertain. Yuan Yu wore a distressed expression. Young Master Situ. Jiang Yuyan lightly tapped Yuan Yu on the head. Enough. Go prepare us a pot of tea. Understood. Yuan Yu complied and hurried off. Jiang Yuyan observed Yuan Yu's retreating figure, deep in thought. Brother, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Situ Jia sighed. Jiang Yuyan nodded. The Rue Wang Fu will always welcome you, brother. However, Situ Jia shook his head. I intend to leave with Yinyo tomorrow. Leave? Jiang Yuyan turned to Situ Jia, inquiring, why do you wish to depart? Is your stay at the Wang Fu not pleasant? Or do you wish to go to Jiangfu? Speaking of which, we have yet to take you to meet my father. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yuyan felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, it was not that she did not want to introduce Situ Jia to her father, but rather she had been preoccupied with preparations for the temple visit, thus neglecting Situ Jia. And Jiang Qingfei was also absent. Ever since their bond was formed, he had not shown his face. The training grounds were busy. During his time at Jiangfu, it was common for him to be away for 10 days to half a month. It was her fault. She had not managed things properly. Anticipating his answer, Situ Jia shook his head. The Wang Fu is splendid, perhaps too splendid. Observing Situ Yes Gentlesmila. Jiang Yuyan was increasingly puzzled. Splendid? Really? If it is so splendid, why do you still wish to leave? Sister, you must understand, I'm still regarded as a bandit. And what of being a bandit? You are still my brother. Situ Jia shook his head. Jiang Yuyan recognized his determination and did not press further. Very well. A man's ambition lies beyond. I shall not impede your departure, but before you go, you must meet your adoptive father. No. Situ Jia rejected her outright without hesitation. Brother, your adoptive father, though the current prime minister, is not a man of the mundane world. We regard you as our elder brother because of your character. Father would not look down upon you because of your current status as a bandit. Feeling her words lacked conviction, Jiang Yuyan added, in any case, brother, my father would not think less of you. Rather, he would be pleased to have an adoptive son of such virtue. Situ Jia still shook his head. Brother, trust me. Situ Jia reached out to tousle Jiang Yuyan's hair. Silly sister, how can I not trust you? He sighed. Precisely because I know that my adoptive father is not like others. I cannot meet him just yet, at least. At least what? Jiang Yuyan pondered, gazing at him. In this lifetime, she would never allow the tragedies of the past to repeat. But so be it. Let him go. He would eventually meet his father. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Jiang Yuyan ceased to dwell on her concerns. She nodded in agreement, deciding to heed her elder brother's counsel. Upon seeing Jiang Yuyan's acquiescence, Situ Jia let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips. He reached into his robe and produced a dagger, presenting it to Jiang Yuyan. This was gifted to me by my master when I left the sect, and now I bestow it upon you. No, brother, this dagger is of great significance to you. I cannot accept it, she protested. Situ Jia grasped Jiang Yuyan's hand firmly and placed the dagger in her palm without further debate. Sister, you must keep this dagger close. With me away and Erdi occupied, you need protection. Faced with Situ Jia's resolute gaze, Jiang Yuyan tightened her grip on the dagger, recognizing it as a symbol of her brother's affection. All right, thank you, brother. Chapter 88. The Empress hosts a banquet before dawn the next day. Situ Jie departed with Yinyo, ensuring not to disturb anyone in the Rue Wangfu. He left 2 letters on the table, one for Jiang Qingfei and the other for Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan was unaware of the contents of the letter addressed to Jiang Qingfei, but she eagerly opened the one meant for her. It contained nothing but formal pleasantries. To be honest, there remained a certain distance between Situ Jie and the 2 siblings in his heart. However, she quickly shook off this sense of emptiness, for time was of the essence. Today was the day they would visit the Buddhist temple. With her hands on her hips, Jiang Yuyan surveyed the items laid out under the full moon, feeling an immediate weariness wash over her. Ultimately, after insisting firmly, they loaded 6 fully packed carts but ended up taking only 2. The Empress rarely left the palace, and the Emperor had dispatched half a regiment to escort her. The streets were cleared of citizens as they made their grand passage through the desolate avenues of the capital. To Jiang Yuyan's surprise, aside from the Empress and the Queen, Li Fei insisted on accompanying them to the temple, claiming she wished to contribute to the blessings for the great Xia. Naturally, the Emperor acquiesced. As expected, she did not see the carriage of Princess Ningxiang. Yuan Yu, curious, lifted the curtain of the carriage to peer outside while conversing with Jiang Yuyan. Wang Fei, why isn't Princess Ningxiang here? She would miss such a splendid occasion. Jiang Yuyan, within the carriage, closed her eyes to rest quietly, not even lifting her eyelids at Yuan Yu's words. It was so surprising. Ever since that incident, she has been confined to the Queen's Xiangxing Palace. Yuan Yu stuck out her tongue. That is her comeuppance. She leaned to glance outside again, adding, but now that the Queen is going to the temple too, she must be free now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan opened her bright eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu, remember, our visit to the temple is different from that of the Wangfu. We must exercise caution in our words and actions. We cannot allow those with ulterior motives to seize upon any missteps. Yuan Yu, feeling sheepish, lowered the curtain and replied timidly, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Isn't the most bothersome person Princess Ningxiang? She isn't here, so what could go wrong? Yuan Yu, I just advise you to keep this between us. Do not speak carelessly in front of outsiders, Jiang Yuyan warned, casting a stern look at Yuan Yu. Realizing Jiang Yuyan's seriousness, Yuan Yu quickly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, although I may be clumsy at times, I know my limits. I promise. During this royal visit to the temple, I will not cause you any trouble. Jiang Yuyan sighed, nodding in acknowledgement. That is all I ask. The women of the palace are not easy to deal with. She hoped that this time, they would not encounter the same troubles as in her past life. Yet, wishes are often beautiful, while reality tends to deviate from our desires. After a day of exhausting travel, Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu, on the verge of questioning their life choices, finally arrived at the temporary palace adjacent to the temple. Though they came to pay respects, they would be residing in the palace, which was merely closer to the temple. The weary pair felt a wave of relief wash over them upon their arrival. They had barely rested, stopping only for a meal at noon during their relentless journey, and they arrived before sunset. Yuan Yu helped the nearly exhausted Jiang Yuyan dismount the carriage, only to see the palace maids and eunuchs escorting the Empress, the Queen, and Li Fei as they gracefully departed. Just as Yuan Yu worried about whether the Empress could withstand such a long carriage ride, she overheard a young palace maid whispering, I can't believe the Empress is in such high spirits. She wants to host a banquet on her first night here. You don't understand. After such a long journey, everyone is tired, and the Empress simply wishes for us to enjoy a good meal, another maid explained. This took her by surprise, for upon leaving, Fu Xiyuan had repeatedly instructed her to take care of herself and to be particularly mindful of the Empress, especially regarding her persistent cough that deprived her of sleep. Seeing Jiang Yuyan approach, the young maids quickly silenced their chatter, greeting her respectfully. Jiang Yuyan nodded, You may rise. What you just spoke of, is it true? The 2 maids exchanged glances and nodded. After thanking them, Yuan Yu eagerly assisted Jiang Yuyan in entering the palace gates. However, once inside, she found herself at a loss. Where they be staying? The crowd that had gathered around the Empress, the Queen, and Li Fei had long since dispersed, leaving no one to guide the young Wang Fei. Jiang Yuyan felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that the more one feared something, the more would come to pass. Just as Yuan Yu was about to panic, Jiang Yuyan smiled warmly, reassuringly patting Yuan Yu's hand. Do not worry. Your Wang Fei knows where we are to stay. With that, Jiang Yuyan took hold of Yuan Yu's hand and confidently led her in the direction her memory recalled. When they arrived at their quarters, Yuan Yu's mouth fell agape, her astonishment evident. Wow, Wang Fei, is this not your first time here? How do you know the way? Jiang Yuyan playfully tapped her on the head. Yuan Yu, you are so naive. The Wang Ye showed me the map before I came. Yuan Yu chuckled, rubbing her head. You always think ahead, Wang Fei. Jiang Yuyan flung the door open and glanced back. You go and have them bring our belongings inside. Suddenly recalling something, she added with concern. Be careful with the bottles and jars I asked you to carry. Oh no. Yuan Yu gasped, promptly turning to rush outside. Watching Yuan Yu dash away, Jiang Yuyan smiled to herself. This time, she was well prepared and would not allow the past to repeat itself. Chapter 89. The fierce matriarch of Wang Eru's family. Once their quarters were organized, two young palace maids approached, carrying lanterns and seeking the right location. They paused before Jiang Yuyan's residence. Hey, Xiao Hong, is this really the residence of the Rue Wang Fei? The maid named Xiao Hong shook her head uncertainly, muttering, Xing Xing. Don't ask me. Like you, I'm just as clueless. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. It seems this is indeed the place. Xiao Hong sighed, expressing her frustration. They really ought to reconsider. Sending two unfamiliar girls here was unnecessary. The stars comforted, well, it's still that wealthy Lady Wang. They all eagerly crowd around her, while we choose not to join the commotion. Xiao Hong retorted, so, the result of not joining the fray is that we are sent to deliver a message to the Rue Wang Fei. Xing Xing shrugged, disregarding Xiao Hong's words, and confidently approached the door, knocking firmly upon it. Yuan Yu, having tidied her belongings, noticed Jiang Yuyan sitting in the courtyard, snacking on sunflower seeds. And she too made her way over, plopping down onto a nearby small chair. She patted her flat stomach, gazing enviously at the seeds in Jiang Yuyan's hand. Swallowing hard, Jiang Yuyan glanced at her and asked, Are you hungry? Yuan Yu nodded. Jiang Yuyan peered into the inner room. Sunflower seeds won't fill you up. Why not go inside and find something to eat? Yuan Yu, with a pained expression, remained still. Jiang Yuyan saw through her thoughts immediately. It's quite normal that they haven't attended to us since we just arrived. Yuan Yu pouted, feeling wronged as she said, Wang Fei, you are the esteemed Rue Wang Fei. Isn't it too much for them? Although the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Lady Li have all come, they're older than us. Yet look, not a single person to show us the way since we disembarked. Don't you find that odd? I'm quite upset. Although Yuan Yu, as a servant, had little right to feel anger. Jiang Yuyan discarded the shell of the sunflower seed in her mouth, responding nonchalantly, If you have the energy to be angry, you might as well hurry inside to find something to eat. Yuan Yu let out a soft "oh," but remained unmoved. She looked at Jiang Yuyan and said, Wang Fei, you say they forgot to show us the way, but what about the banquet the maid just mentioned? Why wasn't there any notice for us? Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to attend? Yuan Yu shook her head, then nodded. Jiang Yuyan smiled knowingly. Rather than hope for a banquet with good food, it would be better to find something to appease our hunger now. Sensing a change in Jiang Yuyan's expression, Yuan Yu cautiously asked, Wang Fei, do you think they're doing this on purpose? Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to reveal that they indeed were, the door was knocked upon. Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu exchanged glances. The latter quickly stood up, straightening her attire, and hastened to open the door. Upon seeing two unfamiliar palace maids, Yuan Yu scrutinized them from head to toe before inquiring, Who are you two? Xiao Hong and Xing Xing bowed slightly. May we inquire if Rue Wang Fei is present? We were sent by the Empress to invite her to the Genie Hall for tonight's banquet. Yuan Yu glanced at Jiang Yuyan. After receiving Jiang Yuyan's nod, she addressed the two palace maids. Please wait a moment. My Wang Fei needs to prepare. Xiao Hong and Xing Xing exchanged looks, their expressions revealing hesitation. Could we kindly ask Rue Wang Fei to be a bit quicker? We still need to visit the next noble. Yuan Yu's eyes darted as she pulled out a heavy purse from her pocket, placing it in the hands of the two palace maids. A small token of appreciation. Please bear with us. My Wang Fei will be ready shortly. Xiao Hong and Xing Xing exchanged glances again, shaking their heads in unison. We cannot accept this. If we were truly greedy, we would have surrounded that Lady Wang earlier and flattered her excessively, rather than making this trip. This sentiment remained unknown to Yuan Yu, who thought perhaps her offering was too meager. She pulled out another purse. Oh dear, this is nearly a month's wages for me. Her heart ached. Yuan Yu pushed the two purses away. She then turned to help Jiang Yuyan change into an appropriate outfit and apply a subtle makeup suitable for attending the banquet. When Jiang Yuyan emerged after hastily preparing, Xiao Hong and Xing Xing appeared mildly surprised. Rui Wangfei's speed is impressive. She did not make them wait, and most surprisingly, Rui Wangfei is quite beautiful. Xiao Hong and Xing Xing stared, their eyes wide. Yuan Yu smiled and bowed to the two palace maids in yellow attire. Sisters, please lead the way. Coming back to their senses, Xiao Hong and Xing Xing hurriedly greeted Jiang Yuyan. We pay our respects to Rui Wangfei. Jiang Yuyan replied in a calm tone. You may rise. Did you not say you needed to invite the next noble? Xiao Hong and Xing Xing glanced at each other. Indeed, that noble resides not far from here. We kindly ask Rui Wangfei to wait at the entrance for a moment. Once we have invited that noble, we will proceed to Genie Hall together. Jiang Yuyan nodded, saying nothing further. However, Yuan Yu grumbled inwardly. What noble? Aside from the three in the palace, there's only our own Wangfei. I have not heard of any other noble. Jiang Yuyan, however, smiled slightly. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. The palace maids in yellow led the way, carrying softly glowing palace lanterns. Just as they turned a corner and another residence came into view, Xiao Hong and Xing Xing halted in their tracks. Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu followed suit. As they heard a voice approaching, the voice, growing louder, was filled with harsh curses. What nonsense is this? Do you know who I am? I was invited by your empress, and they made me wait until this time. The voice continued, do you understand? Offending our Wang family is the same as offending the empress. Jiang Yuyan narrowed her eyes, watching as the figure drew closer. It was here. They had encountered her. Lady Wang, the ferocious matron from Wang whose family. In her previous life, during her time at the temple, she had colluded with the empress to humiliate Jiang Yuyan publicly. As the newcomer approached, she continued to rant, oblivious to the two palace maids holding lanterns in front of them. It was only when they crossed paths with Jiang Yuyan and her entourage that she was alerted, thanks to her maid tugging at her sleeve, signaling her to stop. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized her with narrowed, dangerous eyes. History indeed has a way of repeating itself. On the first night at the palace, they met again. Lady Wang remained the same ostentatious figure, adorned with gold and silver to flaunt the wealth of the Wang family. Her fingers adorned with rings, each boasting a glimmer of gold. No wonder Wang who was displeased with the empress's choice of her as his primary wife. One wonders what virtues the empress saw in this lady. No. It would be impossible to suggest she had no virtues. The greatest of them was her formidable father, the general of the north. It is unknown what sacrifices the merchant Wang family made to ally with the general. However, this was not a matter for Jiang Yuyan to contemplate now. At this moment, Lady Wang stood before her, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a landowner. Lady Wang cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Hong and Xing Xing, blocking her path. Her eyes filled with deep displeasure. Do you not see this lady wishes to pass? Step aside. Xiao Hong and Xing Xing exchanged looks. Deducing from information they had gathered that this plump lady was indeed the Lady Wang they were meant to escort to Genie Hall. She truly lives up to her reputation. They silently prayed. Let us hope that Rui Wangfei did not hear what Lady Wang just said. However, they knew that was an impossible wish. Had Jiang Yuyan not held her back, Yuan Yu would have rushed forward to confront Lady Wang as soon as she heard her boastful remarks. Madame Wang's eyes were filled with displeasure as she glared at the group before her. Could they not comprehend her words? Just as Xing Xing was about to speak, an irate voice erupted from behind. Who are you? On what ground should we yield to you? Moreover, madam, what gives you the right to insult others? With her hands on her hips, Madame Wang was still perplexed about the identity of these intruders. When she finally discerned that the girl before her was also standing with her hands akimbo, her countenance darkened instantly. I was wondering who it was. A wild girl who has appeared from nowhere. Good dogs do not block the way. Take this little sum as a reward for your trouble." With that, she signaled to her maid beside her. The maid understood and hurriedly produced a stack of banknotes from her bosom. Stepping forward, she began distributing them, as if they were mere pieces of paper rather than money. Yuan Yu was astonished by the sudden distribution of money. Xiao Hong and Xingxing quickly waved their hands. They had realized from the moment Yuan Yu had stuffed their pouches that these two maids were rather principled and would not casually accept gifts from others. Indeed, in the face of the banknotes, they remained unmoved. Jiang Yuyan couldn't help but silently commend them for their admirable spirit in resisting the allure of wealth. However, how could one refuse money when it was offered? Just as Yuan Yu was preparing to decline, Jiang Yuyan swiftly stepped forward and took the banknote offered by the maid beside Madame Wang. "Ah, I presume you are the esteemed Madame Wang. Surely, your generosity of distributing one banknote per person is rather excessive." Madame Wang furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the woman before her. Though her makeup was modest, she exuded an air of nobility that starkly contrasted with the ostentatiousness of her own attire. The maid, Yuan Yu, stood proudly, exuding a fierce demeanor, while the two palace maids before them, carrying lanterns and dressed in pale yellow garments, appeared quite unassuming. Madame Wang's mind raced. Yet she could not recall who this woman might be. She was oblivious to the fact that she was facing the very person she had just been cursing, the Princess Rui, the woman who had extracted 100,000 taels of gold from Wang Eru. With a disdainful snort after assessing Jiang Yuyan, Madame Wang thought to herself, "This woman seems no different from the rest. Judging by her eagerness to take money, she is merely a greedy person. I have plenty of small change to spare." A sly smile curled her crimson lips as she regarded Jiang Yuyan, instructing her maid, "Did you hear that? She finds our offerings beneath her notice." The maid had already taken issue with her mistress's habit of tossing money around, and just as she was about to advise her, Jiang Yuyan interjected, "Indeed, it is insufficient. As the future matriarch of the Wang family, your generosity is rather lacking." Madame Wang, taken aback, inquired, "You know who I am? Must I?" In the entire city of Kyoto, those adorned in such ostentatious attire must surely have some connection to the imperial family. Ignoring her question, Jiang Yuyan continued, "You wish to pass through here, correct? We shall yield to you, but—" Her gaze shifted to the stack of banknotes in the maid's hand. Madame Wang raised her head with pride. "Indeed, money can work wonders. Although I do not know who she is, I rather like her attitude." She cast a glance at her maid, Yuan Bao. The bystanders were momentarily taken aback. It turned out her maid was named Yuan Bao, a name fitting for her mistress's extravagant temperament. One could only wonder what thoughts accompanied the choice of such a name. Yuan Bao nodded and stepped forward, producing another stack of banknotes to present to Jiang Yuyan. "Now can you let us pass?" Jiang Yuyan smiled as she accepted the banknotes, weighing them in her hands. "Now that is more agreeable." She slightly inclined her body, gesturing for Madame Wang to proceed. "Madame Wang, please, after you." Accustomed to being pampered, Madame Wang held her head high, stepping forward with delicate grace. Xiao Hong and Xingxing gasped, lowering their heads while inwardly harboring disdain for Jiang Yuyan. So this is what the Princess Rui is like. Jiang Yuyan paid no mind to their silent judgments. She sought both recompense and revenge, for a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, and this was but a fleeting moment. As Madame Wang strode confidently past Jiang Yuyan, an unseen foot unexpectedly appeared before her. With her nose held high, Madame Wang, of course, was oblivious. She stumbled, losing her balance, and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. "Ah, Madam!" Yuan Bao shrieked, rushing to assist the fallen Madame Wang, who was now sprawled on the ground. Struggling to rise while clutching her aching back, Madame Wang pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Yuyan. "You, what about me?" Yuan Yu mimicked her gesture, pointing back at Madame Wang. Pushing Yuan Bao aside, Madame Wang rolled up her sleeves. As the daughter of the Northern King, she had always been the one to bully others. She had never been on the receiving end of such treatment. Even when the Empress had betrothed her to Wang Eru, she had managed to keep the Wang family in line. She had never endured such humiliation. Yanking a hairpin from her hair, she charged at Jiang Yuyan like a shrew. "You vile woman! How dare you scheme against me?" Xiao Hong and Xingxing were terrified. After all, this was the Princess Rui, and should anything happen to her, they would not be able to bear the consequences. As Madame Wang lunged toward Jiang Yuyan, Xiaohong, and Xingxing threw themselves in front of her to shield her. Though in a frenzy, Madame Wang still had a semblance of sense. Seeing Xiaohong and Xingxing before Jiang Yuyan, she quickly halted her advance. "Get out of the way!" she bellowed. Xiaohong shook her head, blocking their path. "You cannot." "She is." Before she could finish, Madame Wang raised her right hand. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as 5 bright red finger marks immediately appeared on Xiaohong's cheek, causing her face to swell visibly. Stunned by the sudden slap, Xiaohong's eyes brimmed with tears as she thought about informing the Empress. Alarmed, she promptly knelt on the ground. "Madam, please spare me." Jiang Yuyan stepped forward and pulled Xiaohong to her feet. "No need to kneel before her." She glared at Madame Wang. "What evidence do you have that I schemed against you?" "You." Madame Wang collected herself, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yuyan. "If it weren't for you, I would not have fallen." Jiang Yuyan chuckled. "How curious. Your legs belong to you. How could you blame me for your fall?" Madame Wang was momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. "If it weren't for you, I would not have fallen," she reiterated, tightening her grip on the gold hairpin, preparing to charge at Jiang Yuyan again. "You wretched woman, how dare you toy with me?" Yuan Yu stepped forward, snatching the hairpin from her grasp and tossing it to the ground. Standing beside her, Xingxing took the opportunity to kick, landing a blow directly to Madame Wang's knee. "What kind of madam dares to bully my best sister, Xiaohong?" With a thud, Madame Wang's knee made intimate contact with the ground. The stars remained unperturbed, gazing directly at Wang Foreign. How could a person like her possibly have a relative as esteemed as the Empress? It is likely that she is merely relying on her wealth. Having wormed her way in from some obscure corner, Wang Foreign's lips trembled in anger. She never anticipated that even this insignificant palace maid would dare to bully her. Yuan Bao, seeing her mistress being wronged, hurriedly stepped forward. As she assisted Wang Foreign to her feet, she cast a fierce glare at Jiang Yuyan and the others. "Whoa, madam, are you all right?" The maid named Yuan Bao squatted down to massage Wang Foreign's knee while weeping softly. With Yuan Bao as support, Wang Foreign steadied herself. Her pent-up frustration now surged, intensifying her anger. She retaliated with a swift slap, mercilessly striking Yuan Bao, who was still kneeling and tending to her knee. "Crying. All you do is cry. What good does that do?" Yuan Bao, taken aback, stared blankly at her mistress, biting her lip in silence. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and summon help." After speaking, Wang Foreign raised her short, stout legs and kicked Yuan Bao twice. Hearing this, Yuan Bao quickly wiped away her tears and sniffled. I shall go at once." With that, she dared not look at Wang Foreign again and rushed away. Jiang Yuyan had initially intended to merely teach the arrogant Wang Foreign a lesson by causing her to fall flat on her face. However, it seemed that instead of learning her lesson, she was now barking like a mad dog. In light of this, Jiang Yuyan could not be blamed for showing no mercy. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Yu, who stepped forward to block Yuan Bao's path. Yuan Bao gulped nervously, taking a step back. "What do you want from me?" As Yuan Yu rolled up her sleeves, she pressed Yuan Bao further backward. "What do we want?" "I, Yuan Yu, have long found you too displeasing. If it weren't for the Wang Fei's intervention, do you think you could have been so brazen until now?" Jiang Yuyan shook her head. "Yuan Yu, she is still but a young girl." Yuan Yu turned to Jiang Yuyan. "Wang Fei, I am so amiable and kind-hearted, I would not frighten her." Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. Since when had Yuan Yu become so self-absorbed? She extended a finger and shook her head. "I merely advised you to go easy on her. She is still a young girl." Wang Foreign, realizing that her reinforcements were futile, felt even more indignant. She steeled herself. "Enough. Having been bullied to this extent, what face do I have left?" Clenching her fists, she charged at Jiang Yuyan with bare hands. "I shall fight you to the end." Jiang Yuyan sighed. No wonder Wang Eru was so wary of his wife. Such fierce spirit indeed bore the legacy of the Jinbei Wang. Unfortunately, this time was not like the last. Jiang Yuyan was well prepared. She clapped her hands, and a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly appearing before her. Yuan Yu looked on in astonishment as Yu Xin, with precision and speed, seized Wang Foreign's wrist. With a deft maneuver, he twisted her arm behind her back. "I have awaited this moment for a long time. To dare insult the Wang Fei, one must truly have a death wish." After subduing Wang Foreign, he turned to Jiang Yuyan. "Wang Fei, how shall we deal with her?" Wang Foren stared at Jiang Yuyan in disbelief. This is it. I am finished. I have walked into a trap. Jiang Yuyan smiled at the suddenly pale Wang Foren. Then, Uxin, please find a storage room and confine them both there. Wang Foren gazed at Jiang Yuyan in terror. No, Wang Fei, you cannot. I was invited by the Empress. Jiang Yuyan shot her a glance. Invited by the Empress? I am well aware. Otherwise, how could I have acted first? Chapter 92. Wang, Area. Meanwhile, in the Genie Hall, throngs of palace maids and eunuchs bustled about, preparing the venue. The Empress sat at the head table, her brow slightly furrowed. El Chio stood behind her, gently fanning her with a fan adorned with gold pieces. Although June had not yet reached the height of summer, the weather was already rather oppressive. Fortunately, the palace was built by the mountains and water, rendering the heat bearable for the moment. Having been by the Empress's side for so long, El Chio had become akin to a worm in the Empress's belly. Observing the Empress's fidgeting fingers, El Chio could surmise her thoughts and intentions regarding the evening's banquet. Noticing the Empress's impatience as she toyed with her lacquered nails, El Chio knew that the preparations for tonight's feast were causing her distress. She glanced around the hall and waved her hand. Everyone, listen up, work faster. Yes. The Empress lowered her fingers and, with a slight lift of her eyelids, surveyed the hall. It is nearly done. You may leave for now. Yes. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed and retreated until they had exited the hall. Behind the Empress, El Chio smiled and promptly offered the fan back to her. Your Majesty. The Empress took the fan, scanning its surface before ultimately handing it back to El Chio with a sigh. Her lips curled slightly, her voice tinged with an ambiguous mix of satisfaction and sarcasm. This Wang Area, what has she learned since marrying into the Wang family? She has certainly mastered the stench of their commercialism. Wang Area refers to the Wang Foren who had just crossed paths with Jiang Yuyan. The Jinbei Wang, surnamed Song, had one daughter, the second in line, hence she was commonly referred to as Area. After marrying into the Wang family, she became the granddaughter-in-law of the Wang family, thus earning the moniker Wang Area. El Chio hastily accepted the fan from the Empress, flattering her, Your Majesty, Wang Foren does have her intentions. The Empress sighed. The daughter of the Jinbei Wang. I had hoped her marriage would reform the Wang family's business practices, but it seems I have overestimated the situation. El Chio put away the fan, her delicate white hands gently massaging the Empress's temples. Your Majesty, there is always a way forward. You have already done enough for the Wang family. The Empress waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I do not wish to discuss this matter further. I have only just managed to persuade the Empress Dowager to allow this banquet. Suddenly recalling something, the Empress straightened in her seat. I simply wish to host a banquet to showcase her and prevent her from embarrassing me at future imperial gatherings. Just then, El Chio eagerly added, You indeed think ahead, Your Majesty. Oh, by the way, El Chio, what time is it now? The Empress rubbed her head, muttering to herself, Alas, I have too many matters to attend to. Please check if they're on their way. Yes. Just as she was about to step out, the Empress called out to her once more. El Chio, wait a moment. El Chio looked up in surprise at the seated Empress. She watched as the Empress slowly rose from her seat and stretched her arms. Under El Chio's astonished gaze, the Empress gracefully approached her. Your Majesty, what is this? El Chio asked in confusion. I have been in the carriage all day, and my body is stiff. Since I am already sitting, I might as well take a stroll with you. El Chio lowered her head. Your Majesty, this may not be in accordance with propriety. Area, my dear, I still harbor some concerns. Therefore, I shall personally go and take a look. Upon hearing the Empress's words, Lu Qiao naturally dared not voice any objections and could only lower her head, following closely behind the Empress, treading carefully forward. Meanwhile, after dealing with Wang Foren, Jiang Yuyan clapped her hands and tossed a stack of silver notes to Uxin. Make sure to keep them safe and find an opportunity to present them to the Wang Yi. Clutching the hefty pile of silver notes, Uxin felt utterly at a loss. Jiang Yuyan glanced at him, casting a cold look, and spoke languidly. Do not misplace them. This matter is of utmost secrecy, and if lost, the Wang Yi will not spare you in the future. Uxin gasped in shock, hurriedly folding the notes and tucking them into his bosom. In truth, Jiang Yuyan's words were not mere exaggerations. The silver held significant importance. It would greatly influence Fu Siyuan's future and serve as crucial evidence against the crown prince. However, they were still unaware of this and must not learn it just yet. After securing the silver notes, Yu Exan bowed to Jiang Yuyan and concealed himself in the shadows. When he emerged, Fu Siyuan had specifically instructed him to only appear when the Wang Fei was in danger, so during ordinary times, he had to remain in hiding. This not only ensured Jiang Yuyan's safety, but also facilitated Yu Exan's actions when needed. Jiang Yuyan observed Yu Exan's silhouette merging with the shadows, lost in thought. Wang Fei, the round moon, spoke up, reminding her that it was time to depart as the banquet was about to commence. Jiang Yuyan nodded, glancing at Xiao Hong and Xing Xing, who stood by, still in a daze. She smiled gently. I apologize, you two must have been frightened tonight. After a brief pause, it was Xing Xing who responded first. I am well. Jiang Yuyan scrutinized her from head to toe. If anyone inquires later, you shall claim to know nothing. Those who navigate the palace are well aware of the implication behind Jiang Yuyan's words. It was a clear directive to dissociate themselves from this matter. Yet, perhaps this warning lacked sufficient weight. Thus, Jiang Yuyan added, if the other party proves troublesome, you may shift the blame onto me, understood? Both Xing Xing and Xiao Hong widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with gratitude. Simultaneously, they expressed, thank you, Wang Fei. Jiang Yuyan shook her head. Enough. It is getting late. Let us proceed to Jin Yidian. Chapter 93. The Empress, Part 1. Jiang Yuyan unexpectedly encountered the Empress along the way. This caught her off guard. Having just dealt with her Wang family adversaries, she was now faced with the formidable support behind Wang Foreign. And before she could regain her composure, she had to brace herself to confront the Empress. The banquet was about to begin, and instead of presiding over the court, she appeared here. The Empress approached gracefully and soon spotted Jiang Yuyan. The Ru Wang Fei is rather swift. Others have yet to arrive. Yet she has come so quickly. I merely stepped out for some fresh air and encountered her. What ill fortune. Hearing the Empress's thoughts, Jiang Yuyan's expression darkened. Ill fortune? It seemed the Empress had developed a rather profound prejudice against her after so many encounters. However, she quickly reassured herself. The more the Empress stirred trouble, the more opportunities she would have to grasp her weaknesses, which would be advantageous in dealing with the Crown Prince later. Jiang Yuyan smiled sweetly, appearing harmless as she respectfully greeted the Empress. Jiang Yuyan had met the Empress before. The Empress snorted coldly, recalling the words of Fu Haochen before her departure. As long as this woman existed, her Chunner would continue to be haunted by nightmares. Before leaving, she had promised the Crown Prince that she would ensure his nightmares would not come to fruition. The Empress scrutinized Jiang Yuyan. This woman still possessed the same innocent and untainted demeanor as when Fu Siyuan had first brought her to the palace. Initially, she believed this girl could be easily manipulated to serve her purposes, but was unexpectedly outwitted instead. Reflecting on it now, the Empress regretted the precious resources she had squandered on Jiang Yuyan, viewing it as a blemish on her life as a master of palace intrigue. Presently, Jiang Yuyan obediently half-curtsied to greet her. The Empress's crimson lips curled slightly. She lowered her gaze at the unmoving Jiang Yuyan, silent as she walked toward the nearby pavilion. I will teach you a lesson. I shall not allow you to rise. Jiang Yuyan, who initially intended to show weakness to lower the Empress's guard, instantly stood upright. Knowing the Empress's temperament, she realized she could not escape unscathed this time. Jiang Yuyan lifted her gaze, boldly meeting the Empress's profile. Brazen. Seeing Jiang Yuyan stand, Lu Qiao immediately reprimanded. The bond between master and servant is instinctive. In just a few seconds, Lu Qiao had grasped the Empress's sentiments towards Jiang Yuyan. This wretched woman. Oof. I shall see how the Empress deals with you this time. You were so arrogant and pleased with yourself last time, causing me great suffering. This time, Lu Qiao, will ensure you pay double. At this moment, seeing Jiang Yuyan stand tall, Lu Qiao felt a surge of joy. This wretched woman. Did I catch her off guard so swiftly? The Ru Wang Fei has become increasingly reckless. My Empress has yet to command you to rise. Yet you dare to do so on your own? Pausing, she regarded Jiang Yuyan with an insightful gaze, her tone betraying her delight. You Ru Wang Fei, do you not regard the Empress? The Empress turned, regarding Lu Qiao with approval. This girl, Lu Qiao, has truly captured my favor. Clearing her throat, she cast an irritable glance at Jiang Yuyan and remarked sharply, "The Wang Fei has backing, hence she feels entitled to disregard me." Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness, how could you say that? Just moments ago, I was chatting with Yuan Yu about you. How could I possibly disregard you?" She looked up at the Empress, holding her breath to maintain a semblance of calm. "As for my reason for standing, was it not your command, Your Highness?" The Empress sneered. "It has been a while since I last saw the Ru Wang Fei. Your eloquence has certainly sharpened. I do not recall having commanded you to rise." She fixed her gaze on Jiang Yuyan, like a beautiful yet venomous snake, flicking its tongue. "You may speak sweetly, yet tonight I shall show no mercy. Last time, you were fortunate to escape disaster by encountering Li Fei. Today, I do not believe Li Fei will fortuitously appear to save you again." She pointed a finger sharply at Jiang Yuyan. "Brazen Ru Wang Fei, kneel." Jiang Yuyan crossed her arms, gazing at her fearlessly. "May I inquire, Your Highness, what crime has the rain smoke committed to warrant kneeling? You do not know why you should kneel?" The Empress raised an eyebrow, signaling to Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao understood. The Ru Wang Fei has committed an act of defiance, showing utter disregard, and remains unrepentant. It is lenient of the Empress to merely command you to kneel. With that, she gestured towards the nearby palace maids and eunuchs. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up." The palace maids and eunuchs, having sensed that the situation was amiss, swiftly approached, intending to forcefully detain Jiang Yuyan. "You, how can you be so unreasonable?" Yuan Yu stepped forward to shield Jiang Yuyan. A mere maid dares to retort against Her Majesty the Empress. The seasoned palace attendants, ever astute, recognized an excellent opportunity to display their loyalty before the Empress, and thus, they could not bear to let it slip away. They encircled Yuan Yu. What a splendid chance for merit. This little maid is truly fearless. Does she not realize that the Empress intends to deal with the Princess Rui? This loyal servant stands up for her master, but alas, the Empress desires the princess's downfall. And now she dares to be so audacious. Jiang Yuyan, positioned behind Yuan Yu, absorbed the murmurs and intentions of the surrounding palace attendants. What a farce! Yuan Yu was her trusted maid. To punish Yuan Yu was tantamount to slapping her own face. Furthermore, what did this have to do with Yuan Yu? The Empress was known for her tendency to bully the weak. Just as Jiang Yuyan contemplated whether to summon her allies, a melodious and clear voice resonated from a distance. "I wondered why you were not in the main hall. So you're all here?" The sweet, lilting voice belonged to Li Fei. Jiang Yuyan turned to see the softly glowing hexagonal palace lanterns drawing closer, and she felt a wave of relief. Li Fei had arrived. The Empress, upon catching sight of Li Fei's unadorned face approaching, clenched her teeth in frustration. This wretched woman, did she not say she would not attend tonight's banquet? What's she doing here now? Is she plotting to thwart my plans? Chapter 94. The Empress, Part 2. Li Fei observed the Empress's expression, neither angry nor perturbed. She approached gracefully, akin to a delicate fairy emerging from a painting, evoking a sense of compassion among those present. The palace maids and eunuchs bowed their heads in deference. No wonder Li Fei enjoys the Emperor's favor. Li Fei is truly beautiful. Watching the admiration directed towards Li Fei, the Empress's teeth ground together in irritation. Just as Li Fei was about to step forward, the Empress masked her stormy expression with a warm smile. The speed of her transformation left Jiang Yuyan in awe, a true testament to a woman who had long dwelled within the depths of the palace. Such skill was enviable. The Empress smiled gently at Li Fei. Yet if one looked closely, the smile did not reach her eyes, which glimmered with a hint of frost. "Sister, did you not say you would not come? What brings you here?" Li Fei, lifting her skirt, advanced slowly. She cast a glance at the encircling palace attendants. "It is fortunate that I arrived in time. I knew the Empress would not let her off easily." Li Fei's smile was cold, for she had never favored the Empress, who was currently in her prime. She appeared indifferent, as if ignoring the Empress's words, and instead asked another question. "What is the Empress doing?" Even the best-tempered Empress could not tolerate repeated affronts to her dignity in front of so many. After all, she was the reigning Empress, the matriarch of the harem. How could she endure such impudence? Moreover, they were in the temporary palace, not the main palace. Li Fei had no backing of the Emperor here. The Empress gazed deeply at Li Fei. I have long found you insufferable. Today is just right to deal with both you and Jiang Yuyan. I refuse to believe that once outside the palace, you can withstand my wrath. The Empress shot Li Fei a glance. What am I doing? Sister, can you not see? Li Fei smirked. I truly did not notice at first, but now I see it clearly. Her beautiful eyes glinted with icy light. Is the Empress not bullying the weak? The Empress's expression darkened. Is this how you address me, Li Fei? Li Fei appeared unfazed. I shall speak as the Empress does. The Empress chuckled coldly. Li Fei, do you truly believe I would not dare to deal with you? Do you still naively think this is the palace, with the Emperor at your side for support? The Empress glided closer to Jiang Yuyan and Li Fei, step by step. Believe it or not, tonight I shall teach you what it means to follow the rules. Green Xiao, I am here. Have them take Li Fei and the Princess Rui away, each to receive 10 slaps. Green Xiao's heart leapt with joy at the command. I have long found this Li Fei insufferable. The Empress has been magnanimous. It seems today she has brought this upon herself. Just as she intended to signal the recently withdrawn attendants to approach, Li Fei furrowed her brows. I never expected the Empress to be so eager to deal with me and Jiang Yuyan. It is understandable. After all, her precious son is confined in the Eastern Palace. Given her temperament, it must be difficult for her to endure until now. She sighed. Who would have thought that Jiang Yuyan could cause such trouble? On her very first night in the temporary palace, she has already clashed with the Empress, this duplicitous tigress. Had it not been for Shao Qi's admonition before leaving the palace, urging me to keep an eye on the princess, I would have truly preferred to remain uninvolved in the matters between her and the Empress. However, the Empress is not entirely wrong. The temporary palace is far from the capital, and aside from the Empress Dowager, she is the most powerful. Yet the Empress Dowager is indifferent to affairs. Perhaps I should temporarily yield to her tonight to avoid suffering the consequences. A flicker of resolution crossed her eyes, and after weighing her options, she spoke just before the attendants could seize her and Jiang Yuyan's arms. Sister, why must you be so serious? I was merely jesting. It is my fault for being so lax in the capital. I deserve the lesson you imparted. After casting a glance at Jiang Yuyan, she respectfully bowed to the Empress. Sister, I apologize, and I hope you can forgive my thoughtlessness. If I were to forgive you without consequence, how would I establish my authority in this harem? The Empress's expression darkened as she regarded Li Fei. Do you wish to see the marks of slaps on my face and Jiang Yuyan's? Then may I ask, how do you intend to explain this to the Empress Dowager tomorrow? Now you fear the consequences, but it is too late. The Empress felt a wave of satisfaction unlike any she had experienced before. She locked eyes with Li Fei. You worry too much. How I explain matters to the Empress Dowager is my concern, not yours. Come forth. As the Empress resolutely prepared to deal with both Jiang Yuyan and Li Fei, Jiang Yuyan's heart tightened. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Li Fei. Your Majesty, this matter originated with me. What does it have to do with Li Fei? I, Jiang Yuyan, will take full responsibility for my actions. Yuyan. Li Fei gently tugged at Jiang Yuyan's sleeve from behind. This foolish girl, does she not realize how formidable the Empress is? After battling her for so many years, does she not understand her character? Your Majesty, I appreciate your concern. What are you all waiting for? The Empress bellowed. I do not have the patience to watch you dawdle. Jiang Yuyan steeled herself, closing her eyes. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from a distance. Your Majesty, please save me. Help! The eunuch, who had been slapping his face, immediately forgot his actions upon hearing the voice. Yuan Bao rushed forward, pushing him aside to protect Jiang Yuyan. Yuan Bao knelt before the Empress, sobbing uncontrollably. The Empress took a moment to recognize her as the maidservant of Lady Wang. She quickly glanced at Lu Qiao beside her, observing the inconsolable Yuan Bao. The Empress asked solemnly, What has happened, Arya? Yuan Bao trembled, cautiously lifting her gaze to the round-faced girl beside her. This strong-willed girl is truly terrifying. If it weren't for my quick escape, I cannot imagine the predicament I would be in. Yuan Bao dared not dwell on such thoughts. Meanwhile, Yuan Yue clenched her fists and glared fiercely at her. I never expected this little maid to be so cunning, slipping away when I wasn't paying attention. Now, I've caused trouble for the princess. Jiang Yuyan remained unfazed. Fortunately, she had managed to escape, temporarily freeing herself from the encirclement with Li Fei. The soft glow of the palace lamps illuminated Yuan Bao's face, and as she looked up, everyone could see the dark circles around her right eye. The Empress remarked, "Lu Qiao. That strike was quite ruthless. How frightening." Jiang Yuyan commented, "When did Yuan Yue's strength become so formidable? It looks quite painful." Li Fei interjected, "Is there a show to watch?" Each person harbored their own thoughts, their gazes shifting between the Empress and Jiang Yuyan. "This is going to be interesting. The princess has harmed someone from the Empress's family. The princess will surely face consequences. Now, we shall see how they resolve this mess." The Empress's gaze was icy as she studied Yuan Bao's face for 2 full seconds before reacting. "Where's your mistress?" Yuan Bao's body trembled as she replied, "Your Majesty, please. I beg you. My lady has been imprisoned by the Princess Rue. She has been locked in the woodshed. I've barely managed to escape from there." "What?" The Empress looked at Yuan Bao in shock, her anger surging within her. "I never expected this woman to dare lay hands on someone from her own family." "Jiang Yuyan, what do you intend to do? I want to see how you will explain this to me." Jiang Yuyan lazily regarded the Empress. "As your Majesty can see, I have nothing to explain." The Empress's brows furrowed. "At least you possess some self-awareness." Just as she prepared to call for guards to apprehend Jiang Yuyan, she heard Jiang Yuyan lazily say, "If your Majesty has the time to capture me, it would be better spent checking on the good lady who has come to visit." The Empress, gritting her teeth in frustration, glared at Jiang Yuyan and demanded, "What have you done to Arya? If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable before me and the Emperor." She turned to Yuan Bao, shouting, "What are you still doing? Hurry and lead me there." "Yes, yes, your Majesty. Please follow me," Yuan Bao replied, scrambling to her feet and rushing in the direction she had come from. As Yuan Bao led the Empress away, Li Fei was the first to break the momentary silence with a chuckle. Jiang Yuyan looked at Li Fei in confusion. "Thank you, Li Fei, for helping me out just now." Li Fei waved her hand dismissively. "I had no idea you were so bold as to confront someone from the Empress's family." Although the words carried a serious tone, her voice conveyed a sense of admiration for Jiang Yuyan's audacity. Jiang Yuyan scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I did not intend for this to happen." Li Fei smiled and took Jiang Yuyan's arm. She reminisced about the time when she was not the current Li Fei, but merely a low-ranking concubine, alone and innocent upon entering the palace. Unaware of the machinations of court intrigue, she had believed that treating others with sincerity would yield the same in return. Reflecting now, she found her earlier naivety quite laughable. It was no grand affair. It merely happened when Yuan Yue and I were headed to Genie Hall, and we encountered her. Remembering the stack of silver notes I extracted from Wang area, a smile crept upon Jiang Yuyan's lips. The Wang family truly shares a common disposition. Thus, Jiang Yuyan recounted how she encountered her, the provocations from Lady Wang, and how they dealt with her. Li Fei laughed heartily, clapping her hands. "Ha ha! You are truly remarkable. This is incredibly satisfying. I have heard that the Empress's family, the Wang family, is notorious in the capital." Yuan Yue interjected. "The Wang family has a notorious reputation in the capital, abusing their power as royal merchants, committing heinous acts against innocent women, believing they can simply pay their way out. Indeed, money is the least of the Wang family's concerns. I have heard that our Empress has gone to great lengths to change the public perception of the Wang family in the capital. How could she not? The daughter of the Prince of the North is marrying that fellow Wang heir who. This must be the Empress's doing." Yuan Yue and the nearby Xiao Hong and Xing Xing began chatting animatedly, oblivious to their surroundings. Jiang Yuyan felt a bit awkward, glancing at Li Fei. Clearing her throat, she signaled for them to tone it down. "Li Fei is still here. It would be inappropriate for such gossip to spread." The group suddenly realized the inappropriateness of their conversation. Yuan Yue, Xiao Hong, and Xing Xing lowered their heads in embarrassment. Jiang Yuyan looked apologetically at Li Fei. "I'm sorry, Li Fei." Li Fei smiled, glancing at the young girls. "There is no need for apologies. It is natural for young girls to be curious about such matters, especially in these times of relative peace under the Emperor's wise rule." She turned to Jiang Yuyan and added, "To be honest, I envy these young girls. They are at an age I remember fondly." Seeing Yuan Yue, Xiao Hong, and Xing Xing still with their heads down, Li Fei assumed they were frightened. "You need not be so concerned." She then turned to Jiang Yuyan. "It seems tonight's banquet may not take place. Have you eaten? Jiang Yuyan shook her head. That is fortunate. I have no plans for the evening. Why not join me in my warm chamber for dinner? Although the banquet may not occur, Li Fei would surely have something delightful. Yuan Bao's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Jiang Yuyan smiled and replied, That sounds delightful. I shall impose on you, Li Fei. The night's turmoil quietly dissipated, catching Jiang Yuyan by surprise. Early the next morning, within the Wanshou Hall, the sound of heart-wrenching coughing filled the air. Lian Zhu gently patted the Empress Dowager's back, coaxing her softly. Your Majesty, I should summon the imperial physician. The Empress Dowager waved her hand amidst coughing fits. No need. You know my condition well. Taking a deep breath to steady her heaving chest, she paused for a moment before speaking. As the sun began to rise, the Empress Dowager expressed her relief, declaring that it was no great matter, for she had long since grown accustomed to such things. Lian Zhu, gently patting the Empress Dowager's back, voiced her complaints. Your Majesty, as the Empress Dowager, the entire realm belongs to the current emperor. Although you are not His Majesty's biological mother, you have nonetheless nurtured him, so why must? The Empress Dowager interrupted Lian Zhu with a cough. Kneel. Realizing she had misspoken in the presence of the Empress Dowager, Lian Zhu ceased her gentle patting and stepped forward to kneel at the Empress Dowager's feet without hesitation. The Empress Dowager raised a hand to her lips. Do you know why I commanded you to kneel? Lian Zhu, fixating her gaze on the Empress Dowager's knees, feigned strength and nodded. I understand, my lady. After a brief pause, she added, Even if I understand, I still wish to speak. The Empress Dowager, her eyes slightly closed, shook her head. Do not speak. I already know. She opened her eyes, her expression serious as she gazed at Lian Zhu, speaking earnestly. Since you are aware that the emperor is not my flesh and blood, you should also comprehend how difficult these years have been for Shao Qi. After all, those who knew about that matter from back then are now few and far between. A glimmer of compassion passed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. Lian Zhu bowed deeply 3 times before the Empress Dowager. Her voice was flat, devoid of any ripples, as if she were discussing a trivial matter. Your Majesty, I understand that if it were not for you, I would not have survived until now. My life is a gift from you, and I am grateful. The Empress Dowager nodded, observing Lian Zhu's kneeling figure with a hint of reluctance in her heart. In the future, be sure not to speak such words again. Seeing Lian Zhu silently nod, the Empress Dowager continued, Rise. It is precisely because you lack memory that I occasionally need to remind you. Lian Zhu lifted her gaze to meet the Empress Dowager's eyes. Though she felt wronged, she quickly composed her expression after hearing the Empress Dowager's words and sniffled slightly. Your teachings are wise, my lady. I shall remember. That is good. You may stand. Lian Zhu rose before the Empress Dowager and then quietly moved behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. The room fell into a serene silence once more, as Lian Zhu continued to knead the Empress Dowager's shoulders. She noticed the latter's coughs had diminished with the brightening sky. Just as she was about to take her leave, the Empress Dowager spoke up. Lian Zhu, how did the banquet hosted by the Empress last night unfold? Recalling how the Empress had implored her for a long time to hold the banquet in the name of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager felt she must have been bewitched at that moment to have agreed to such an odd request. Lian Zhu contemplated her words carefully before responding, Your Majesty, why do you inquire about this? The banquet last night did not take place. The Empress Dowager's expression indicated her understanding. I had my suspicions. With such a commotion last night, I could sense something was amiss. Lian Zhu looked at the Empress Dowager, hesitating to speak. Lian Zhu, you have been by my side for quite some time. Speak freely. After recalling the whispers she had heard that morning, Lian Zhu hesitated for a moment before deciding to share the information with the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, the banquet did not occur last night because the Empress Dowager turned to Lian Zhu, asking because of what? I only just heard from the eunuchs outside that the Ru Wang Fei struck the lady who accompanied the Empress. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed slightly. The lady? Which lady? I cannot fathom that the wife of Lao Qi would resort to violence. She recalled the gentle and demure woman she had encountered in the palace last time and shook her head in disbelief. Lian Zhu, you did not mishear? It was indeed Lao Qi's wife who struck someone, the daughter of Jiang Chengxiang, daring to assault the Empress. This was indeed a matter she wished to understand fully. Lian Zhu nodded repeatedly, To be honest, when I first heard this, I too could not believe it. I even scolded that little eunuch for speaking nonsense. The lady? I recall that the Empress's maternal family has never entered the palace, correct? Yes, Your Majesty. The Empress's family has indeed never been seen in the palace. Then why did she claim to be accompanying me for religious rites while bringing her family along to host a banquet in my name? Lien Zhu shook her head in confusion. The Empress Dowager rubbed her forehead. Fetch the Ru Wang Fei. I have questions for her. Lien Zhu glanced at the Empress Dowager, recalling the nights of relentless coughing that had robbed her of rest, and felt a pang of unease. She knew that speaking up now would likely displease the Empress Dowager, especially after having just been reprimanded. However, after years of serving the kind-hearted elder, it was impossible for her to feel no affection. Long ago, she had come to regard this benevolent woman as family. Otherwise, she would not have risked the Empress Dowager's ire to counsel her. At that moment, she swallowed hard, and before she could speak, the Empress Dowager remarked, "What is it, Lien Zhu?" The Empress Dowager turned to look at Lien Zhu, who stood motionless behind her. "Shall I have to repeat myself? Go and summon the Ru Wang Fei." This time, Lien Zhu did not wait for the Empress Dowager to speak again, but voluntarily knelt beside her. The Empress Dowager observed her and said, "What are you doing, child? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? I know that you hold Ru Wang in high regard, and while I understand your affection for her, if she has indeed offended the Empress, then your Majesty." The Empress Dowager sighed. "Lien Zhu, I know you think of my well-being, but upon reflection, there are matters I cannot ignore." As the dawn broke, Jiang Yuyan found herself in a state of frustration. Despite having slept in the palace before, she could not fathom why she had struggled so much this time. Unlike her previous life, where she had never been so particular about her sleeping arrangements, she had tossed and turned for most of the night, finally drifting into a restless slumber just as the sky began to lighten. Just as she was lost in her dreams, a completely unaware Yuan Yu entered the room. She seemed unaffected by the events of the previous night. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness, darting about. After surveying the room, her gaze settled upon Jiang Yuyan, who was buried under the covers. Yuan Yu sighed and tiptoed closer. She gently patted Jiang Yuyan through the blanket. "Your Highness, it is time to rise. You must pay your respects to the Empress Dowager." Having only just fallen asleep, Jiang Yuyan was unwilling to get up. Clinging tightly to her blanket, she murmured, "I refuse. Your Highness, you instructed me last night to ensure you wake up early." Seeing that Jiang Yuyan remained unyielding, Yuan Yu reluctantly pulled back the covers. As the blanket was lifted, a chill breeze swept in, startling Jiang Yuyan awake and adding to her annoyance. She glared at Yuan Yu. "Yuan Yu, you are becoming increasingly audacious. Can't you see that I was sleeping soundly? How dare you disturb my slumber?" Yuan Yu, with righteous indignation, met Jiang Yuyan's glare unflinchingly. "Before we left, the prince specifically instructed me." Jiang Yuyan interrupted her brusquely. "What did he instruct you? Is he your master or I?" "I am your master." In an instant, Yuan Yu's bold demeanor shifted to one of helplessness. "But it is because I'm using the prince's resources." Jiang Yuyan. She cast a glance at Yuan Yu and remarked, "You are truly becoming more accomplished, all for a mere bit of silver. How about this? From now on, I shall pay your monthly allowance. Whatever the Wang Fu provides, I will double it." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Really, Wang Fei?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yuyan. "Well, has your Wang Fei ever deceived you?" Jiang Yuyan replied. Observing the joyful expression on Yuan Yu's face, she added, "However, you must follow my instructions from now on. What Fu Xian says will no longer hold sway." Yuan Yu nodded in agreement, of course. Jiang Yuyan, satisfied, grabbed the blanket that Yuan Yu had carelessly tossed aside and promptly settled down to sleep. Yuan Yu, taken aback, stared at her and exclaimed, "Wang Fei, how can you sleep again? You promised that if I gave you the money, you'd heed my words. Now I am tired. You must leave." No. You must get up. We need to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager," she insisted, advancing to pull the blanket off Jiang Yuyan again. Exposed to the air, Jiang Yuyan instinctively curled up like a shrimp. "What'd I just say? Are you now learning to let things go in one ear and out the other?" Jiang Yuyan, no longer inclined to sleep, sat up, hands on her hips, glaring at Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu shrank back. "Wang Fei, you really must get up. We need to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." Just then, there came a series of knocks on the door. Yuan Yu and Jiang Yuyan exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting confusion in their eyes. Jiang Yuyan nodded at Yuan Yu, signaling her to open the door while she quickly got out of bed, donned her outer garment, and slipped on her shoes. Yuan Yu was somewhat surprised to find Lin Zhu standing at the door. She offered a courteous bow, as was proper for someone in the presence of the Empress Dowager. "What brings you here so early in the morning, Lin Zhu?" Just as Yuan Yu was about to inquire, Lin Zhu cut her off, straightforwardly asking, "Good morning, is Wang Fei in?" Lin Zhu peered inside, her gaze meeting Jiang Yuyan's. Realizing it was Lin Zhu, Yuan Yu urged her to enter. However, Lin Zhu remained at the threshold, bowing slightly to Jiang Yuyan. "Wang Fei, the Empress Dowager requests your presence shortly." Jiang Yuyan nodded. "Thank you, Lin Zhu. I will be there as soon as I finish getting ready." Yuan Yu wasted no time. As soon as Jiang Yuyan finished speaking, she produced a pouch and pressed it into Lin Zhu's hand. "Thank you, miss. I will attend to Wang Fei's preparations right away." Lin Zhu smiled as she accepted the pouch. Watching Lin Zhu depart, Yuan Yu darted to Jiang Yuyan's side, startling her as she struggled with her hair. "You're always so flustered," Jiang Yuyan scolded. Yuan Yu took the comb from Jiang Yuyan's hand, deftly managing her hair. "Wang Fei, are you still upset with me? Remember what I just said? All right, I no longer blame you, my dear Yuan Yu. Please hurry and finish my hair." Yuan Yu worked quickly. By the time Jiang Yuyan was presentable and ready to visit the Empress Dowager, they arrived just as the Empress Dowager was preparing to have her breakfast. Jiang Yuyan respectfully greeted the Empress Dowager, who waved her over and inquired, "Have you had breakfast yet?" Upon receiving a negative reply from Jiang Yuyan, the Empress Dowager smiled and instructed Lin Zhu, "Add another set of chopsticks." Then, beckoning Jiang Yuyan, she said, "Come sit here. There are no formalities required." Jiang Yuyan expressed her gratitude and took a seat beside the Empress Dowager. Yuan Yu, hearing Jiang Yuyan call her, hurried over, cautiously handing her the items she had been carrying. The Empress Dowager curiously eyed the assortment of jars and vials before Jiang Yuyan. "What are these?" Jiang Yuyan quickly picked one from the pile, unscrewed the lid, and presented it to the Empress Dowager. "Grandmother, do you remember the beauty cream I mentioned last time?" "Beauty cream?" The Empress Dowager covered her face with her hand. Jiang Yuyan noticed the Empress Dowager's pale complexion and the faint dark circles beneath her eyes, indicative of a restless night. The Empress Dowager leaned down and gently sniffed the small bottle Jiang Yuyan offered. A delicate fragrance wafted from the jar, instantly uplifting one's spirits. "I quite like this scent. You truly have a thoughtful nature, my dear. I'm glad you like it. Please try this jar first. If it proves effective, I shall have Yuan Yu bring you more." The Empress Dowager glanced at the remaining jars of beauty cream and inquired, "Are those not for me?" Jiang Yuyan smiled shyly. "I hope to share with the other ladies when they come to pay their respects, grandmother. What do you think?" "Haha, you clever girl. You certainly know how to curry favor." The Empress Dowager nodded. "With such a kind heart, I wholeheartedly agree. Lin Zhu, please assist Wang Fei in putting these away for now. You can take them out when the ladies arrive." The Empress Dowager picked up her silver chopsticks and offered Jiang Yuyan a piece of cheese pastry. "Now eat quickly. They will be here soon." Chapter 98. A war without gunpowder. The Empress Dowager's breakfast was brief, as was Jiang Yuyan's. It was not that she was not hungry, but rather her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to broach the subject of the Empress Dowager's nighttime cough. To inquire abruptly would be ill-mannered. The Empress Dowager set down her utensils and regarded Jiang Yuyan. "The temporary palace is not the same as the royal palace. Is it not to your liking?" Jiang Yuyan, flustered, shook her head vigorously. No, grandmother, it is quite pleasant, far better than Wang Fu." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager smiled. "Good to hear. Your face appears to have slimmed down since I last saw you. It seems I must speak to Lao Qi about ensuring his wife is well fed." The Empress Dowager's words instantly lightened Jiang Yuyan's spirits. Looking up at the kind Empress Dowager, she felt a comforting sense of support. The Empress Dowager treated her well, and she should reciprocate that kindness. Just as she was gathering the courage to inquire about the cough, the Empress Dowager stood up and called to Lin Zhu, "I shall change into another outfit. They will be here shortly." Watching the Empress Dowager and Lin Zhu leave, Jiang Yuyan beckoned Yuan Yu, "Come here." She offered her a plate of untouched osmanthus cakes. Yuan Yu glanced around nervously, whispering, "Wang Fei, isn't this inappropriate?" If you do not wish to eat, I shall not insist. No, no, Wang Fei. Yuan Yu intercepted Jiang Yuyan's hand and eagerly took the plate. I will eat. Who said I wouldn't? She grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Slow down. There's no one watching. Take your time, Jiang Yuyan advised as she poured her a cup of tea. As Yuan Yu chewed the osmanthus cake, she excitedly shared, Wang Fei, you won't believe what I overheard while in the restroom. The palace maids were discussing last night's events, saying how brave you were for standing up for them. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly responding, so they're discussing my actions from last night, calling me brave for defending them? Yuan Yu stared at Jiang Yuyan, astonished, momentarily forgetting to swallow the cake in her mouth. Jiang Yuyan reminded her, surprised? If you're astonished, finish what you have before speaking. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yu hurriedly swallowed the morsel in her mouth. Indeed, Wang Fei, you are truly remarkable. Yuan Yu remarked while giving a thumbs up, wondering how that Wang you managed to offend so many people. As the tone of the palace maids was filled with great resentment, Jiang Yuyan was not particularly interested in how Wang you had upset the maids. Given Wang Yu's character, it was not surprising for her to engage in outrageous behavior. She urged, have you finished eating? Once you're done, we must head to the front hall. The Empress Dowager will likely be done changing her attire soon. Hearing this, Yuan Yu quickly stuffed the remaining pieces of osmanthus cake into her bosom. All right, Wang Fei, let us hurry. We cannot keep the Empress Dowager waiting. As expected, the front hall was already filled with a considerable number of people. To Jiang Yuyan's astonishment, half of the harem's concubines had followed the Empress Dowager out, including some she had never seen in her past life. Accompanied by Yuan Yu, Jiang Yuyan quietly found a seat towards the back. Hey, have you all heard? A brightly dressed concubine mysteriously whispered to the others. Do you know why the Empress did not attend the banquet hosted by the Empress last night? Noticing some shaking their heads while others nodded, she was unfazed and teased. It is said that Wang Fei had a confrontation with the Empress's niece who came along yesterday. Well, you all seem to be in the dark. I must be well informed indeed. Niece? What niece? Could you clarify? Rin? What makes this Rin so special? Isn't it just that she learns the news a bit earlier than us? So, this was the infamous Rin. As Jiang Yuyan scrutinized Rin, fragments of her past life pertaining to this person flickered in her mind. Indeed, before Jiang Yuyan's demise in her previous life, this Run had been relegated to the cold palace for gossiping behind the Empress's back. Wasn't she the daughter of the Zhenbei Wang Area? Wang Area? How could I not recognize her? My father often mentioned her when he was a colleague of Zhenbei Wang, and at one point, he even considered proposing to my brother. Thankfully, Wang Area did not marry my brother. Otherwise, our family would have been in for a lot. A gracefully adorned concubine gently fanned herself and patted her chest as she spoke. Rin, you know her? Another concubine inquired of the recently speaking Rin. How could I not? In the Northwest, Wang Area is a well-known figure. Did you all know? It is said she is quite the fierce tigress. Laughter erupted among the concubines, their spirits lifted in the otherwise dull palace, as the emperor had graciously allowed them to accompany the Empress Dowager in prayer. And the sudden gossip ignited their fervent curiosity. Wang Fei, Yuan Yu observed these women with admiration. Jiang Yuyan raised her index finger to her lips, signaling Yuan Yu to be silent. This was a splendid opportunity to familiarize herself with the individuals present, which would serve her well in avoiding pitfalls in the future. Just as Rin and Rin were about to exchange whispers, a voice called from outside. Li Fei Nyang has arrived. The Empress has graced us with her presence. The concubines, who moments ago had been engaged in lively discussion, instantly quieted, standing with solemn expressions as they adjusted their garments, as though the previous fervor of gossip had never existed. The rapid change in demeanor left Yuan Yu dumbfounded. These ladies are truly remarkable. They exhibit such mastery over their emotions. Jiang Yuyan stood up calmly, knowing clearly the thoughts echoing in her mind. Why are both the Empress and Li Fei together? This could be quite entertaining. I wonder if the Empress will direct her ire at us for last night's events? She sighed softly, absorbing the unspoken sentiments of the seemingly harmless yet adeptly performing concubines. A silent war, devoid of weapons, was about to unfold among the women. Chapter 99. No need for formalities. Jiang Yuyan rose with Yuan Yu, attempting to retreat further back. Given the nature of last night's events, she surmised that the Empress would not let her off easily. It was not out of fear, but rather the presence of so many concubines that made her reluctant to become fodder for their gossip. Her principle was to act decisively when necessary and remain low-key when required. Just how had Li Fei arrived with the Empress? As she pondered this, her gaze traversed the crowd, spotting Lu Qiao assisting the Empress with grace, while Li Fei followed closely behind, her expression dark and troubled. Curious about Li Fei's demeanor, Jiang Yuyan observed as Li Fei scanned the crowd. After her gaze had swept across the faces, it finally landed on Jiang Yuyan at the back. Meeting Jiang Yuyan's puzzled look, Li Fei subtly shook her head. The Empress is indeed a cunning old fox. She dares to use her imperial seal against me so early in the day. I hope this girl remains astute and does not give her any leverage. Alas, merely watching her will not suffice. I cannot speak to her now. Jiang Yuyan, understanding Li Fei's unvoiced thoughts, smiled sweetly at her, assuring her not to worry. The concubines instinctively parted to create a path for the Empress and Li Fei. The Empress, supported by Lu Qiao, walked proudly to the highest seat in the hall, while Li Fei positioned herself to the left. Once the Empress was seated, she raised her hand gently. The crowd promptly arranged themselves before her, bowing in unison. We humbly wish the Empress peace. The Empress nodded, contentedly adjusting her hairpin before addressing the still bowing concubines. That will suffice. The Empress Dowager has yet to arrive. We are all sisters here. There is no need for such formalities. The concubines exchanged glances, bewildered. The Empress is indeed the Empress. She speaks of sisterhood while dismissing formalities. If she truly means no formalities, she should let everyone rise. Oh, my knees ache terribly. I envy Li Fei, who does not have to bow. Li Fei is favored. She does not even have to bow. Why must we endure such torment every time we pay respects to the Empress? As the concubines remained in their crouched positions, even Jiang Yuyan, standing at the back, felt it would be too conspicuous not to bow, just as she contemplated whether to abandon her stance and stand out. The screen at the front of the hall rustled, announcing, "The Empress Dowager has arrived." Jiang Yuyan had no choice but to suppress her desire to stand out and continue bowing. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager, supported by multiple attendants, swiftly emerged from behind the screen. She surveyed the assembly before settling into the highest seat. "What are you all doing?" The Empress, wearing a smile, led the group in bowing to the Empress Dowager. The moment the Empress spoke, the expressions of those present turned peculiar. Has the Empress changed her demeanor? She has never been seen paying respects to the Empress Dowager, not even in the morning or evening. The Empress's words are pleasant to the ear. No wonder she has decided to accompany the Empress Dowager in prayer. Even though the Empress Dowager was aware of their thoughts, she paid them no mind. The concubines were accustomed to paying their respects daily, while the Empress was not. This superficial pleasantry was merely for show. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. All of you may rise. I have no interest in having you bow indefinitely." Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, apart from the Empress and Li Fei, the crowd felt an immense sense of relief. Before they could truly relax and rise, the Empress began to weep sorrowfully. "Oh, Empress Dowager, you must take my side." The onlookers were momentarily startled by her outburst, unsure of how to react. Whispers of astonishment spread through the hall. The Empress Dowager rubbed her forehead and said, "Speak your grievances clearly, and I shall support you." The Empress, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, "Thank you, Empress Dowager. I must tell you, though it may seem unbelievable, I was indeed robbed last night." At this proclamation, the assembly was instantly engulfed in terror. This was a palace, albeit less fortified than the main imperial residence. However, the notion of a thief infiltrating was alarming, particularly when the victim was none other than the Empress herself. If she could be robbed, the implications for everyone else were dire. The crowd's previously scattered thoughts coalesced into a singular concern. The audacity of the thief was astonishing, daring to steal from the Empress. Eyes turned toward the Empress Dowager. Although she did not share the same shock as the others, she felt a twinge of surprise. To hear of a robbery within the palace is indeed a first for me. She cast her gaze downwards at the Empress and asked, "If something was stolen, what exactly did you lose?" The Empress looked up, her face a portrait of grievance. It was merely 100,000 taels in silver notes. While it may not seem like a vast sum, it has left me feeling quite unsettled. Silver notes? Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. She scrutinized the Empress's demeanor. Sensing that the matter was more complicated than it appeared, the Empress was not one to let such an incident slide easily. Just then, Lu Qiao, who had been standing beside the Empress, suddenly knelt on the floor with a thud. Empress Dowager, I indeed saw the thief last night. The women in the hall, eager for drama, perked up at Lu Qiao's declaration. What did you see? Inquired the impatient Xian Guerin. Lu Qiao struggled to contain her excitement. I saw a figure that looked somewhat like the maid beside Rui Wang Fei. Yuan Yu. Lu Qiao sought to cast suspicion upon Yuan Yu. Jiang Yuyan, previously unnoticed in the background, frowned slightly. Before she could formulate a thought, Yuan Yu, who had been chewing on something, sensed the scrutinizing gazes and froze. Awkwardly caught between eating and stopping, the hall buzzed with whispers. Look at that maid, so ill-mannered, eating in a corner. If the servant is like this, one can only imagine how her mistress behaves. Shh, don't say that. Everyone is watching. In the midst of the murmurs, Yuan Yu tugged at Jiang Yuyan's sleeve. Wanted to know what to do. Just then, the Empress Dowager cleared her throat, and the previously chattering crowd fell silent. Look at you all, behaving so uncouthly. She beckoned to Jiang Yuyan and Yuan Yu. Rui Wang Fei, come forward. Jiang Yuyan signaled Yuan Yu to remain calm, but seeing Yuan Yu's demeanor, she felt her concerns were unwarranted. Together, they walked through the sea of gazes to the Empress Dowager. Lu Qiao, the Empress Dowager pointed. Are you certain it was her? Lu Qiao feigned seriousness, circling Yuan Yu before kneeling before the Empress Dowager and the Empress. I can confirm it was her silhouette. I did not make a mistake. Yuan Yu finally swallowed the last morsel of osmanthus cake and let out a loud belch. She knelt respectfully before the Empress Dowager, saying, I am Yuan Yu, here to pay my respects. Long live the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager nodded. Rise. Yuan Yu stood calmly amidst the astonished gazes. Do you have anything to say? The Empress Dowager inquired. Yuan Yu fixed her gaze on the Empress Dowager, then, disregarding the Empress's scrutiny, glared at Lu Qiao. You claim to have seen me in the middle of the night. What evidence do you have to prove your accusation? Lu Qiao glanced at Yuan Yu, but spoke to Jiang Yuyan, insisting, Rui Wang Fei, the heavens are watching. Yuan Yu stepped forward defiantly, creating space between herself, Lu Qiao, and Jiang Yuyan. Why implicate my mistress? What does this have to do with her? Impudent servant, your master has yet to speak, and you dare to bark. The Empress's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at Yuan Yu. Someone drag her out and give her 20 lashes. As her command echoed, Jiang Yuyan swiftly pulled Yuan Yu behind her. Empress Dowager. Just as guards advanced to seize Yuan Yu, the Empress Dowager intervened. Wait, this matter is not yet clear. Punishing her prematurely would be unwise. Empress Dowager, the Empress protested. Lu Qiao is a witness. Lu Qiao is your maid. And she could have misidentified the thief in the dark, the Empress Dowager countered. The other concubines nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing their stance. Indeed, the Empress Dowager speaks wisely. We must consider the possibility of wrongful accusation, they murmured. Jiang Yuyan, observing the Empress's unwavering confidence, spoke up. By what authority does the Empress assert that it was my maid? Though my status is humble, I understand some principles. Such baseless accusations are certainly unfounded. Impudent. The Empress's gaze hardened. Rui Wang Fei's denial is manageable, as she is merely a maid in your service. She turned to the silent Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, I request permission to investigate this matter further. The Empress Dowager nodded. The Empress oversees the harem, and while I should not intervene, fairness dictates that I hear your perspective. The Empress's eyes glinted with cunning. This is simple. Let someone you trust investigate the maid's quarters, given that the theft occurred last night. The round-faced maid likely has not yet dealt with the stolen silver notes. The Empress Dowager looked inquiringly at Jiang Yuyan, though she need not ask. Jiang Yuyan knew this search was essential. Even had the Empress not proposed it, she would have. Jiang Yuyan nodded, addressing the Empress Dowager with composure. I believe the Empress's suggestion is excellent. I have no objections. Seeing Jiang Yuyan's agreement, the Empress Dowager slightly turned her head and instructed Lianzhu, take someone to investigate. Yes. Lianzhu bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager before taking her leave. Soon, she stood at the center of the grand hall, decisively opening the lid of a casket. The onlookers craned their necks, catching sight of neatly stacked silver notes within the sandalwood box, forming a substantial pile. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. How could a mere maid possess such an immense fortune? Surely, this plucky girl must have pilfered the Empress's belongings. Such audacity! The evidence was irrefutable. All that remained was to see how this plump-faced maid beside the Rue Wang Fei would justify her actions. The Empress Dowager fixed her gaze on the box in Lianzhu's hands, turning to the Empress and inquiring, "Are these the silver notes you lost?" The Empress discreetly signaled to Lu Qiao, who promptly approached and bowed to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. With an intimidating demeanor, she pointed at Yuan Yu. "Rue Wang Fei, do you have anything to say?" This maid dares to steal even from the Empress. Yuan Yu, however, was not one to cower, questioning how this mysterious box could have ended up in her room. Even if she were somewhat dim-witted, she could sense the underlying scheme. Just as she prepared to retort, Jiang Yuyan interjected. "Miss Lianzhu, are you certain this item was found in Yuan Yu's chamber?" Lianzhu smiled. "Rue Wang Fei, given the gravity of the situation, I cannot conceal the truth. This box was indeed discovered in Miss Yuan Yu's room." Chapter 101. Is the Rue Wang Fu that impoverished? She sifted through the silver notes, affirming their authenticity. Armed with this evidence, Lu Qiao felt emboldened and confronted Yuan Yu with a box in hand. "This sandalwood box was found in your chamber. What do you have to say for yourself now?" Yuan Yu shook her head. Lu Qiao scoffed. "I doubt you have anything to say." Li Fei observed the purple sandalwood box in Lu Qiao's grasp, her brows furrowing. "This box appears quite ordinary. Could it truly belong to the Empress?" After all, the Empress, hailing from a family of immense wealth, would have only used the finest items since childhood, especially now as the esteemed matriarch of the Six Palaces. This seemed uncharacteristic of the Empress. If it were said that the Empress's belongings were stolen, it would be more plausible to suggest that she had deliberately placed them in this maid's room. Contemplating this, Li Fei spoke up. Could there be some misunderstanding here? The Empress, composed and dignified, turned to the previously silent Li Fei. "How dare you suggest such a thing? The evidence is glaringly obvious." However, recalling the meticulous arrangements made by Wang Yu the previous night, the Empress was filled with confidence as she countered, "Sister, are you jesting?" With the evidence laid bare, what misunderstanding could there possibly be? Li Fei, equally obstinate, regarded the Empress's triumphant expression, retorting, "Perhaps it was you or your accomplices who orchestrated this." Observing the verbal skirmish between Li Fei and the Empress, the other concubines remained silent yet delighted, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Jiang Yuyan internally rolled her eyes at the triviality of the situation. The squabble between the Empress and Li Fei was far more captivating to these bored women than the actual matter at hand. The Empress, with a charming smile, addressed Li Fei as sister. "Sister, why must you harbor such animosity towards me? As the Empress, I could never engage in such despicable acts." Li Fei was no fool. Sensing the sarcasm in the Empress's tone, Jiang Yuyan seized the opportunity, speaking before Li Fei could respond. "Empress, I concede that the item was found in Yuan Yu's room. However, I do not acknowledge it as yours." The Empress erupted into laughter at this absurdity. "So, you admit that your maid has stolen from me?" Jiang Yuyan shook her head. "I did not say that. What I mean is, if you insist that it belongs to you, you must first prove its ownership." Furthermore, Jiang Yuyan lightly tapped the surface of the sandalwood box. "These are merely 100,000 taels of silver. I could just as easily claim that this box was entrusted to Yuan Yu for safekeeping. Wouldn't you agree?" The Empress was about to retort when Jiang Yuyan continued, "This box was indeed handed to me by my niece last night." She then turned to the Empress Dowager, saying, "Mother, to ensure clarity, may we allow Arya to come forward?" The Empress Dowager nodded in approval. Today, Arya was far less audacious than the night before. Jiang Yuyan noted how Arya visibly shrank back upon meeting her gaze, though she feigned composure, rallying her courage. "With my aunt present, I shall not falter. Indeed, I have come to assist my aunt and to ensure that Jiang Yuyan is brought down." With this resolve, her confidence swelled. "Vang Yeya, greetings to the Empress Dowager and the Empress." The Empress Dowager acknowledged her with a nod, allowing her to rise. The Empress gestured towards the sandalwood box in Lu Qiao's possession. "Arya, do you recognize this?" Aya nodded. "Of course. This is what my mistress presented to the Empress last night." A murmur of whispers filled the hall. Jiang Yuyan quickly interjected. "Do you know what was contained within this box?" Arya nodded again. "It holds 100,000 taels and silver notes." The crowd exchanged glances, pondering the implications. Did this mean that the maid truly had unclean hands? Jiang Yuyan pressed on. "Are you certain this box belongs to you?" "Ella affirmed, iam absolutely certain." "This box is mine." The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that the Rue Wang Fu is truly so destitute? Who would have thought that the Rue Wang Fei's maid would resort to such dishonest means, revealing her mistress's true character? The Rue Wang is not favored by the emperor, so it stands to reason that the Rue Wang Fei lives in hardship, leading her maid to resort to thievery. Jiang Yuyan raised an eyebrow, bemused by the various opinions swirling around her. She turned to the Empress Dowager, bowing slightly. "Grandmother, may I request a basin of water?" Although the Empress Dowager was puzzled by Jiang Yuyan's request, she acquiesced. Soon, a palace maid brought forth a basin of water and placed it before Jiang Yuyan. Observing the stillness of the water, Jiang Yuyan stated, "Arya claims that these silver notes were placed in the Empress's possession, and the Empress entrusted them to Lu Qiao. However, I must assert that these silver notes were personally delivered by me to Yuan Yu last night." Her gaze remained calm, reflecting the tranquility of the water before her. "Moreover, I possess evidence." Having spoken, Jiang Yuyan extended her hand to retrieve the wooden box from Lu Qiao's grasp. She extracted a silver note and submerged it in water. After a brief moment, she withdrew it. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold," she proclaimed, "this silver note bears my mark." Indeed, as the note emerged, a corner was dampened, revealing a vibrant red emblem.